and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes Fox right down the middle, and he puts that one top shelf. Montgomery for the 8th goal for the Stars.
My Lord. And they just scored again. Yeah. RJ Choppy is already up and dancing. That means it's a Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. You've been in a great mood the past 2 days.
Thank you. You know, conference tournament time, man. It's my favorite time of the year. We got...
Hey, you got like 7 favorite times of the year.
I do. I have a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
Madness.
March Madness. Masters.
I thought it was that Masters week.
That's the best week of the year.
Okay.
Matt, you got... so the best week, in my opinion, you've got the Masters, the Final Four, opening week of Major League Baseball, and WrestleMania all in the same week. It's a hell of a week. It's a hell of a, for if you're into testosterone, it's a good week.
All right, say them again. If you're into testosterone,
Final Four,
okay,
Masters, WrestleMania, opening week of Major League Baseball season. It's pretty good. And then you've got typically like the last week or two of the NHL and the NBA seasons. And then God knows what Peyton's XFL has going on that week. If are they still in business or still in business?
It'd be the X Bowl, I think.
It is the X Bowl, okay.
I don't know.
Is it called the X Bowl?
I think so, but I think that's like the last week of the season is like first week of April.
Have you followed along at all? Like you could tell us who's in first place or who's playing well?
I mean, I can't go down the standings and stuff, but I know like the undefeated teams and stuff.
Who are they?
Like DC Defenders are undefeated. Wow. I believe Seattle is. I believe that's Danucci's team, Seattle.
The Drive-Bys.
Yeah, the Sea Dragons.
Oh, okay.
Drive-Bys, yeah.
All right. More on that in a little bit with Sean Kemp and that update. We got a Luka update, a Kevin Durant update, but the Dallas Stars, they did this before. They tied a single game record with 9 different players scoring as they beat down the Buffalo Sabres 10-4 last night.
9 different players scoring seems like it's a lot. It seems like you're really getting everyone involved.
Yeah.
How bad does Buffalo have to be? That is an awful game.
10-4 with 2 assists. Jason Robertson is just 11 points behind Madonna's Stars record of 93 points in a season. I kept looking for more like ESPN stats and info stuff on this game, but I wasn't able to find a ton. Like how many teams have scored 10? What's the single game record for highest amount of goals scored? What is the record for most different players scoring in a game? I mean, 9 has to be the record, or it has to be near the top, doesn't it?
Let's see. 9. That's got to be close. The NHL record is 7 goals in a game for a single player.
Oh, who was that?
Joe Malone did it back in 1920.
The mailman.
Yes. Let's see. Newsy Lalonde also did it in 1920.
Oh, Channel 5 anchor.
Yep, absolutely.
Newsy Scruggs.
So let's see. The highest scoring games of the modern era. A fifth. The Calgary Flames and the Blue Jackets. Ooh, 15 goals.
Man.
I think there was a 9-8 game earlier this season between Seattle and another team.
Quebec in 1981 scored 11 against the Caps. The Sabres scored 14 against the Maple Leafs in 81. There's a lot of high scoring, a lot of 10s. 12. Edmonton scored 12 in 84. They had Gretzky on that team. Leafs in 86 scored 11. Oilers in 12 had 12 in 85. So there's quite a bit.
10 goals to 4 for the Stars beatdown over Buffalo. We got good Luka news.
Yes.
Yesterday, as the MRI did not show anything significant, revealed no damage, and a return to the lineup, according to Woj, will come as the discomfort allows. Luka going to undergo treatment to alleviate the soreness, not expected to miss significant time, so a huge bullet dodge for the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic.
You're Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic. My buddy, who's an athletic trainer, texted me, said that the NBA, they have so many people on the support staff for these players. Like there is no league that has no players have better individual care than the NBA because their rosters are so small, but they have all this money, and they're able to hire 3 or 4 athletic trainers for the team and physical therapists, and everybody's got like their own strength coach or something. So he's got like 4 guys dedicated just to him on any given day. So he'll be fine. Like he is going to be as recovered. I said, how long he's back? He goes, quick. He'll be back quick. So, it depends.
After the MRI came back?
Even before the MRI, he was like, even if it's like a bad strain, the way the NBA treatment is it's just so good. And these guys are in such great shape. Now, obviously, if it's a bad, one, then you got to put some time on it. But the thing now is, it's like Luke said, it's pain management, and it's how fast you want to rush him back. Like, he may be ready to play and him not play still.
The news is not so good for Kevin Durant. 2 to 3 weeks. Shams last night came out with 2 weeks, and then the Phoenix Suns themselves said he'll be reevaluated after 3. Reevaluated after 3 weeks for Kevin Durant after turning the ankle in the layup line before his home debut.
Might miss that regular season. I mean, look, this could not have worked out better for the rest of the Western Conference.
Yes.
I know, we're not supposed to root for injuries here.
Yeah, easy.
Come on, G-Bag.
Easy, Dawson.
I didn't say we're rooting for it. I'm just saying it worked out really well for the rest of the Western
Durant's mom
Conference.
may come in.
Yeah.
You're the real MVP.
Yeah, you're the real MVP. It could not have worked better, though. They might drop. They might be in a situation where they have a tougher first-round matchup. They might be in the play-in series. You don't know.
Well, this is where it's also good that you got a big 4.
Yeah.
Because Booker scored 44 the other night. Mm-hmm. So Devin, Ayton, Chris Paul, what's left of him. People have been calling out the Phoenix Suns' depth. Now it's going to get tested. It's going to get tested here as the Suns are the 4 seed. So they are 2.5 games behind the Kings and the Grizzlies. We'll get to the Grizzlies here in just a second. Phoenix is 3 games clear of the Clippers. So they're sitting pretty there. And then you have the Clippers and the Mavericks, along with 2 other teams. There are 4 teams all within a half game of each other. The Clippers are up a half a game on Golden State, Minnesota, and us in that order. So within a span of 2 games, you can jump again from 8 to 5, 5 to 8, just like what happened to the Mavs over the past week.
Probably 7 to 12, too. You can probably get out there real quick. My gosh.
Yeah, 7 to 12 is separated.
Games?
7 to 11 is separated by a game and a half, 2 games with Utah.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy, it's a log jam, man. I don't envy some of these teams that are on the bubble. I mean, Mavs are kind of on the bubble, I don't envy it, but
like the Blazers are the 13 seed. They're 3 games out of the 5 spot.
Would you rather be
from 13 to 5, 3 games out?
Would you rather be in the play-in or miss it all together and get a shot at the lottery?
Oh, play-in. I mean, lottery, you still can't get. You can't get one of the top. I mean, they've changed it now, right?
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
Difficult. It's more difficult. They've made it easier for 1, 2, 3 to stay in 1, 2, 3.
You talking about if I'm the Mavs?
No, not the Mavs.
If I'm the Lakers, I need to get in. If I'm the Mavs, I need to get in. If I'm the Pelicans, I think I'd rather miss. It depends when Zion comes back.
Plus, you probably have to replace him.
I don't want to face that team if Zion comes back.
No,
he's averaging 28 in his NBA career, or this year. I have to check the numbers. But last night, speaking of the association, the best rivalry in sports. I don't even think it's close. The best rivalry in sports happened again. It's the Grizzlies and the Warriors. Dylan Brooks versus Draymond. Memphis gets the win. They've been mouthing off throughout the entire week. They hate each other's guts. Dylan Brooks TNT post.
That's what I do. I talk, and I told him, I told him that keep that mic. He's better at the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute. It's fun for him.
It's cute. It's fun. Keep talking. Zion, by the way, 26 points a game for his career. I didn't realize it was that high. 26 a night. But last night, even without Ja, Memphis wins, and these two going at each other's throats. I love it.
I mean,
and I love everyone. TNT pregame was like, love it. Bring it. Love the animosity. Barkley saying, bring on the bad blood. It's sports.
It is. Here's the problem. If Dylan Brooks walked in here today, I'd have no idea who he is. No idea. I'm like, oh, cool. Who are you? Like, I recognize your name, but I couldn't tell you what he looks like.
Yeah.
I could not tell you at all. And that's a problem. You can't have like this bad blood where one person is completely anonymous in the entire world.
Well, it's got to start somewhere. We didn't know, Pat
Fair.
Beverly. He's not a good player. Pat Bev, Bruce Bowen. He played on a dynastic team. I'm trying to think of other all-time irritants and annoying people. Sometimes, a lot of times, they're not great players. But these two hate each other. Just give me all of this in the NBA postseason. Memphis wins last night.
John Starks is my all-time annoying player. And he wasn't even like a bad boy, when he wasn't one of these Bruce Bowen types. He just made so many faces. I hated it. Every time I did the free throw line, puckered his lips and blew out his nose. I couldn't stand him.
We have a drive-by shooting update. It looks like Sean Kemp may be innocent, and RJ is all over your favorite college hoops program with conference championship and March Madness selections taking place and right around the corner. We'll give you your hoops update, Cowboys comp picks, and the best quarterback in the NFC, the best one, could be available for trade. Friday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
Win number 21 on the season here. They do it in the quarterfinal round of the Big 12 championship. Frogs win this one 80-67, the final score.
TCU Radio with the call. This is Sean and RJ. Conference Championship weekend. Selection Sunday right around the corner. RJ Choppy, go.
TCU with a win, 61-47 over Oklahoma. Oh my God, I'm looking at Texas score.
Slow down.
80-67 over K-State. That was a good win for them. K-State is a 3 seed in the tournament. At least that's where they are right now. They're top 12 team in the nation. This was a really good win. TCU is probably not going to move higher than the 5 seed. I guess if they win the Big 12, they could maybe get up to the 4. But that was a really good win for the Horned Frogs. Texas, 61-47 over Oak State. That probably solidifies a 2 seed for them. And then Baylor falls to Iowa State, 78-72. They're still looking at that 2-3 line. I'm sounding like Joe Lenardi here, like I know what I'm talking about. Today, Arkansas is against A&M, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. And Texas and TCU, nightcap, 8:30 ESPN.
So, speaking of the Big 12, Bill Self out in the emergency room. He's going to miss the remainder of the conference tournament. And Patrick Ewing finally out at Georgetown.
One of the worst runs I've ever seen in college athletics.
My word.
They lost like 20 straight Big East games. They went a full calendar year without winning a conference game. And listen, he is a legend in the college basketball world. He is a legend there at Georgia. You know what it takes? You know how bad you have to be when you're the best player in your school's history? Do you know how hard how bad you have to be for them to fire you?
And he lasted 6 years. That tells you everything. 7-25 this year. Second straight year that his program failed to crack 10 wins. They went 6-25 in 2022. Entire season, as you said, without winning a game in the Big East. They were 0-19 in Big East play.
What, in 2 years? Not this year, but last year? Yeah.
And then that reached 29 consecutive Big East losses heading into this year, carrying over until they finally beat DePaul.
Yeah, this was what a run of futility for Patrick Ewing. I mean, just think.
I can't believe the record actually was this good overall. 75-109? How is that possible?
I know, he's 40 games under 500, and it's actually like, wait, that's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
I know, consider when you've been, dang near 40 under in the last 2 years alone.
There was a lot of people who made Patrick Ewing the Eric Bieniemy of the NBA for a long time. Assistant coach, why isn't he catching the break? Why isn't he getting the opportunity? This is not going to help. It's not.
And I do think, college and pro are a little bit different. In college, you've got to recruit. And in the NBA, they pick you. If the money is right. If the money is right, they come to you, but you also have to offer the money. You could also draft in the NBA, so you pick who you want. But in college, those players have got to pick you. They don't want to come play for you. And I don't know what, historically, Georgetown's a destination. I mean, it probably just isn't anymore. And it probably hasn't been for a while.
So set us up for Selection Sunday. What are going to be the big storylines? Who are the number 1 seeds? What are the bubble anger that we're going to have? Our fake outrage on Monday morning, like we know what we're talking about with it.
All right, so in terms of...
do you already know who you have at the end of your bracket winning?
No, I don't know who I have winning at my bracket yet. I have to see what it is. Alabama's probably going to be your overall number 1. If Alabama isn't your overall number 1, it'll probably be Kansas, unless they fall short. Maybe if Alabama and Kansas both lose in their conference tournament, then you might see Houston sneak in there as the overall number 1. But I think Lenardi has Bama right now, and Jerry Palm has Kansas as your number 1. Your other number 1 seeds will probably be Kansas, Houston, Bama, and Purdue. I don't think Marquette or Texas will slide in to the top line.
Peyton, this will be our first time together during the madness. Are you a bracket participant? Multiple brackets? Single bracket? Bracket?
I usually go about 10 brackets.
Do you?
10 brackets, I change it up. I don't do the whole coin flip thing. I all serious brackets here. but I change it up just a little bit.
10?
10 brackets.
Where are you submitting these?
On the ESPN app. I think you can make up to 25, but that's just a little excessive in my opinion.
Have
25
you
is a little much.
Ever won anything significant?
No, I mean, I did. This was, I think it was like 6 years ago. I think the first round I got perfect. First round, that was and then the second round just train wreck from the first game on. But I mean, like first round, so the first 2 days I got perfect. And I was like, hold on now. I thought the $1 million was going to be mine because I think that's what you get, right?
Yeah.
Still, it's $1 million if you get perfect bracket. And then first game of the second round, I was out.
That's unbelievable. I've never known anybody to have a perfect first round. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sean Kemp, good news. It looks like for Sean Kemp and Joe Mixon, nothing but legal stuff it feels like the past 2 weeks. So Sean Kemp was released from jail yesterday afternoon, and no charges were filed against him after the reportings of a drive-by shooting. His attorney said that Sean's car had been broken into, several items were stolen, including his iPhone. You can turn off the March Madness music now. Sean Kemp, college, Peyton, was?
Ooh, Virginia.
Trick question.
He didn't go to college.
No, he didn't.
Oh, well,
There you
that's
go.
my second guess.
That's okay. It's okay. So,
You
Sean
tricked me for a second. I was like, wait a second. I don't think he did. Did he really go to college?
Sean Kemp's attorney said that his car had been broken into, several items were stolen, including his iPhone. Well, he apparently used the iPhone tracker to find these people in a mall parking lot. He approached them. The individuals inside the vehicle shot at him, and then Kemp returned fire in self-defense. So his attorney said actions were reasonable and legally justified. So both sides missing. I'm always amazed by two things. One, you miss with the gunshots. And two, the amount of people, yeah, they got shot, but the injuries aren't serious, expected to survive. That always amazes me. I'm like, I assume if I'm getting shot, it's over. It's night. See you later. And these guys are either missing or hitting and surviving.
I mean, I guess, a shoulder, an arm, a leg, foot. Yeah, shot in the foot. You might lose a limb, but you may not die.
So look, if this story is true, this justifies Sean Kemp firing back. They broke in his car. They stole his stuff. He went to track it down. He knew that there may be a confrontation. Sean Kemp may be packing anyway. He owns 2 weed stores in that area.
Really?
Yes, I went and checked what Sean Kemp was doing nowadays. 2 marijuana businesses.
That's a great business to be in. Weed
Is it?
I would think so.
Oh.
Weed or liquor? Weed or liquor? Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want a bootleg, that's a different story. But are you kidding? I would love to open up a dispensary. Oh, bring it here.
Joe Mixon is not listed as a suspect with the shooting incident at his house. So this is an incident in which the police came. This is what I'm talking about. A child was shot in the foot, but nothing major. Children were playing Dart Wars in the backyard. Does anybody know what Dart Wars is?
I do not.
A game that involves toy guns that shoot foam bullets. Maybe those are those guns that it sticks to the window.
Those
guessing.
those Nerf guns, I mean, they have you either have the round ones, I get the ones with the round ones, or the long, thin, bullets that are look like darts, but they don't stick to anything.
So shots were fired from the backyard of the neighboring house, which police confirmed is tied to Joe Mixon. An unidentified suspect fired 11 shots, with one of them hitting the injured child in the foot. Injuries, not life-threatening. No charges have been filed. 2 people were identified as suspects. So Joe Mixon apparently is not in trouble for 11 shots, one of them hitting a kid in the foot. No charges filed.
And
what a world.
He did not shoot, right?
He did not shoot.
He
apparently wasn't even home at the time.
Okay. All right. There you go. Someone will find a way to sue him if it's on his property. This is one of those things like it's the police see somebody with a fake gun shooting somebody else and they open fire. You've seen that. You've seen that happen. What was it? Was it Goodfellas? The guy had a hoagie. He had a hoagie roll that he pulled out, and he was getting out of his car. He had a hoagie roll, and they shot And it's like, oh, the guy's got a hoagie roll.
Are the Cowboys going to be attending Odell's workout today? We'll give you an update on the comp picks that they received. And is our best friend from the Super Bowl going to be available to join Dak and CD? 6 a.m. Club. Shout out. Sean, RJ, and soon to be Bobby Belt next on The Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike Bassick. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to Jared Sandler, who's already up in Surprise, Arizona, the site of Rangers spring training coverage, brought to you by Sonic. Good.
I was stepping in where Peyton wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm doing stuff back.
He's working on a lot of audio. Good morning, Roberto Belt. It's cold out there. Cold out there this morning.
It is. I always get hell from my wife and other folks for wearing like shorts and t-shirt when it's cold out if I'm going somewhere. But to me, once you get through the walk to the car, like I don't want to be bundled up and overheated indoors.
I don't understand how like people sit in their house with a hoodie on. Like,
oh well, I do that.
And I like people go play. If I ever go play, when I used to go play poker, right? I used to go to WinStar, go play poker a lot. And these people, it's a warm room. It's already like 70 degrees in this room. And they're in this hoodie, and I'm like, how are you in the? It's comfortable. You know what's comfortable? Being cold. That's comfortable.
Yeah, I'm completely polar opposites. Like I'll either be wearing a hoodie, which is probably overdressed for the house, or I'm wearing way too little and I'm just wearing like boxers.
Comp picks are in. The Cowboys were awarded 2 5th-round draft picks and a 6.
Hey!
The upside to losing Randy Gregory, Connor Williams, and Cedric Wilson in free agency.
You know what they could do with those 5th-round picks? Replace Tony Pollard.
All right, 2 5ths and a 6.
Which the comp pick formula is so it's not public. The NFL considers it proprietary. How they determine they get them. Teams have generally figured out over the years that it's got to do with guaranteed money, contract length, like a few different aspects of it. But they still have no idea what the formula is or what to expect. But I don't see how consistently, like you can see everything we know about other deals that have been signed. I don't see how the Randy Gregory contract didn't get them a 4th. Because I mean, you can get as much as a 3rd, but when you look at the contract that he signed and compared to other contracts that have been signed that got 4th-round comp picks in the past. When Ron Leary signed away with the Broncos, that was 5 years, $40 million. I think, 30 of it was guaranteed.
And Randy was, 14 a year?
5 for 70. And so it's like, okay, how does this add up? How is that worth a 4th and Randy's worth a 5th? It doesn't make sense.
When's the last time you talked to him?
Like maybe a month ago.
Okay.
It's been a little bit.
He coming back here at all, or is he staying out in Denver?
I actually meant to ask him if he was coming out here, but I haven't asked him yet. So I would imagine probably not. I don't think he has a place here anymore.
Were you about to take a cheap shot that I was going to support?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought
y'all interviewed him, right?
We talked to him in the locker room.
Yeah.
In and out over Whataburger, according to Randy Gregory.
So
great interview, amazing personality.
I was gonna say, for all the shots, he was a great dude in the locker room.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm
not other hosts in this town who just care about ass kissing with their Rolodex. It doesn't matter to me. What are you doing on the field? Yeah, the great Hallmark story. All these fans fell for all that crap, and then they came to my side when he left, and then they turned on him like a snake, just like they've done opposite with Kyrie. I don't give a crap about all that stuff.
I like Hallmark. I'm a big Hallmark fan.
Do you?
Yeah, good.
When's the last time you watched something on there, or are you talking about their cards?
Well, their cards are stored. The Hallmark store. You get everything in there. Scissors, tape, everything. Sharpies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do care about production, not the off the field, off the grass stuff, as we'll hear at 7:20. Your thoughts on Tiger Woods?
Okay.
But who?
Maybe I'll unleash your photo at that time. I've been waiting for it.
That's not even like a super old photo. That was like 3 years ago.
but who cares about off the field more than on the field anyway? Nobody does. At the end of the day, it's can you?
Are you kidding me? Randy Gregory had one of the biggest fan clubs in town.
That's because he smoked weed.
That's off the field. He didn't have a fan club. Because
that's exactly why. People who were potheads, they were sympathizing with Randy Gregory. That's it. That's all it was. So nobody cared about Randy Gregory. Can you play?
So the Cowboys now have 9 picks total. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 3 in the 5th, a 6, and a 7th. They lost the 6 in the Hankins deal. San Fran ends up with 7 picks. They got 3 from the minority rule.
7.
Minority coach / executive hire, 7 picks for San Francisco. So there you go with your draft stock update. Odell Beckham is holding his workout for teams in Arizona today. I know that the New York Giants are going. Roberts?
Mm-hmm.
Will Did the Dallas Cowboys be there?
Probably, but I couldn't get anybody to tell me yes or no last night.
Hang on. You know what this is?
What is this?
Spring break.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be there.
Yeah,
They're not going to be there.
Cozumel or whatever.
It's spring break. They take March off.
Well, even if the Joneses do, their pro scouts do not. In fact, their pro and college scouts work year-round, unlike most teams. But they would, I would imagine they would probably send one of their pro scouts out there. So, I mean, that could be Henry Stroka, or more likely, I would guess it would be Klein Kubiak. But
is that Gary's kid?
It is Gary's son.
Look at that.
Yeah, and so I would imagine that they would send some sort of pro scout out there. I don't know that Will McClay would be out there, but I would guess a pro scout would be and report back to them.
Meanwhile, one more thing on the comp picks. The Texans, or draft picks, the armpit has to forfeit a 5th-round selection, and they got fined $175,000 for a Deshaun Watson violation. The NFL found that I've always wondered, right? Mm-hmm. You're trying to get someone big to sign, and you can only give this max amount of money. The owners just are like write checks under the table.
I would.
Or give you all these totally, different benefits to try to convince you to sign. Well, they got Deshaun a membership at an athletic facility in 2020 during COVID. Early in COVID, they paid $26K for him to train at this nearby facility while theirs was closed. They didn't report it. They lose the 5th and get fined $175,000.
Yeah, it is funny when you
At
talk
least
about
this wasn't them paying for the hotel. This isn't a hotel room.
Yeah, he wasn't. They weren't paying for the private spa or anything. It's funny you mentioned there that you always wonder about some of the under the table stuff that goes on.
Yeah,
I'm always intrigued when something like this comes out, because it's not in anybody's best interest for it to come out, and so that makes me think the ugly divorce they had, somebody probably said, oh yeah, by the way, when I was there, they paid this. You should probably look into that. But I mean, everybody does the under the table, different sort of negotiations.
You had some Cowboy draft prospect tweets yesterday that blew up, having to do with some RBs and some CBs. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so every year, and I'll be doing this with all the position groups, the Adderall really went to work yesterday, Sean.
All right.
The color-coded charts. As soon as you start seeing, color coding, whenever I send the text messages at the end of the week and stuff, you can bet that my Adderall's gone to work.
Because you were out yesterday?
Out where?
Out of Adderall?
Oh, no. I took it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I went to going on it. No, I just took it about 5 minutes ago. So give it about 45 minutes. So generally,
is Tolo still hitting you up in your DMs?
He has, yeah.
Delivery.
Yeah. One of the things that
Sean Kemp to the garage for your Adderall stash.
Well, it's out now. There's nothing in here.
All right.
One of these things I like to do every year is I like to look at the position groups and say, all right, after the combine, when you look at the athletic testing they do, height, weight, arm, hand, 40-yard dash, everything that they do there, how have the Cowboys drafted that sort of athletic testing at each position? So I look for what is the very minimum they've taken at all those athletic tests for a position, what's the highest they've ever taken, and then I kind of average it out and say, okay, what's the average player, what's the max they take, what's the minimum they take, and create like a chart that can easily show you, all right, this guy has red on his chart from his testing. This is stuff the Cowboys have never gone that low at the position to pick it. Or not never, but in the Will McClay era. And so yesterday I ran through corner and running back, a couple of the corners that stood out. Joey Porter Jr., who will likely go ahead of them, get picked ahead of them, is very much a corner athletically that is similar to the ones they've taken in the past. Christian Gonzalez.
Is he related to Joey Porter?
Yeah, he's Joey Porter.
I'll see if you're going to catch that.
I mean, hang on.
Job you in the family tree. Yes, Kubiak was a little more difficult than Joey Porter Jr. I give you that.
Kubiak is different. Joey Porter Jr.
Is that Krzyzewski's kid? Sorry, I had to get it to be a wise.
No, it's good.
I was apologizing to Choppy.
I'm saying it was good though. Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, who's a local kid from here, so the Cowboys could visit with Christian Gonzalez. somebody had told me before he got to combine that said he's going to look like Byron Jones when he tests, and that's what he tested like.
Oh, so he won't be able to walk in 2 years.
Yeah, well,
nice.
I mean, depending on how much Toradol he takes, I guess. But Christian Gonzalez is another one who probably goes ahead of them. So if they're looking more at who fits our athletic testing that's not going to get picked ahead of us, Julius Brents from Kansas State, Mekhi Gardner from LSU. And then on the running backs, what was interesting there was couple different guys that fit. Chase Brown from Illinois, Zach Charbonnet from UCLA, but Tank Bigsby at Auburn is one of these big, jacked, power running backs. That he's 5'11 and a half, 210 pounds. But he's shown that he's a nice, complete all-around back. Cowboys visited with him formally at the Combine, so you start connecting the dots of formal interviews, visits, and their testing fitting what they've looked for in athletic profiles at the position, and there just makes sense as names to watch.
So, Choppy, when they had Diggs, your boy Anthony Brown, and Jordan Lewis on the field for the first part of last season, Football Outsiders had the Cowboys as the top-ranked DVOA pass defense from week 1 to week 7. And then, when Lewis and Brown were gone, by week 14, they dropped to 30th in DVOA as we're talking about corners.
So you remember when we had on Thomas Dimitroff and then Eric Eager at the Super Bowl?
You remembered his name this time. Good job.
I did. They were talking about, we were talking about debating edge or corner, which is more important. And he said your top edge is more important than your top corner. But because secondary is often a weak link unit, your fourth corner is more important than your third defensive lineman or fourth defensive lineman. And that is a perfect example right there. You can say what you want about Lewis and Brown. They weren't quote unquote holes. They were just average.
Yeah.
Sure.
You what you want to avoid is bad.
And
average is fine.
Brown was bad the last 2 or 3 weeks before he got hurt. So it was something where over the course of the season he hadn't been a black hole, but he was trending that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the last 2 or 3 games specifically, but I don't doubt it. I know that he played poorly in at least one of them. So, but that's the thing, you want to be able to you don't want Anthony Brown as your number 1 corner. He's probably a 3.
Yep.
He's probably a really good 3.
And his prime a 2, but yeah.
But and if you have guys who are just if your worst corner is just an average player, you're gonna have a great secondary.
All right, forget about Odell Beckham. Could the Sean and RJ Super Bowl MVP from Phoenix be available? Can we get our boy here? Is that a possibility? Kyler Murray gets called out. The best quarterback in the NFC, it's not Aaron Rodgers, is apparently available, and the Stars go nuts. Friday edition, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Buckle up. Just getting started on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer.
Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we'll get to all the different accomplishments that the Dallas Stars put on the Buffalo Sabres last night. This is not headbanging music whatsoever.
It's Listen to Your Heart. It's the rock version of Listen to Your Heart. I like it.
But not headbang.
I'm not like aggressively headbanging. I was more just like feeling it and bobbing to it.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Sean and RJ along with Bobby.
I bob a lot.
Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. Let's continue with a little around the NFL as the steam picked up yesterday that Adam Thielen, our Super Bowl MVP guest from Phoenix and Radio Row, could be a cap casualty for the Minnesota Vikings. This is when we have to separate loving this guy personally from determining what he still has left, and you're already out. You're already ruining the dream. Popping the balloon with your new possible golf buddy.
That's why I just want him to move here and play golf with me. Look, he's going to be 33 in August. His last 2 years have been career lows in yards per catch. He's trending down towards under 10. He's at 10.2 last year. His best years are behind him. Now, if you want to bring him in here and have him be like a fourth receiver, third receiver, he ain't a 2 anymore. He ain't a 1. You know what I mean? Like, you want to bring him in
He's not
here.
better than Michael Gallup?
I mean, I would trust Michael Gallup year 2 after an ACL.
Okay.
More.
I would trust Adam Thielen's between the ears more right now. I think.
Okay, but what about neck down?
Yeah, can between the ears run away from a corner.
Between the ears is somebody who, and this is where he's been really effective over his career. He is a really, really good red zone receiver. This is a team that's struggled in the red zone at times. If you're going to say goodbye to Dalton Schultz, who is probably your best red zone target, then yeah, I don't think anybody's paying Adam Thielen to be a number 2 receiver right now. But if he is a number 3 and he's somebody who just with his savvy route running, knowing how to get releases off the line of scrimmage, I will absolutely take a savvy veteran receiver in a timing-based offense that they're trying to put into place over. I would pay whatever cheap deal you'd get for Adam Thielen before I'd pay $11 million for Odell Beckham.
Yeah, I'd rather have Thielen than Odell.
Look, Thielen's a technician, right? I know Amari Cooper gets all the route running love, but watching Adam Thielen run routes, that's what I really wanted to talk to him about at the Super Bowl before all hell broke loose.
It's not really a bar game, I guess, but I'm unbelievable at beer pong. Yeah.
Really?
Get hot,
man.
hot. And I don't drink anymore, so I play it sober now. But
well, that's why you're good.
but I was better when I drank, but I'm still pretty solid. We had like a team Halloween party, and they had a table set up, and when I was on the table for quite a while.
Okay, so it's, as we all know, in beer pong, it's house rules. So if when we come over to the Thielen mansion, what are the Thielen beer pong rules?
Okay, you can bounce. Two cups.
Okay.
We don't do Island Cup. I don't do Island Cup.
What is Island Cup? Like if
so
I
a lot
put
of
it
people
off
do
to the
Island
side?
Cup. Like so, if there's a loner, like one cup, like you made some cups behind maybe the front cup.
Yeah.
So the front cup's a loner. You can call loner. Like a lot of people play. You call loner. If you make that one, you get 2 cups.
2 cups. All right, not game.
But we don't do that.
What about if you
Game.
make it game?
Yeah, I like the game. We did that in college where if you were drinking a cup, so like someone makes it, guy's still drinking his beer that's in the cup,
That's
and
game.
you shoot and make it, that's game. Yeah, or if he sets it down on the table and it's not finished and you make it, game.
Swipe or no swipe?
Swipe.
Like
Yeah,
I can
swipe.
bounce. I can air
You can
ball.
definitely
air
swipe.
balls.
I don't do air balls, no.
I don't like air.
But you can.
Wait,
do,
is that where you start over the table and you blow into
If
the
you-
cup, right?
No, we'll do blow. Corey, we know you'd ask about
You
blowing.
can definitely blow in the cup.
If I
Well,
shoot
if
an
you're
air
a
ball-
girl, you can blow. Isn't that how it is?
Yeah.
Guys can finger, right?
Yeah.
Do you
Right? Isn't that how it works?
I guess.
Yeah. And it just got crazier from there.
I think guys can blow.
Bobby
I mean,
just said,
yeah.
That's a foul at my parties. Can't do
Really?
that. Yeah.
Oh
'cause
no.
it's-
ask TJ.
I have never in my entire life stuck my finger in a cup for beer pong.
I mean,
always
it would
blow.
be your own cup though to drink. And so yeah, I've always known it's that. Like you can try and scoop out the guys can, and the girls are allowed to try and blow it out.
Oh, I thought the guys would The scoop out thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is what it is. But here's the other thing. When we talk about red zone threat, here are over the last 3 years, the leaders in red zone touchdowns in the NFL. Devontae Adams, 28. Travis Kelce, 26. Adam Thielen, 25. I mean, that's somebody who's still massively productive. Because over those 3 years, he hasn't had a 1,000-yard receiving season. But he's still nabbed 25 touchdowns in the red zone. He knows how to get open in short areas. And with this being a short strike, quick timing offense, a technician route runner like that to me is perfect to add to the receiving core.
I mean, solid route runners generally will age better. And that's good. Antonio Brown aged pretty well. A lot of guys, Larry Fitzgerald aged really, really well. My thing is Minnesota they're a contender. They still the NFC is not that good. They're a contender. Their window is rapidly closing. Why would they get rid of Adam Thielen? Why? That's my question.
Because he is still very expensive, and like you just said, he's not a number 2 anymore. And so, I mean, if they want to work something out to where he could be, take a pay cut or whatever else, then they could do that. But I mean, it may just be a situation where they say we need to get a number 2 receiver. And right now, having Adam Thielen here is a progress stopper to get a number 2. Cowboys are in a much different position. And I think that for them, it would be something that they'd be able to dive into.
By the way, Stefan Diggs continued his pouring out of the heart when it comes to the Buffalo Bills, not advancing. He's airing out Buffalo. He was on the shop, and he said he just doesn't understand. It doesn't make sense why they can't go farther in the playoffs. I'll rack my brain with stuff at this point. I think it's more execution than anything. Blank is all small little pieces on why it's not going right. We've got the players, we've got the plays. Why ain't it coming together? That's where you draw some of those questions. I never want to question who I am. I never want to question how I am. I'm giving this blank everything I've got. I'm dying on the hill for that.
Well,
why do you keep turning off your mic?
Because I'm clearing my throat. I'll clear it into the microphone from now on. Well, I mean, that rules out Dallas then. If he's concerned about why aren't we going further than we should be. Because, I mean, we've been asking that for 27 years around here. So
Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, was on with us this week. He went on with Pat McAfee, and he explained what the Packers are wanting in return for what looks like A-Rod to New York.
The Packers are looking for a 1, and they want something else if he plays longer. Now, I think what that means is, we want your 1, but if he plays 2 years, we want a 3 or we want a 2. We want a conditional pick to go along with what we have. Now, maybe they'll take a 2 and a conditional pick for something else. I don't know. But I have a hard time believing that Woody would load up that airplane, fill it with fuel, and fly 2,500 miles across the country if he didn't think the kid was going to play, if he didn't think Aaron was going to play. Like, I don't think you're going to waste fuel on that. Like, it's not an expedition. We're not just Lewis and Clark here. We're hoping to find So, like,
that's what Pax
I think I think they expect it. I think they want to do a deal. I think the Packers want to do a deal. And I think Aaron wanted to hear what they had to say. And I think that ultimately where done comes into play, most importantly, is how do we structure this contract where it fits this? What we've noticed here in the last 12 hours, the Jets are dumping guys. We just saw that Barrios, they're getting rid of him. They redid PJ, the tight end. They're trying to get below the cap. They're trying to fit his cap number into their team.
So a 1 and something.
Yeah, Barrios is going to join his dad in Southlake coaching youth football. That dude's a dominant force. His team is amazing. First of all, Michael Lombardi. You have the blinds all wrong, man. He's got the blinds pointed down. You got to have the blinds pointed up. It makes it much darker in the room. Nobody points the blinds down. You can see in the house.
I feel like blinds pointed down makes the room darker.
No.
No. Because look, just look at the blinds here. The ones that are pointed up, there's a limit on how much they close together. Okay. Pointed down is their natural fit where they can seal off all openings.
We're talking about two different things. The ones on the left, that's pointed up.
Yes.
That's down. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I call down.
This one here?
Yeah.
Yes.
You and I screwed them up.
Down is
That's
correct.
better. That's better. The one where they're
On the left?
Yes.
No, the one on the right is better.
The left makes it much darker.
You can seal. There's openings
Bobby,
over there. It
don't even
seals
start
this
with me.
way.
Don't even start with me. You
saying.
want them up. You want them.
Bobby, you don't even close your blinds. You hang blankets over your windows. Like you're at a crack den.
No, that's because we have the sun like on that side of the room in the morning. So like that just shines through.
Explain it in a radio question so the fan text can decide.
The blinds.
All the blinds are facing down.
They're all facing down, which means the sun can.
Bobby is saying
that
that keeps the sun out more. RJ says you turn the blinds up, and that keeps the sun out more.
So when they're down, the sun can actually peer through, but when they're up, the sun cannot peer through because I don't know if you're aware of this, but the sun is higher than the ground level.
So there's the 6
and that's why
6 a.m. poll question.
Big foul on Michael Lombardi's, in my opinion. Big foul.
I'm taking a picture of the blinds, and then we're gonna tweet this as a question.
All right, which one makes the room darker?
Which one makes the room darker? Blinds up or down? Bobby is 2 for 2 on poll questions against me. Let's see if he takes out Choppy.
Here's what I would do if I was the Jets. I would say I'll give you Zach Wilson and 2 2s.
I mean, who else are they negotiating with?
Get that loser out of my organization.
Come on.
And his mom, and send him to Green Bay.
I wonder if Green Bay would be better for Zach Wilson, to be honest. Like just in general with the struggles that he's had and everything. He does not strike me, the issues that he's had, he does not strike me as a New York media guy.
If I'm another team, I'm sniffing around Zach Wilson.
Sure.
All this Aaron Rodgers stuff, I'm looking to swoop in. He grows up a little bit. You know, Romo called him Dan Marino, basically in terms of the tools. So I'm sniffing around that.
Like, what is his value? Like, surely he's not going to get. He would not bring you back the number 2 pick, obviously.
You're not getting a 1 back. I don't think you're getting a 2 back.
Let's see what Josh Rosen got traded for.
I'm gonna guess it's a 4th.
I think you might be right.
I don't know.
Third,
I'm guessing
4th.
it's a 4th.
Rosen was a year removed. Now, Rosen was the 13th pick in the draft, not the 2nd like Zach Wilson. Rosen got traded for a 2nd and a 5th.
From Arizona?
Yes, after 1 year.
Wow.
And Rosen was not graded as highly by most people as Zach Wilson was. I bet somebody somewhere would give a 2nd with the Carson Wentz trade. We'll give you a 2nd round pick and it can go up to a 1st.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, so if I was the Jets, my number one goal, obviously outside of getting Aaron Rodgers, would be to find a way to move Zach Wilson in the trade. And if you're Green Bay,
well, I'm keeping Zach Wilson.
If you're the Jets,
yeah, I think you're overreacting to whatever. First off, you're Mr. Tools and Talent guy. So why am I just giving away Zach Wilson when Aaron Rodgers might be there for a year? Well, let him. Man, how about that quarterback room with those two in there? That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
Now, Aaron Rodgers, maybe that is part of what the Jets think. Maybe the Jets think we don't want to give up Zach Wilson. We want to get the benefit now.
Yes.
And we want him to mentor because Aaron Rodgers does have a relationship with Zach Wilson. He's talked about it, says he likes Zach Wilson, thinks Zach Wilson's been unfairly criticized.
Dallas Stars go crazy last night. 9 different players score. 10-4? Thought this was a misprint. 10-4 over Buffalo, tying their single game record with 9 different players lighting up the Sabres. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have to do a little preview of G-Bag. Did RJ Choppy let G-Bag borrow his shot collar for what's going on today on The Nation? Shannon Sharpe drops the F word, and we have a teammate telling Kyler Murray to grow up. Little shot collar preview for G-Bag. The audio you don't want to miss next. Well, look. absolute radio torture at 7:20.
Oh, my God.
All coming from Bobby Belt. That will also be our final Weezer ticket giveaway. And next week, starting Monday at 7:20, Dave Matthews tickets.
Oh!
Yep.
Seen him 11 times in concert.
11
times. He's my all-time favorite musician. I haven't listened to him a very, very long time, though. I'm one of these guys where...
Would you want to go to the show?
Yeah, I would go to the show. I would go to the show.
Text Nick.
I might have to. I would absolutely go to the show.
Nick who?
Hatfield.
Who is he?
He's the giveaway coordinator.
Okay.
I know. I've met Nick.
Yeah, no.
I know.
The listeners don't.
The listeners don't.
Oh, well, I just said text Nick. We didn't have to stop down for 30 seconds.
You'd have to say it. Don't bring up things that no one knows what you're talking about.
I'll bring up plenty.
I would. Yeah, I'd go see. Would you go see him?
No.
He is.
You know, it's like a. It's like a little more up tempo Fish.
Well, hang on a second. Okay, hang on. Now, I've seen Fish.
This
in
is
concert.
why you probably wore the hemp necklaces in college, Dave.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And I saw Fish in concert. Fish was amazing.
Really?
Yeah. But like
a lot of genie lamps, or is that what they're called?
Lava lamps.
Lava lamps.
Yeah, no, a lot of Birkenstocks. A lot of Birkenstocks in there. A lot of granola. Not a lot of deodorant. Whole lot of granola in there. But no, I used to love going to Dave concerts. But you know, I got out. He got too popular. He got mainstream. I don't like that.
Yep.
You know, when my little indie band, when it was just mine, I loved it. And then when everybody started catching on,
Man, so when we were talking about 100% perfect songs the other day, I really do think Crash Into Me is perfect. That's a great song.
It's a great song. It's not my favorite.
What's your top three? Actually,
live
no.
or
Go ahead. I don't know. Whatever. Live album.
Live, Seek Up's hard to beat. It's like a 13-minute song.
Seek Up's good. Oh Joy Begin off their last album was really good.
I have no idea
Crash
what you're
Into Me is
talking
good.
Peyton, you familiar at all? Were you a fan?
None.
You don't know any of them?
None.
If you heard a song, you have no idea.
No idea.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Dave Matthews tickets next week. Weezer today during the Expressway starting at 7:20. Where are we with the blinds debate?
Oh, I think I'm going to wipe the floor at Bobby on this one.
No way.
I think I'm going to wipe the floor at Bobby.
Have you looked on the fan text?
I did initially. Blinds up. Someone just can't look in. Bobby's a moron. Choppy's a moron.
Getting a lot of that.
I hate to agree with RJ, but he's right. Choppy's an idiot. Blinds up 10,000%.
Dalton Miller tweets, might be the first time and only time I ever say this, Choppy's right.
Ooh, okay.
It does not keep more light out. I don't care what you say.
Blinds up or blinds down?
I need to ask Ryan. What's Ryan's take? Ryan's the one who needs to know about lighting and what'll affect the shot.
Oh, Ryan, we got to take silence.
Oh, gosh.
He doesn't want to. I don't know. I think he's doing something right now.
Speak.
Yeah, he's walking back. Ryan, come in here. Come in here.
Get on the radio.
Let's see for the first time ever if we can get Ryan.
Come on in here.
Just come in here real quick, Ryan. Seriously.
He's coming in.
Oh, okay. Hey, he'll be. Wait, right here.
He's
Peyton?
He's
Okay.
coming in. So this is our
Ryan, right over here.
lighting expert here. He's in the back running the fan cam and everything. Ryan, did you hear the argument between these two fools earlier about what keeps the sun out more if the blinds are up or if the blinds are down?
Yes, I did.
Is there a definite winner?
Okay, which ones are...
So the one directly in front of you is up. The other side here is to the right. To the right, Ryan, to the right.
Here.
That's down. So that I think down is better because it's a more natural fit for the blinds to close up and seal it. Chop says up because there's no place for the light to come in.
I think RJ's right. That looks... the up one's better.
Well, Ryan didn't even know left and right just then.
He didn't know left and right.
I'm a little worried.
Ryan's like in college. He's still finding himself. How can we trust him about light?
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Ryan.
it. So he is labeled
Thanks for nothing.
RJ Choppy, the early winner. Okay. Speaking of more craziness, G-Bag today, starting at 4 o'clock. Did you give them your shot collar?
No, I think Spittle did this.
Shot collar.
Because I couldn't find mine, and I just found it. It's ironic. I just found mine like 2 days ago.
Okay. So they got another shot collar.
Uh-huh.
So they're doing a shot collar bet payoff today, starting at 4 o'clock. It will carry on over till 5 p.m.
Oh.
And, of course, the shot collar was born right here on this morning show with the bet payoff.
My existence would be darker than my recently bronzed complexion. You are the yin to my yang. The Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who's that?
Oh, my God.
Keep going.
You hate America.
To my Alex Jones. Oh, God.
Alex Jones. So that was the bet payoff. One of us get to write out a script. The other has to read it while getting lit up. So there you go. That's all we need to play. That's all we got in the.
We don't want yours. We don't. We have lots of clips from you, Sean.
RJ.
Yeah, that's the exact one.
I sometimes sit alone for hours wondering, WWRJD, what would RJ do? Joe, I'm not even at the next thing, so let me breathe for a sec. RJ, you complete me. I said it there. I truly could not do this program without you, without your wit and constant professionalism. It is your guiding hand that leads my... Yeah. So, there were some people who actually thought that was like fake, that was acting.
That was not fake.
It's not fake.
It's not fake.
And G-Bag will experience it today starting at 4 p.m.
Who's supposed to do it? I'm just asking who's supposed to do it.
There's so many people that show. I don't know their names.
I don't know. I get 14 emails about that show and promoting everything they do versus anything we do. So I get lost in the 17 emails.
I thought for a second there I was getting the exasperated look from you because you were going to say, I just said it.
No,
You're not even putting. How are you not hearing what I'm saying?
No, you can read the email as well. I just saw G-Bag shot caller, and that's it. I know Broadus is going to lose. Broadus loses big time with all their bets.
Yeah.
So I know he's going to get... Man, be
Why is that?
careful.
He just always loses.
Be careful with the elderly gentleman with that shot collar thing, man.
Yes.
Right?
Be very careful.
Man, if I was Broadus, I'd pull Michael Irvin, and I would sit there and drop right to the ground and light this company up with a lawsuit. I'd have a press conference tomorrow with Irvin's attorney and light this place up, making him get lit up like that. Well, did I say that out loud? My bad. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Yes, it is a Friday, and you can tell that already here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And yesterday, things got crazy on FS1 as Shannon Sharpe dropped the F-bomb.
If I'm making fried chicken and somebody says, I got some chocolate for you, what the hell? Yeah, I like chocolate, but what the f*** I'm sorry. You got to be up here cursing, Skip. Why would I need chocolate to go with fried chicken?
Bayless didn't even flinch. He either didn't hear him. Skip would rather a fake take come out of Shannon's mouth than the F word to give him something to react to.
Sorry.
He didn't even look up.
Didn't even look up. Didn't even. Maybe he just doesn't pay attention. Maybe he doesn't listen. Is it possible he's not even listening?
Well, he's looking at his notes and read. You asking this show?
I mean, look, he is. I think we all agree that regardless of how awful Skip is, he knows how to sell like he's got conviction on things. So he's clearly a good actor who doesn't crack. And so I'm guessing he just was like, I don't even acknowledge it. Let's just move on. And I'm betting he heard it and just chose not to acknowledge it.
All right, Choppy has a brand new favorite head coach in the NFL. It's Kevin Stefanski.
Right.
Because of what the Browns head coach said about Madden.
Honestly, so I grew up playing Madden. I really believe our generation is maybe a little bit better at game management because we've done that, because we know when you're down 10, you got, hey, we're going to kick the field goal now, and then I'm going to get the onside. I got to get the 7 later. I do think all those games, I know it's silly, but I do think that all helps when it comes to game management.
Okay. I think he's spot on. I think every coach should have to pass a Madden test. They should all have to pass a Madden test before they are hired. You should have to answer a few questions before you are hired, or in order to keep your job. You know, they do NFL is the only industry where they don't do continuing education. Sports is in general. Every other industry you're in, you got to do continuing education. What are the new practices? What are the new philosophies and theories that you've got to go through, except for football?
Well, they do it with X's and O's, just not with the clock.
Or philosophies. Like, there are still coaches out there who believe this other quote from Kevin Stefanski.
That's a little interesting. You're not going to establish the run first.
That's a fallacy. You don't have to establish a run to throw it.
Okay. Wait, why is it a fallacy to not
I
establish
think
a run?
play action's been proven that you don't need to have a good run attack or be running the ball to get the linebackers to sack.
I disagree.
You've been reading.
So you can't break these from like our fandom and our brains. Like you have to establish the run.
You've been reading the Nerd website.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good data behind it.
It makes sense though. It is all adding up because while you love it, the fact that he was 18 years old when Madden 2000 came out, where one of the 100 overall players, the rare distinction was given to fullback Mike Allstott and Barry Sanders' last version of the game. It now makes sense.
Mike Allstott had 100?
Yeah, he had 100. It was him and Deion. They said Mike Allstott, Deion Sanders, same player. It now makes sense why Kevin Stefanski, if he
Kendrick Perkins was right, even for Madden ratings.
He did Madden. He was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's run the ball 1,000,000 times. That makes sense now.
Yeah.
It is good.
I just, they need to do continuing education on all these coaches. Every single one of them.
When I was hanging out with Des Bryant and Patrick Mahomes.
Whoa, where?
At APEC, where Derek trains. When I was with them a couple years ago when they were training together, that was the first time Des and Patrick had met, and Des was asking him, like, hey, do you play Madden? Because Des does, and wanted to get on there and play him. And Mahomes told him no. He said, I used to try and play, but he said, it made me mad how even when I was on defense, the computer would make the wrong read. Like the computer quarterback would make the wrong read, and it would just infuriate me that they wouldn't read it correctly, and so I had to stop playing.
We're going to get you ready for the huge college basketball weekend. We're going to play you every single goal that the Dallas Stars scored last night. Peyton has been working on that. And good news for Luka, bad news for Durant in your Friday headlines. Then we're going to dig into the audio vault in Around the Cringe at 7:20. Our final Weezer ticket giveaway Friday, continuing on The Fan.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your weekend. We're going to try to get you there as quickly as possible. Sean Sharpe, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Our final Weezer ticket giveaway of the week coming up during the Expressway, commercial free, starting at 7:20. We can all breathe a big sigh of relief because Luka's MRI of the left thigh revealed no damage.
You're Luka Doncic.
Woj says return to the lineup will come as the discomfort allows. He's going to undergo treatments to alleviate the soreness, but Woj says he is not expected to miss significant time. Victory. Small win.
Oh, that is
Actually,
definitely
maybe a big win.
Yeah, that's a big win. That's a good win. You want him back as soon as you can. Now, I also don't think that rushing him back is wise. Like, let him be literally 100%, and then give it 2 more days. Let it heal. Not just heal, let it heal.
Well, they're off today, and then they can wait another game after facing Memphis. They take on the Grizzlies Saturday night at 7 o'clock, and then they don't play on Sunday, so there's no way he's going to play tomorrow night, I wouldn't think. Then they face the Grizz again Monday night.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm with Chop here in terms of I wouldn't. Obviously, if this is something where he was going to be out 3 weeks, you'd probably want to make sure you're really following the timeline. But if this is going to be some shorter stint or some shorter recovery, then I'm fine being extra cautious, giving it maybe an extra game or 2. You've got Kyrie Irving now. You've seen the offense has run well with Kyrie and then the group without Luka. And so I think it's fine if you want to be a little more methodical and conservative in letting him heal up.
Meanwhile, you have Kevin Durant out for 2 to 3 weeks. Shams said 2 weeks. The Phoenix Suns themselves said, we will reevaluate Durant's left ankle in 3 weeks' time. So the Mavs get better injury news than the Suns when it comes to their superstars.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably seen the last of KD for the regular season, and maybe he's back for the playoffs. And who knows what he's going to be like when he gets there. This thing could be. Some guys have bionic ankles. Dirk did. Dirk got over his ankle injuries in about a day and a half. Others can't do it.
Yeah, next 3 weeks they've got a tough schedule. They got Sacramento, Golden State, Milwaukee, Sacramento again, Philly, Timberwolves, Nuggets. That's a tough stretch to have to play without KD.
Dallas Stars making some franchise history last night against the Buffalo Sabres.
Drops it back to the line, scores. Stars work on the right side. A little bumper trying to get in front to Pavelski again. Robertson to Pavelski. One-timer beats Comrie on the power play. Here's Heiskanen walking it down the left side and behind the net center in front. Ben with a one-timer up top. Pass Comrie. Right in front, the puck bounces up over Comrie, and the Stars get their 4th. But the Stars trying to take an advantage with a drive to the net. Sooner's the one going. He gets a chance, and it gets past Comrie. Sends it to the circle. The shot scores. A quick release. Turnover in front of the net. Open, and Foxa will tap it by Comrie. Here comes Foxa right down the middle, and he puts that one top shelf on Comrie for the 8th goal for the Stars. Trying to cut through a pair of Stars forecheckers. Is turned over, hits, fires, and scores. Heiskanen again, looks far circle. There is the pass. Comrie, no, it's off the pads and in from the far side of the ice.
10.
Wow.
10-4, Stars get the win.
What a performance. You put up 10 goals. Like, that's... You're kind of in the record books there.
And 9 different guys scoring. That's crazy.
Yeah, to have...
I think that's crazier than 10. 9 different ones scored.
I would agree. Because, usually if you're going to have 10, one guy's just having a night. One guy's just on fire. Maybe 2 are on fire.
Or someone has a hat trick.
You would think. You would think if you're going to score 10 goals, at least one guy's got a hat trick. And to have nothing... That's stunning. To 9 guys scoring. 9 guys.
9 guys. Yeah, I mean, I was losing my mind all night. I couldn't. Why am I not allowed to chime in?
You can chime in if you don't lie.
All right. Here's something to chime in with that I think is at least fun. 4 times this year, the Buffalo Bills gave up 10 points or less. And the Sabres gave up 10 yesterday.
See, that was valuable. That was good. That was a good nugget right there. Cowboys were awarded 2 fifth-round compensatory picks, 2 fifth-rounders, and a 6th yesterday. So that's because they lost Randy Gregory, Connor Williams, and Cedric Wilson. They have 9 picks overall. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 3 in the 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. San Francisco got 7 compensatory picks. 7. Odell Beckham is going to work out for NFL teams today in Arizona. 13 months removed from the ACL reconstruction, free to sign with anyone. We know that the New York Giants are going to be there. We don't know if the Cowboys are yet, but Odell's going to work out today for teams.
You in? Totally? What's a number? Give me a number. Give me a number. I need a number.
I mean, I liked the 11 per year that Bobby threw out.
That's what PFF projects.
I think he's going to get more and want more.
I think he thinks a lot more highly of himself than $11 million.
I'll tell you what's interesting is that he has gone out of his way not to post certain angles of his workouts during his recovery. Like, people were noticing that even in the recovery videos that he shared, you weren't seeing a lot of stuff head on where you could see some of the movement, things like that. So the fact that he's inviting teams to come out here and see a full workout to me says he's really confident in how he's going to train today.
So it's like Jalen Smith?
Yeah.
Bassett convinced me the other day he's never going to walk again.
Bassett also thought that Dak was never going to play again. His career was over. He's going to lose his foot.
Be careful. He's probably listening.
I know.
You might get a commercial break phone call again. You may get another commercial break call. All right, elsewhere around the NFL, Kyler Murray gets called out by one of his teammates, a former Cardinals offensive lineman, Kevin Beachum. Is that the name?
Kelvin Beachum.
Kelvin Beachum asked what Kyler needs to do for that organization on Arizona radio.
He's got all the tools, you think?
He has all the tools, man. If some guy can throw off one leg, he can, throw it a mile. He can run faster than anybody else on the field.
He just lacks the leadership.
He's put together. I didn't say he lacks the leadership. I just think he needs to grow up a little bit. And I think if he has the ability and the willingness to grow up, he's going to be just fine. They paid him for a reason. They paid him because of his talent. And he has the ability to lead. It's just when you're in that position, we need you to lead more.
That was on 98.7. Grow up, be a man, and grow up.
Which is, I mean, when you talk to people around Arizona, they all say the same sort of thing. And again, I think it comes down to Kyler believing that I shouldn't have to have certain qualities or traits about my personality demanded of me because of a position that I play. Like, you wouldn't demand this of me if I played running back like Lamar Jackson. You'd let me be who I am. But I think that Kyler's issue is just understanding that it doesn't matter if you have the traits or you want the mantle. It's your job to be the leader when you're that position.
Yeah, I agree with Kyler's sentiment. Like,
sure,
not all quarterbacks are leaders. Some guys may not they may not be natural leaders. I don't think you should force what you aren't. But that doesn't mean that you get off on everything. Like, you got to be able to, you got to work hard. And I'm not saying he doesn't work hard.
Yeah, I need some details and examples on how he's not being a leader.
Right.
One of the things you hear talking to people there is that he is a completely isolated loner. He doesn't interact with the team at all.
Is he a spoiled, entitled brat?
I don't know that it's spoiled. I think he's shy. I think there's some shyness there.
You may have to have a talk with him as well.
I might. I had to have a talk with my oldest one. My oldest kid. I had to have a talk with him. You know what? He's 13. What are 13-year-old boys and girls probably? He's a punk. I have a talk with him. Look, you're being an a-hole. Like, just stop. We got a lot of things to do. Kyler Murray, and I don't want my kid to go down the same road.
And now he's going to weed your lawn.
Yeah, this weekend we'll put him to work.
I don't think that's going to happen for a second.
He will get out there. He will pick out 3 weeds and he'll walk in and get on his head. I'll say, listen, you get your AirPods in, get your phone out, listen to some music, and let's pick these weeds out, bud. I already rounded them up. I put Roundup on them. I already sprayed them down. They should be dying. I got weeds, though. I got weeds galore.
You're going to have to show him the Kyler story.
I'm going to have to. Look, Kyler Murray, Johnny Manziel.
Never took out the trash.
These are two kids they were not asked. Kids who weren't asked to take out the trash at 8 years old turned out to be Johnny Manziel and Kyler Murray.
I mean, look, let's be honest. Kyler Murray has been a stud, superstar. Talked about to this day as the greatest football player in the history of Texas high school football in the community of Allen, which is one of the larger, football
largest
community.
group of cheaters that there is in the high school football world.
Kyler has had this happen. He was a top 10 pick in Major League Baseball. He was number 1 in football. There is a lot of probably never told no, and as soon as you start getting some no or some resistance, it's tough to deal with that.
More college.
Split your school up, Alan.
College.
Southlake, you do the same thing.
More college basketball action last night.
That's it. It's inbounded. Marcus Carr hits a final shot, and Texas will win it by 13. 60-47 is the final score.
Longhorns radio with the call. It's funny, TCU wins scoring 80. The Longhorns win scoring 60.
Yeah, and ESPN.com says the Longhorns had 61. So I don't know who to believe, Craig Way or ESPN.
Or Peyton Russell.
We'll see. We'll see who's there. But Texas wins either by a 60-47 score or 61-47, depending on who you believe. TCU beats K-State 80-67. Baylor falls 78-72. Texas and TCU 8:30 tonight. A&M taking on Arkansas in the SEC tournament at 6 o'clock on the SEC network.
Now, ESPN.com says 61.
Yep.
61.
Do we believe ESPN, though?
Well, Kobe says no. Remember when he used to say that? You're probably wrong.
What's going on with Jamie Dixon?
Man, that's a different story. There are some reports out there that Jamie Dixon is being targeted by a former player, the mother of a former player, Eddie Lampkin, for alleged racial remarks. Now, they have not said what they were. I thought last night was a really good sign for Jamie Dixon that maybe because this is a situation where something like this comes out. What's the first thing that happens? Your players tune you out. They quit.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't quit. They beat a very good Kansas State team. That's probably going to be a 3 seed, and they put it to them. They beat them by 13. So I don't know what to make of this, but right now the mother of Eddie is saying Eddie left the program. You don't leave the program before the conference tournament. You don't walk away.
Patrick Ewing out at Georgetown after a horrific 2-year run. Bill Self hospitalized. He's going to miss the Big 12 championship, the Big 12 tournament, I should say, for the Kansas Jayhawks. And let's see, we got Selection Sunday.
Selection Sunday this week. Yep.
And then what's this Pistol Pete thing?
Okay, so Pistol Pete's the all-time leading scorer in college basketball. All right, all-time leading scorer. There is a kid who plays college basketball for Detroit Mercy named Antoine Davis. Antoine Davis is 4 points shy of Pistol Pete's record. He's the only player to ever get within 400 points of Pistol Pete's mark. Now, the difference and the issue is he's got this one chance at this record. They are a 14-18 team. They don't have a postseason tournament. There's talk that they're trying to find their way into the college basketball invitational, which is like a third-rung tournament to get him his 4 points. The issue is that, and maybe this isn't an issue, he is doing it in almost twice as many games as Pistol Pete.
Oh, my gosh. 144 games?
So because of COVID, he got a fifth year of eligibility. So he's played 144 games. Pistol Pete has played 83.
Yeah.
So, and no three-point line.
And no three-point line.
So it's like, who is the thing? Pistol Pete averaged 44 points a game in his college career.
I would not have thought Pistol Pete was the NCAA leading scorer.
He has blown everyone away. He averaged 44 a night. 44!
Headlines on a Friday to get you to your weekend. The most painful radio segment we could imagine. Freaking Bobby Belt went digging in the archives for the lost tapes. Cringy Flashback Friday audio of all of us next on The Fan.
But let's get you.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway now, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
All right, this is going to suck. Been trying to push this back as long as possible here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt has gone to great lengths for this segment, including TV repairman, audio vault, coordinating with Ryan in the back. Take it away and explain what led up to all of this.
So I don't remember what triggered this. Oh, I know what it was. It was going back through and seeing all the UNT tapes of Chiafalo being cringy on UNT television broadcasting. And I knew Peyton was on there. And Cheech had said, man, I've never watched that. It's the most uncomfortable thing ever to go back and see stuff from years before. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I've never listened to any of it. And so it made me think we should go back and find all of our cringiest stuff. Go find whatever the oldest audio we have is and dive into it. Now, we're going to lead off with Sean.
Yeah, I'd like to get mine out of the way first.
Yeah. And Sean's incredibly lucky because I could only find one thing to comb through.
Really?
That was pre-fan.
I want to find the sheriff audio when he was a country station DJ. That's what I want to find. I'm dying to find that. I wanted to find my stuff in Knoxville. I couldn't find it. I want to find Sean's.
Oh, we still got really good stuff from you, but I could only find one thing from Sean. It was the 6'10" throwdown, which was when he was in Kansas City, and there was only limited amounts that I could pull from, but I think I found sufficiently cringy stuff, and not just that, we also found a video for it. So there's video to go along with this first clip, Sean.
Oh gosh,
this was June 2010.
And by the way, for those that don't know, like in radio, unless you are the ultimate narcissist, people hate listening to themselves 9 times out of 10. Driving in the morning, you know, I'll listen to like 5 a.m. replay that Peyton puts together, and 9 times out of 10 I change it. The only time I keep it on is when it's an interview and I want to like re-listen to the subject's answers. But listening to yourself, also the worst thing in all of radio is listening to yourself in a fight. Like going back and listening. People will take their headsets off all the time. So Bobby has gone back. I don't really remember what this was. It was 13 years ago. But he has synced up the video somehow, some way. I know that the number one most offensive thing is my Jersey Shore t-shirt that is in this thing.
You were rocking the Affliction shirt and the hair gel, and
everyone has to try to keep their headphones on throughout all of these clips.
I'm going to close my eyes during mine at least. I'm not going to look at y'all. So this is Sean 1. This is talking about Tiger Woods at the British Open.
Day 2 of the British Open, and I guess play was suspended for like an hour, but I had to read up on it because I'm not watching. And it's a really sad thing for me as a sports fan because I like to take up a lot of my weekends watching events that I can somewhat justify, and I don't care about Tiger anymore. Tiger Woods, in order to get me interested in golf, set such an unfair level in terms of his excellence. That was the only reason I watched. Y.E. Yang took that away. It wasn't the sex thing. I don't care that he slept with half of the West Coast. It's Tiger Woods and the invincibility factor that has been stripped away. I'm more interested in Aaron Andrews than St. Andrews.
I messed up my line.
You were so ready for that. Like, all right, I cannot wait to drop this one. I'm more interested in Aaron Andrews than St. Andrews.
This is like the video. Now I remember this. This is kind of like they would make us do like this, like the CBS Sports Minute, but on video. Yeah. You have to sit there and make a video back and forth with someone else at the station. That could have been worse.
It was very first takey. That's what you're doing. You're doing local level first take.
I mean, it's amazing what it took to lose invincibility. You had to lose in a playoff to Y.E. Yang.
Now on this next cut,
okay,
I gotta feel like did you guys? So here's the thing. I don't know who you were hosting with there. A guy named Bob
Fesca, the Bulldog.
So
morning show, Kansas City.
Grass,
so the way Bob is leaning forward and staring, it appears to me that you guys had your scripted talking points that he was trying to read off, and I think Sean even put in a scripted reaction here. I don't know. You guys can be the judge. This is more back and forth between Bob and Sean on Tiger. Sean 2.
Come on.
To me, it's a must-win situation on a course that Tiger knows so well. So that's what's keeping me glued to the TV to watch the British Open.
Must win, I think, is a little bit overboard, but I think it's time. It speaks to this question. When is it time to start giving it to Tiger? They have give me putts. When is it no longer a give me that Tiger Woods is going to take over Jack Nicklaus's record? When you look at the finishes after the Masters where he tied for 4th, this guy has come up well short. I don't know if it's Hank Haney. I don't know if it's the lack of getting some nookie, but I'm starting to doubt this guy is the greatest ever, and I do mind it because I'm not watching, but Tiger Woods just isn't really headline news for me anymore.
Some nookie.
You know what? I think I'm good here. My voice doesn't sound that much different. I'm just cranking out information. I mean, no wonder. I got
nookie. Are you hot taking a little bit by saying Tiger's not the greatest?
We've had 35 conversations back and forth on every show of whether Tiger was done. It's always happened.
But have you had the conversation? He's not the greatest. Because you said I'm starting to doubt he's the greatest.
Is that it for me?
That's it for you.
Yes.
All right. Relatively painless.
We'll go through mine now. Which mine I don't know how much the takes were bad, but I'm not even excited about this. This is a 2009. Back in 2009 I was 19, about to turn 20, and I was like, I'm gonna start a podcast.
You're a fetus.
I was like, I'm gonna start a podcast, and I had no idea where to put it, no idea of anything. And I decided to complain about the Mavericks after they just lost a game to the Blazers. And we hear sometimes on the fan text and on Twitter and everywhere else, they'll talk about how Bobby's so monotone. Dear God, you have not heard monotone until you've heard these clips.
Is there video with this?
No, this was just something I did on audio.
All right.
But this is clip 1, Peyton. This is the most monotone game recap of all time.
It was a big game for Dallas. They trailed for a lot of it. They weren't playing their best basketball. Barea and Dirk had some nice games. Barea went a little ball hog happy in the fourth quarter. That wasn't good, but Dirk was hitting some big shots down the stretch.
Stop.
Stop.
Pause it.
Get this guy some floating.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes.
It's not even Bobby.
It sounds like Micah Parsons.
Dirk is not good anymore.
We done. Are we gonna keep playing it?
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Dirk was hitting some big shots down the stretch, and it was one of those games where you had the feeling like it was gonna come down to a last-second shot, and you just knew Dirk was gonna get it at the top of the key, back his way down, and knock down a game-tying jumper.
I just knew it.
But that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Hang on, let me hear the final ending of that. That's a drop.
That didn't happen.
Knock down a game-tying jumper. But that didn't happen.
But that's it. But that didn't happen.
How's he get his voice like that?
But that didn't happen. But that didn't happen.
So I remember this.
Yes, I love Tom. I'm lightheaded.
I remember this game. This was a game where Jason Terry had screwed up the ending of the game.
Who they play?
They played the Blazers. Jason Terry had messed up the end of the game and got a rebound, or they got a steal or something like that, and they had a 2-on-4 and should have called timeout. 2-on-4, and Jet tried to go down and lay it up. It was awful. They missed the shot. Blazers get the rebound, fouled, game over. So I was furious as a 19-year-old Mavericks fan. So I
can't wait to hear you furious.
This is clip 2.
I can't believe what they're doing now. This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
This is me just ripping Jason Terry for being selfish.
Now, if he has an open layup, go ahead, drive it. But when you have 2-on-4 and Steve Blake, who's reasonably just as fast as you is on you, can keep up with you, you can't just blow by him. And Jet tried and failed. Blake was backtracking and still was able to stay in front of him. Jet's got to be smarter than that. And then for after the game, for him to be like, oh, no, I don't second guess anything. What I did was right. No, what you did was stupid. Dirk takes that shot. You call timeout, you drop the play, you let Dirk back down whoever he's been abusing all night. But Jet didn't want to do that. Jet wanted to go into selfish mode.
I like the anger that came out.
That
sounded like today's Bobby.
It sounded like today's Bobby in terms of complaining about something, but it was still Jet. Jet wanted to go selfish mode. And then this is the last one. They were playing the Grizzlies. You know, we talked yesterday when after the Mavericks lost, how they say they got a victory over their division rival, and we're like, there's no such thing as division rivals. I made a similarly dumb statement in previewing the Grizzlies and the Mavericks.
Mavericks play today. They got Memphis up here at 2:00. Memphis is 13 and 15. One of those wins coming against the Mavericks a couple weeks ago. So Mavericks looking for some revenge today. Dirk, hopefully he's all healed up from his elbow injury. Carl Landry's teeth getting shoved in his mouth. Or in his elbow, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What? Wait, play that last part again. Play the last 5 seconds.
I'll play it for you.
Dirk, hopefully he's all healed up from his elbow injury. Carl Landry's teeth getting shoved in his mouth. Or in his elbow, I'm sorry.
Or in his elbow, I'm sorry.
All right, that's all of mine. We're done with mine now.
All right.
Oh,
Isn't
gosh.
it great relief when
But
you're
yeah,
done?
I love 13 and 15. That my point was like they're looking for revenge today because the Grizzlies beat them 2 weeks ago. All right, let's go to Chop now. This is RJ. RJ, you were.
This is Flashback Friday, the last tapes, the cringiest back in the day audio that Bobby could find of all of our broadcasting careers.
So RJ found a 2006 TCU women's basketball game that he called in San Juan, right?
Yeah, I was trying
to. San Juan.
Now explain how you got here.
So
what?
I was looking for my college tapes like 4 or 5 years earlier. I was at ESPN at the time, and Brian Estridge is the TCU play-by-play guy for the men's football or men's basketball and football. Also the broadcast director over there. They needed someone. The women's play-by-play guy had to do a bowl game or something like that. TCU was in a bowl game, so he does like sidelines for the bowl. He had to do that, so they needed somebody to go to Puerto Rico and call TCU in the San Juan shootout. He calls me that week, like 4 days earlier, and he says, I need someone. Can you do this for me? I'm like, I've never called play-by-play before. I go, absolutely.
You've never called play-by-play?
Never. Free trip to San Juan? Sure. I'm in. Okay. I wanted to just harken back to like the 90s there. So I was like, yeah, I'm in. I'm an old pro. I did play-by-play in college. I lied. Of course I lied.
Wow. That's ballsy.
Oh,
I would have been petrified and said no.
I was. Thank God it was on the internet only, and the internet was so bad at San Juan it never went over the air.
Well, it was like the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
And let's see exactly.
Odyssey app's been good lately. So
it has.
Props.
Let's see how obvious it was that Chop was not a professional broadcaster. Just with the first clip I heard in the broadcast, which was he was trying to talk about the Syracuse basketball player Vida Shupavichetti, and this is clip 1.
Wait. So how old were you?
2006. So I was 26 years old, 27.
Okay.
Here's Choppy clip 1.
Inbounds pass to Ashley Davis. She'll shoot a three from the left wing. No good. Rebound goes to Vida Shupavichetti. We'll call her Vida from now on.
Wait. First off, the voice is very similar.
Is it? Okay, so I thought I had a Kevin Burkhardt thing going where I had an accent back then.
I think it's the just
quality.
the poor quality and
But how about we'll just call her Vida from now on? This is not a Texas Legends bid. This is TCU women's basketball. Let's hear that whole clip from the beginning.
Inbounds pass to Ashley Davis. She'll shoot a three from the left wing. No good. Rebound goes to Vida Shupavichetti. We'll call her Vida from now on, but she's hacked by Mickey Younger.
But Chop likes to joke around.
Yeah, that's a good
and so
joke.
I thought I heard it and I was like, that's probably Chop just messing around. Choppy clip 2, a cut up from the broadcast shows he was not kidding.
No.
And Nicole Michael will get no, check that's not going to be Nicole Michael. They changed the call. Vida is going to get the foul on that one. Starting up on Cynthia Johnson, who will look inside, find Vida, and that one will she'll pass that off to Fantasia Goodwin. Inside pass to Vida. Goodwin inside to Vida, and Vida will make her free throw. Inside pass. Here's Vida, and she'll use the rim to guard herself. Gets that one missed.
I don't think that's ever been done in play-by-play history. I don't think it's ever been done.
Refusing to say her last name.
She misses a layup at the end. Play that at the end of that clip. She misses a layup and Chop goes, defends herself with the rim.
Inside pass to Vida. Goodwin inside to Vida, and Vida will make her free throw. Inside pass. Here's Vida, and she'll use the rim to guard herself. Gets that one missed.
She'll use the rim to guard herself.
You know what, man? That should be changed. Why do we always have to just refer to the last name?
I mean, we say Giannis and stuff like that, but that's Giannis.
You were ahead of the game
Oh,
again.
thank you. I'm ahead of the game on all this play-by-play
Jared
stuff.
Sandler become TCU women's voice too?
No, he didn't.
He didn't take that job?
I don't know who they have now.
So
that's pretty decent.
Choppy
Thank
just
you.
Never doing play-by-play. I think that's pretty good.
I may have done a soccer game before then, but never basketball.
Choppy decided to get into
two
some
irrelevant sports. I'm kidding.
Choppy decided to get into
I'm kidding, Kevin
some
Gray.
analysis. You know, you heard him there say she blocked herself with the rim. Well, let's hear how Choppy decides to break down when someone just misses an open layup.
Up court pass. Here's Hanna Biernatska inside, blows the layup, and rebound by Vida. Good golden opportunity there. I guess she thought she was going to be guarded a little bit more than she was. Kind of put up a little strong.
Yeah, tough miss, RJ. I think she was expecting to have somebody come from behind, and she was wide open. Unfortunately, missed the shot.
Yeah, it's one of those things on the break when you think you're going to see somebody, but you don't.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just when you think you're going to see somebody, you don't. You know.
Who was your color analyst?
Her name was Marcy. I don't remember her last name.
Oh, you'll say it in one of these next two clips. So we got two more really quick that we're going to run through because we got to get to Peyton's. This is number 4. This is Choppy just ripping the hoops, the rims there in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Really? These may be the most generous rims I've ever seen.
They are. These are old school rims.
If you can If you could picture, she makes them both. That's Fantasia good one. It's 8-6 Syracuse. If you could picture your.
Hang on, stop. You are flying through. Is that someone else's name you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through these names because I have no idea how to pronounce it. Fantasia Goodwin, I think, was her name.
Man, go back to that play from there because you are rolling through someone.
These are old school rims.
If you can picture, she makes them both. That's Fantasia good one. It's 8-6 Syracuse. If you could picture your backboard in your backyard, those old plastic backboards that you dunked on too many times as a child, where the front rim kind of like when you hit the front just bounces, it kind of gives way. That's what we'll work with here in San Juan.
So this is the last one where I don't know. I think you may have been drinking. Chuck.
Okay.
This is my inclination.
He didn't dispute this.
He gets the end of this marathon TCU broadcast. He's wrapping up the postgame show. This is cut 6, Peyton, and this is Choppy recapping the end of the game.
TCU with a 21-point win, 74-53 over the Syracuse Orange in beautifully San Juan shootout.
Beautifully.
Can't say it enough. I love this place. I really do. It's been a great couple of days here. But tomorrow night we go on the air at I don't even know what time was on the minute anymore. 5? No, it's 4:45.
4:45.
4:45 Central Time. It's a 7 o'clock start here, so a 5 o'clock tip-off, and Marcy and I will be back with you guys.
Wow.
I don't
because I have I
don't even know what time zone I'm in anymore.
In San Juan, you're not on Eastern time. You're on Atlantic, so you're an hour ahead of Miami.
Oh yeah.
So it's 2 hours from here.
It was throwing you.
Tomorrow night we go on the air at. I don't even know what time was on the minute anymore.
So that's good.
You're probably right. I was because I got $30 cash every day as the per diem, and I didn't basically eat the entire time. I just pocketed that and went to the casino. That's what I did.
So now we get to Peyton Russell, 2017 UNT TV, and this is going to be great because in 2 of these clips we have Eric Chiafalo joining him on set.
Okay.
And so Peyton, we're not gonna play the first one. That one's too long. But Ryan and Peyton, we're gonna go to Peyton 2 first. This is Chiafalo setting things up.
And this is at UNT?
This has video up here. This is Chiafalo setting up the opening and asking guys how they enjoyed opening day, and nobody can really hear what Peyton is saying.
Welcome back inside the North Texas studios. We are back at the desk to discuss some Rangers baseball. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside Peyton Russell and Brady Pointer. Gentlemen, how was your opening day? Did you get to go to the ballpark or anything? Enjoy some hot dogs?
I was at the ballpark.
Oh, were you really?
I was. I got to cover the game for KNTU, so I was up in the press box. No free food.
Really?
Popcorn and water was what I was limited to.
Oh, that is shameful.
But that's all right. I had lots of popcorn for dinner, and it was fun.
All right, very good, very good.
That's popcorn for dinner.
So let me explain real quick. So how these are set up, the show, it's you have 4 15-minute blocks. So you have one host, 2 analysts for each block. So during commercial break, you have to switch. 2 people have to leave, 2 people have to come into the studio. So people are told don't turn off your mics because they don't have time to do mic tests and stuff like that until the segment starts. And so I just put on my mic, clip it to my belt, put the mic up, and I think I'm ready to go. And then I start talking, and the producer runs in the studios waving her arms in the air, your mic, and I'm trying to look at Eric, trying to look at the other hosts talking. I'm what am I doing wrong? Because I can't tell that my mic is off.
Eric, you can see in the video, as soon as Peyton starts talking, Eric looks down at him what the hell is wrong with your microphone? Why do I not hear you?
Eric looks the exact same.
Oh, yeah.
He has not changed.
Not a bit.
Of course, it was 3 years ago.
This is 6, but yeah. So this is Peyton clip 3. Peyton was talking about some of the players that he was really excited about with the Rangers. He was really excited about Jose Leclerc and another guy that we're not totally sure of.
Well, a couple names I have in mind is first Jose Leclerc. He's a young pitcher out of the bullpen. I've liked him really since day one in spring training. He's come out there. He came out there, retired all 6 of his batters that he faced last night. He's a guy that I feel like he can be our 7th and 8th inning man coming into the season. I really like him. The other one would be I don't forget the name.
Oh, all right.
And Cheech just goes, that's okay, bro.
That's okay.
Yeah, the video of his face when he goes, go back to that, and then watch Chiafalo. If you're on the fan cam, Twitter, or YouTube, watch how nice and sweet Eric is.
Yeah, he's like, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay, fine.
The other one would be I don't forget the name.
Oh, all right.
Sorry,
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
No problem.
I had all those notes in front of me and couldn't find his name.
I forgot the name.
Sorry, Eric.
So this is the one that I think we've been most excited to play, the final clip. And this is, Eric is not involved in this broadcast, but Peyton was asked to talk about tennis. Are you a big tennis guy, Peyton?
Not at all, but I remember this being thrown into this in the email.
Oh, okay, that's good. Sean, you were a big tennis guy, right?
Yeah.
Now, just as we asked TJ, Sean, what would you say your ethnic background is?
Jeez. My dad is from India.
Okay.
And my mom is a little bit of German, but pretty much white.
I think this will
Pretty
be
much white.
I think this Peyton clip 4 will be very relevant to Sean Sharif's life experience then.
Now we're going to switch gears and move on to tennis. They also have some new players now. We know tennis is known for foreigners. We have someone coming in from India and we have someone coming in from Denmark. How do you think that's going to play? They're both decorated.
Hang on, stop.
They have decorated.
What year was this?
2017. No, don't worry. Peyton, I think, that was a little politically incorrect. Tennis is known for foreigners.
We got in trouble for this too by calling them foreigners.
After Pete Sampras, after Andre Agassi.
But you know what? We all know Peyton's a good guy. Peyton, I think, when it comes to Peyton, just like how Molly Kiram had to apologize the other day and say, hey, this was incorrect by Kendrick Perkins, Peyton is going to step up to the table and correct what she just said. Go ahead.
How do you think that's going to play? They're both decorated. They have decorated backgrounds. What do you think that's going to do for us?
I mean, it really betters them for the future. Like you said, this is a young team. This is a team that, wasn't expected to do as well as they can. They've had a lot of great matches during the season. They've fallen short.
A lot of tough competition.
Yeah, they have.
Definitely.
They're playing Big 10 schools, Big 12 schools, stuff like that. But it betters them for the future. And you see, you touched on it, how a lot of foreigners come in and stuff. But you see that around the D1 level a lot. A lot of schools in Division I gather the foreigners, go and recruit them, and the success has been there.
They just gather all the foreigners up.
They gather the foreigners up. They round them up. God,
we got all of them.
They gather the foreigners. They just gather them up.
Hasn't that? I feel like that's been a political criticism in recent years. Gather the foreigners.
Gather the foreigners.
Drop them off. Drop them off at some Democrat's house.
Oh my gosh!
Political Sharif.
That's what it was right there. So y'all got in trouble at that?
I can't believe that was said. Oh my.
Yes, yeah, because they were like, okay, let's not say they're foreigners. Let's call them by their names and their countries.
Oh my Lord!
Oh man. I don't think you can say that anymore.
Oh my gosh!
Unless they come from the other 49.
So that does it. I mean, there was one more Peyton, but it's like a minute and a half.
Play it.
Okay, so this one I just want to play more because I'm on Peyton's side. This is Peyton rambling for a long time about the Dallas Stars. Okay, so this is Peyton clip 1. But I want to give him credit for it. He rambles so long that this other guy on the other side of the table that I joke about with Peyton all the time, this guy's name is Joey. And this Joey guy, I did not like him one bit because he got impatient with Peyton's rambling. And he just literally in the middle of it basically goes like, all right, you're done. Shut up. Now it's time for my stars. And basically just like shuts him down. And you can see on Peyton's face when he gets interrupted, he's like, and just drops down. So this is Peyton talking about the Stars with Chiafalo.
What went wrong for these guys? Well, I mean, where do I begin? I mean, there was a bunch of stuff that you could point out here. Was it the coaching, with Lindy Ruff? Was it, injuries? Injuries were a huge part, I think. You had Tyler Sagan, Patrick Sharpe, Alice Hemsky, as we mentioned earlier, he missed a big chunk of the season. But I really take it as the Stars this year, they always seem to be playing behind. And Joey, maybe you could agree with this or not, but it seemed like they were always behind, not just in the game, but in standings as well. It always seemed like, because last year, they were always at front. They kind of made their statement early on. They were the top team. It was kind of the Stars, everyone else. This year, it was really everyone else, the Stars. They're chasing them. The Stars, they would, it seemed like, oh, we're 3-4 points in with a few months left. We got this. We can go on a run. And then it turned up to backfire. They're chasing Calgary and St. Louis and stuff. And
you know what? Here's what I think. I'm gonna get a little prop right now out of my little. If I can get out. It's a poker chip. Okay. The Stars went all in this year. Okay, but they had nothing.
This is all they had.
The rest of the NHL had a royal flush and they were bluffing.
Hey!
Wow.
That's impressive.
I know. I hate the poker chip. I am pro
That's
Peyton
like me
Russell.
on NBC5. I was trying to bring a prop.
There are two.
And Peyton, those are good points until you lost it towards the end.
Because I didn't know stars back then, and so they were like, "Hey, can you talk stars?" Because everyone wanted to jump on the football and basketball segments. I was like, "Okay, I think this was my first semester on the show, and I was like, I just want to block. Just give me 15 minutes. Yeah, I'll do stars."
And that kid wasn't too rude.
No, I have. I've watched other segments where Peyton's got interrupted by this guy, and I am my S list in media right now is Dan Orlovsky and UNT Joey, UNT Sports Zone's Joey.
Where is Joey now?
Exactly. Where is Joey? Is he here? No, he's not. Maybe you should have shut the hell up and let Peyton finish his point. We didn't need your stupid damn poker chip, which Chiafalo kind of subtly mocks or goes, "Oh, is this all they had?" Like just a little bit like, what dumb prop are you? You couldn't even get your prop out. You should have had your prop ready. Didn't have you. Hold up, gotta reach into my jacket. You interrupted Peyton for that. Screw you.
Gather the foreigners.
Just gather the foreigners, Peyton. That's exactly what you got to do.
8-7. Good job, Bobby. That was fantastic. Peyton and Ryan with the editing, the video coordination. How did you even have tape? How did you find your tape?
So I was looking for. I have a cassette tape of my first ever on-air thing from let's see, it was the Team in Knoxville. That was our radio station, but I can't find it. I don't know what happened to it. So I was going through like old stuff and I found this CD. Remember those?
It was on a CD.
And it said TCU basketball versus Syracuse. I was like, ooh, I think I know what this is. Oh,
man.
And I said, here it is. This is the best I can find, Bobby.
I'm amazed it was good stuff. I'm amazed you could find it because you couldn't even remember what time zone you were in. I'm surprised you remembered 16, 17 years ago.
I mean, Bobby's because he's the youngest is the worst, obviously.
It's terrible.
I mean, any one of us, if you're sitting there at 18, 19 recording it, that would be miserable. But Bobby came along with the internet
Hurting
age.
his elbow. I'm sorry.
Don't ever play that again. If you're going to play that again, we need to be playing Aaron Andrews that St. Andrews.
Hey, stop. Let's hook up the Tolos for putting up with us through all this.
All right, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Weezer along with special guest Modest Mouse at Toyota Music Factory on June 6th. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. I really don't know where to go from here. We got about 3 minutes. And I think we need to just keep it funny rather than go to anything serious with the sports stuff. I have Christmas Body, Jada, Chris Rock, Mr. Beast. You've been wanting to go on that rant. Bobby wanted to talk about Chinese men's lingerie.
Oh.
The Foreigner. We can keep it foreign. So where do you want to take it? WWE gambling?
I think that's an interesting topic that might need to be more than just 2 minutes. I don't know. Chop, you want the Chinese lingerie or the dead body from Christmas?
I love Chinese lingerie.
Okay, so this is from Insider.com. China has banned women from modeling lingerie on online shopping live streams.
China.
So men are doing it instead. I respect a good loophole. You found the loophole and you jumped right through it. And you said, we're still going to model these things. If the women can't do it, the men will. So China's live stream shopping scene is a booming industry that's projected to be worth $700 billion by this year. The industry is said to account for 10% of the country's e-commerce revenue. But recently they put into place this ban that women are not allowed to wear lingerie on these live streams, and that it's like how on Twitch that if I were to lift up my shirt right now on Twitch, we'd get banned because you can't show nipple, even guy nipple on the Twitch stream. They'll kick you off the stream.
Really?
Yes, they will.
Oh, man.
And so
could a woman wear a bikini?
I don't know.
The Twitch stream?
I'm not sure. China though, they tend to be a little heavier handed than us. So the fact that they're banning lingerie, but they've figured it out. They found out, all right, if we can't have women do it, we still got to model these clothes for the women. And so as you can see there, they've got the gentleman modeling it for him. But I respect whoever was like, this does not stop us. Adapt or die.
Yeah.
Adapt
or die. That's right.
You need to innovate. You need to come up with, don't bring me problems, bring me solutions. And that's exactly what they did.
This is disappointing. I mean, you should be able to model lingerie, and I'm really upset with Twitch. How could you ban the nipple? The nipple was one of the first photos I ever sent Sarah.
Test it. You should try it. No, don't do it. No, that's why they had to stop doing the no shirt 9 o'clock. the live stream was getting
Really?
kicked off. Yeah, well, I think that's partially it. Also, I just don't think they would have taken their shirts off.
Was
in the
that
studio
one of
all
your
the time.
first photos?
It was a hard nipple. It was a hard nipple. It was poking through my shirt, and I just sent a photo of my nipple poking through my shirt.
Oh, so it was through the shirt.
Yeah, but then I had to take a photo of the nipple,
the real thing,
the real nipple. So
All
she wanted to see some skin.
All right, 877-881-1053, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. RJ Choppy, finally, unless news breaks.
Is this take 7?
Yeah, this is take 7. This is like Madden. This is our Madden delay.
Mulligan.
RJ Choppy is finally going to tell you why there's no excuse for the Cowboys not to be in the Super Bowl next.
But let's get you over to Diamonds Direct. You know, they stand behind their product more than any other company out.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Bobby fist pumping on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharpe, RJ Choppy, Roberto Belt, Peyton and Ryan with you on this Friday, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And I didn't even check Twitter during the break because I wanted to make sure there was no interruption for RJ explaining why there is zero excuse. Finally, we get to the Dallas Cowboys making it to the Super Bowl.
Oh, finally. Finally, I get to see this. Finally. Well, there is zero excuse for the Cowboys to make it to the Super Bowl this year, Sean. Zero excuse. And do you know why? Do you know why?
I do know why, because we've teased it and, supposed to have been doing the topic 5 times already.
True.
I do
That's
know
true.
why.
Okay. Well, the reason is the quarterbacking in the conference. I'm going to give you, first off, I'm going to give you the odds to win the NFC from BetMGM.
All right.
Number 1, at plus 325, San Francisco.
San Francisco is the favorite over Philadelphia?
At BetMGM.
Okay, I have from sportsbetting.ag, I have Philly at 7-2, San Fran at 4-1.
Okay.
Will you even admit that seems crazy? Jalen Hurts hater, 49er lover.
So
how's San Fran the favorite?
Well, first off, San Francisco has always been a betting darling.
Yeah.
But the other aspect here is you've got you've got basically 8 of the 13 or 14 rotational players on defense with Philadelphia that are out of contract. And while San Francisco does have questions at quarterback right now, they've shown an ability to make deep runs in the playoffs with questions about their quarterback. So I'm guessing they're just not getting dinged as hard for that, and there's more questions about whether Philly can return their defense.
Do they also knock you, since it would be a back-to-back for Philly?
Maybe.
Do they?
Yeah. I mean, they might. They're looking at odds. And what are the odds that you go back to a Super Bowl? Historically, the Super Bowl loser struggles the following year.
What are the odds you win the NFC East a second year in a row? That hasn't happened.
Right.
18 years.
Yeah.
Okay, but who would everyone install as the NFC favorite today?
I mean, probably Philly.
Philly. Slightly over San Francisco.
So, but I mean, they're so close. Like at Caesars, it's San Fran plus 320, Philly at plus 340.
Okay.
So BetMGM 325 for San Fran, Philly 350. And the Cowboys are third at plus 750. Number 4 is Detroit at plus 1,000, so 10-1.
In the conference?
In the conference.
Wow.
And then it's followed by New Orleans at plus 1,400.
Nolans.
And then Minnesota at 1,600 with the Giants.
It's about to drop even lower when they let go of superstar Adam Thielen.
So the barrier, the wall, the competition is not there. This is not the AFC. The AFC, you've got to go through Patrick Mahomes. A quarterback might have to face Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen in 3 straight games to make the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. At best, Dak Prescott's going to have to face Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy, and Jalen Hurts.
This is crazy. This is going to be one of the biggest things when we look back at our time here, radio time together. If they don't make it to a Super Bowl, forget about winning. If they don't make it, we will have looked back at this weakness. The NFC, they couldn't even take advantage of the NFC East. And right now, what the NFC is with these teams and a quarterback, this is as bad as I could ever remember. On either side. Jalen Hurts, still some questions about him throwing it. No one in San Fran. Jared Goff, about to be Jordan Love. We'll get to Stafford in a second. Cousins, Derek Carr, Daniel Jones. That's it. That's your top 7-8.
Yeah, now listen, you could reasonably make the argument that Dak is the best quarterback. You could also reasonably make the argument that all those guys are the same. Carr, Cousins, Dak, Goff, they're all the same guy. Neither one of them, none of them can necessarily win you a Super Bowl on their own. They're all good enough. I think all those quarterbacks are good enough to make the Super Bowl with the right situation.
Once Rodgers gets traded or retires, whatever, once he's gone from Green Bay, is this, because I'm just trying to run through my head, make sure there's no old timer who might be sitting there. Is this the first time that any of you can remember that a entire conference didn't have a Hall of Fame quarterback in it?
Who's the closest to the Hall of Fame in the NFC at the quarterback position? If you getting rid of Rodgers.
Dan Orlovsky would say it's Matt Stafford. He is a Hall of Famer as soon as he won the Super Bowl.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
But he's probably closest.
He's closest in the sense that the most complete picture. Now, there's obviously a lot still left to project on Jalen Hurts. There's obviously a lot to project on guys that you have to then look at and say, okay, well, how are they going to finish their career? They could still change the narrative.
Wow.
Stafford having the most complete picture is the closest, but I think by the end of Stafford's career versus the end of, I don't care what y'all say, the end of Dak's career, people are going to view Dak as better than Stafford.
Well, look, I mean, at the very least, the conference championship game is a must, in my opinion, right now. Like, at the very least, you've got one of probably the two best quarterbacks of the division or the conference, or three. Depending on what you think of, in any order, Dak, Hurts, Goff, and Cousins. Like, there's your top four, right? Carr.
Wide open, but I feel like we say this every year and they F it up. They screw it up. Super Bowl odds overall I have from sportsbetting.ag after the Carr trade. By the way, the Saints went from 40-1 to 25-1 to win it. In the conference, they went from 20-1 to 14-1. So let's go back and forth. The favorite to win it all, as of today,
Kansas City.
It is Kansas City. Number 2,
Cincinnati.
I'll say Philly.
It is Philly. Number 3,
Cincinnati.
They're tied with two other teams.
San Francisco and Buffalo.
Yes. Then, by the way, all those teams are 9-1.
Okay, so that's 5 teams there. Then Dallas.
Tied with someone else.
Chargers.
Not the Chargers.
AFC?
Yes. You kind of gave it away the other day.
Miami?
No.
Gave it away the other day. Oh, Jets.
The Jets and the Cowboys are tied.
Yeah.
As of this morning, 18-1.
There is a look now.
We're missing something.
The Jets have it. Here's what we're missing. The Jets have an inordinate amount of Jet fans in the national media. It's wild how many Jet fans are in the national media.
Greenberg.
Just go down the list. I mean, half of First Take is Tannenbaum, Rex, Bart Scott, Greenberg. I mean, the entire Get Up show is a Jet.
How could you grow up that root for those losers? Good Lord.
You know what it is? It's poor parenting. Your parent, your dad, mom, or grandpa, they've got to lead you in a better direction.
So the Cowboys and the Jets are tied at 18-1. Detroit 20-1. Jacksonville and the Chargers both 22-1. Baltimore 25-1. Worst odds, the teams that Vegas
Arizona
says, and
Houston.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both.
Did you say you see where my Lions are on that thing?
Yeah, 20-1.
20-1.
Jacksonville's value 22-1.
Yes, that is good value. They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to win the division. Like the amount of teams that have to say, like, the if not now, then when. Like, if Derek Carr is not going to win a division, like this is the year he's going to win a division. The Cowboys, if you're not going to make the NFC title game now, you'll never make it. The Lions, if you don't win the NFC North to get a home game, you ain't never going to win it. I mean, that is wide open.
Do you have, because I know sometimes you have it on there, do you have the history of the odds to see? Because I'm curious, has Baltimore moved?
I don't have the history.
Okay. I wonder if Baltimore 25-1, I wonder, is that 25-1 because of just how they're evaluated completely, or is that evaluated like that because Vegas thinks they might not have Lamar Jackson?
All right. Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, was on with us earlier in the week. He made a little announcement on Pat McAfee's show about a quarterback who is apparently available.
Oh, Matt Stafford's fully available. For Matt Stafford, they would love to trade. They can't do it because he's got $57 million guaranteed.
Hold on, though.
There's a lot of
Do we know he's playing? Do we know he's playing? We're 100% sure he's playing.
Well, he says he is playing, but but Pat, his contract, he's got 26 million of an option bonus on the third day of the league year, and he's got 31 million in paragraph 5 on the third day of the league year. All of that is guaranteed. Ooh. When I say guaranteed, that's for skill and injury. So it doesn't matter if you can't play or not.
Out of Detroit to LA with this contract. Win a Super Bowl.
They just
You're in commercials. What a dream for Stafford to do this.
He's got $57 million coming to him no matter what. The Rams, what are they going to do? They're trying to get out from it. So I don't really want to hear the bullshit that, we're not trying to trade him. Yes, you are. You've called teams. I know this. I know this. And so, I don't really care what they say. They all lie about it. I lied about it.
So the Rams parted ways with Bobby Wagner, and then their GM Les Snead was asked about all this yesterday. He said they've taken trade calls on 9 players. He wouldn't say which ones, but he said Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Donald are guys that will stay to build around. Did not mention Jalen Ramsey in that mix. So Les Snead, the GM, is saying Stafford, not available, Kupp, not available, Donald, not available. Michael Lombardi says, I know for a fact that they've made calls about moving Stafford.
Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Throw you under the bus. Mr. I am in charge, not the quarterback.
Sean Mack truck.
1 year. 1 year after he wins a Super Bowl, they're going to try to dump this poor guy off on someone else. What a fraud. What a fraud Sean McVay is. That's what he wants. He wants to run the show. He's going to cut someone out of his life so fast. He's more cold-blooded than Tiger.
Well, he can't want Baker.
I can't imagine.
Matt Stafford sounds like, well, before I say that, Bobby, this is a guy that you used to work for through a bunch of different connections. Did you see the best quarterbacks in the NFC list? Colin Cowherd?
I was out this day, right? I was sick.
No, we haven't touched on it yet. This just came out the other day.
Oh, okay. Because I remember there was one a couple of weeks ago that I was sick that day.
This was 2 days ago. Colin Cowherd ranked the top NFC quarterbacks. Would you like to guess them?
Okay.
Number 1.
NFC. He'll go with. Is Stafford on this list?
Yes, he is.
All right. I'll say he put Stafford number 1.
Ring him up. Number 2.
Wait, why did you think he would put Stafford 1?
Because I think he loves Stafford and I mean, look, he's got skill. There's talent there.
But his arm might be dead,
right,
broken, retired.
I don't think Colin pays attention to that.
Okay.
2, Hurts.
Yep.
3, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
You looked at this.
I did look at this. I just know Colin. He loves Goff, so do I.
4.
4's got to be Dak.
No.
Daniel Jones?
No.
Gino?
Nope.
Brock Purdy?
Nope.
Okay. NFC, Kyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 5, Dak. 6, Carr. 7, Cousins. 8, Gino. There's no reason, honestly, even though we all laugh at it, there's no reason not to have Daniel Jones in the top 8 in the NFC.
I mean, he had a good QBR last
year. Who are you taking out?
I would take out Carr right now. I'd probably take out Gino.
You take Daniel Jones over Derek Carr?
Oh, God, no. Just
get him, RJ.
No,
I mean, in a vacuum,
Derek Carr has never had, he's never had a defense higher than 19th.
Yeah, back in the day, I was a big Derek Carr defender. I've always thought Derek Carr was better than most people have said he was. Yeah. He fell off a cliff last year. He was bad last year.
He was not good. I wonder how much of that was the connection with the new system.
It's possible, but man, when you're however old he is, 30 or whatever, when you're a quarterback and you're supposed to be one of the top quarterbacks in the game or just even one of the above average quarterbacks, that's what they value in your mental processing and stuff. It should not be that aggressive a fall off.
And you take Daniel Jones over Gino?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But come on, this Stafford thing it's a troll. This guy I used to respect coming up through broadcasting. I despise his success. Write it up, BSM. I know you're getting ready to quote me on all this. This guy's such a fraud. He used to be unique and interesting and creative. He's a freaking troll, and he's an arrogant troll too. I can't stand this guy. I hate him more than Greenberg now. Quote me on it. I don't care.
Whoa.
Yeah, I can't stand Colin Cowherd.
Yeah, make sure to use those Twitter tags,
fake.
BSM.
What a snob. Twitter tag it. I don't care. I hate that he's making $6 million a year for this garbage. Matt Stafford is number 1. Good Lord. And then he'd fallen into what everyone else to put Dak number 5 on the list. So there it is. We finally did it. The Cowboys have no excuse not to be in the Super Bowl. All right, Kyrie Irving went off. Why? Where? How? When? sports gambling, fans running their mouth, Ja Morant situation, Kyrie unplugged after this. But first, let me get you DFW security.
lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Here comes Fox right down the middle, and he puts that one top shelf on Comrie for the 8th goal for the Stars.
I will say, the Sabres play-by-play guy, he was even keel throughout this whole thing. He didn't get really excited like he was watching something magnificent with the Stars, scoring 10 goals, beating down Buffalo 10-4, tying the franchise single-game record. He wasn't too upset, and he didn't get excited. So that was the call on Sabres TV. 9 different players scoring for your Dallas Stars. Wow.
That's incredible. That's an incredible stat. 9 guys scoring, no hat tricks. Usually you think if you're going to score 10 goals in the game, one guy's just going to go off, and it didn't happen. But what an offensive performance.
Good news on Luka Doncic. The MRI didn't show any damage. So Woj reports as soon as the pain goes down, Luka should be back for the Mavericks. Kevin Durant out 2 to 3 weeks for the Phoenix Suns. Sean Kemp released from jail and not facing charges in this supposed drive-by after his attorney said Sean got his car broken into. They took stuff out of it, including his cell phone. Well, Sean Kemp, apparently, this is according to his side, used the cell phone tracker to follow and find them in a mall parking lot. Once they saw Sean Kemp approaching, they apparently fired shots at him. Sean Kemp returned fire, so therefore you're defending yourself, and it appears like the local authorities are agreeing.
I know. It looks like that.
There's some misreporting on this story.
Isn't there? But that's the thing. You hear gun, you hear player, and people want to go to the worst possible instead of, the reality, which is, maybe this was not his fault. Or maybe this was self-defense or anything.
Fred VanVleet fined $30K for.
That's it?
$30K for destroy. I agree with you. It seems light.
Seems very light.
Eviscerating this NBA referee and refs in general. Went after the league. So $30,000 for Fred VanVleet. Yesterday, this came out in the final hour of the show. Kyrie Irving. Bobby, were you able to track down where this came from, when he did it, how recent, how old?
It was his Twitch, and based off of what people are saying, now there's no way to tell because Kyrie doesn't archive his Twitch videos. So they're one shots. When they're live, they're gone. And so unless you don't have an archive that you can go back to and go, oh, look, he was broadcasting here it is. But based off of what people were saying yesterday, the people who were sharing the clips, this was a Twitch stream that he did on Wednesday.
All right, so first clip here, Pepe, is Kyrie talking about fans.
For 3 hours and you think you know who I am. You see a few posts. Oh, Kai's woke. Kai got it. Oh, Kai is, oh my goodness, he just doesn't fit into the mold of all of the other people. And then, man, he's different. He's crazy. He's arrogant. He's this. He's that. He's this. All from seeing me from 3 hours. You get all that. Kai, what's Kai gonna do this summer? Does Kai like Dallas? What happened in Brooklyn? What happened in Boston? What happened in Cleveland? Why did you leave LeBron? Why did you leave Jason? Why did you leave Katie? Why did you leave all these people? For 3 hours. Get to ask all these legitimate questions. As if 21 hours every day wasn't happening after that. Me. You would think that I'm the cancer in the locker room, as if basketball is an individual sport that one person is supposed to take blame for. It's 15 guys on the team, and I'm the one cancer in the room. That's what it's portrayed as. That's what you guys get. That's what they have fun doing. That's why these older, bitter gentlemen and women keep my name in their mouths every day.
Ooh.
This would make me feel a lot better if he was like answering a question versus just, let's set up the phone, hit record, and start ranting when there didn't seem to be any catalyst for this. It's like, okay, that makes me wonder if you actually do want the media to be quiet. Do you want the noise to be silenced? Are you okay with a market where it's not the limelight and you're not on the first fake shows nonstop? But if I know that he was answering a question, that would make me feel a little bit better about this. But I wonder deep down, does Kyrie want to be in a mega market? And does he view Dallas-Fort Worth? I think a lot of NBA players view DFW as not that.
Oh, they view it as a small town.
Yeah.
Paul George and Zion talked about how much they loved it. Favorite road city in the NBA, baby.
Well,
there's a difference between being a favorite road city and wanting to live there.
And being here.
Like, there are people who love...
And that's two players that you can cite that have said anything about Dallas in the last
Screw
20
anyone
years.
who doesn't want to live in Dallas.
Oh,
it's lovely.
Like, I love visiting Vegas. I would not want to live there.
Yeah, I hate visiting New York, and I'd never want to visit New York. I could go to New York for a weekend, but
Yeah,
never
I can do
wanna
New York on a weekend.
Live there.
I can do a week. I can do a week in L.A. I don't want to live in California. I don't want to live in L.A. I want to live in America here in Texas.
So the smallest NBA market, do you know what the smallest NBA market is in terms of TV audience offhand?
Sacramento?
No. Memphis, which is a little surprising to me.
That is surprising.
But Memphis, so what, you think maybe like a Memphis? Boy, that would be interesting. You get Kyrie and Ja in the same locker room.
Kyrie touched on the Ja Morant situation.
Y'all saw what's going on. Yeah, come on, man. We don't even have to go into Twelski. We don't even have to go into that. We don't have to go into that because Twelski's not the only person that's dealt with real life circumstances. He's not the only one. And he won't be the only one. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm going to stand and make sure that I'm there for my family and my friends. We all make mistakes. We all do things that we regret. But somehow when you're a celebrity and you're famous, you're underneath different rules.
Yeah.
I mean, you are,
Kai.
right or wrong, you are. There are different rules. And it's unfortunate. It's unfair.
He hates. I wonder who hates the media more between. I think he hates the media more than Durant does.
So he doesn't believe. My impression is he doesn't believe that anybody has a right to know anything about him. I think that's what he believes.
Seems like it, yeah.
And like, you know, is the media intrusive? Yes. Do the fans have a right to know about a player? Not really. They really don't. You know, if they don't, if the players don't have a right to know about you, then
no one cares about that. I mean, the other side of it is whatever. We care enough. We want to know about you to buy your shoes. We want to know about you to watch your movie. We want to know about you to buy your jersey, to put all that money in your pocket. Of course, it's intrusive. It's part of the game. I don't want to hear any crying. Shut up. Not you. Shut up.
I know.
It's part of it. Get off social media then. Like, what are you back and forth monitoring? I think a small part of him likes it. I really do. Kevin Durant, I think, consumes it a lot more. But I think Kyrie just detests the media. And I get it. I understand why. Turns out he also can't stand what sports gambling has done to his NBA.
You know, gambling and sports betting has completely taken the purity away and the fun away from the game at times. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. So, like, work is work, but the support around it can be very distracting. You know what I mean? There's a difference between being a diehard fan and supporting your team and loving your team versus somebody that's betting on a parlay or somebody that wants to hit. And don't get me wrong, I don't want anybody wasting their money on me. But god dang, this whole community of gamblers that's come into the game of basketball, y'all tell me what y'all think. Want to gamble? Why don't you gamble on something that makes sense to you? And if you gamble on me, I'm not going to tell you whether it's a good gamble or a bad gamble. I'm just saying, you gambling, you gonna win or lose. But that doesn't mean sliding into people's DMs or wishing bad on them or doing the extra shit that goes on, man. That, it blows my mind sometimes. You feel me?
Look, you're never gonna get me to say anything bad about gambling. That's just not gonna happen. It is the most, I don't want to say it's the easiest way to win money, but it's the most predictable. It's the one that requires the least amount of luck. Poker, you know, as well. But, you know, this is not, these aren't people that are ruining the game. Gamblers aren't ruining the sport. They're helping the sport. Well, the NFL is not where the NFL is without gambling.
Well, what he makes me wonder is the sports fan. How has gambling changed the sports fan? I can't really speak to it. I don't gamble anymore on any games.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Kyrie, what he's saying, I'm guessing, is someone just rooting for the parlay to hit versus rooting for the Brooklyn Nets or the Dallas Mavericks. I'm rooting for the over-under. And how would he know or hear all that? I guess through like his DMs or people tweeting him.
That's what it made it sound like.
Right? Because in the stands, I don't think people are like, I got you 34.5, man. I need you in the over with it. Maybe he does hear that. I mean, I don't know. And I agree with him. You know, these people who cuss out running backs because they go down at the 1 yard line or out of bounds, like, get a life. Like, don't be a loser. But I'm just curious how the sports fan has changed at games or just in general because of gambling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like it changes much in game, not any more than fantasy would.
Would you rather me go off on you for missing the last shot or go off on you because the under hit? Like, I'm trying to just separate the two.
Or would you have, would you rather have those, or would you have everybody go off on you because you tweeted a video that then got you? Like, you have much bigger issues that have disrupted the game for you, Kyrie, than betting. Like I don't think, like, when you look at the biggest waves that have been made in your career and slowing you down in the pursuit of what you want to do, gambling is not anywhere on the list.
All right, Chop. It seems like you've been itching to talk a little bit about golf with what's going on this weekend.
Yeah, well, or what's not going on this weekend. I'll tell you what's going on this weekend, though, is the Players' Championship. It started yesterday. It's at the TPC Sawgrass in just outside of your favorite city, Bobby. Just outside of Jacksonville.
Oh, that hellhole.
Yeah, it's in Ponte Vedra. Great spot. It is one of the most beautiful places in America.
I can smell the sewage from here.
Outside of the downtown. But this is, they call this the fifth major, Sean, right? So this is like, you got the four, the Masters.
Why does this have the best field and it's not a major? I've always wondered that.
Well, because the other championships, like the Masters, only has 96 players in it, or 94. This is going to have everybody in the top 125 plays in this.
Okay, so just more participants.
It's got more participants. So this field and then the PGA Championship is generally the other best field too. This is an amazing tournament, and this is absolutely doing nothing for me. This is the first weekend that I have truly felt live golf, that I have truly felt the impact that the live golf tour has had on the PGA Tour, because there is no Brooks Koepka. Cam Smith is the defending champ. He's not allowed to play in this. There is no Dustin Johnson. There is no Phil. There is no Joaquin Neiman. There is no Harold Varner III. There is no Ian Poulter. There is no Bryson. You got Patrick Reed. This is the first weekend that I really, really have felt this. And just go look at the leaderboard. After day one, Chad Ramey, Ben Griffin, not the Ben Griffin is also Florida Field. Victor Hovland, name. Colin Morikawa, name. Justin Suh, Jason Day. That's your top 10. Scotty Scheffler's there. Okay, cool. He's 4 off the pace. Justin Rose has been. Jordan Spieth's there. That's like, man, they have ruined it. And I don't blame Liv, and I don't blame the other players. The PGA Tour, Liv, all these guys together. Now, I get it. Okay, if you go play for somebody else, you can't go back and play here. You can't play on both at the same time. I understand that. If we went and worked for did a show at another radio station in town, we couldn't come back and do a show here. Right? I get that. But,
What if we lied and said we weren't going to go anywhere else?
Well, you could lie about it.
We were going there the whole time.
Right, absolutely. You could do that. But I do think there are certain, I don't care about the Canadian Open. I don't care about the Genesis. I do care about this one. This is a big-time tournament. And to me, this is a tournament where this is beyond just the PGA Tour versus Liv. I know this is the PGA Tour's major. This is the biggest tournament on the PGA Tour calendar that the PGA Tour puts on. They don't put on any of the majors.
So you're more interested in Liv Tyler than Liv Golf, right?
Yes, it's a good. Wow.
How much are the Cowboys? Okay, let's go.
That's one. That's just one.
How much are the Dallas Cowboys going to recruit in free agency? What perfect timing. Below the belt is next.
Let's get you over to A.
Fan is proud to support the 2023 Tex Gala presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort. Walk the red carpet, have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/Tex Gala.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
How's it going?
Ducky. Just ducky.
See how much my delivery, my energy has improved from being 19 years old, talking about losing a game to the Blazers.
I think it's improved since Tuesday, tremendously.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I tried.
Hurting his elbow. I'm sorry.
Okay, stop that. Please don't ever play that again. We're gonna clip your Foreigners clip, Peyton, and send it all over social media.
Oh, well, don't do that.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be on G-Bag today. You know, we talk a lot with NFL free agency coming up here. We talk a lot, or I know fans have brought up before the fact that why don't more Cowboys players recruit? When Dez Bryant the other day was, you know, hanging out with DeAndre Hopkins, and then he's tweeting at Jalen Ramsey. I saw a lot of replies that were saying Dez recruits for the Cowboys harder than the Cowboys players do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not true. I'm not saying that Dez doesn't, you know, do his best recruiting job trying to send people to the Cowboys, but the Cowboys players recruit. I promise you. There are limitations on, obviously, how they can publicly recruit.
Players?
Yes.
Can't players just do whatever they want? Players can't collude.
No, players cannot. Like, you are still, it's, for instance, I can't do anything. Brian can't do anything to influence the Cowboys, right? We could not say yesterday on the draft show, because we're on DallasCowboys.com, we could not say DeAndre Hopkins' name by name when talking about acquiring him. You can't talk about Earl. Back in the day, they couldn't talk about Earl Thomas like that. They just couldn't reference him as somebody to acquire when he was under contract. Same thing applies to some of these players. And so there was a really interesting article.
But hang on a second. Don't all these players sit there and tweet, "Come to Dallas, man"?
That's the thing, is that the openness, the directness of it, what it may be, because when you're talking about an official team capacity and you're talking about acquiring somebody, it can be different. Jeremy Fowler had a really good piece over at ESPN. Jeremy, the number one Fowler in broadcasting.
I disagree.
Had this headline over at ESPN: do players' sales pitch actually matter in NFL free agency? Tales of how they've landed. And it's really interesting just to look at how some of the deals have gotten done, how players choose to reach out. And he talks first about Russell Gage, the receiver, and how he was just taking out his trash last March. And his phone started ringing a couple days before free agency. He saw it, looked at it, picked it up, and he heard on the other end, "Hi, Russell, this is Tom Brady." And he's like, okay. And Brady pitched him on why he thought he'd be good in Tampa, why he wanted him to be there. And he was like, "This is great. I'll let my agents know what you said." Which, personally, if I was Tom Brady and I called and you went, "I'll pass it on to my agents," I'd be like, "Did this dude just blow me off?"
I know.
That's how I would feel about it.
Yes.
But he said he told his agents 2 days later or a week later, he was signed with the Buccaneers. And he said he got back in the house and he was like talking to his wife, and it was like, "Oh my gosh, that was Tom Brady. Tom Brady just called me." Tom Brady. Talks about Von Miller. Von Miller was one of the more highly recruited guys last offseason. And there was a lot of interest from Buffalo, the Cowboys, the Browns, and the Rams. And Bill's general manager, Brandon Beane, asked Von Miller's agent, Joby Branyan, if Josh Allen could call him. And it's a courtesy that, as Joby Branyan said, is not necessary, but was appreciated, and went, yeah, absolutely. Because Von Miller wanted to find out from a prominent veteran what it was really like to live in Buffalo, for example. So Josh Allen gets on the FaceTime, starts pitching him on it, sends him a text a couple days later. And one of the things that apparently stuck out to Von Miller was him including in the text, reminding him the quarterbacks he was going to get to chase down in the division. You get to go get Zach Wilson, Tua Tagovailoa, and Mac Jones. Like, this is a winnable division. We've got this. You can chase after these guys. That worked. You've got recently Cameron Jordan, his sort of flirtation with Derek Carr on Twitter, where he said, "I know you said adios to social media, Derek Carr. I know it may be too soon, but it's also Valentine's Day. Are you trying to swap out black and silver and fall in love with black and gold?" And when Cameron Jordan was asked about this for the article, he refers to it as dry contact. That's the sort of dry contact you have with guys, kind of flirtatious, but like signaling, hey, there's some interest here. And Cowboys players, what you don't see, again, without identifying who, I can tell you there's several players every year that talk to other players who are under contract and try to convince them, hey, if you get free, you need to come here. This is why the Cowboys players are definitely on the recruiting pitch. I know everybody thinks Micah leads the charge, and he does, because Mike is very upfront and public about it. There are other guys on the team, other players just as prominent as Micah, who do it low-key, face-to-face, on phone calls.
I think you could say, let's say it's the Cowboys. You know, I'll bet you if Micah were to say to a player under contract, come to Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I was just telling him to come to town. I wouldn't tell him to come play. We don't even play in Dallas.
Your mind.
Why would he come to?
So twisted.
We don't even play in Dallas. We play in Arlington. we trade in Frisco. Coming to Dallas doesn't do a damn thing.
Well, and we'll get to more direct recruiting and how it can get you in trouble if you're a player.
If you're the Jets, hey, come to New York. We don't even play there, so I don't even know what the big deal is.
We all saw the very public Odell Beckham Jr. recruitment and how that played out, and they reference it here in this article, talking about when Micah Parsons said, OBJ, talk to me, let's do this. Everybody, every week at the Star, you remember it was given whatever Veterans Media Availability Day it was, we were standing out there getting ready to turn that audio around as fast as we could because we knew there'd be an OBJ question. We knew there'd be a comment from a Cowboys player saying, come to Dallas, and it'd be great. So we were trying to turn that around as fast as possible so G-Bag could play it right after locker room.
Yeah.
So we knew the recruitment was on there. Saquon Barkley sort of famously last season said, I don't have to tweet at him when it was brought up how the Cowboys were on the full court press. And one AFC executive for this said, what's crazy is teams went through all of that knowing Odell wasn't going to be able to play in 2022. But now the groundwork is laid where when he makes a decision, it's easy. So they've already put in the work that other teams who maybe didn't put on that full court press didn't have the advantage of. Now the under the table recruitment.
Love this.
Stephon Gilmore, just before the 2021 trade deadline, when he was about to get traded, there was a lot of talk he'd get traded or maybe he'd get released if they couldn't find a trade partner. He hadn't played in 2021 yet, and he got a note. It says a note. I don't know if this is an Instagram DM or what. It says it's a direct message, but he got a note from Patrick Mahomes, and he said the message was clear. I want to be your teammate. Gilmore knew he was being shopped ahead of a likely release. Hadn't expected to hear from Patrick Mahomes, though. He said, Mahomes gave me his number. We talked. The message was, me coming here is a great situation for me. It's always good to have those relationships around the league where you can talk ball or other things. Talked about how Aaron Rodgers reached out to him as well right before the trade to Carolina. And so you start getting hit up by these guys that are trying to get you there. One league executive told ESPN that upon learning that a player in a different case was recruiting one of his players on behalf of a mutual agent to facilitate a trade that was not given permission for, that the team was not looking to move on for, the executive then threatened to report the team to the league in case they were involved in this. And that's how serious they get with it. It's like, if we're not shopping this player, you need to back off. And these players, they're going to talk to us. In some cases, it's just because they're friends.
Yeah.
And you know, that's why I've always thought it was interesting, the dynamic of how aggressively can Trayvon talk about wanting to play with Stefan Diggs. And I don't know that the league would ever.
Well, they clearly aren't doing squat about it. They're being aggressive.
But I don't know how direct it is. I'm sure the league doesn't necessarily like it, but I don't know that they've broken any laws yet. But you remember Dante Bichette during the lockout, he had to quit.
Yeah.
He had to quit his job with the Blue Jays because he wasn't allowed to talk to his kid.
Oh, yeah. It was during the lockout, and he couldn't have any. He can have conversations with him, obviously, but he can't
talk ball.
He couldn't work with him. He couldn't go to a batting cage with him. Couldn't do anything like that.
It's his son.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
And
but I understand it because it's team to player. From a legal standpoint, I get it. Players can't tamper. This is where I think the NFL is wrong. You see this in the NBA all the time. Players they tamper like crazy. There's always tampering. Players can't collude, right? The labor cannot collude. It's not called collusion from a labor standpoint.
Right. But again, the issue being I can't even go on DallasCowboys.com when I'm on there and I can't say talk about trading for DeAndre Hopkins. Those are the sorts of limitations that they give. I like to go up to Exos, as I've told you guys before, the training facility here. The NFL has rules in place about team contact with Exos. You know, Nick Eatman, even though he is not with the team in any sort of personnel capacity, I think the NFL, we've talked about this before, tried to figure it out if Nick could go up there. I think NFL rules, if you read it as the most liberal interpretation of it that you can, says Nick Eatman's not allowed to go into Exos, even though he's just a writer for the team.
Thielen is being released. Tom Pelissero 4 minutes ago releasing two-time Pro Bowler Adam Thielen, one-time undrafted free agent from Minnesota State, who went on to catch 55 touchdown passes for his hometown team. Plenty left in the tank at age 32 and wants to land with a contender. Thank you to Tolo T. Rainey for the hookup.
This is perfect segue, because when we talk about Cowboys players recruiting, I can tell you with certainty there have been multiple players over the last several years who have gotten in Adam Thielen's ear and told him, hey, things don't work out there. You know, we'd love to have you over there. That's exactly what they said.
Maybe Michael Gallup was one of them. Take my spot. Take my spot. Replace me.
The final note here is a I think a funny one. JJ Watt talked to Jeremy Fowler for this piece and says he now knows how to access his Instagram direct messages. The requests, not the main folder.
Yeah.
Was not always the case, and he found out the hard way. About a year after Watt signed a 2-year, $31 million deal with the Cardinals in March 2021, he was playing around on his phone and for the first time realized he could sort his DMs from top followers, filtering out the thousands of messages that he gets from fans, well-wishers, everybody else. What he found was about 100 missed messages from players around the league who were trying to recruit him.
Whoa.
He said, I didn't even realize there were stars from other teams in my DMs. I had messages from last year saying, come play here, come play here. And I'm like, OS, I bet they're pissed.
JJ also said, remember, if you're hearing a rumor nowadays, it's because someone wants you to hear that rumor for one reason or another. Someone is purely guessing. If people want to keep something quiet, they absolutely can. It's 100% possible to do deals without any leaks in the NFL. Final hour, an NBA coach tells you to stop chewing gum and sleep with your mouth taped shut. Final hour, Sean, RJ, and Bobby, next. No fist pumps. Fist pump time. There you go, Pepe. I'm seeing the head nod from Ryan in the back. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I just got the email from the big boss, Brian Purdy. Is this a clock-changing weekend?
Yes, it is.
The final one.
Okay, the final one ever? Did we get that into legislation? Did that pass?
Didn't we?
It passed through the Senate. It is not cleared through the House. They haven't voted on it yet. But it has passed through the Senate.
Will they even fight and make it a political thing on changing the clocks?
Giving
into one side.
No. I would fight this. I don't want to lose an hour of sleep and then never get it back again. Like, I will be bitter that I lost an hour for the rest of my life. I don't get a turn.
It doesn't work like that. It's a Sunday.
No, it doesn't.
Sleep all day.
But it doesn't matter. It's the adjustment period of now we've lost an hour. When I lose an hour of sleep, and then it's also unlike you, Chop. I go to church. I'm a good church-going boy. You know,
you don't feel it after literally one day. It's just hang
on. First, let's start with what's happening. Sunday. What happens
at 2 o'clock?
At 2 o'clock,
when the clock strikes 2
p.m.
a.m.
2 a.m.
It automatically is now 3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m. Okay, so we're losing an hour.
Yep.
So it's gonna feel like
when you wake up at 9.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel like 8.
It's gonna feel like 8. All right. So that's not good.
That's not good, but the benefit is that now it's lighter later.
Later. Okay, that's what you've always preferred.
Yeah, because you can get things done. Like you come home from work. A normal person comes home from work at 6 o'clock. It's already dark out in the wintertime, but now it's light till 9.
We should freeze it like that.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
Lighter later.
So they're going to eliminate standard time.
You want it darker earlier?
I just don't want to lose the hour and then never get it back.
You will adjust.
I will feel cheated.
Uh-oh. Is this a joke? Oh, this freaking... I'm clothesline this guy. What an asshat. I knew that.
Adam Schefter got everybody yesterday, and he just got you 24 hours later with a screenshot on TV.
Didn't he do a fake Lamar thing with Barstool? Fake Lamar trade. Anyway, back to this. So Sunday, it was a fake Jets trade. It was a fake tweet. It was a real Jets trade. So we're losing an hour Sunday at 2 a.m.
Yeah, so daylight savings time.
Okay.
Is what's going to be taking place on Sunday. And that goes through November. And then I guess whenever they adopt this, whenever they pass it through, either November hits and we fall back and then we spring forward in next year and we never go back, or who knows? I don't know what they're going to do.
Now we can test the poll question that we were fighting about. This looks like a one-sided beatdown over the blinds.
Just look at them.
So the argument was, why did we get into this?
He was talking about Michael Lombardi on the screen. This is not, that one's got an opening there. This is not a good, I'm telling you.
So the argument is, if the blinds are all facing up, which one allows less sun? Blinds up or blinds down? And Choppy, you said, and you are destroying him right now on all the social medias from the Tolos.
I didn't need the poll question to know who was going to win this poll, but the blind's up. See, the one on the left here, I mean, look, you can see hardly any light coming through on this one. But on the one on the right, you see all the lights.
Okay. So right now, Bobby's getting crushed. Blinds up, less light.
Yeah.
Blinds up, less light.
Nope. That is, I'm looking at it now. This is fake news. That is reflective of the light. That's the light you're seeing. Is that the
reflective or light is the same thing?
You're seeing the shine. You're seeing these lights reflected off there because when you get close up, it does not illuminate like that.
In the 3/4 of an inch that separates the two blinds, there's so much difference.
3/4 of an inch matters.
It does.
All right, so that's where we stand with all the BS here in the final hour of the show. Good news for Luka. As we said, Luka, no damage on the MRI to the thigh. As soon as he feels better, Woj says he's going to play. Should not be long-term. Bad news for the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant is out 2 to 3 weeks. Are you okay? What was that?
My knee just maxed out the headphones when I scooted up the thing, and I'm rattled. That was very loud.
What do you mean your knee maxed out?
So I was scooting up to this, and my knee hit the headphone knob and ramped it all the way up to the max. And
get that on a replay.
I'm very jittery.
Get that on a replay there, Ryan. Mavs' next game will be tomorrow night against Ja and the Grizzlies. Ja and the Grizzlies beat the Golden State Warriors, who continue to struggle. It's the biggest mystery in sports. Why is Golden State so horrible on the road? It's the best rivalry in sports. Memphis Golden State in sports. Dylan Brooks versus Draymond. They hate each other's guts. And Dylan Brooks got the last laugh last night, TNT Post.
That's what I do. I talk, and I told him, I told him that keep that mic. He's better at the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute, it's fun.
Man, this has been good. Draymond saying it's not a rivalry. I barely wake up for games in March. Man, Dylan Brooks gave. I know the guys on TNT wanted to agree with this. They can't because Draymond does coverage for them. But Dylan Brooks basically was like, I guess Golden State likes Draymond. I guess they understand what he does. He talks defensively. Any other team, any other city, nobody would have any idea who he is. So he's just completely destroying and being right about old triple single. So the Mavs are going to take on the Grizzlies tomorrow night. Ja Morant still missing, at least for the next 3 games. And Stephen A. Smith had an old NBA story that he wanted Ja to hear.
That's not good. That's not a good look. We understand that, but it is also important to remember it wasn't Ja Morant who did that. We all have people in our inner circle who will go a bit awry, that'll make mistakes, that will blemish your name from time to time. If you are Ja Morant, I won't say any names, but I know a former superstar player in the NBA. One of his boys got in trouble. This player went to the police station and picked up his boy himself, bailed him out of jail, and had a suitcase waiting for him. And in the suitcase was $250,000. He handed him the suitcase, shook his hand and said, have a nice life. You can't jeopardize what I'm building. And he let him go. And he was a superstar and ended up being a champion in this sport. And he did that because that friend of his jeopardized everything he was building. You have to have that kind of attitude. Anybody in my circle that acts like a damn knucklehead, yeah, you can do that once. There will not be 2 times. Your ass will be gone. And that's the attitude you got to have.
Ooh, I would love to know who that player was. I'm sitting here trying to think. Who is that player?
That was from USA Today. So I think if you go to the USA Today clip, the internet will guess plenty.
Yeah, who does he really connected with? Where he would have that kind of a story.
Oh, it would be.
Stephen A's connected with all kinds of guys.
Yeah, I know. That's what I know. He's
AI, Philly.
AI and a champion.
Did he say became a champion?
Yeah, became a champion.
That's right.
Became a champion. So
reckless to guess. We don't need to guess. 877.
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna look.
877-881.
Maybe it was one of the foreigners.
You can't say that out of context.
That's a callback to 720 with Peyton Russell. Check that out on the Odyssey.
Gather the foreigners.
Gather. Can we get that? Can we get that in the merch store? Spittle, I dare
foreigners.
you. I dare you. No, gather the foreigners.
Peyton, it's a picture of Peyton's smiling face. Peyton Russell 2024. Gather the foreigners.
Gather the foreigners.
It would be 2017 when I said it.
Gather the foreigners.
That's right. Peyton, quick. Head coach. Well, no. You might know. Choppy, Bobby, which one of y'all is least likely to have looked at this?
Is it an email from you?
Bobby, who's the head coach of the Boston Celtics?
It's whatever. Nia Long's not ex, the guy who had to take after him. I don't remember.
I know all that. Yeah. Peyton, you know the name?
Yes, Joe Mazzulla.
Joe Mazzulla.
I said this, so I know this.
We said it at the same time.
That's why I went to Bobby.
We said it at the same time.
That's why I went to Bobby. So Joe Mazzulla was talking with Boston Radio, the Sports Hub. And we'll start with the less psycho one. Here's Joe Mazzulla on why you should quit chewing gum at work if you want to focus a little more.
You know what's funny? And I guess we'll bring it to light now, but I started out the season chewing gum. I haven't chewed gum in the last 20 games, and no one said a word.
Really?
No one's noticed it.
Wow. Why'd you stop?
So I'm changing up my breathing patterns, trying to just work on my focus and awareness during the game, and I felt like the gum chewing was messing up my heart rate variability, and I wasn't getting the breaths that I needed to be as focused as I was, and so it was more of a crutch than it was a positive as I thought. So I completely eliminated it. The last 20 games, haven't had it.
And nobody's asked you about that?
No one said a word until right now.
Okay.
All right, so he eliminated gum chewing. His breathing veritability, whatever the hell that means, has improved. Okay, very cool. I need more breathing.
Just as the Celtics were choking away all their games.
Right.
So that has not worked, at least at the end of the games for Joe Mazzulla in Boston. But this one, I was trying to think if I would experiment with it. Joe Mazzulla on how you should sleep.
Yeah, still do it. Highly recommend it. Still on it. What about you? You adopted it yet?
No, I haven't. I've been too scared to do it.
Stop. My bad. I thought it was a lead in with it. Joe Mazzulla said that he sleeps with duct tape. He tapes his mouth shut. And the Boston guy, Sports Hub, asked if he kept doing it.
Yeah, still do it. Highly recommend it. Still on it. What about you? You adopted it yet?
No, I haven't. I've been too scared to do it. Are we talking duct tape? Like what color duct tape?
Yeah.
Do you tape yourself? Does this go down? Yeah, you know what I mean, Joe.
There's sleep tape out there. I actually have a mouthpiece now, Ted. I've upgraded to a sleep mouthpiece. That kind of helps with it. But yeah, I mean, I think really more when I got to the NBA, I kind of learned how long of a season it is physically, mentally, and emotionally. And I think the way, coaches and players have to find ways to take care of themselves, it's important to optimize as much as you can. And so, I remember my first year in the league, I wasn't used to having all this great food around. It was food in the facility, pregame, postgame, food on the plane. So I, got really, really worn down and tired halfway through my first year. And just kind of took a different approach and was like, how can I optimize to make sure, I have to be at my best as a coach. And so sleep's really, really important. And mouth tape plays a part in that for me.
I think there's plenty of things that you can go to a store to get something instead of tape that you need to put in to be able to keep your mouth shut.
I've done this.
You've taped your mouth shut?
Mm-hmm. Yep. They have mouth tape out there. I did it after I tried it for a couple weeks after there was a book that came out last year, 2 years ago, by a guy named James Nestor called Breath, The New Science of a Lost Art. And it's just basically talking about the detriment of mouth breathing and how if you breathe through your nose, everything else there are so many other health benefits to it. So he talked about how he sleeps with mouth tape, and that was one of the things that corrected it. And so I was like, I'll give that a try. And I did it for a couple weeks, and I didn't notice any difference. But I did do it, and I still have some mouth tape, I think, in my bathroom.
I'm sorry, we just got a text message. Did you say it made a difference?
No, I didn't really notice a difference. I think it probably cut down on my snoring, but...
Yeah, so I just taped my mouth shut during that clip. And, it forces you to breathe right through the nose, which is optimal, right? But then the mouth guard, does that change it up, or is that more for just straightening the teeth?
Well...
The mouth guard.
I use the mouth guard for sleep apnea, so I don't snore.
Mm-hmm.
It, moves my bottom jaw out. That works. But people use it for teeth grinding and to straighten your teeth and all that stuff. But I mean, I can't imagine sleeping with my mouth taped shut. That is psycho. That is psychotic level right there.
You really don't notice it.
But
you don't notice your mouth taped shut?
I mean, as you fall asleep, it doesn't wake you up. I wake up, it's still on my mouth. It's not like it came off in the middle of the night.
Slob, drool, did it rip off your beard, facial hair hurt?
Nope. It's literally like this little piece of tape that's meant to fit directly over your lips. It's not any bigger than that, so it just covers your lips.
Yeah, that would annoy me. I'm not ripping off my beard every day to get a little bit better sleep.
All right, an update on Lamar Jackson, and someone just now in the NFC East has apparently been given permission to go and seek a trade. We'll get you caught up on that, and then a Mike Bassett crosstalk with KMC Friday edition continuing on The Fan. But
And you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The Tolos do not appear to be swayed by our Super Bowl interview with Adam Thielen. No. After he was released by the Minnesota Vikings, would still rather prefer Odell Beckham coming in on the truckwreck.com text line. So no to Adam Thielen as Odell Beckham is working out for teams today. Still trying to get confirmation on whether the Dallas Cowboys are attending. The New York Giants are. And Derek Holland texted to say from the last segment, he tapes his mouth shut to sleep as well.
Man, that interview Holland gave the other day was so good, dude. Did you hear it?
The interview?
Yeah, he gave an interview. I think it was like 2 days ago.
On KNC?
No, I think it was actually recorded at your house.
Who's interview?
Do you have the Cribcast audio with Derek Holland?
Oh, wow. I got it, baby.
Here we go.
Welcome to My Cribcast. We're combined with love of the star. We're closing in on 1 million downloads.
That's right.
My guest today, Derek Netherlands.
That's Holland, actually.
He knows my dad and pitched on the biggest stage, the World Series. What's that like?
Pitching in the World Series, a little hard to describe.
No, I was asking, what's it like to know my dad? I hear you on the radio, but let's be real, Derek. This is a cutthroat business. Not everyone makes it like in baseball.
Not everyone makes it in baseball, probably because they're not that good.
Right. Some career advice. Change your name to Sharif. The name is royalty in broadcasting.
No.
You might get delayed at the airport, but it's worth it.
Sheriff? Is that what you said? Yeah, well, we should play catch sometime. That's how I got into baseball. My dad and I would play catch.
Is that like fetch?
Fetch? I think that's more for a dog.
My dad throws a ball to the other side of the room while on his phone.
Oh my.
Coming up next, BetQL odds on Eric Chiafalo having another kid, followed by Sippy Cup time. And then we review Chris Arnold's new 5,000-word storybook on the Fan.
All right. There, I knew something was happening. I was being set up somehow.
Get this guy back in the league. Why does Ian Kennedy have a job but Derek Holland doesn't?
Why does who have a job?
Ian Kennedy.
Ian Kennedy. So
He's
there it is.
He's in my sights right now. Mr. 88 miles an hour, whatever he's throwing up there.
There it is.
DeLorean speed.
The Cribcast with Derek Holland, only home of the Rangers. I did have a TV station tell me you're going to have to change your last name. You have to change it if you want to be on these local Maryland airwaves.
I think it was a miss. I mean, you could have picked anything. You could have changed your first name, too. That's the one thing. You know, when you get in this business, somebody told me to go by Ralph James one time. And I was like, no.
Why
would I go by Ralph? But
Ralph James kind of sounds cool.
It sounds porny.
So
Ralph James.
My dad's first radio name.
name.
Yeah. Because I'm not a junior, but he's Bob. So he's Bob
So his
Belt.
actual name is Bob Belt?
He's Robert, but goes by Bob. And his first job, I believe it was Abilene, where he was doing like classic rock and stuff like that. They had him go by the radio name Bud Light. So he was Bud Light on the air.
Was he sponsored at least?
No, this was 1983. It wasn't totally like that. But
there's
whenever he would come back,
in the 80s.
they had not for the Abilene radio jock, Sean. No, but they did come back. They had the imaging when he would start his on-air shift. They would play the drop from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Hey, bud, want a party? And then he'd launch in.
Look at that, man! And a star was born.
Yep, exactly.
What were you going to change it to?
I wasn't going to change it to anything. I'm not changing my name. You're not going to force me out of my name. Screw you guys. Is this Channel 47? That's why you guys are small potatoes.
God, if you're already good, you're in single digits.
Is this the?
Oh yeah, it's a good TV station. If you're already good.
Is this the same TV team that told you to change your last name that oversaw Peyton's segment about tennis?
Yeah, gathering up the foreigners.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there it is, the Cribcast. Thank you, Derek Holland. What's going on in the NFC East, Bobby? We got some possible trade action?
We do. We've talked a lot about all the different free agents that the Eagles are going to have to retain. I think they've got 8 contributors on defense that are free agents. Now they might have to replace a 9th who's not even a free agent. Diana Rossini from ESPN reports the Philadelphia Eagles have allowed Darius Slay's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, to seek a trade per sources. The Eagles are still hopeful to find a solution where Slay remains an Eagle. But, man, I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's overrated. But regardless, you have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who's a free agent in that secondary. You've got James Bradbury, who's a free agent. Now, if you're going to trade Slay, you've got...
Slay's 32, though.
But he's
awesome season.
He's still good.
Very good. Had a 73 on PFF.
He's still a good player. I had him just under 71, but he's still a good corner. He's a corner that I think anybody would. I think just about every team in the NFL, he'd be good enough to be in their starting 2.
Yeah,
I like his last name,
Slay.
Yeah, it's a great last name.
It is a good name,
Slay
King.
That's a great name.
Okay. So that's Darius Slay. The Miami Dolphins have converted some of Tyreek Hill's money in order to clear up cap space. And one Tolo is asking me, could they be making a run at Lamar Jackson? What was the article that you saw yesterday on Lamar with an update?
It was kind of a compilation of a few things. One was a quote from Mike Tannenbaum, where
Micah has just tweeted, by the way, to Darius Slay, I promise no drop-off at pass rusher. So Micah already 11 minutes ago recruiting big play.
So he was talking about the Ravens using a non-exclusive tag and the other team's colluding, and Tannenbaum said, I wouldn't read into that yet. Maybe a team like Tennessee doesn't need one today, or Tampa, a lot can happen. But then Charles Robinson at Yahoo wrote, some of the teams, like Atlanta and Miami and some others, and he doesn't believe there's collusion going on. He says they, quote, have to say they're not interested publicly. If you're them and you think Lamar's an upgrade, you can't go after him publicly, sign him to an offer sheet, Ravens match it, and then you try to say, hey, Tua, we really actually love you, and we want you to be the quarterback. So they're pushing, some of these insiders are pushing back on the notion that it could be collusion, and I get it. If you're Miami, you publicly can't go after him.
Right.
You can, but...
Right.
You got to deal with the consequences of when you actually don't get him, because nobody really believes the Ravens want to get rid of him, right? They just want somebody to negotiate the parameters for him.
I don't know about that. I don't know that they don't want to. No, I don't know. I think
it's fair to not
look.
know.
Some of the chatter that came out of Indy, and I know we've talked about this off the air. Some of the discussion coming out of Indy is like there have been several times the Ravens thought this was done, and like that they believed they were at the finish, past the finish line, and that it was just they were going to make it official at the medal stand type of thing. And it's fallen apart several different times, and I think they're really frustrated, and they were really frustrated with his availability at the end of the year. And so I don't know.
Look, it makes sense for Miami to stay quiet. It doesn't make any sense for Carolina, Atlanta, and Washington to have to stay quiet.
Right.
As Michael Lombardi pointed out, freaking Carolina and Atlanta, especially Carolina, they tried to get Watson done. So if you're trying to get Deshaun Watson done, now the difference is the draft pick compensation, right? Deshaun, well, what was Deshaun dealt for?
A couple of ones.
Okay, so it's virtually the same exact thing, and there are people who think that Lamar is better than Deshaun Watson. So why is Carolina out? Why is Atlanta out? Especially Carolina. I don't know whether Atlanta was involved in Deshaun Watson. We know Carolina was. What's their excuse in this? Washington shouldn't be worried about offending Sam Howell. Atlanta has no quarterback left to. What, you're worried about Desmond Ridder?
I think Washington, there's a good chance, as you know, we've talked about Florio's theory with, you know, Snyder trying to screw the league. I think there's a decent chance that, and it was for a different reason, but you remember when the Tom Hicks sale was going on with the Rangers, they weren't allowed to make certain moves.
Yeah.
And it was due to financial regulations. But I think similarly, if they feel like, hey, you're about to transition this team over, you're about to sell this team, let's hold off on you dipping your toe in really expensive waters on anything.
Yeah, but a quarterback, I mean, well, maybe not.
Lamar Jackson of Washington should be a move that the city throws a parade for.
But
especially that city.
Yeah, let me ask you this, though. What does that impact the value of his sale?
Very little.
Right? I'm thinking very little, right? That's such a short-term thing.
Does it? I mean, in terms of if this organization, you're trying to sell a team that for 20 years hasn't figured out quarterback, and then you say we just added a former MVP from 3 years ago. I mean, it gives stability to a franchise that hasn't found.
It might increase it a little. They've always been like top 3 in terms of value.
Maybe.
You know? Somehow they've stayed top 3 or top 5, one of them.
Maybe it doesn't increase the sale price, but maybe it makes it easier for that buyer to say yes. Is that it could just do that, just say, all right, I have more confidence about doing this, so let's go ahead.
All right, so that's the update on Lamar. I have some odds on where Vegas thinks he's going to end up next. This is from sportsbetting.ag. Next team, if not the Ravens, is who?
For Lamar, let's go with...
Wow. Miami?
No.
I will say Tampa.
They're second.
Raiders.
Yeah, why hasn't Tampa been mentioned in this whatsoever?
Because they got big Kyle Trask money coming in, man.
The Raiders, no.
Tennessee. Indy.
Nope. Indy is third.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Incorrect.
Are they listed anywhere?
The Jets.
Not the Jets. Jets are fourth. Choppy's knocking out like 2 through 4.
Green Bay.
Did we say Atlanta?
Both wrong. What an NFL show we are.
San Fran.
The Seattle Sea Lions or whatever that team is.
Lamar
that falls in the
Jackson's
XFL.
next team, if not the Ravens. Buzz them all everywhere. All those guesses wrong.
Hang on.
You're smirking.
Don't say
Give me
it.
Washington.
Don't say nothing.
Washington,
we already said that.
no.
All right, not the Giants.
Someone's going to get up and walk in here. If Bassett's
Pittsburgh.
listening, he might guess. Pittsburgh, no.
Okay.
What teams in the league haven't you? This is going to take up the rest of the segment.
Not the Raiders, not the...
It's an NFC team.
Rams.
No.
Yell
it, Kevin. The Lions!
That
Kevin
is the top.
Hagelin.
That's
the Detroit Lions are the favorite at 3-1 to get Lamar Jackson next. Then in order, Tampa Bay, Indy, Jets, Patriots, Titans, Dolphins, Raiders.
They want to downgrade?
Atlanta, Commanders, Panthers, San Francisco. Yes, they dared question the greatness of your boy, Jared Goff.
I mean, let's be fair. He was the second best quarterback in the NFC last year. Behind Hurts?
No.
First
He's
pick.
better than Dak.
First pick overall. NFL. Oh, see, you're gonna open up a.
I mean, look, he
I'm
was.
not arguing with you.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's a problem on this show.
I didn't engage.
There's a problem on this show that's happening. Inconsistency in arguments, and I'm very anal about that. Bobby likes to just take you off of your last year. He
Not
just
necessarily.
yes, totally. More so often than not. So RJ just gave you the last year thing. You can't have it both ways. That's an argument for next week.
I just didn't reply. I didn't even argue it.
You were about to. First, you looked at the clock. You're a radio vet.
Goff's also had a better career, but whatever.
First pick overall. All right. Well, he just threw
got a turn.
Do you
Monday 6 a.m.
Wait, do you want to say that with a straight face to the fan cam?
It's not a straight face thing. It's not even close. Jared Goff's had a better career than Dak Prescott. Like, it's not even close.
So for the next 3 years,
Jared Goff all day. Not even close.
Woo!
It's not close.
Woo! Crosstalk.
That and more on First Take.
Mike.
Gather the foreigners.
I mean, Jared's best 2 years are better than Dak's best 2.
Mike,
That's not even true.
Not even close.
Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk with KMC. My job is done for the day. After this,
Let's get you over to.
Mike's gone.
Oh, no. Where is he?
He was just here.
He was just here.
He's coming back.
Uh-oh.
This is what you wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. So Bobby Belt talking really loud and really fast.
Mm-hmm.
I have now found a professional eater who goes around the world beating all these eating competitions. Who, when I was watching him yesterday...
I thought you left the room because Bobby was just arguing with Choppy, talking loud and fast. I thought you had to walk out.
Well, no, it reminded me of something that maybe I should just do during this crosstalk. And he never cusses, so you don't have to worry. You can just play an intro here. This guy's named Randy. What's his last name, Peyton?
Orton.
Santel.
No. This guy has been a professional eater. He gets like 1 million follows or 1 million views on YouTube. Here is Bobby Belt if he was a professional eater.
Hey everybody, this is Randy Santel. Atlas and I am very, very excited today. I'm going for overall win number 1,136 and my very first challenge win of 2023. It's been a long time since I've done a Milwaukee area food challenge because Katina and I spent so long out of the country, but I'm here at The Kitchen, which is in Sussex. It is actually a village to the west of Milwaukee. So many people here. Thank you guys for coming.
So there you go.
Bobby talks way faster than that.
He does.
I do, and I don't like. Are we talking about the delivery or the actual sound of the voice? Because I don't think it sounds like me.
Mike, I got something that you'll like.
All right.
This is
Hurting his
someone.
elbow. I'm sorry.
This is someone who sounds like Bobby Belt.
All right.
This is Bobby's podcast from when?
2009, something like that?
2009, breaking down your Dallas Mavericks.
Now, if he has an open layup, go ahead, drive it. But when you have 2 on 4 and Steve Blake, who's reasonably just as fast as you is on you, can keep up with you. You can't just blow by him. And Jet tried and failed. Blake was backtracking and still was able to stay in front of him. Jet's got to be smarter than that. And then for after the game, for him to be like, oh, no, I don't second guess anything. What I did was right. No, what you did was stupid. Dirk takes that shot. You call timeout, you drop the play, you let Dirk back down whoever he's been abusing all night. But Jet didn't want to do that. He wanted to go into selfish mode.
What you think, Kevin?
He makes some great points, and it's good to see that sort of forcefulness is still there all those years before.
And then here's the second and final clip of his Mavs.
Why are we playing choppy stuff over here? Why aren't we playing yours?
Analysis.
It was a big game for Dallas. They trailed for a lot of it. They weren't playing their best basketball. Barea and Dirk had some nice games. Barea went a little ball hog happy in the fourth quarter. That wasn't good, but Dirk was hitting some big shots down the stretch. And it was one of those games where you had the feeling like it was going to come down to a last-second shot, and you just knew Dirk was going to get it at the top of the key, back his way down, and knock down a game-tying jumper.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
But that didn't happen.
Oh, man.
But
That was so dramatic.
All right. All
right, Mike, back to you.
Well, that didn't happen.
Bobby needs to defend himself.
Yeah, I want to hear Sean's British Open analysis from 2010.
I sound the same.
Yeah, other than your can you play his final line? Just his
what? Nookie?
Wait, no. I just want to get where he sticks the landing. This was their first take style internet show that they did at 610.
Internet show.
And this is when he was disinterested
They're the home of the Royals, I'll have you know.
This was when he was disinterested in Tiger Woods playing in the British Open in 2010.
Wai Yang took that away. It wasn't the sex thing. I don't care that he slept with half of the West Coast. It's Tiger Woods and the invincibility factor that has been stripped away. I'm more interested in Aaron Andrews than St. Andrews.
That's just as bad.
Nice. There's no
Aaron Andrews.
Oh, all right, Choppy.
We
should be just playing Peyton.
I'm about to pull a Corey Majors and just sit out this crosstalk.
Yeah. It was like
Side pass. Here's Vida.
Who's the guy? I know it sounds bad, but who's the guy that went to prison who's on FS1 in the morning?
Craig Carton.
Yeah, Carton. He reminds me of you some.
Oh, don't you dislike Carton, don't you?
He probably takes it as a compliment.
Oh, you like him?
I think he's great. I think he's super entertaining.
Yeah, there's times where I'm like, gosh, that seems like a choppy type of, I don't know if it's the cadence, if it's the actual like
his TV show.
Yeah, like there's times
Is it
where
bad?
I'm not a fan of it. But it's very New York, New Jersey. I mean, I'm like, man, this is a national show, and I feel like you are just concentrating on your New York, New Jersey.
You're just
situation.
now realizing that national shows focus solely on New York.
Well,
like look at all the hosts where they get. They just
Colin Cowherd focuses on the
West,
Lakers
yeah.
most of the time. Like that's his.
But isn't it funny how like all these TV shows they just like if they need a guest, just bring a local New York radio guy in here.
Yeah, Mike and Mike, or Mike and the Mad Dog.
Yeah. And I'm a big Boomer Esiason fan. I like the blonde-headed bomber for the Cincinnati Bengals. But I mean, on his 30 seconds, is it still called CBS? By the way, is it a CBS minute or whatever?
I'm not sure. I should know.
I mean, I turn it off but
That's where I get all my prep.
Sometimes when I listen,
you don't.
Yeah, his first three were Boeheim yesterday.
Yeah, he'll talk about like the WNBA team in New York, and I'm like, there's no
Watch
way.
out for the Liberty.
There's no way that the people that run this thing in Philadelphia should go, hey, you know what's going to work well in Dallas? The New York Liberty 30-second.
All they care about is the sponsorship read. Now listen, I could do all those things on Boeheim yesterday because he's such an insufferable bowling pin with eyes. That's what he is. Okay, that's exactly what he is. He's a nose picker.
Did you like some of the articles where they said he retired?
Well, it's like he wouldn't retire after the game. They asked him 17 different ways. And then after the press conference was over, finally Syracuse said, hey, guess what? You're done.
Well, the two fights of the week, Bobby versus Choppy, Boeheim's greatness that Bobby dismissed. And then last segment, Choppy saying Goff had a better career than Dak. Those were the two.
That carried over on fair.
Yeah, they didn't.
His Boeheim one really screws me up because I hate Jim Boeheim, but I was forced to defend him. He is an all-time great. He's tier 2. Coach K, Dean Smith, Wooden, those are your tier 1 guys, right? Maybe a couple others. And then he's on that list with Jim Calhoun and Calipari and Patino.
Is
and all
Bobby
the
Knight on tier 2 or is he?
He's tier 1. He's tier 1.
Have y'all heard Sandler's argument about college coaches? He says that Bill Self belongs right alongside Coach K.
Mr. February?
Yep. That he says he's just as good as Coach K.
Does he have 2 championships?
He does hate Duke as
He only has one
He does.
legitimate one.
What was the illegitimate one?
When he decided to play Hack 'em Memphis with 9 minutes to go. It's a fraudulent way to win. If you can't beat me head up, don't play these stupid little strategy games to try to come back and win.
Let's take Greg Popovich's titles then. Chop,
you know?
Because I mean, if you're going to play Hack 'em Memphis, Chop or Pop went through and did Hack-a-Shack and Hack Everybody for years.
I mean, Phil Jackson, did that too. But they all do that. That's one player. This is the
they
entire
all do that,
team.
except
this is with
Kansas.
9 minutes to go. You're getting your butts kicked, and you decide to start playing this Hack 'em Memphis because you can't beat them. You can't beat them head up.
Remember,
be a man. Let them hang and go play some defense.
This is my segment. Okay? So
I like strategy.
I didn't explain this
to you. Don't like strategy?
No, I played Jason Garrett ball. Line up, hat on hat. Let's go.
Okay.
My son turned on the TV this morning at 7:20, and he turned it on ESPN, and he goes, "Dad, how come they're doing football topics? Football isn't even in season right now." Like he's World Baseball Classic, he's spring training, he's obviously NBA basketball stuff, and he can't figure it out. And I had to somewhat explain to him quickly. I'm like, listen, our society is like it doesn't really care about anything except like, I just need a quick fix. And the NFL's a quick fix. Because there's only 17 games. And so people love that there's only 17 games in this, and it's just once a week that they have to concentrate on. And so that's why it's so popular even right now. And then I brought this to not my son, but to the listening audience that says, oh, no. Like it would be popular if it played 162 games, and it would be popular if it played 82 games. And I say to you, I think 90% of the audience will not be able to get this answer. Philadelphia Eagles just went to the Super Bowl. The Cowboys play them twice every year. You name their starting 5 offensive linemen and their starting 4 defensive linemen.
You talking about Philly?
Yeah. Now, Bobby will be able to probably do it, but 90% of the audience will have no clue. They'll be like, Lane Johnson and Fletcher Cox. And that's it, right? Because we don't really care about the offensive line or the defensive line of the teams that we're even playing against twice in our own division. Yeah. Like if you know them, you're in the top 10% of NFL fans. You'll know the Cowboys. I wouldn't like Cowboy fans listening. You could name the offensive line and the backups and your defensive line and some of the backups pretty quickly. But if this sport was so popular and because we concentrate right now on the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, somewhat the running backs, the people that touch the ball, or the people that maybe sack the quarterback is who we don't know. We don't know 14 of the 22 starters on most teams in the NFL. But it is very popular.
Can you name a corner on the Chiefs, Chop?
No, I did this the other day.
Yeah,
I can't name one, but I know their highest paid corner gets paid less than their kicker.
I'm blanking on whoever the left guard is for the Eagles. That's where I'm stuck.
They got the Australian dude.
It's Mailata and Lane Johnson are the tackles. Isaac Semalea or whatever his name is the right guard. Kelsey is the center. And then on the defensive side, it's Josh Sweat, Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox.
Does your son's friends know as much baseball as him? They follow it?
There's obviously, for the most part, no. But he does have some friends. He has a friend named Johnny Green. I'll give him a shout out. He scored 26 points in the championship game the other day.
Shout out, Johnny.
Shout out Friday.
He loves sports. He's probably going to stop playing baseball after 8th grade and just concentrate on basketball. But he knows a lot about baseball. But that's his only friend at Bishop Dunn that kind of follows baseball with him.
Your son's going to quit baseball?
No, Johnny is. And just concentrate on basketball. But like,
because you're going, you want that. You're going for it. You're going for the 3-generation family thing.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's tomorrow.
6 of them.
I don't know if you have a schedule like this, but tomorrow I can't go to the Dallas Card Show tomorrow. I'm going right after the show today. But we have in Grapevine 8 a.m. and 8 a.m. and 11:45 because we have a break. Yeah. There's a game in between. And then we're driving 15 minutes to Euless for 3 o'clock and 4:45. So that's my day tomorrow is 8 a.m., 11:45, 3 p.m.
He's playing 4 games? Or
no, both sons, because you have 2 sons. Yeah. So I'm just like, when both sons play in tournaments and they're...
That sounds awful.
I mean,
I hope my kid, that's why I got him a baby piano, and I'm just hoping it sticks with that.
If the team's good, it's fun.
Yeah.
The problem is I'll say this because you don't care about piano or anything like that. You only care about sports.
Yeah.
Is if you raise your kid not to play sports, he won't care about it at all, and then you might not have a connection with your son. Coming up next.
Oh my gosh.
What's on the KNC
Bible. I can't talk about the Bible, Mike.
Have you watched any of The Chosen yet?
I haven't found it.
It's on if you just Google The Chosen, it's on an app called
It's on Peacock too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Peacock. All right.
Angel Studios is the app.
I finished watching the Bible.
Awesome.
Okay, nice.
You should finish reading now.
It's going to be a fantastic show, Mike. I know you're hyped for it.
I am.
Stars at 10:20, Masterpiece Theater, pound for pound best fighter from all the Rocky and Creed movies at 11:20.
Next on The Fan.
Yeah.
We have you.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Major's still not in today. He will be back on Monday. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Mike Bassick. And the prodigal son has returned for the day. It's Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, how are you today on a Shout-Out Friday? And I was listening to the Get Right last night. I texted you an answer to one of your questions. I enjoyed your segment.
You did. I appreciated that proof that you actually do listen to the night show.
It's a quality show. Him and CA last night. What's your favorite stat in sports? I also was, I'll talk to you later about, I was a big fan of the segment before and just watching y'all blow right through the break. I enjoyed that.
Was it about Salem witch trials?
No. So here's the question that Mike...
Nobody can do Salem witch trials like you.
Here's what Mike wants to know. 877-881-1053. Were there wizard trials? Take it away, Mike.
So... our guy Bobby Belt said he has to go to Salem or something here after the show. And then then my head goes into Salem witch trials. And I'm like, isn't that crazy that, was it 200 years ago approximately?
I think it's 400.
400 years ago.
Yeah, close enough.
We were burning people to death, really just women, because we thought, oh, that's a witch. And then
Women
I just thought, at what point do you go back and look at the documents and go, got that one right? Like, glad we burned her to death. And then I thought, wow, out of all the things, like, you talk about sexism, we never had wizard trials as far as I know. We never yeah, that man's a bad guy. Let's burn him to death, because he wizard us.
I am not.
Nailed it.
The subject itself and those people burning alive is not funny. I'm laughing at Mike talking about wizarding people to death. I also never understood that either, is either you're a witch and you'll use your witch powers to escape this, at which point then we will kill you, or you will die and sorry you weren't really a witch, but at least you'll die as a great human. I didn't really ever totally understand that logic.
Kevin, you are taking everybody at face value here, which, I mean, you think that they were saying what they meant, or do you think they just wanted to kill some folks?
That's the problem that I run into, Reggie. I take people at what they say is what they really mean, and I hope for the best for everyone, and no one has nefarious ideas and stuff. I realize that you're right. They were like, let's kill that person. Say she's a witch. Done.
Fantastic start to the show, gentlemen.
Yeah. So my question was going to be, can Kyrie carry the Mavs to the real playoffs? And obviously now you have the new Luka factor. How many games do you think he will actually miss? But it is also a Shout Out Friday. And somebody texted this in yesterday, and I thought they made a great point. Shout out to the YouTubers, because a lot of times when I ask for feedback, I'll be like, hey, hit us up if you're on the Twitch, or text us at 877-881-1053. But I know there's people listening on the app and the YouTubers who are heavily involved in the show as well. So shout out to you guys for being a huge part of our massive success over especially the last year or so. Now, to basketball.
All right.
Multi-tiered question. Can Kyrie carry the Mavs to the real playoffs? How many games do you think Luka will actually miss? And what would be your worst first-round matchup for Dallas? Because you could still hit a bunch of these teams.
Okay, so I like all these questions. My first question back, though, before I have to answer is, are you saying if Kyrie had to play without Luka the rest of the season?
Yeah, or let's say off of the old timeline where he said, I'm probably going to be out a week. I still think that's in play, even though the MRI came back clean. Let's just say, because now you're talking about, multiple games that you're going to miss, can he keep the momentum going, or actually maybe restart the momentum for this Mavericks team?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I do think Luka is better than Kyrie.
Okay.
Not by a lot. I mean, it's I think that in a weird way, people have tried to take sides on the Dallas Mavericks. Now you're
I could see that.
I either hate Luka or love Luka, or I either love Kyrie or hate Kyrie, instead of going, man, I really need this to work out together. And then the tough thing is we really don't know if it's even going to be a future deal. That's the tough thing about this whole Maverick trade is you're like, well, I mean, am I just watching it for 20 games, or am I watching it for 3 more years?
Yeah.
And we honestly have no clue. I mean, we hear things. I hear that it's not going to be much more than this season, that he's going to be a Laker next year. But I'd say no. This team is not good enough. Kyrie for the most part, and this is way back when he was young, that was the only time he's ever played with a team that didn't have another superstar on it. By 2015, if I have his years right, he's drafted in 2012. In 2015, LeBron and Kevin Love joined the Cleveland Cavaliers. From there, he joins Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. From there, he joins Kevin Durant and I guess James Harden somewhat, not as fast. And then, so you look at Kyrie. Kyrie's never played really by himself as the only guy. Yes, there's been injuries where this year he played without Kevin Durant because of injury, but if he had to play the rest of this season with his second best player being, I don't know, Tim Hardaway Jr.?
Yeah.
I'm guessing at this point, I don't even know who the second best player is. Josh Green is obviously struggling right now to adjust to the trade situation. Christian Wood plays 15 to 20 minutes a night. You know, I think that you'd lose most of your game. I don't want to say most. I think you'd play under 500. If Kyrie had to finish these last 15 games, I would guess you would go 6-9.
Because Kyrie really has been, and it was 2011 when he was drafted, but I understand your point nonetheless, is he's really been fantastic since he got here. I did the stat breakdown. 27.6 points per game, 6.6 assists per game, 5.3 rebounds per game. Maybe even more importantly for folks, 41% from three, 51% field goal percentage. And I don't know how much stock you put in NBA plus minus, but plus 84 since he's been here. So since he's been here, it's been really good.
Yeah, I don't put much stock in it. I'm a big Justin Holiday fan. It was unfair that he was a negative 30 the other night because he did contribute by going 0 of 5 and getting released from the Atlanta Hawks, who desperately needed wing help. And they're like, "You suck." And the Mavs are like, "You want to play 48 minutes
Justin
a night?"
Holiday fan.
Hey, you got a brother. Does he want to come over here? Yeah, we always get the bad brother. Why can't we ever get the good brother?
You just wait. The Giannis thing's going to work out. I know we
remember when we picked up your brother for 23 games. Will you play with us? Because you're the good one.
Yeah, you just wait. That's going to work out. And then what do you think about this? Because I do see this a lot when you talk about picking sides. From the 6A2, we don't hate Luka. His teammates play better without him. They are more motivated and there's a lot more movement. I could see the
especially when they were 0-7 this year.
I could see the movement part. Oh yeah, well before Kyrie got here, oh my God, it was awful. Yeah. I think I don't know if they're saying with Kyrie. I do agree that sometimes there's more movement with the basketball. Sure. I think that's fair, but I don't know about the rest of it. But that's the thing that it comes back to is people are like, well, they'll step up with Kyrie or they'll play better with Kyrie, maybe away.
Part of me wants Luka to miss the rest of the year just to show these people that Kyrie's very good. The rest of your players aren't.
Yeah.
And you're going to run into major issues and Kyrie's going to get really frustrated. I get it got off to a great start. I can't argue that if I have the teams right. Sacramento and the Clippers, were those the two games you won without Luka?
I believe that is correct.
So I get what you did. If you're telling me just eliminating Luka from this team now puts you in the NBA Finals because you're dominating Sacramento and you're dominating the Clippers because of those two games, good luck with that.
You know what? At 11 o'clock, I got a crazy-ass trade I'll throw out there just for all the people who think maybe this franchise would be better off with
Does it involve Steve DeBerg?
No, it's an in-sport trade. You know what? Now that I realize that you're back, you're the one who drives this more than anybody. Because you recruit Mike and Corey into your Steve DeBerg fandom. And I
resent that statement.
A bad example for them, Reggie. You're a great person, but when it comes to Steve DeBerg, you're a bad example for them.
It's not my fault. I blame Colby.
That is very fair. Colby is where this all started. He's the number one person to blame for all the Steve DeBerg discussion.
I don't even think this needs to be any level of indictment on Luka or Kyrie. You just leaned in on the game plan of, track meet, right? Yes. All offense, maybe minimal defense. You take away one of the tent poles of that offense, I don't think that this whole game plan works, right? So I think the very basic statement of you take away Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving from this, trying to outscore people, and it's going to be untenable.
Yeah, no, and that's the terrifying part of the playoffs or just this team in general is it feels like, all right, did you get to, I know it's not always going to work like this, but did you get to 125 or 130? No? Well, then you probably lost. Like that feels like the way all of these playoff games are going to play out. Now, I realize that the Mavericks could still hit a plethora of different opponents, right down to if they even start in the real playoffs or if they have to go through Minnesota, the Lakers, like however you think it'll shake out. Who do you think is the worst first round playoff opponent for the Mavericks?
I think Denver, because I just think they're the best.
And what the hell are we going to do to stop them?
Yeah.
Well, what are we going to do to stop any of these teams is a fair point.
I think Denver, in a weird way, if they were completely and totally healthy, which they probably won't be, I guess the Clippers don't seem to be the best matchup for a Luka Doncic-led Maverick team, even though they do take them to 7 games. Phoenix, if Phoenix has a healthy Kevin Durant, we're screwed, but I don't know how healthy he will be in the first round. So I agree. Memphis, heck, you're about to play him 3 out of your next 5 games. Now, Ja's not going to play in the first 2 of them.
Yes.
Luka probably won't play in those either.
Did you see that Sacramento has caught them, by the way?
Right.
Well, or Memphis has fallen down to them, however you prefer to describe that.
But if you went into the playoffs and they didn't have Steven Adams, that helps.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming Steven Adams gets 26 rebounds a game, but I also assume that Rudy Gobert would do that last year in the playoffs, and he didn't. So,
yes,
I don't know.
True.
Reggie, do you have
kind of your... Embiid was going to have 100 points against us.
Of the teams in the West kind of in that space that would not fare well, or that the Mavs probably wouldn't fare well against?
Who would be your worst? If the Mavericks drew, who would you say they have no chance?
I don't know if I'm going to say the worst, and I also don't know if I want to say that they have no chance. But I don't like that matchup with the Phoenix Suns. I understand that there's a lot of narrative and drama around that. You get the Devin Booker thing. The problem is that's actually a really good defensive team, on top of the fact that they have guys that can get their shot whenever they want.
What about if you play them in the first round without Kevin Durant?
That gets a lot more tenable. I think that that's fair, but I am not under the assumption that Kevin Durant is going to miss playoff time.
Okay.
Now, of course, with the ankle sprain, I think it's high ankle, in fact.
Yeah.
A lot of people saw the aggregations that were like, oh, this could be really bad. That was one of 2 different reports. Windhorst was like, yeah, they are going to look at the MRI and then they'll go from there. And it was very much like they are not all too concerned about it. But the one that got aggregated a lot was the doom and gloom one, maybe because that's kind of the way that our attention economy works.
Yeah.
And so I'm not certain that this is actually going to be as negative as it's been portrayed, and I think that KD will be there.
Well, the interesting thing about that is I'm seeing like Woj and other spots this morning are like, hey, they're going to revisit it in 2 to 3 weeks. Phoenix Suns Twitter said yesterday they would revisit in 3 weeks. So obviously, and revisit, you could be like, great, I'm good to go. Let's roll. Or, of course, you could be like, So do you feel like 2 to 4 weeks is what we're looking at? Because I know at first 4 to 6 popped up. Or do you think 4 is just always going to be on the high end? Because you've got a month of the season left.
Right. And I think that that's probably on the high end, but I think it's a fair question either way. So assuming that Kevin Durant is playing, I don't like that matchup. I mean, you saw one of the reasons why. You don't have anybody that can stop him from getting to his spot.
Nope.
And when he gets to his spot, he is dangerous.
We had Hardaway on him. He was trying.
Josh Green was on him at one point, too.
I like that better.
But that didn't really
And then
fare well.
How many games do you think Luka is going to miss? Because I look back at, and I know they said the MRI came out clean, but that doesn't mean that you're not still in pain or hurting or anything like that. I go back to after the New Orleans game, he said it's probably going to be a week. Well, you have 3 more games to go in the span of the week with a back-to-back with Memphis and with San Antonio. If I said Luka will miss those 3 games, you say about right, more, less?
I could see it. I mean, Mike, what do you think on this? Because it seems like it's simply a, hey, what can you stomach? Like a pain threshold type thing. So if he gets to a point in 3 games where he's like, this is rested enough and the rest I can deal with, pain medication or just kind of gritting through it, then I can easily see that. He's not a wimpy dude. Like he can, battle through some stuff.
So the question is, how many games do I think he's going to miss? 2 to 5.
Okay.
So I mean, I know that it's tough because I think that Reggie's right. They found out MRI-wise, at least we have to take them for their word, that it's not hurt. It's hurt, but it's a pain threshold. It's what can you play with? What do you think you can be effective with? So I'm guessing he's going to sit out a week.
That's what I think,
And it could be 2 weeks. So I think it's a week to 2 weeks, and then he really has to come back at 100%. I know, just like we were talking in the hallway, I mean, with Sean Sharif, and I agree with this, you never know when Luka's hurt or not hurt. He fakes everything that he's dead, and you're like, there's no way that hurts that bad, but it's amazing that the guys that are great at faking injuries, and I wonder if this is just growing up overseas. I know other Americans do it too, Dwayne Wade, Paul Pierce, but man, I need to fake like a soccer player that I'm really hurt. And if I miss a shot, I'm going to fake even more how bad I'm hurt, and that's why I missed it. And if I make it, I might be like, oh man, but it's amazing when those guys get the basketball, the fake injury guys, how they are completely and totally healthy when they touch the basketball. Then after they release the ball, they have now gone back to being hurt.
I used to feel that way about Tiger Woods as well when he would miss a shot. And he was like, oh my God, my leg does hurt. And then when he make it, he's like, yeah, let's celebrate. I'm good. But perhaps the most important thing, as I'm vindicated from the 214, I forgot all about Steve DeBerg. Welcome back, Reggie. And that leads into stuff like this from the 760. I need Steve DeBerg every hour on the hour. Why haven't you booked him, though? Well, I know you're not officially on our show anymore, but you know what? Joey hasn't booked him either. No, you won't. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the dominant Dallas Stars. Plus, when do you start looking at or caring about NFL mock drafts? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here comes Fox right down the middle, and he puts that one top shelf. Montgomery for the 8th goal for the Stars.
The level of sadness from that Buffalo radio call, I get it, because guess what? The Stars would score 2 more goals. It was happening during the get right. I really enjoyed that as well. The Stars defeat the Buffalo Sabres 10-4. I repeat, 10-4, as the Stars had 9 different players who scored goals yesterday.
But they were in the crease.
Yeah, well, guess what? We changed that rule now. Is the 10 goals scored by the Stars tied for the most in franchise history. It was an incredible night. Jamie Benn, in addition to his goal, he had 2 assists. You just heard Radek Faksa. He had the 2 goals. Marchment also had 2 assists. Jason Robertson, no goals, but 3 assists.
He said, I'm going to get some points.
I know. And that was I was talking with Joey last night. I said, the only thing is I wish we could have diverted a couple of those goals over to Robo just so we can get back on like record pace. But it was absolutely incredible. The downside, Tyler Seguin with the dreaded lower body injury. Would you rather, if you're a hockey player, what's worse, lower body injury or upper body injury? Because this is it's only 2 injuries.
That's right. I think lower body?
I think lower body too.
Okay.
It's a lot of lower body to get that skating and, be able to manage it. Although I guess core injuries would really suck.
I don't know.
Where does the upper body start? Above the waist?
Yeah, I think so. I think waistline is where we're going.
Yeah. So you're going to go lower body?
I still go lower body because once your legs are done, you're done.
Yeah, that makes quite a bit of sense. So big win for the Stars as they retake sole possession of the Central Division, and they are 1 point behind the Kings, who have played 1 more game, and the Golden Knights for most overall points in the Western Conference. And plus, they scored 10 frickin' goals.
That's right. I've been telling them to score 7 a game and you won't lose. And they were like, you know what? Here's 3 more.
Sure. I'm inclined to agree with that.
Thank you.
That if they score 7 goals every single time, that they will win every single time. That is fair. But also, maybe most importantly, outside of just getting the 2 points, it's the way you start the road trip. So we talked about this a few days ago, a 6-game, 2-week road trip, and you get the first 2 points in emphatic fashion. And now, much like the Mavericks play Memphis back-to-back on Saturday and Monday, the Stars will play Seattle back-to-back on Saturday and Monday. That feels like a very odd scheduling anomaly that both of our teams would run into the same team on the same day in the same kind of sequence. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, a very emphatic victory for the Stars, who should be on a point streak right now if it weren't for that stupid last 7 seconds against Calgary.
Yeah, that was that was quite a letdown of a game. Now, one thing I want to ask you, Kevin, before we move along. Were you concerned at all about them also giving up 4 goals? Because it's easy to forget that when you had the goal scoring extravaganza that they had on the other side. But the defensive effort has been that's been a little concerning for the Stars of late, and they still gave up 4 goals.
No, I think you're right, because going back to the Calgary game, I know we talked about the last 7 seconds, and I get that, but I was kind of infuriated about how the first period went as well. And you look at, it's not the stoutest start to March for Ottinger. Specifically, you'd be fine with the Arizona and the Colorado games, both of which obviously you won. But now you look at his last 2 starts, he gave up 9 goals in those 2. And that is just not ever going to be tenable, especially when you have what I think is one of the best 5 goaltenders in the league. And I don't feel like that's a shocking opinion or anything like that. So a little concerned about that indeed, Reggie.
Thanks, man.
Who are the best goalies in the league?
The stupid Boston goalie is pretty incredible. But then again...
Bobby Orr?
No, well, hold on. But Bobby Orr wasn't a goalie to begin with, though.
Did he play for Boston?
He did?
Got that right.
But
face.
Olmark is the name I was looking for Boston, but not.
You didn't think he could name a Boston player.
You know what? You're probably right about that. Is
Chicago have a good goalie? His name Chelios?
No, and also Chris Chelios wasn't the goalie for them.
Did he play for Chicago?
He did.
Got that right.
But why wouldn't you say Ed Belfour?
Played for the Stars.
Okay, but before that, he played for Chicago.
I don't follow hockey until they come here.
Okay. What about Gustafsson?
Sounds like a Russian. I don't like Russians.
They've
attacked Ukraine.
The Minnesota.
They're trying to ruin our economy.
Uh-huh.
They're Facebooking things about votes, I think, or something.
Oh my God! All right, you know what?
They're helping China send balloons.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and shift.
Okay,
it's gonna be one of those days.
Oh, like a shift, like a hockey shift.
3 for 3, Kevin.
How long is a hockey shift, give or take?
45 seconds, I
Okay,
believe.
actually, close enough. I was looking for about 50 to 65 seconds, but
it just matters how you want to play the game. You know, different coaches have different styles. Sometimes they have shorter shifts. Sometimes they have longer shifts.
Okay, I think you're right about that. But
I'm
also,
glad there's an I in that word.
Why is it encouraging people? Patrick Waugh was a goalie. I know.
Colorado.
No, but tell me the other team. Can you tell me one other team he played for?
No.
Montreal. That is correct.
Oh my God. That was the greatest guess of my whole life.
Guess? You didn't know?
No clue.
Mike Bassett.
All right, well.
The Montreal Expos.
You know that is not
the
right.
Montreal Canadiens.
Okay, close enough, actually. All right, for the purposes of this, are you okay if I shift to football? I know you love some hockey, and you're rolling with hockey right now.
Thank you.
You know what? We don't have to get into it. How many of the NHL teams do you think you could name?
Ooh, I want to play this game.
How many are there? 30?
Yes. Actually,
15
no.
to 20, I guess.
I forgot that there's been expansion.
You want me to start now?
No, how many did you say?
15 to 20.
Okay, and there's 32.
It's a good number. That means 16 in each division, each conference. Then they have they don't even know. I don't even know the words. I don't even understand the hockey playoffs. It's the stupidest playoffs I've ever seen made. Impossible
just the
to
seeding.
follow.
Really? No, he doesn't like the seeding. The intensity of hockey playoffs is amazing.
Yeah.
But they switched it out from going 1 through 8 to, all right.
Yeah,
here's what we're going to do.
You're the Nightingale division winners, and you're the Slush Puppy winners, and you get the wild Wookiees, and
they have pretty basic division names: Atlantic, Metropolitan, Central, and Pacific. I don't feel like
Metropolitan. What is that supposed to mean?
And so they take those three.
Is that when there's like 3 different flavors in the ice cream bucket?
Yeah, no, that's Neapolitan. There's no Neapolitan division.
Why not?
I don't know. I didn't name the hockey division.
You know what? You should be the Neapolitan wild card if you have the best record that didn't win a division, because you just combine it all and you're like, well, you're the best. You're the Neapolitan. You get the 4th seed, I get, except they might have the 73rd seed. I don't know how it works.
All right. Reggie, would you like...
Wouldn't just 1 play 8 and 2 play 7? Wouldn't that just be a lot more simpler?
That would be a lot more simpler.
You know what, Kevin? I do hear your argument about me messing things up when I'm on the show. That's fair.
Yeah. I get it.
You didn't think I was going to participate in hockey talk, did you?
You know what? I didn't. All right. Reggie, Carter, YouTubers, Tolos. Would you rather shift to when do you care about mock drafts, or do you want to see how many NHL teams Mike can actually name?
Mike?
Okay, Carter is chanting Mike. Peyton, I think, is still back there as well.
Peyton is also chanting
Mike.
He's also
chanting
really
for Mike.
tired.
Okay.
Well, the Buffalo Bisons, it's the Buffalo Sabres.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
I was there. Man, I tell you what, every time their goalie took a dump, they had to talk about it on Sports Talk Radio. I'm like, can you talk about something else besides hockey in this city?
Do you remember his name?
He was white.
That's not a name.
What do you mean white's not a name?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
for the purposes of this goalie, White is not his name.
Oh, okay.
Haskin something? Hosky?
Dominic Hasek.
Yeah, see? I was really close.
You called him Old Hosky?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Buffalo and the Dallas Stars, it's Sabres, right? You have the New Jersey Devils, the New York Rangers.
Okay. That's 4.
The San Jose Sharks, the
5.
Las Vegas Knights,
6.
the Las
give them
Vegas
credit for
Kings, or the Los Angeles Kings, the Las Vegas Knights.
It's Golden Knights.
Knights.
But that's okay.
All right.
Okay. Oh, good. That's why I asked if you gave him credit. Good enough. All right, you're up to 7.
Tampa Bay Lightning win it all the time. The Boston Bruins.
That's correct.
The Philadelphia Flyers.
Correct.
The Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yep.
The Montreal Canadiens.
You were giving him credit for that? He knows it.
Are the
All right,
Winnipeg Jets still alive? I won't name
I
them.
was gonna
Edmonton
say, is that
Oilers,
an
then.
official guess?
The Minnesota North Stars, except they're not the North Stars. They are the Timberwolves. They are the Minnesota Green Team.
You don't know, do you?
We'll skip that one for a little bit.
Oh, my gosh.
They're in Minnesota. I know that they came back. It's great for them. I'm really proud of them. The Florida Panthers. Let's see what other season. St. Louis Blues. They're good at hockey.
Are they historically?
Yeah.
How many am I up to?
You're up to 15.
I did it. I said 15.
We
I did it. I knocked it out of the park. The crazy team in Seattle now. The Waxahachis or something.
What? How does that work?
The Krakens.
Yeah. Oh, that is correct.
Yeah.
You're from the Waxahachis.
Yeah. What is it? Waxahachie is not the Kraken.
I feel like if you went to Waxahachie, you got a chance of finding a Kraken.
No.
I know.
They got mad I mowed their lawn one time.
Oh,
remember
The
that whole
city
thing?
of Waxahachie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mowed a baseball field and
Oh,
they
yeah,
thought
I
I had
remember
committed a crime. That's good. I did enough.
Hey, you skipped by it because you didn't put
The
it
Washington Wizards, the Washington Capitals. See?
Would you like to put the Florida Panthers down as an official guess or no?
Oh no, did they move?
I'm asking.
I say yes.
That is correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I said Florida Panthers, but then you scared me. Is the Winnipeg Jets no more? Are they done?
They're correct.
Yeah, see, I got it right. Old Jetsies.
All right, you got 19. You said 15 to 20. Do you want to take a shot at either what the Minnesota team is?
Are the New York Islanders still alive? I'm going to guess them.
That is correct.
Because I named the Rangers, the Islanders, and the Devils. So I got the 3 New York, New Jersey teams.
And you got the Sabres as well. So if you want to count the.
Oh, yeah, 4.
That's true.
Yeah, Buffalo's in New York, too. Congratulations, Buffalo.
For being in New
You got Dunn Tire Park. They renamed it,
The
but
ones
that's where I played at.
believe you skipped, at least a couple of these you would have never gotten, is you skipped the Ottawa Senators.
I know them because I played against the Lynx there.
The Detroit Red Wings.
That's an easy one.
The Carolina Hurricanes.
I was singing Carolina, and I was thinking of it's a red and black circle, but I couldn't remember their name.
Yeah.
The Columbus Blue Jackets.
That's Derek Collins' favorite team.
The Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I was like,
That's an easy one because we talked about Roy Waugh.
The Arizona Coyotes.
I probably wouldn't have got theirs.
The Chicago Blackhawks.
That's an easy one. Sparky.
The Minnesota Wild. We were looking for
Wild. I
the
couldn't remember.
Minnesota Wild.
Okay.
And then I believe you also skipped the Vancouver Canucks
Correct.
and Anaheim Ducks.
The Duckies.
Who did we skip? Anybody else, or did we
he
get
didn't
the
get the
rest?
Kings, did he?
I did say LA
Yeah, he did
Kings.
say.
Oh, my
did you say the
apologies.
Pittsburgh Penguins?
I forgot
No,
them.
he didn't say the Penguins.
Oh yeah, that's a big one. So
They're good.
You did better
See?
than I would have anticipated. I was really curious what you were going to say from Minnesota. Yes, it's the Minnesota Wild. And oh yeah, did you say the Nashville Predators?
Did not.
No.
Okay, so there you go. Mike
I know
Bassick.
the best player in the league is Connor McDavid.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece
I
right
know
here
that
at
through card
105.3 The
prices.
Fan. From the 214, man, Waxahachie is popping these days. And also, somebody texted in for the segment we were going to do. I don't ever care about mock drafts. Fair enough. Thank you for participating. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, in fact, a shout-out Friday. If you want to send those shout-outs in, whether they're to Mike's hockey knowledge or anything else in the world, 877-881-1053. Get involved, YouTubers. Get involved, Twolos. Coming up next, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
How excited are you for the United States of America next?
Coming up in the next...
This segment of the KSC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. They've got Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. If you were wondering about that Reggie hiccup, it's because we spent the entire break seeing how many presidents they could list. We had to stop, but they're currently up to 36 out of 46.
Mostly Carter. Apparently, he's a president buff.
Yeah, Carter's been crushing it with some of the, I would say, more obscure for people presidents. And it is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my boys Hector and TJ. They've been killing it at life. From the 682, shout out to y'all. Vibes are immaculate on this Friday. And then another one, really appreciate it, from the 682. Shout out to y'all. Days suck sometimes, but y'all never do. Glad that we can help. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so Team USA plays the Redcoats tomorrow. So I'd really like Great Britain to walk out in Redcoats.
Are you a fan of Britain in general?
I think so. They're okay with me now.
Okay.
Wait, what did you do? I really disliked them in the mid 1700s. Okay. They really.
I wasn't sure. I thought maybe more recently you didn't like them. I don't know.
I don't know. Have they done something that I should not like them about, like Brexit or something?
We can keep going. You don't have to be invested in Brexit.
If Team USA struggles to hit, and they are going to be a fun team to watch. I'll go over their roster in a little bit. Do you know who Team USA's batting practice pitcher is?
No.
It is Michael Young. Oh. He does all the batting practice. I do think this is funny. I talked to Jared Sandler, and he said it's just because they ran out of titles and they had to give him one. But he is the batting practice pitcher. If you go to their roster, coaches, Mark DeRosa, manager. Obviously, he's very tight with Mark DeRosa. DeRosa wanted Michael Young, who's played in the World Baseball Classic and represented Team USA. But their hitting coach is Ken Griffey Jr.
Cool.
Their pitching coach is Andy Pettit. Their bullpen coach is Dave Righetti, who I thought at the time when I didn't know Maddox was coming back, I was like, dude, I'd love for Bochy to bring Dave Righetti back into the game too, because I've just heard so many great things about him as a pitching coach when he was with San Francisco. But I'm very happy that Maddox is the pitching coach for the Texas Rangers too. But it's just down at the bottom, number 9, Michael Young. It's title batting practice pitcher.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
All right, so real quick, I've been watching the World Baseball Classic. I watched a little bit this morning. Japan just destroyed Korea. Korea's off to a very bad start.
And we talked about yesterday how Cuba's off to a terrible start too.
Now, losing to Japan, most likely everybody's going to lose to Japan in that bracket. They're going to probably go undefeated, go in as a 1 seed once the pool play gets done. But most everybody thought, well, Korea is going to be the 2 seed. And they still can. You have 2 teams come out of your pool play. And for Team USA, most people are expecting Team USA will be the 1 seed out of their pool play. I think
defending champion.
Yes, they are from 2017. And I think most people, I don't know what the odds are, but would probably say Mexico probably has the best chance of being the 2 seed out of their bracket. Okay. Canada doesn't look very strong. Sometimes they have some pretty good players. They've upset the United States, and we've seen a lot of upsets so far in this pool play. So
was it yesterday or this morning that the Netherlands was getting work done as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
Now the Netherlands do have quite a few big league players, but still,
does that mean it's time for Israel to go on their Cinderella run?
I don't know, but the Czech Republic won.
Yes!
With a whole bunch of teachers and construction workers. They have come together and they have beat China.
That's
so
pretty
if
incredible.
the Czech Republic can beat China, the United States can beat China.
In the World Baseball Classic?
I'm teasing. Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm also teasing our Rocky Balboa segment where,
Oh, yeah. If I could change, you could change. Everybody can change.
All right. So if people aren't really following this, and I get probably Saturday, you got things to do. I won't be able to watch live because I'll be at 73 Little League baseball games. But Mookie Betts is leading off. Mike Trout is batting second. Paul Goldschmidt is batting third. Nolan Arenado and Pete Alonso are going to be in the middle of the lineup. You'll have, I don't know how they're going to do it because I was watching practice the other day. At least they were showing highlights of practice from Team USA. And they had Bobby Witt Jr. flipping balls from second base to Tim Anderson at shortstop. So I'm not exactly sure, the exact team, like as in like who's going to be up the middle, because you also have Trey Turner. So you have Trey Turner, you have Bobby Witt Jr., and you have Tim Anderson on this team. So Nolan Arenado will probably play third base every day. Jeff McNeil is a guy who's listed as a second baseman, the only player listed as a second baseman on the team. So it looks like you could be seeing Trey Turner and Tim Anderson and Bobby Witt Jr. share, and I guess Jeff McNeil too, share the middle infield in some way. Will Smith and JT Realmuto are your catchers. So you have a loaded team. Your starting 9 with bench players, you are loaded as a lineup.
Is it, because I know we're getting in that direction, is it safe to say the pitching is significantly weaker maybe, or at least weaker than the lineup?
Significantly. Ooh. So if I'm going to start naming pitchers, and it just doesn't seem right to me, but it is what I'm not knocking these guys. They're good pitchers, but we do not have, I say we, the United States. You just listed
the best of the best.
We listed pretty much the best position players that you could have playing for Team USA. They did. All the position players said, we're in. Here are the pitchers, and the pitchers sometimes don't have a choice. Sometimes the organization, like the Rangers, probably like, no, we're not letting Jacob deGrom with giving him that contract and his injury history go pitch for Team USA that competitively. You have Jason Adam, you have Daniel Bard, you have David Bednard, you have Kyle Freeland, which congratulations to him. My agent is his agent. He's really not my agent anymore. Kendall Graveman. Merrill Kelly, Lance Lynn, who we know, Nick Martinez, who we know, Miles Michaelis, who we know, Adam Ottavino, Ryan Presley, Brooks Raley, Brady Singer, Adam Wainwright, and Devin Williams. That does not sound like the strongest of the strongest.
For some of these guys, if it was 2015, it'd be great.
That is true.
But Verlander, Scherzer, DeGrom, Kershaw was on it and then was taken out of it because of thing. Yeah. So I mean, you just look at this, and those are older pitchers, but you just start looking at this and you go, okay, hitting wise, they're as good as the Dominican Republic, I would say, and I think those are the 2 best lineups in the World Baseball Classic. But you just start looking at the rest of the roster, you're like, that's not that great. Now, guys, did you see Max Scherzer the other day cheat the rules, but he made sure to ask the umpire about the rules so it wasn't cheating?
Yes.
Oh.
So he gets on the rubber and comes set immediately with 20 seconds left on the clock, which means the hitter has to be ready to hit. He doesn't get like the full time because the pitcher is ready to pitch. Well, the hitter's uncomfortable because then Max Scherzer holds the ball for 8 seconds. So he calls timeout. So Max Scherzer steps off the rubber and within half of a second steps on the rubber and comes set because he doesn't need another sign. He already knows the pitch, which means the hitter has to step in. As soon as the hitter eyes look at Max Scherzer, he lifts his leg and throws the ball, strike 3.
Wow.
And Max Scherzer has been doing a lot of research and talking to the umpires, and he has different ways now to manipulate this clock. If he's like, if we're going to use this clock, I'm not going to use it as a disadvantage. I'm going to use it as an advantage. And the umpires told him, you can come set on the rubber and already have your hand set before the hitter even steps into the batter's box. So he is ready to pitch before the hitter has even stepped into the box.
And I think it has taken some trial and error to get there, because I know at least one of the times he did this, it didn't fly, and he was like, they need to get their S together. And
right,
so
you got to know the rules as an umpire. Yeah. I've checked on these. It's very, I feel like what is happening, especially with an older guy like Max Scherzer, is he's almost in a weird way turning into Bill Belichick. Like Belichick, the way that he, I remember the Ravens had to take a 15-yard penalty because they were illegally lining up, but the refs weren't catching it because they only put 4 offensive linemen out there, and they were having kind of ineligible receiver, but Bill Belichick knew how to manipulate the rule and how the ref probably wouldn't catch it. And so Harbaugh had to run on the field and take a 15-yard penalty just so he could yell at the refs that they're doing an illegal formation. You guys aren't catching it.
I'm I'm a little uncomfortable with how much we're getting like letter of the rule type interpretations rather than spirit of the rule types. But I also wonder, is this something where baseball players are just going to have to morph and over time get comfortable, like batters stepping in and immediately being ready to hit?
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is what you might have to do as a hitter is just kind of keep a rhythm going in the batter's box, is almost never get set. Now, you can get set as the pitcher lifts his leg, but maybe you really, and I think of Pete Incaviglia, I know this is, if you're too young for this, I'm sorry, but he'd wiggle his butt and he would kind of wiggle his hands. And there's a little bit of like, hey, a little bit of rhythm in that. And usually as a hitter, you don't want to be still until the pitcher makes his motion. But I do think guys are really going to have to work on, if this is going to be the way baseball is played.
Yeah.
On how you got to kind of keep a rhythm, because he might hold the ball for 17 seconds being set. And that's what Max Scherzer's like. I can pitch the ball immediately as soon as you look up, or you have to get set because like, crap, he's about to pitch the ball. And then I don't pitch the ball for 18 seconds.
Yeah.
And so I find this really interesting. It's going to be a really, I think, fun. I think we're going to be upset at times, like when it works against the Rangers, going, dude, we can't. This isn't fair. And then when the Rangers take advantage of some sort of clock issue rule, we're going to be like, well, that was really cool. You found a loophole in the rule to help take advantage of something to win the game. So this is definitely, I think, going to be trial and error. And the league office is going to have to look at some of these things. Like what Max Scherzer did, we haven't started the season yet. They should eliminate that from happening. But I just don't know if they're going to be that proactive in eliminating something before they've even started real baseball.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple quick shout-outs to you. Shout out to my son, Caden Parker Ford, on his 18th birthday. Woo! Congratulations and happy birthday. And this is a tough one, but I'm glad we're helping out. From the 817. Shout out to my dog, Lady Bird. Had her 13 years, and we had to say goodbye yesterday. My wife and I are struggling pretty bad. Appreciate the distraction of your show. Glad to help in whatever way you can. And I know so many people listening know how awful it can be when you have to put one of your pets down or they just pass away. Coming up next, we will try to keep the fun going. The biggest questions for the last month of the NBA season. 877-881-1053. If you have your own question, we'll try to answer it and continue with those shout-outs next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Shout-Out Friday. Shout-out, I think, to the fellas from the G-Vag Nation, but this could go terribly, terribly wrong.
Oh, no.
They are doing their shock collar quiz today. The first round is in the 4 o'clock hour. The second round is in the 5 o'clock hour. And it sounds like in addition to pain, there could be betrayal based on general knowledge. I will tell you this. Here's an update. Our super team of Mike, Reggie, and Carter named 43 of the 46 presidents because, yes, we did give them 2 points for Grover Cleveland. So I thought y'all did a heck of a job.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
It was really Carter. Apparently, Carter is just like an incredible history buff, and I did not realize that.
Carter was crushing the ones that you're like, ooh, I probably wouldn't have guessed that one.
Yep.
Well done, gentlemen.
It's like that song for G-Bag Nation. You want to be a baller, shock caller.
You know what? I do not think that is a bad use of that song today. All right.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to do some NBA questions that I have constructed for you? I might have stolen one of them, but I have constructed the rest of them.
Why would you steal?
Are these yes
I
or
thought
no?
you learned your lesson in middle school.
Mostly. All right. I borrowed. You can expand however you want. Does the KD injury doom the Suns?
Yes.
Oh, Reginald?
What was the question again?
What?
Well, I'll let Reggie. I'll expand on my just yes that the KD injury dooms the Suns. I do think as great as he is, they need a little bit of time to play, and I'm going to go off of my friend who was right when I said the Phoenix Suns are going to the NBA Finals after that trade. He said, Mike, he always gets hurt. Why do you think he's going to be healthy this time? And what happened? He tried to lay a ball up before a game, and now he's out for an undisclosed amount of time. And I just don't know if his body can go through 4 7-game series.
Okay.
So that's why I say yes, they're doomed. Is not that they're going to lose in the first round. They might, but that I don't know if KD's going to be there for them, and they mentally need him. I think they are the 2007 mentally Dallas Mavericks. I think they know they're losers. If they don't have a different feel, if they can't go to KD, I do think Chickenhead Booker and Chris Paul and those guys are going to look at each other and go, we know what happens when we rely on us. We lose by 40 in game time situations.
If he is out for the playoffs, absolutely. If he is not out for the playoffs, then
you have to do a little
fine.
Projection.
And
on
so
this, then.
I'm willing to say no because I do not
got him
think
in the
that
finals.
The tough thing about it is the West feels really wide open. And so
nobody respects Denver.
I mean, I respect Denver. They also still have their weaknesses that are very gettable, right? And that's why when we were talking about like the worst matchup for the Mavs earlier, I'm like, I don't really have one that I think they're incapable of scaling.
Yeah.
It just would take circumstance. But I think that the Suns team, like the way that we talk about Kyrie and Luka needing to gel and figure out how to play together, the way that all of these dudes play on the Suns, it doesn't take all that much figuring out. He really just has to, and they can all default to ISO basketball if they really want to, and it'll be 100% fine for them.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you for the most part offensively. Because I do think Devin Booker, here's the great thing, Devin Booker, the chicken head, is going to defer in the fourth quarter of these big moments. He's going to chicken head himself out of it, and that's great for Devin or for Kevin Durant. But Reggie, don't you think when it comes playoff time that if you've never played together, and there could be a chance where they play like, let's just say 2 games, let's just say, I'm just guessing, but they come back and play 2 games before the regular season is over. Do you feel like you're going to have your defensive rotations down, the strengths and weaknesses of like if you're Kevin Durant, and I know he's not the main defensive guy, but all your strengths and weaknesses of the 4 other guys on the court with you defensively and what they're kind of asking you to do?
That's going to be a little bit of a challenge, that knowing what each other does, but Kevin Durant is still an incredible defender and like especially help side defender and in the post. I think that they have everything that they need to be a good defensive team. And I understand what you mean, like trying to put together the understanding for everybody. But I think they've already gotten to a pretty good place where also their defense is going to be somewhat effective because they offensively can put pressure on other teams as well.
Let's move over to the East. I know what the betting odds say, but who is the true favorite in the East?
Bucks.
Man, I think I'm going to lean towards Reggie's answer, but I just think it's a two-team race.
Sure.
I just think it's going to be Milwaukee versus Boston. That's going to be a heck of a series. I can see Boston coming out of that and making it to the NBA Finals, but I just think heck of a series. Can't wait for that series to happen because I do think, hey, Philadelphia, good team. I just don't think they can win a 7-game series against either one of those teams, and I don't think Cleveland. I'm going to lean towards Cleveland as the other first-round winner.
Yeah.
And I get how great New York Knicks are playing, and it just really kind of hurts my heart. I'm happy for Jalen Brunson. It's not his fault at all. The Mavericks did not want to offer him a max-out contract or close to. So, yes, he wanted to go to New York, and the Mavericks didn't want to compete with that offer either. So I just look at it and go, man, great year for the Knicks, but I still don't know if they're going to get out of the first round.
Yeah, the Bucks have the best defense in the league pretty much. And on top of that, a thing that I've
just think if they could add Justin Holiday to that. Thank God we got him.
But no, speaking of his brother Drew, Chris Middleton missed a lot of time this year. Drew Holiday previously was kind of more of a defensive specialist that could give you a little bit of offense.
He could put some points
with
in.
Chris Middleton missing time and Giannis at times missing time. Drew was required to step up and have more offensive presence. And now with Middleton coming back, Drew is a little bit more comfortable this season, having to put in offensively. So now you have 3 legitimate guys on offense that you have to be aware of, and the defense is all there. It's a really scary proposition.
Across BetQL, FanDuel, BetMGM, and Caesars, Boston Celtics are an average of plus 135, and the Bucks are an average of plus 150. So it's just damn near as close as you can get without it literally being even. All right, assuming it's not the Mavs, and this would take some sort of fantastical mathematical illogicalness to make it happen, which team do you want to get Victor Wembanyama?
An Eastern Conference team.
That makes sense.
Who in the East is actually
Detroit's
in that
horrible.
game?
I mean, if you look at Houston, San Antonio, and Detroit are not in order, but those are the worst 3 teams in the NBA. And I know that it can still change, but
because I kind of thought I wouldn't hate Charlotte because it fits that. You could see him up with Melo.
Let me ask you this. Is there something like DNA-wise, I hate saying this, because they're DNA-wise, it's great. 2 of the 3 kids made the NBA and have made an impact at times in the NBA. But with Lonzo Ball's career looking like it could be over.
Man, that is
LaMelo Ball is also breaking down tremendously too.
Hurt,
I'm wondering if I've played with guys that were like this. One of them being like John Patterson. He's from Orange, Texas. He was a top 10 pick in the 1996 draft. There's other players I played with that their body couldn't handle an MLB season. They just, for some reason, they're gifted enough to pitch or play at a high level at whatever sport, but their body cannot handle that. They need to handle a high school season or a college season. It cannot handle an NBA season. And I'm wondering, the Charlotte thing, interesting with Wembanyama, but then I think to myself, is LaMelo Ball's body going to follow his brother's body, which it seems like it is?
That's an interesting question. I would have to do more research. I can't rule it out, though. I can't say that, like, just like certain diseases, like, it makes sense that some people are, like, genetically not predetermined, but more likely.
More prone to injury.
Yeah. Is there a team for you, Reggie, that you, like, would like to see him go to?
I mean, maybe the Spurs, because of the teams that are really bad.
I knew that was going to make him mad.
I know. But of the teams, this is my perspective. I was like, where would be the place that he would have the best opportunity to be, like, really good? And I mean, his natural talent is there, but like the organization around him. And of the teams that are really bad, that organization seems to have a good head coach, and it has a team that's good at putting talent around players when they are good. And I can't say that much about the Houston Rockets, who look like they are wandering in the desert. The Detroit Pistons of late, right? Not since I guess you could point to like 2004 when they were good. I don't really believe in any of those other organizations to put things around him to be successful in the ways that would make him, a Sunday afternoon star. If you know what I mean.
Real quick, the top 8 picks right now would be in order without lottery would be Detroit, Houston, San Antonio, Charlotte, Orlando, Indiana, Orlando again. So Orlando has the 5th and 7th pick right now.
And then
Oklahoma City. So that's kind of gives you an idea of where he could go.
Let me stick with this then. You have pick 3, 4, or 5 with the assumption that Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson go 1, 2. Like it's felt that way for a while. Let's just say that. You have a top 5 pick. Do you draft Brandon Miller?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm guessing you're basing this on like the story and the legal ramifications of that.
Also that's true, but also I just wanted to, since y'all are really into basketball, I wanted to get this as sort of my like test to see how far this is going to ripple. Because past top 5, I think people are going to be like, hey, talent's talent, But I was just kind of curious if you think it would have an impact, whether it's Smith and Black from Arkansas or whoever, or the Thompsons to move kind of higher in the draft. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to do this. You talk about the talent, and I think when you talk about the incident that happened in Alabama, it's not the kind where you look at it and you go, oh man, he's always around trouble. Yeah. Like this was a former teammate that he was hanging out with that then ended up in a very bad situation. And I'm not trying to absolve him of whatever responsibility he had there, but it seems more individual of an incident than.
And I'll be honest, I haven't watched the Twins play in the G League or whatever. Yeah. But
I think Amen's the better of the two.
That's what they have. They have him going 3 and the other brother going 5th. So
what's the other brother's name again?
Asar, if I'm saying it right. Okay. AUSAR. Okay. Asar. I've watched Arkansas play because of Anthony Black from, I guess, Duncanville. Yeah. And I've watched that Nick Smith Jr. play. I'm not impressed with him. I could be totally off on him, and he could be great and be an all-star in the NBA for 10 years. But they have him as a top 10 pick, and every time I watch Arkansas, I'm like, why is this Nick Smith Jr. rated so high?
All right, now, if we're talking about players that have run into trouble, depending on the variety of it, Grizzlies, 7-13 in their last 20 games. Will Ja come back, and will the Grizzlies excel because of it?
He will come back, and I'm going to put them in the second round.
Okay. And then drop. Right now, it's interesting. They would play the Kings.
Well, they lost Clark, and they lost
Brandon
Adams.
Clark, ACL injury, and Steven Adams.
And so that's a big one. Yes. That's 2 of their 8 best players. Right. So, I mean, I get it. Hey, it's not John Morant, but they are a one-man show with unbelievably great role players. And I know I'm taking a little bit of Jaren Jackson, I know, made the All-Star team, and congratulations to him. He is the guy picked right after Luka, if you don't know who he is, and you'll get to see him play 3 out of the next 5 games against the Mavericks. But I just look at them and being like, they are a one-man team with a whole bunch of really good role players around them. But I don't know. I think that they can be upset in the second round.
Okay.
And maybe it won't be upset if they are the 3.
I have a bonus ridiculous question for you. I heard an allusion of this on the GVAG Nation. I was like, you know what? Let's go a little further down this avenue. Would you trade, remember, ridiculous question. Would you trade Luka to Oklahoma City for Getty, Shea, Holmgren, and 3 first-round picks?
I hate my answer right now, but I lean to yes.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that's a hell of a haul.
Thought process there being, you get a possible all-star in the future, a top 15 player in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then like 3 lottery picks and an opportunity to really hit.
And a lot of people love Getty too. Like Getty's is a great role player who has maybe the ability to turn into a borderline all-star. So I look at, if I'm going to get that and 3 future firsts, and let's just say right now they have the 8th overall pick. If you give me
that will be part of it.
And so I hate saying this, I would lean to yes, because I don't think the Mavericks have a chance in hell of building a good enough team around Luka Doncic with what they have. And so I would almost go, I hate doing this, because when you get a top 5 player, it's not very smart to trade them. But I look at it and go, in the next 2 to 3 years, how do we build around this guy to actually create a contender? We've screwed up so many times. This would almost be a start over. And now we build around. It's scary because Chet already missed a whole season, and Shea has had injury problems. Getty's a really good player, but he's a poor man's Luka somewhat.
This is Matt, and I've seen a couple people texting in. No way OKC would do that. You're out of your mind. They would make you pick up the phone. They make that trade this second. Reggie?
I'm sure if they got the top 2 pick, they wouldn't.
Okay.
They would not include
I would agree.
Wembanyama
if we're
or
going off
Scoot
at
Henderson.
8, but
Right.
yeah, Reggie, what say you? Do you make that deal? That is such a long sigh.
Because, I mean, your common thought in basketball and NBA is you trade the best player away and you lose the deal.
Yep.
And you would be trading away the best player. That decision would have to depend on if you feel like you can keep Luka Doncic around. Right? Like, I think that's the baseline idea is, do you think Luka Doncic becomes one of the players that after their rookie extension goes, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, and moves along? Because if that's the case, then you get a whole bunch of young guys and the opportunity to really build this thing back. Otherwise, I think you keep Luka Doncic. And, I mean, he's a top 5 player in the league.
Yeah.
Like, it seems unreasonable to send that away if it is not working for you. And it seems like it is still working for you.
Okay. Yeah, no,
it's a great, I tell you what, it makes you think though, right, Reggie? Like for me, I'm like, dude, I'm not for this. This isn't a no-brainer. I'm just like, dang it, like you've put a package in front of me that I would have to really talk to Bill Duffy and Luka, and also then talk to, if I'm Cuban and Nico and Michael Finley, I got to go, hey, would it be better and easier for us to build around the 3 guys we got, the 8th overall pick, 2 future first, than just Luka and Dwight Powell, I guess, who we love to death.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Appreciate all the feedback, even the people who are like, no way OKC would make that trade. I absolutely think that they would make that trade. Coming up next, Masterpiece Theater, the pound-for-pound fighter rankings for the Rocky and Creed movies. Who is in your top 3? 877-881-1053. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for we could skip the Masterpiece Theater intro because instead I want a different intro. If we can go to cut number 6, because I'm excited to have this conversation. 877-881-1053. Who are the top 3 fighters in the history of the Rocky and Creed series? And then if you also want to throw out who's the worst fighter.
The HIV guy.
That would be Tommy the Machine Gun from Rocky V, who did briefly win the heavyweight championship, and then he lost a street fight to Rocky in what I feel like all humans should agree is easily the worst of any of those. I think there's 9 of them with the 6 Rocky and the 3 Creeds.
And he was a real boxer, too. I thought you were about to tell me he did actually have the real heavyweight championship in his real life.
Pretty sure he did.
Oh, I thought, because in the movie, he was going for it. Rocky was training him. And then he turned to Don King, whatever his name was in the movie. And then they fought in the street.
Hold on, I'm going to double check.
But you're saying he was the real heavyweight champion?
He held a version of it.
Okay.
You know who he lost it to?
Michael Spinks.
Lennox Lewis.
Oh, yeah. Lennox Lewis was awesome.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying. So he beat Donovan Ruddock, and for the vacant IBC heavyweight title.
It's JJ Redick.
And then, old man in the 3. And then he lost it to Lennox Lewis. So you have him as the worst fighter in all of the movies.
Yes. I wish that could be erased somehow, and it didn't happen.
That movie sucks.
Rocky guy invests badly.
Yes. Well, remember,
poor again.
At the very beginning of Rocky V, he collapses in the shower still in Russia from the beating he took from Drago. And they're like, oh, yeah, you have brain damage. And then he's like, hey, let's do a movie that's essentially about your kid, too. And that kid, who might have been Sylvester Stallone's real kid, he's the worst in that movie.
Especially with those earrings.
Yes.
Hippie.
No. I meant his acting, not because of that. All right. Who are your top? Okay, now this is what I love about these movies, because I told Jess yesterday is we're rewatching the Creed movies. I was rewatching Creed, the first Creed, and I like how they set the stage. It's like, hey, this guy's number 8. Here's the top 2 pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Yeah, that is not always a world they dive into in Rocky. And then so somebody texted in. 972. Tommy Gunn won a manufactured belt. He never won it for Rocky. And so that was one of the plot lines is you're a paper champion and everything like that. So.
Oh, because Don King, whatever his name was in the movie. I know it wasn't Don King, but they had a person that they're like, you're the Don King of this and you stole this guy from Rocky. I know they're taking a little bit of, I don't know if this is right or not, a little bit of the Mike Tyson story and putting it into this dude Tommy Gunn.
Yeah. All right. So who are your top 3?
Number 1. If he dies, he dies.
Ivan Drago.
Number 1.
We've got it on the Twitch. We've got it on, I believe, I haven't seen it on YouTube, but I've definitely seen it up and down the truckwreck.com text line. People really believe that Russian dude was an absolute menace.
Okay. Union Kane. Thank you very much from the person with the 682. I knew something came.
And then they showed how steroids work in Rocky IV.
Okay, but as a professional fighter, isn't he 0-1?
Was that sanctioned?
The
Christmas, it's a Christmas movie.
The title was
Christmas
not,
Eve.
That's true. The title, I believe, was not on the line. So I guess if it's not sanctioned, then
he's not a sanctioned
fight. He's 0-0. Okay.
Yeah, he killed a person and lost. Those are his two matches.
If we're just going to go on records, then what are we doing here? I thought we were trying to look at this fake boxing and tell you who was the best at the fake boxing.
I'm seriously asking that, although I will admit that record plays a part in in mind.
Are we choosing, is Rocky part of this too, or his opponent?
Rocky's not up here.
No?
No.
Because you think he's automatically number one?
No.
Oh, now he is, because I think there's an argument to be made against him being
because he
number
wins
one.
these matches a lot of times.
I think there's an argument to be made that he's not.
So we're going.
Please, not number one. Yeah, I don't think he's number one.
Who made the list?
I saw a list from the Ringer. Put Rocky in the group, and where does he fit?
You think he's the top 3?
Yes.
I think that they're going to pick Apollo Creed number one, because it seemed like when this whole Rocky was taking on Apollo Creed that he was somewhat Muhammad Ali of the time.
But even better, if that is possible. So check this out. This is the thing that, like, I don't know how many people know this, and I have to admit the knockouts was a surprise. At the time that Apollo Creed fought Rocky, he was 46-0 with 46 knockouts. So
sounds good.
Yes.
Oh, he's like Floyd Mayweather except with 0 knockouts.
Yeah. So I think the argument should be that Apollo Creed is number one on this list. All right.
But now you're putting Rocky in consideration at 2?
Okay.
Because this is my thing about Rocky, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I will let the cat out of the bag. I haven't watched all of these Rocky movies.
That's it. You're off the show. Go
That's
home.
fine.
Go
I've
home
been
and
waiting.
start
This is what I was
watching.
been home
Who's
for.
running the board?
I wish I knew this. I'd have said this a long time ago. I could have gone home. No, with
Which
Rocky.
Rockies have you seen?
Rocky's, to me, feels like the Homer Simpson episode where he was just like, take punishment a whole bunch and then somehow win a fight. And I just, I don't respect that.
Wow.
What Rocky movies have you seen?
I'd have to go and look at the synopses because I don't remember which numbers.
All right. Part 1, he fights Apollo Creed for the first time. Part 2, rematch. Part 3, Clubber Lang, and then he has his
which is Mr. T.
Super sensuous run in the water with Apollo Creed, who
Didn't
trains
see that
him.
one. I know for sure I didn't see that one.
Part 4
I'm pretty
is
sure
the
I've seen
Russian.
4. Yeah.
Part 5 is
Definitely
when,
didn't see
when
5.
It's
Don't watch it.
terrible.
Don't
When he goes broke and then he has brain trauma and stuff. Part 6, which is called Rocky Balboa, is when he fights
I forgot that one happened.
Yeah, he fought, I think, Antonio Tarver in real life, but it's Mason the Line Dixon because of the computer simulation. So those are the Rockies.
Yeah, I've seen 1.5.
So I tell you, you got to go see 2, 3, and 4.
I should say. In full.
So you've seen 4. 2 and 3 are great.
I think I've
1
seen
is
part
a little bit more of a movie, and what I'm saying here on that is it's great, as in I think that probably Academy Award stuff and everything is like, man, this is great. You're setting up the characters great and the storyline great, but 2, 3, and 4 to me are way more about the training montages and the workouts and then the boxing, and so those are my favorite ones. I'm not putting them in my order yet, unless you're asking that question.
Well, hold on, because 682, this brings up an interesting point. Apollo Creed was better than Rocky. He was 2-1 versus Rocky in their fights because of the third one, not in the movie. But was he? Has always been my question, because in Creed, have you seen the Creed movies, Reggie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just haven't seen 3 yet.
Okay.
I need to go watch it.
In the first Creed, Rocky says that Apollo won the third fight, but I know there is speculation that did he win it or did he just say that? Because I don't know. And that is not particularly dove into further.
And then he died like a year later.
Yeah.
Divin. That's totally the word I wanted to say. And then somebody asked, how is Clubber Lang not number 1? So Clubber Lang on the Ringer poll is 5th, because remember, he did knock Rocky out, but that was also the night his trainer died. And then in the rematch, you saw Clubber Lang had
ain't so bad.
Clubber Lang had no stamina. That is actually a shockingly good reenactment of how that goes. And Clubber Lang had no stamina. He got rope-a-doped, and he lost, never to reemerge on the heavyweight scene again.
Reggie, you need to watch it because Rocky's
Netflix.
retiring where his statue is in Philadelphia. They present the statue to him, and Clubber Lang says, hey, you want to do me, Adrian? Because
he does.
I got the real You know what I'm talking about. And then that upsets Rocky, where he's like, fine, I'm going to fight him. And his trainer's like, no, you do not want to fight him. He will beat the crap out of you.
Yeah,
because
Mick's been scouting.
I've been kind of protecting
you
you in your last few fights, because I know that you have kind of gotten into a little bit of you're rich and you're not as hungry as you used to be. And then, you know, Clubber beats him. And then they rematch again, and Creed then trains Rocky. And then Rocky finally is like, I'm scared. You want to know why, Adrian? I'm scared. And she's like, what are you afraid of? And it's great.
I feel like I've watched the movie already.
I'm telling you, these are really good reenactments.
I've watched these movies at least 20 times.
All right,
I love Rocky movies.
I promise I will actually go and watch Rocky movies. The reason why I hadn't to this time, for the most part, is, I mean, these things are part of the culture. I know a good amount of these Rocky movies without having to watch all of them.
I think I do put Rocky second, because just of the narrative of it all, and then I would probably put Adonis third. I think that makes a lot of sense, because like when they did the rematch in Rocky 2, Apollo's trainer was like, do not take this rematch. And he was like, I have to, because everyone's calling me a chump. And he looked at him and he goes, I saw him take punishment that no man should be able to take. And he goes, don't do it. And then he did, and he won. He figured out a strategy with the help of Apollo Creed and his trainer to beat Clubber Lang in part 3. He did knock out the then heavyweight champion in a street fight in part 5. He beat Drago in part 4, and he went to decision like 15 years after he was retired with the guy who was the champion at the time and had never lost. Like, I think he is really, really competitive, and he goes second to me. But Apollo Creed's number 1, because time catches everybody. And when he fought Rocky, it was just a screw-around fight. He was 46-0 with 46 knockouts. That's madness.
So we've kept all of this within like the pre-Apollo or Adonis Creed era of it.
Those are great movies, by the way.
And I'm not saying, I'm not trying to compare. I'm just saying, is there anybody in these newer movies that you would think would even get into these rankings at all?
So Ricky Conlon screwed it up with the weigh-in punch, because then the winner of him and Danny Wheeler, I feel like would have had, especially Conlon, because he beat Adonis. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he would have beat Danny Wheeler and then beat Adonis Creed, then like we would have had something to talk about. But I think that's why I slide them down just below. I do think those two are really high. And that chump whose name I forgot earlier in Creed, Leo something, he's pretty low on the list, along with Spider Rico.
I will say this. I was worried about the Creed generation of, oh no, because of Rocky 5. And I thought they did a great job of Rocky Balboa. I was like, oh, because I wasn't really looking forward to that. I was like, they did a pretty good job there. But they've done a really good job. The first 2 Creed movies, which I'll be honest, I've seen only once. Like, I saw them at the movie theater, enjoyed them, but with like
They're
Rocky
really
2,
good.
3, and 4, I've probably watched each of those movies 20 times a piece, if not 50 times for Rocky 4. I might have watched that movie 50 times.
Who are your top 3? How do your top 3 go then?
In my order, Ivan Drago
is one.
Okay. Probably Apollo Creed 2.
Okay.
And then I guess if I have to rank Rocky, I'll rank Rocky, even though I get he beats those guys. But like, the fear of Ivan Drago, and then the entertainment of Creed.
Yeah.
But I did really like Clubber Lang too. Like Mr. T at the time, I don't even know how to compare him, but he was a very popular, culture person at that time with the A-Team and everything he was doing.
And Hulk Hogan.
And WWF stuff.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan had gotten fired from the then WWF because he went to go do this movie. And so that worked out pretty well for him. Somebody brought this up. I think part 2 is maybe not my favorite, but I think this all the time. From the 682, greatest scene in cinematic history is Rocky 2. When Adrian,
what are we waiting for?
Adrian is laying in the hospital. She almost had a miscarriage. She's been in the hospital like the bulk of this movie. She wakes up and it's like emotional, and she just looks at Rocky and is like, I just want you to do one thing. What's that? Win. And like Mick has been wading through this hospital nonsense for the entire movie. He's like, this is stupid. We should go be catching chickens. And so like the second he just stands up and goes, well, what are we waiting for? And it is truly amazing.
And he can't even see out of one eye, but then after they say, what are we waiting for? He can see fine again.
It is.
It's the power of love, Mike.
It is.
It's the power of love.
It is.
I always wondered that. I'm like, Mick's like, hey, watch this. And he takes his hand and slaps him in his face. He's like, you never saw that coming because your eye's jacked up. Well, then his eye got better because the baby.
And then the underrated fighting wisdom of Paulie, who says, hit the one in the middle. It's like, I'll see 3 of them out there. Hit the one in the middle. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you very much to the Twolos, the YouTubers. And somebody goes, I can't believe how excited you guys are for fake boxing. I love the world built from the Rocky
is 1,000 times better than
movies.
real boxing.
Coming up.
Watching Floyd Mayweather Jr. tap a guy 7,000 times for 30 minutes, and then the match is over. He won unanimous decision. I'm like, this is not a movie, and it's not as fun.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. And so the saga begins again. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Attention, men who are frustrated.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They got 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. They've got Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all your favorite Chevys. If this is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new road.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan from the 817. That was a great impression. For the 682, awesome segment, guys, from the 469. This is one of the greatest segments of the KMC Masterpiece ever. Excellent work. And then multiple people telling us if we haven't seen Creed 3, it is fantastic, fantastic.
Good, I need to see it.
Absolutely, I'm in on that as well. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits.
And we start with, well, let's talk about the Cowboys' compensatory picks, because I know people always care about that. The Dallas Cowboys got not one, not two, but 3 compensatory picks.
Will they listen to me this year? It's too many picks. Trade some of them for either future picks or trade up in the draft. Last year, too many picks. Took a dude named John Ridgeway. Great pick. Had to release him 2 weeks into the season because you had too many players. So I get how this is fun, and people say, hey, should you trade back from 26? I totally get at times why you would do that, but when you start getting, every year the Cowboys are going to get 3 or 4 compensatory picks because they hate free agents. If you wear another jersey, you're out as a Dallas Cowboy. I just think, great, and you can give me those picks here in a second, but why don't you combine like all 3 of these picks to just get a 1 round higher?
Yeah, that is an interesting question. So picks are round 5, 169 and 176. Nice. And then round 6 is 212. So 3 compensatory picks, 2 5th rounders, 1 6th rounder.
Kevin?
Yes.
Can I give you some... I don't want to know should I call it breaking news?
I don't think it's breaking. Is it about the restructure?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, here it is. This is huge.
It's, if you want to believe it's huge, totally
this
fine.
Is, if you don't stick around and listen to this, I don't know when we're going to do it, but my gosh.
My goodness.
Does that mean you want me to wait or just go ahead and say it straight away?
I don't know.
There's
is it the type of news that you can break in gridiron gravy?
Yes. It's not a big deal.
What? Are you talking about, because I tell you what, if it was my restructure, it'd be a big deal.
Okay. Zach Martin.
Oh my gosh.
And
Zach Martin. Is he still a Cowboy?
Well, you have to find out. And Dak Prescott.
What? We traded them both?
Are they still on the Cowboys?
No!
Of course the answer is yes. They're still on the Cowboys. What
Thank
are we
God
even
we kept the
talking
12th
about?
best quarterback.
Oh my God, Mike.
Who said that?
They have...
That's a drop.
That is not a drop. I watched you say it. They have restructured the contracts of Zach Martin and Dak Prescott to create about $30 million in cap space.
Bobby Wagner and DeAndre Hopkins. Here we go.
Okay, now.
And Levante David.
By the way, you can tell your partner there, Kevin Gray, he can stop getting so excited about free agents. We don't do that.
He does like a name, though, doesn't he?
I'm trying to tell him, but.
Yeah. So the Zach Martin, I guess I have to say, is a little bit less surprising than Dak. I'm just curious, where is this Dak money going? Are they just going to add more, or did they add more voidable years to his deal? Because
maybe we're guaranteeing more.
I mean, okay, I get that, but then it would hit the cap sooner rather than later, because over the next 2 years, which are the last 2 years of his contract, his salary cap hits $101 million, and then they have 2 voidable years. So I'm just curious if they just added voidable years.
I don't know, but I know my 2026 bet is looking better and better with old Gavin Dawson.
Indeed it is. And so $30 million of room created. I do not believe that created a surplus of $30 million, because remember, they were already kind of in the hole. And so with Dalton Schultz moving on, but you did tag Tony Pollard, I think they would be plus $13 million. I'm just like going off the top of my head. I don't know that to be the accurate number, but they were 7 in the hole. Pollard is 10, so that puts you 17 in the hole. And if you created about $30 million from those 2 restructurings, that would put you at a positive $13 million based off of that, if you're including Tony Pollard as already a done deal.
Do you feel like the Cowboys are now going to the Super Bowl?
No, I don't.
There's nothing they can do.
No, there is.
Okay.
We have talked about the things they can do. This is not it. This is a perfunctory accounting change.
Does this help open up the money so that we can bring Zeke back? Because I'm at this point, last year, what he was able to do for this team, physically and mentally, if we can open up that money so we can bring him back and have Pollard, I feel like, don't you remember the feeling you had going into San Francisco? You're like, dude, if we have Zeke on this team, we're in great shape.
So, Kevin, can you just recap what happened one more time?
Okay, we have restructured the contracts of the Cowboys, have restructured the contracts of Zach Martin and Dak Prescott to create $30 million more in cap space for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah! It's Cowboys dance party!
Cowboys.
Did I say Cowboys? Who did I say?
No, I was just finishing that statement. And then I'm not sure why. I get it. From the 469, I love
Zeke is back! Yes! We kept him!
I don't know if that
retiring 21.
is totally what I
Put
took
him in the
away
Ring
from
of
that.
Honor while he's still here.
From the 469, I love Kevin to death, but sometimes I'm just like, shut the hell up. All right, just tell me specifically why in that moment. Like, I definitely get it. Okay, here's a few things about that. I'm not saying this is a bad move at all. I feel like we've talked about how this was going to happen for like months.
But you never know with the Cowboys. They're such gamblers.
You do never know. So,
in fact, I feel like, honestly, now not being sarcastic, they do the same thing for 20 straight years. So you know exactly what's going to happen. People are going to talk about good free agents. We're going to get none of them.
Yeah.
People are going to talk about the cap situation and go, we've restructured to open up enough room to get the next $3 million player on a one-year contract that nobody really wants in the NFL, but we believe that we can resurrect their career type of guy. And then we're going to draft, and we're actually going to do pretty darn good in the draft. And that's going to be the offseason. And then in July, we are going all the way to Las Vegas. But we're losing in Las Vegas, but we're making it there.
Okay, well, I would be fine with that if we just made it that far. I really, really would. And so they have the opportunity. Now, some spots are saying they have $22 million. Just off the top of my head, I thought if you count the Pollard franchise tag, that would put you down at 13. So I'm not sure if they're saying it's 22 without Pollard or what the deal is. There's still one or two things you can restructure. If you get some long-term deals done, you could create even more space. But I guess the restructuring of Dak maybe for the short term rules out a brand new addition to his deal. At least that would be my guess.
All right. I mean, I don't know everything. I just know that the Cowboys did the right thing again for the 20th straight year. They have a plan and they're sticking to it. And it's always worked in the past. And I know it's going to work in the future.
So bullet points for the Cowboys right now and today. And this is how I was going to start with the saga is Odell Beckham Jr.
That's what we did it for.
Yeah, he's got... Oh, God.
I knew it. I mean, that guy is like a brand new player now after his fourth surgery in 4 years.
He's holding his workout today in Arizona to show where he's at physically. The Dallas Cowboys pick up 3 compensatory picks, 2 in the 5th round, 1 in the 6th round, and they do restructure the contracts of Zach Martin and Dak Prescott to create $30 million more in cap space for them. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I tell you what, I thought coming into today, I was like, I don't know what we're going to talk about. Mm-hmm. But after that restructure situation,
you're really pumped.
Let's carry it over. Let's take phone calls on what do you think of restructures?
Okay, I bet that will destroy Reggie's excitement for the day. And it is a shout out Friday from Kenny and Quinlan. Shout out to my Aunt Dorothy. Turned 100 last Saturday, and my 10-year-old grandson, Maxon, playing a hockey tournament in Washington, D.C. Man, making to 100 is really incredible.
You do love to see it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next from the mind of Mike.
Restructures?
We can talk more about that at any point.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't want to talk about restructuring a contract. It's boring.
Spring training showcase. Rangers fans, how much more excited are you for this season than maybe the last 3 or 4 years? 877-881-1053.
Good idea.
It's just hit after hit on this show. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you missed the first couple hours of the show, you've missed a lot. We had perhaps the most intense 15 to 18-minute conversation about the hierarchy of the boxers in Rocky and Creed ever, which led
with a lot of reenactments, in fact.
Which led to our buddy Zero posting a side-by-side comparison of Mike Bassick's impersonation versus parts of the movie. You've also missed the Cowboys have 3 comp picks. Odell Beckham Jr. is working out today, and the Cowboys have restructured the deals of Dak Prescott and Zach Martin to create $30 million of salary cap room.
I think that was important, too, because I believe Highland Park spring break starts this afternoon.
Yep.
So for the next Friday afternoon till next Monday, not coming up Monday, the Cowboys will be pretty quiet on everything as they will be somewhere celebrating spring break.
Which is unfortunate because NFL's legal tampering day is Monday. So get excited for that. Y'all's show is going to be wild.
We won't be a part of it. Our show's going to be wild talking about other teams.
That actually is a really good point.
We'll just have to find out where the yacht is for the Jones family.
Now, you brought this up yesterday, and I think it's a good question, and we might get a variety of different feedback from what I expected. Is Rangers fans, how much more excited are you for this season than the last 3 or 4 seasons? And I just want to throw this out there as a baseline, and I know it makes some people mad. From the 903, I have zero excitement for the Rangers at this point until I can watch them again on TV. I just can't follow them how I wish I could. You can. There are lots of options out there. I know they're not all desirable for people and they don't want to spend any more money, but if you want to watch the Rangers, you can.
It's not hard. Like, to get that station, to get Bally's, it's not hard to do. In fact, I will tell you, DirecTV, I've now been with DirecTV now for 3 years. I don't want to be with DirecTV, to be honest.
But they have Bally's. That's why I have them,
If I'm going to watch the Mavericks, the Stars, and the Rangers, that's what I have to do. And it's really not much when you think about it. If you're watching the majority of Ranger games and Maverick games, I don't really watch Stars, but if you're doing that, you're watching it for 50 cents a game? I'm over time, because let's just say you are paying YouTube TV. Well, you're paying them, I'm going to guess, $60 to $70 a month to have that. And I know it's just a monthly deal. It's not a 2-year commitment. But if you just look at it, well, it does cost you approximately, I'd say $40 more, but your first year DirecTV does give you a heck of a deal. They just make sure the next year you're paying a double the amount of money because you have to sign a 2-year contract to get that really good first year. So, yeah, for those people that say that, it's not hard to get DirecTV or the few other places you can watch it.
And the Bally's app and stuff. Although this is a great point, too, about our show from the 817. Whoa, way to bury the lead. Y'all also had the best hockey segment of all time.
Thank you.
That was definitely a fascinating hockey
10-4
segment as well.
Killed the Sabres.
Yes, we did. By the way, fun fact about that. Did you know that last year, 4 times in the NFL, the Bills held their opponent to 10 points or less? Yet the Buffalo hockey team could not hold the Stars below 10 goals. All right.
Okay. Rangers.
I am definitely excited about this season, and it's not because I know people will be like, oh, y'all hype up every year. I really hope that people start listening more intently to the station, because if you listen to the last 2 years, I did not. I'm just going to speak for myself. I did not. I was like, yeah, there's a lot of ifs, and you pretty much need everything to go right. This year, it feels different in the clubhouse and on the field.
I was wrong last year, and I'll admit I was wrong to this point. I think I picked them to win either 75 or 77 games.
Yeah.
After getting Simeon and Seager. But I still didn't even have them at 500. I said, I think they can get close to 500, but I'm still going to pick them around 75 wins. I can't remember the exact number, but I remember it's either 75 or 77 is what I picked last year, and I was wrong. They won, 68 games, I believe?
69.
69, okay. Nice.
Or maybe it was 68.
But anyways, I know that when I look at the past 3 or 4 years, you knew in 2018 you were in a little bit of a rebuild, but here was what was being sold. And it just mattered how much you wanted to buy it. And, you know, as an optimistic fan, you can want to buy anything. The pillars are Gallo, Odor, and Mazzaro. Yeah. We're about to build a new championship team, division winner around those three guys. After 2018 was over, you go, oh no, it doesn't look like we're going to start building anything special with these three guys. So then 2019, you're going into it going, man, I don't know. And then 2020, you get into the offseason and they pick up a whole bunch of pitchers, Corey Kluber, Lance Lynn. You had Mike Minor, who was a pretty good pitcher. I might be getting a few things wrong on my timeline, but I just remember 18, 19, 20 going, man, this just isn't, that we're in a rebuilding situation. And the problem is we don't have anybody in the minor leagues ready to help.
Yeah.
So you get to 21 last year and there's hope. There's hope that maybe they could be 500 after losing 100 games because of Simeon and Seager, but that's probably way too optimistic. And that's why I didn't pick them to even go 500. And this year, now with what they've done, I am not picking them to make the playoffs. So if you're like, you're always optimistic, just remember today, I am not picking the Rangers to make the playoffs. I think that they can play over 500, though.
I was thinking 84 and 78.
That's around my number.
Because that feels reasonable.
That does. Anything, if they go 81 and 81, I'll go, that's okay. That's a nice jump. That's okay. We really need Evan Carter, Josh Young, Leiter, Kumar Rocker, Owen White. We need these guys to develop into things that can take us over the top because you cannot buy a championship. You just can't. In the history of Major League Baseball, it's really never been done. You have to develop.
Yeah, because we've talked about even with the 97 Marlins, you felt like there was homegrown.
Well, your shortstop was a 19-year-old Edgar Renteria. Your second baseman was a 22-year-old Luis Castillo. Your catcher was a 25-year-old Charles Johnson. Your outfielder was an older guy at that point. I believe he's like 30 years old in Jeff Conine, who was developed by them. So you start looking at, now, you could say developed or not developed. They also signed Livan Hernandez out of Cuba.
Yeah.
But they didn't get him from another major league team. So you just start looking at it, you're like, oh, yeah, no, Gary Sheffield, Kevin Brown, Al Leiter. You know, I can't remember everybody on that team. Mike Lowell, I believe.
There's still development.
They were still like, hey, man, they did add a lot of free agents. Maybe Bobby Bonilla, I think, might have been on that team too. But you look at it, their core was we still developed some really good players and then added a whole bunch around. You can't develop nothing and then say we're going to be a championship contender. And that's where I come from. This Rangers season, I am so much more excited about this year, even though I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I just think we're going to get to watch a team that's going to compete every night. I don't think there's going to be many nights where I go into a pregame show and go, I don't think the Rangers have a chance. Where, you know, I'm being honest here. Last year, there were times where going into the game, you'd see the pitching matchup. You'd see the way the Rangers were playing offensively, defensively, pitching. And you're like, I don't know how they're going to win a game in this series. And maybe they would win a game because it's baseball. The worst teams in MLB are going to win 60 games this year. And the best teams are going to lose 60 games this year. So I do think that the Rangers have a chance to make the playoffs this year. And I haven't felt that way since 2016.
And I do see a lot of that reflected on the fan text from the 940. I'm super excited. I can't wait to go to opening day. From the 817, I'm excited, but I think we're a year away. So I'd be thrilled with even a wild card spot. So even then, I feel like that is a realistic take, and they're still pumped. From the 682, I'm a billion times more excited than the last few seasons. Barring injury to our starting pitchers, this team could win 85 games and have a shot at a wild card. Then there are some from the 972, like they're breaking up with the Rangers. This, to me, would be a weird time to do that, like after they went out and spent the money and put together a more competitive team. Like, if you've done that at any point over the last several years, I certainly understand it because we talked about it. The Rangers, in their history, and this is why John Daniels got the boot, they had never had 5 straight losing seasons. They're in the midst of 6 straight losing seasons. So it's been an awful short-term run to be a Rangers fan.
Yeah, and I would tell the person that they're out, I would say this. This is a watchable team, and I get how you could say it wasn't very watchable the last few years. This is a watchable team with an all-star shortstop, with an all-star second baseman, obviously getting paid a whole bunch of money. I was listening yesterday to John Heyman on G-Bag Nation with when he's healthy. That is a win and if.
It is.
The best pitcher in baseball. So you're hoping that 25 times or more this year, you get to see the best pitcher in all of baseball start for the Texas Rangers. The other guys aren't bad either. They're solid pitchers. I don't know if Martin Perez is going to repeat what he did last year, but he's still a solid pitcher. Gray, solid pitcher when healthy, needs to be healthy. Evaldi, solid pitcher when healthy, needs to be healthy. Heaney, he's kind of, and we did pay a lot for him. By the way, I didn't get to this in Nuggets. I know that Derek Holland really wanted Carlos Rodon, and I know a lot of people did want Carlos Rodon. He's hurt. He is out to start the year. He's not out for the year. He's out to start the year for the New York Yankees. So even when you think you're signing a healthy guy, that pitching thing can get really desperate. And then here's the deal too, Ranger fan that's not a Ranger fan. You have the second overall pick in Jack Leiter in your organization. You have, whether you like him or not, you have the third overall pick in Kamar Rocker in your organization. Your starting third baseman this year was the 8th overall pick in 2019. Evan Carter is now getting a lot of hype. He's probably not going to play in the major leagues this year. If it is, it'll be late in the year. But next year, you're going to have a starting center fielder that I think by the end of the year might be a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. You're going to have the 4th overall pick in a couple months here in your organization again. I just think there's a lot, and I'm not even mentioning, I guess I will now, Luis Angel Acuna, Justin Foscue, Dustin Harris. You are loaded in your farm system now, and they're not all in rookie ball where you're not sure what they're going to do. So there is, I think, starting in 2024, I won't put this year in there. Starting in 2024 through 2030, I do think the Rangers will make the playoffs at least 50% of the time.
Wow.
The way the playoffs are structured now.
Okay.
Because there's 6 teams that make it. 6 teams that make it instead of it being 5, right?
Are you sure?
Crap. Because 2 plays 7, 2 plays 6. Because 1 gets a bye.
Then wouldn't it be 7?
Then it'd be 7. So even easier, right? So screw me, baseball guy. They keep changing the playoffs on me. I feel like I'm Shaq now when he's talking about on TNT. I'm like, Shaq, do you follow your sport at all? Like, he's like, there's a play-in tournament? I'm like, yeah, dude, there's been a play-in tournament for a while now. So last year was the first year. I do know last year was the first year they extended it to 7 teams. So this will be the second year. I do know that. So I'm not Shaq on that one.
Proud of you for that.
Thanks.
But are you sure it's 7?
You just convinced me there was. I'm going to have to go on a piece of paper and start doing a bracket where the number 1 team gets a bye. I do know that the number 1 team doesn't have to play.
Mm-hmm.
So if 2 plays 6,
but are you
then
sure
3
it's not
plays
just
5,
6?
then 4 would get a bye. So it has to be 7.
Okay.
So 2 plays 7.
You're sure?
Yes, because that would get you down to 4 teams. So I'm positive.
Okay.
Because if you want to get it to 1, 2, 3, 4 for the division, then that means 3 other teams have to make the playoffs. I'm now 100% after in my head doing the bracketology.
Okay.
That, unlike North Carolina, who's out. Were you so happy with that yesterday?
I was happy, but I just want to make sure. Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure at this point. 2 plays 7, 3 plays 6, and 4 plays 5.
2 teams get a bye?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm right about that, right?
Are you?
Yes. Now just answer the question. I have now put my balls on the table. You can chop them off or you can say I get to keep them.
Oh my gosh.
I don't feel like that's sanitary.
Last year it was 6 per league.
2 played 6. Oh, 1 and 2 got a bye?
Oh, no.
He's leaving. He's walking out of the room.
Oh, no.
I'm embarrassed.
I feel really bad because he had it, and I feel like I pushed him to get it wrong.
You definitely did.
I did.
You absolutely did.
Okay, when we bring him back, I will point out that he absolutely had it right. And then
are you certain that you're going to be able to bring him back?
No.
Okay.
His phone is here.
Oh, yeah,
and
we
his
got him.
wallet's here.
We got him.
So I think so. By the way, people are bringing up Spectrum and Fubo TV. I did not know about that Fubo TV had Bally's, but I did know about Spectrum because we almost moved to Spectrum. And so, yeah, there are other options right there. And we're gonna bring Mike back. I just can't believe I won. I always lose these mind games right now. Like I lose them with Corey, I lose them with Mike. I never win these mind games for once. I did it.
Does it feel good?
No.
Because it feels Pyrrhic, doesn't it?
I feel bad. But you know what? Coming up next, NBA refs, the new Ohio State quarterback, and Barcelona. Do any of these folks and me deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. That and whatever our replacement segment is for Mike Likes It will be next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Rockwall Ford because it's the expressway.
On 105.3 The Fan. Now we're back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. From the 575, no Forgiveness Friday for Kevin. You cannot do that to Mike. And Mike, I used the Reggie trick. So that's what Reggie does in our pre-show all the time. I'll be like, yeah, it felt really important. And Reggie will just go, did it? And like, he's not necessarily arguing with you. He's just wanting to see how convicted you are in this, is what I always feel.
Correct.
And there's been multiple times I'm like, yeah, because blah, 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 blah. Yes, that is what you're doing. And that's usually the response he gets from me is Mike was right.
Two teams.
Mike was right about the number of playoff teams, but then me just going, but is it? And then he convinced himself it was 7. And he goes, you're right. And I go, but was I? And you're like, hold on, you F-head. And he walked out. And so, yes, Mike, please forgive me for running Reginald shenanigans on you.
I should know that. And now I'm going through all the post-game shows I've done with the Rangers, because last year, once again, the Rangers weren't in anything. So we had to start covering around MLB on post-game shows in the B block. And which second segment of like Rangers, let's review the game, listen to Woody, talk about the game. I guess after that, it wasn't Woody anymore, but
yes.
And then he went on and they're like, let's just cover what's going on around MLB, because it's really tough to keep talking about the Rangers at this time of year in September. And I always remember they'd have the bracket and they'd have 2 bye teams and then 2 teams that would have to play in the wild card round. And screw me, I totally forgot. I get so mad at Shaq. I don't know why, because I get he's just a goofball who I don't even know if he if you had to guess, like, do you think he watches?
Yeah, I do.
Like he watches maybe the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter.
Not as much as you might think for somebody who has that job. I hear you on that. From the 682. This is more heartfelt. I want to apologize for my outbursts of insults a couple weeks ago. Sorry to all of you and Kevin especially. I've got issues, but y'all make me laugh and bring a smile to my face. Appreciate that very much. Sometimes mean stuff gets said, but sometimes people come back and apologize for it, and that's very cool. Appreciate that very, very much. From the 460.
I say too many mean things. I'd like to apologize for saying too many mean things.
I appreciate that. And I think a lot of the time you mean that apology.
Thank you.
Not saying 100% of the time, but a lot of the time.
What are you doing right now?
Dude, okay.
He's a big apology guy. He was Calvin Ridley. He accepted Calvin Ridley's apology.
No. I'm talking about the Mike apology that, like, from the jump, and he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that we won 3 Super Bowls in the last decade. Like, those are the apologies that I'm lumping in with the group. Yeah. Most of the time, I think Mike's apologies are absolutely sincere. There we go.
At the time, I just get mad and I say things. And then I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Like about the person who's like, you must not know sports at all. I'm like, they're listening. And I shouldn't say that about them. I'm sorry.
I'm a big fan of us not actively
you like
insulting
sports as
listeners.
much as I like sports. We just see them very differently. I can have my opinion. You can have yours. Mine's usually right. But
From the 817, Kevin, we accept your apology for saying F you under your breath at one time.
Man, and we didn't give Pollard that contract yet.
Did you hear, though? Oh, my gosh. Did you hear? It was the same thing with Dalton Schultz. Is they said, like, allegedly the Cowboys offered him a long-term deal that didn't meet up. And I'm like, I don't even know what we're doing as a team anymore.
That's what I like to call consistency.
Yeah, it really...
Luckily, we restructured everything today.
Yep.
Couldn't have seen that coming.
No, definitely.
Thanks a lot, Steven. You're doing your job great. At the end of the day, it's spring break.
I'm going to let you guess the profession of this next person. Could be tough.
Cobbler.
It's not a cobbler.
Why not?
Because it's just not.
Okay.
In this instance, that's the answer. It's just not. Please forgive all homeowners who have a mailbox on their house and not the curbside.
Oh, that's a mail delivery.
That's our whole neighborhood. We don't have any mailboxes on like the curbside.
And also, like, how many homeowners decided that? It was probably they bought the house and it was what it was. Like, our mailbox has a lock and key to it, and it is not my favorite thing in the world. But
why don't you just leave the key in the mailbox?
That also feels You know what? I guess what's the difference? Because people could steal mail out of a regular mailbox. You know what? That's an interesting point that I hadn't really thought about before. I will consider that. If someone wants to steal your mail out of your regular mailbox, it's the same as out of this one. That's fair. From the 940, yes, I am also sorry for being a jerk from time to time. I feel like we all have to make that apology, right?
Yes.
That was one of the things where...
If you don't, something's wrong with you. You're either way too nice and get walked on.
Too nice.
Or...
That's what's wrong with you.
Yeah.
And you know they're not going to talk back about that.
Yeah. So that's one of those things. Or you're kind of lying about you've upset people before.
Do we need to all ask Sean Kemp for forgiveness? Because more of the story has developed.
He can come to your retirement party.
And and it looks significantly different.
Wait, did you ban him from your retirement party?
No. I wanted to have him at my retirement party.
Oh, okay.
And then Corey the other day was like, well, it's going to be tougher to make that happen now. Because here's what the story came out is a warrant was issued looking for Sean Kemp, who fired 2 shots into a car. And just when you hear that, you're like, what the hell is happening with Sean Kemp?
I believe the words drive-by were even used at one point.
Yeah, they were. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
It was a drive-by shooting by Sean Kemp, or he was part of a drive-by shooting.
And now, upon further information, no charges were filed because the Tacoma police said an altercation between occupants of 2 vehicles near the Tacoma Mall led to shots being fired. And what we heard was shots were fired at Sean Kemp, either in or by his car to start with. And he thought his life was under duress. Like, it was literally under fire. And so he fired back as a protection method, because he says, or his attorney said, that Kemp's car was broken into and his iPhone, among other things, were stolen. So you piece it together, like, did Sean Kemp come up on these people who either were or had just broken into his car, confronts them, they fire shots at him, and he's trying to protect himself. And that feels like a totally different story.
Definitely not a drive-by.
No. So do we need to ask Sean Kemp for forgiveness for, again, this happens all the time. Let me get my headline out, and I'll figure out the rest of the story later.
I didn't write a headline.
No, not you specifically.
Okay. Like the media in general?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, the Tacoma police for putting that out there the way that they did.
Yeah, that is a very fair point. Now, Carter tipped me off to this story.
Which Carter?
Carter Freeman.
Fantastic.
Tipped me off to this story. And Mike, I don't know if you're going to love or hate parts of this story. I think Devin Brown, the Ohio State quarterback, needs to ask for forgiveness. First of all, he said he looked up to Tate Martell. If you don't know who the hell Tate Martell is, that's fair. He originally committed to Texas A&M. Then he went to Ohio State. Then he went to Miami. Then he went to UNLV. Then he, quote unquote, retired from football because he was a flake and kept bouncing from place to place. He had some injuries along the way, true, but he didn't retire from football. Nobody from football wanted him anymore. And this is the guy that Devin Brown looks up to. Also, do you know what number Devin Brown, the quarterback, will be?
I heard the story yesterday.
Dang it. He'll be number 33.
For Larry Bird.
It's not for Larry Bird.
Uwe Blob.
Do you think anyone in the history of sport has gotten their number because of Uwe Blob? Here's my fun fact I know about Uwe Blob.
Indiana.
The first time ever.
Redheaded.
That the Dallas Mavericks beat the Boston Celtics, Uwe Blob had 2 points that he got on a goaltending call. Because I had that HSE
People
home
don't
video.
know this. Stop right now. How important was it in the history of the Dallas Mavericks they had beat the Boston Celtics? It was like they won the NBA championship, that they had finally beat the Celtics in a regular season basketball game.
Yes.
It was the biggest deal.
They made a home video about it, which my family owned. He's going to wear number 33 because of slinging Sammy Baugh. But he doesn't need forgiveness for that from me. I just thought he needed forgiveness because he said he looked up to Tate Martell, which is a very famous flame out in the college football era. And he was a 5-star recruit. Like, he looked like he was going to be tremendous. And now, Reggie, I saved this story for you.
Oh, no. What did I do?
As our soccer correspondent.
Oh.
Does Barcelona deserve...
I believe it's pronounced Barcelona.
Okay. I don't...
I just know that's the 92 Olympics.
Yes, that is fair. Do they deserve forgiveness because their prosecutors are seeking corruption charges against their former president after finding payments to the former vice president of the referee committee? So do they deserve forgiveness for this because this is just the way soccer go? Or do you think this is a next level of corruption?
There is a little bit of an element of this is the way soccer go, but I also am very mad at Barcelona for doing a whole bunch of like shady monetary stuff in order to get a whole bunch of players that they probably should not be capable of getting.
Yeah.
So, no, they do not deserve forgiveness because I'm petty and I don't like them.
Wow. Okay, gentlemen. And I heard this played on y'all's show last night. I want to know if NBA officials deserve forgiveness because obviously Fred VanVleet went off on them. He was fined $30,000, which was actually lower than I would have guessed because of how hard he went after the officials. Are you siding with Fred on this one, or are you team NBA?
You want me to play the clip? Or?
Yeah, play the clip. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that most nights, couple of the, out of the three, there's one or two that just the game up, and it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bullshit tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. And, most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit. They come to see the players. And I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was. And it's been disappointing this season. You can look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal. And it's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed. But it definitely makes it tougher to overcome.
I bet he's going to get all the calls the rest of the season.
Yeah. So was that 7 bleeps? It's something along those lines. I think he got his money's worth by just being fined $30,000. Does he need to ask for forgiveness, or realistically, does Ben Taylor need to ask for forgiveness for being quote unquote effing terrible?
And a bleep head.
And a bleep head.
I think multiple things here. Reffing, especially at that level, is so freaking tough. And when I watch some of these college basketball games, I do think NBA refs are much better than college refs. Would you agree or disagree? Because you watch more college basketball than I do. At the same time, you see that these referees are human. They don't like certain players, or they don't like certain coaches. And they will make sure to make it a living hell on that player or that coach at times when they feel like doing it. So I see both. First of all, most of those refs are great, but they are humans. They have bias. They like certain players. They don't like certain players. And so they can manipulate a game if they want to. And that is the whole reason that I do believe David Stern, once again, going back to 2006, made sure after the Mavs got up 2-0, he didn't have to tell the refs, make sure you ruin this for the Mavericks. They won't win. But he knew who to hire for those games to make sure that it would start going in the Miami Heat direction.
Now, Reggie, I know you're not going to ask for forgiveness, but from the 936, Reggie needs to ask for forgiveness for bringing up cobbler, because now I really want some dadgum cobbler.
Peach cobbler.
I'm so sorry I made you want a delicious dessert. My bad.
I guess what's the difference between like cherry pie and cherry cobbler, or like a blueberry pie and blueberry cobbler? I wonder.
I do not know.
They're both great. I'm a cobbler, I'm a fruit pie, fruit cobbler person. I like them, especially with Bluebell vanilla ice cream on it.
It tastes the same with any ice cream.
But nope, it doesn't.
Apparently cobbler is just described as a kind of fruit pie. So in a way, not necessarily
nothing different. Okay.
Okay, maybe biscuit batter rather than pastry. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm trying.
All right, thanks, man.
Does my wife?
Oh, that reminds me of breast milk.
Oh my God.
What?
Does my wife need forgiveness for saying she was not familiar with? I can't remember what we were watching, but I made a reference. I was like, man, that looks like the shirt that Vanessa made Theo.
Oh, that's a great
on
shirt.
The Cosby Show. And she just looked at me and she goes, who? What? And then she was like, what does that mean? And she was not familiar with the Cosby Show episode or even that subplot where Theo needs the designer shirt.
I used to remember the actual fake designer.
I remember. It was yellow and blue.
What's the designer?
I wasn't sure if it was blue or purple. I thought it looked kind of purple.
Oh, maybe it was purple.
Yeah.
But it's definitely like gold and bluish or purple. And one sleeve was like 6 feet long and the other was like 1.5.
The pocket was like down towards the bottom. And he goes, I paid $30 for this. It was hilarious. Even watching the end, still hilarious. And she goes, I'm not familiar with that. And then we had a conversation about if she could still watch the Cosby Show. It was this whole other thing. But does she need forgiveness for not being familiar with that episode of the Cosby Show?
Yes, she does.
Okay.
The Cosby Show is awesome.
It is.
I understand what happens later in life to Heathcliff Huxtable / Bill Cosby, which I've never understood, which somebody brought this up. It's not me. Is you have Seinfeld is Seinfeld. You have Everybody Loves Raymond. That's Raymond. So all the comedians who have shows end up. It's the Cosby Show. Yet he's called Heathcliff Huxtable.
Yeah,
that's the only thing where I don't know why they didn't just call it the Huxtable Show or the Cosby Show with this dad is named Bill Cosby.
But not really. That's a good. I've never
think of every comedian who's had a show.
I've never thought about that in my life.
Is that it's the Cosby Show, yet they're the Huxtables. And every other comedian who ends up having a show, it's their name is actually their name in the show.
There's a few of them that you can find where you go, what happened there? Why? I don't know why they do it that. Well, I guess I could say that they do it like that so that people will watch the show. But yes, thank you 214. It's the Gordon Cottrell shirt. Denise actually made it.
Yeah, Denise. She goes on to a different world.
That's a good show too.
With Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, that's right. With the flip up sunglasses and stuff. All right. It's time for some Mike Likes It. Don't say, oh no, because then I get nervous about what you're about to present to us.
Because I'm trying to find, I had it at the Super Bowl, or no, I had the nutrition. Here it is, CDC nutrition in breast milk. Dang it.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
this was a conversation we had off
It's a long time ago. I think I brought up breast milk on the air.
I thought it was last week.
It was
while we were
last
at
week.
spring training.
What are the nutrients present in breast milk to know what your son is getting, pretty much. And I just remember there's quite a bit of sugar in it.
Okay. But not as much sugar as formula, because I remember when we were worried that he might have to go to the ICU when he was born because we couldn't get his levels up, and so we gave him some formula to try to spike that.
Okay. Well, anyways, I don't have it, where I can really give you the real information, so I'm just going to have to move on from breast milk.
Okay.
Is Shohei Ohtani. So today, or this morning, I guess, it was today over in Japan. They played Korea, and they destroyed Korea 13-4. He went 2 for 3 in the game with a double. He pitched the other day, was amazing pitching, 4 innings in the World Baseball Classic. And it's one of these things we've brought up before. We brought up about pitching matchups. How come people don't pay to see pitchers anymore? Because when Shohei Ohtani pitches against the Rangers, it's a big deal for me to take my kids. Because when are you going to see Shohei Ohtani pitch and hit in the same game? It's rare. There's going to be about 25 to possibly 30 times. And when it's in Arlington, I just think it's must see in person to see the one person since. And Babe Ruth didn't even do it back in the, I guess, there was no designated hitter, but I pitched for the Boston Red Sox, not me, but Babe Ruth, and won 100 games. And then when he got traded to the Yankees, they transitioned him like, you're such a great hitter. We just want you to be a hitter here. We want to put you in the outfield and be a hitter. And then he hits, adding on to his home runs, but ends up hitting 714 home runs. Yeah. And it's like, man, could you ever see Babe Ruth in person? Obviously, no. He was way back when, and it's never going to happen again. From whatever year it was that he retired, I'm going to guess like 1928 or something. I'm not exactly sure what year. But for almost 100 years, you could never see anybody like Babe Ruth unless you wanted to go to like a college game. Because people have said, hey, is this the next Shohei Ohtani? I'm like, probably not, because he's American, and you're not going to develop at the same rate as a hitter and a pitcher in the minor leagues. That's been the major problem. I'm thinking his name was Brendan McKay for Tampa Bay. Drafted out of the University of Louisville or Louisville University, whichever one it is.
I understand.
And he was a great hitter and pitcher in college and recent. And so the Tampa Bay Rays took him, and they were developing him. The problem was he was developing faster as a pitcher than a hitter. So it's like, dude, we can put him in AAA as a pitcher. That's where he belongs in his development. The problem is we're not even sure if he's a good AA hitter yet. So what do? Do you hold him back and then have him pitch against lesser competition in AA while he's still learning to hit at that level? Because I can't play him at two places at one time. So that's the tough part of developing the next Shohei Ohtani that's an American is will it always add up to when I'm in high A ball, I'm a high A ball pitcher and I'm a high A ball hitter? And are we regressing at one spot because I need to push you in this level, but you're not ready to handle that level as a hitter or a pitcher? And so that's what makes it tough when somebody said, hey, is this dude for Florida the next Shohei Ohtani? I just put probably not because he's American. And I know that's not fair, but I guess, and I need to know more about Japanese development of their players.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Of how tough it is to develop a guy to keep him at the same level where he's getting, the challenge and also the success. So Shohei Ohtani, do we not respect him enough in the world of sports? Because we talk about maybe Michael Jordan in our lifetime, maybe it's LeBron James in your lifetime, maybe it's Tiger Woods. There's certain these people that are so special. In 100 years, it's tough in basketball. You play both sides, but football, this would be like in football, which is I know hasn't happened. It happens in high school all the time, but a dude being the quarterback and the safety.
Yeah.
Like at an NFL level, and I know that'll never happen, but, Shohei Ohtani, watching him this morning hit for Japan, I'm just like, it's amazing what I'm getting to watch here.
Because everybody in baseball, when they talk about his contract and everything, they clearly understand and respect it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder, too, if it's the team that he's on is maybe not that great. Like, I don't remember.
But didn't Griffey get all the hype in Seattle? Seattle playing West Coast games, and he took over the baseball world for a decade.
And so one of the reasons for that, and I would say the same thing with Jordan, is because of their impact on pop culture as well, right? Because you would see Griffey in so many commercials, and you'd wear your backwards hat, and with Jordan, you wanted the shoes and everything. I don't know, what does Shohei do in pop culture?
Yeah.
I think he could. I'm just saying I'm not familiar with popped up on, whatever show, and you're like, oh my God, I saw Shohei in Stranger Things, or whatever,
This isn't his fault at all. It'd be like saying, well, why don't you speak Japanese? And I don't know how well he speaks English, because to your point, I can't remember after games him going on MLB Network and doing a 5-minute interview in English. And maybe he does, right? Yu Darvish speaks English fine, and he just doesn't really want to do English interviews, so it avoids having to do interviews. But to your point, I'm like, he just signed with New Balance, by the way. Shohei signed a big deal with New Balance to be the face of their kind of New Balance baseball product, as they've had Lindor be the face of it. But let's be honest, I love Francisco Lindor. He just hasn't been, even though going to New York, he just hasn't been big enough to really push that product maybe as far as they want. Maybe it's the English barrier that we don't get to see the interviews. Maybe he's like, I'm not doing commercials in the United States.
Yeah, I don't know. But I think that's the difference in terms of recognition and everything.
Do athletes, like your favorite athletes, they don't pop up on sitcoms anymore like they used to, and just in general?
No. I was
just thinking about it.
But you don't see him in anything, right?
And not really.
Yeah, like whatever you want to make the modern equivalent of, like if Shohei Ohtani was like a huge player on Instagram or Snapchat, which maybe he is. I just don't feel like we see him personally as much in there like you did with Griffey being in movies or Jordan with the shoes and everything.
And that's the tough thing about football. And because, Patrick Mahomes is a major face of Adidas, except I don't even know if people listening even know, like, hey, because it's just tough if you're not a basketball player to really push a shoe company.
Yeah.
Next thing about Shohei Ohtani. I was listening to John Heyman yesterday on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. Yep. And they brought up Shohei Ohtani, and I believe it was Wolchuk who said, hey, can maybe the Rangers get in a Shohei Ohtani kind of trade situation with how much they have in their farm system? And John Heyman, who's very connected, pretty much said he doesn't expect Shohei to get traded.
Okay.
Even though he's going to be a free agent,
Okay.
he just doesn't
They're
expect
gonna
that.
Take their chances.
At the same time, John Heyman also said, I don't expect really the Rangers to be in the chase for Shohei Ohtani, because really here's the main problem, Ranger fans. I know Corey being here would be really upset with this. Shohei staying on the West Coast, and everybody knows
Which makes sense for travel purposes and everything, right?
One, he wants to be on a winner, and I don't know if it's 1A or 2. He wants to be on the West Coast. So he said, first, you're going to have at least $500 million to sign Shohei in the offseason. So that now puts you into a category of, all right, there's teams that have it. But he said, I'm sure he's kind of talking about Steve Cohen for the Mets, would probably pay like $600 million to get Shohei Ohtani to the Mets. The problem is that most likely Shohei is going to stay on the West Coast. And he did put, unfortunately, a lot of rival team on there is that Seattle. But he said the Dodgers and Padres make a lot of sense because they're going for it. They're trying to win. He said Seattle because West Coast, a lot of, they've won. They've won back-to-back years with 90. So looking at Shohei and being a future Texas Ranger, it would be a shocker to hear that Shohei is considering going to the state of Texas when it sounds like he's going to stay, obviously, on the West Coast for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
I did watch today Jung-Hoo Lee. I brought him up.
Is that the Ted Williams comp?
He is the number 3 hole hitter for Korea, and he is going to come over to Major League Baseball next year, most likely. So, Reggie, if you're looking at your next, I believe Reggie was a big Seiya Suzuki guy, if I remember correctly, who was with the Cubs last year, and he got off to a really good start and then got hurt and had a nice rookie year, but nothing special. But he had a good start. If he wouldn't have got hurt, maybe he would have been more in consideration for Rookie of the Year. But I watched Jung-Hoo Lee, and I will say he is a guy to maybe watch for the Texas Rangers, because the Rangers are a little bit weak in the outfield for the future. Yes, Evan Carter is a major prospect. I don't know about Leody Taveras. I don't know about Bubba Thompson. They haven't proven themselves. This is a big year for both of them to prove, should I be an everyday player in the major leagues?
Sure.
Adolis Garcia has proven that, but he's an older guy that you're probably never going to sign to a second contract.
Okay.
Because
he's still got several years.
Right. He still has, I believe, this year plus 3 more of control. So at least 3 more years of control, maybe 4 more years of control, but not somebody that you look at, hey, he's going to be an answer to our problems for a long time, because he's 30-ish.
Yeah.
For Adolis Garcia, left field is wide open. I'm just wondering with this player, Jung-Hoo Lee, if that's going to be a player that the Rangers go, look, we don't have another $500 or $600 million for Juan Soto. And maybe the Padres are trying to lock him up so he doesn't even hit the market.
Yeah.
But if you're like, hey, instead of giving somebody $600 million, what if we give a guy, I don't know, I'm just guessing, like a 6-year contract at $120 million, maybe 20 a year, because you are taking a risk. He's only played in Korea, as Derek Collins said, not Japan yet, because Japan is a much higher level than Korea, even though Korea is a very good level. And so watching him, left-handed hitter, looks solid, looks like looks like a stereotypical kind of Asian hitter, where that it's kind of that fall-off swing.
Yeah.
If you think of Ichiro, you think of Shohei, very different hitters, but very similar mechanics. And I'm still wondering, why has an American never used those mechanics as a hitter?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I'd never really thought about it like that, because it seems effective, but then again, I'm wondering if I'm just thinking of the highest highs that we've seen and think, well, everyone plays as well as Ichiro or whatever.
Yeah, I just have no clue of, like, if you ever would say, I'm going to hire a Japanese hitting coach if you're a left-handed hitter, and I'm going to learn how to kind of hit this way.
Interesting question. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so we'll talk with Jared Sandler. Plus, maybe we'll revisit the big giant Cowboys nothing burger from earlier today. All of that next right here on The Fan.
The Fan is proud.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to talk with our Texas Rangers insider, Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Guys, it is awesome talking to you. I just had a great conversation with Reggie. He might be my favorite person, like when I come on shows and I get to talk to people for like a minute or so going into it. Reggie's easily number one. Alec and Ruben are, they're getting there, but that's the best like warm-up conversation I can have is with Reggie.
So I asked you this in spring training, and we didn't actually get to have the conversation because I think it was something to the effect of, what's the deal with Justin Foscue? And your response was a very logical, like, how so? What do you mean? And so my more thought-out question is, how is Justin Foscue progressing, and what do you think his short and long-term fits are in the organization?
Well, he looked good when he was up in big league camp, and I'm sure he'll, maybe get back in a game or two, even though he's down in minor league camp. Their game starts in, I think, 4 days, so maybe we'll see him, sometime this weekend. But he looked good at the plate. He can hit, and he actually, I saw him in a B game the other day, made a really nice play up the middle at second. Second is definitely his best defensive position. They're going to, really try and work him out at third. That's not a strength of his right now, and I would say that it's maybe even a little bit of a weakness if you were to stick him over at third. But for someone like Foscue and any of these infielders, they're not silly. They can look and see that $500 million is committed up the middle, and that's not changing anytime soon. And the top position player prospect is a third baseman, and so the best thing that those guys can do is just, and Mike can speak to this, you play your tail off and you get traded to a good situation, or there's an injury. He's close enough to where if there is an injury, he could be the, something were to happen to Marcus Semien, he's the next guy up. But it's just tough to envision a future with him in a Rangers uniform because of the circumstances, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be able to help this ball club in the way of a trade. And again, who knows with an injury what sort of a role he might play, this year or before the Rangers do decide on moving on from him.
Well, and I know this is reference to when I was coming up with the Cleveland Indians, is we had a dude named Jim Thome who was the first baseman.
Never heard of him.
And in AAA, there was a dude named, he's a Hall of Famer, gosh. And then there was a guy named Richie Sexton in AAA and a guy named Sean Casey in AA as first baseman. And they eventually, which will probably happen to some of these Texas Rangers over the next 6 months to 2 years, they're going to get traded. And Richie Sexton got traded to the Milwaukee Brewers, and Sean Casey got traded to the Cincinnati Reds for pieces that the Cleveland team needed to keep making the playoffs. And so for those guys, you just keep working hard. They're probably not going to be future Texas Rangers. To be honest, they're probably not going to play much for the Rangers unless there's injury. They're probably going to be used to get something that the Rangers need in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, the benefit of having, great depth is you feel like you can move on from these guys and you're not, maybe you move on from someone and they end up, being great, but this organization isn't one trade away from now all of a sudden having no depth. Right. And so I think that helps, but you're right. Now I'd also bring up Gavin Lux, and this is a one-off example, and not every organization has an example like this because, organizations don't always just hold on to their guys, but how many times the last few years, have we thought, well, the Dodgers are going to trade Gavin Lux. Yeah. They're going to make a big move at the deadline, and they haven't. And then eventually, they lose Corey Seager, and then Trey Turner signs with the Phillies. And, now it's finally his time, but obviously, he gets hurt. It's not going to be the case with all these guys, but there might be a guy who just the Rangers don't move, and then something happens and there's an opportunity for him, but it's not going to be all these guys.
To your point, the opposite was when I was with the Phillies in 2005. There's a guy named Jim Thome once again, who was the first baseman.
Yeah.
And they moved Ryan Howard out to left field, and it looked very much like Mike Napoli playing left field for the Texas Rangers. Yeah. And Ryan Howard demanded a trade, and they didn't trade him. But then what happened is Jim Tomey got hurt. Ryan Howard went up, won the Rookie of the Year, and they traded away Jim Tomey in the offseason. And even though Tomey was making not Seager or Simeon money, but making good money. So it can go the opposite direction too, where you come up to the major leagues and you impress so much they decide to move the money player out of that position. So let me move on to this topic here, Jared. I saw this article about Josh Young and his defense at third base. If you were to say, this is what I've seen from Josh Young defensively at third base, can you give us an idea of what we're going to see there?
Yeah, I would say my eyes and talking to some folks, I think he's solid. I don't think he's going to win a Gold Glove anytime soon. It doesn't necessarily look awesome when he throws the ball. Like, it's a very odd release, and it's almost like he's throwing a dart more than he's slinging a baseball, but he gets it there. I don't think he's got the strongest arm, but it's an accurate arm. He's made some nice plays moving to his right towards the line and has been able to make throws from deep in the hole at third or, straddling the line. So, again, it's not Adrian Beltre over there throwing it, but I do think he's got a strong enough arm. And I remember last year there were a few times he was challenged on, rollers, weakly hit balls out his way, and he did a nice job, being athletic and coming in on the ball and making a play. So I don't think you're going to look at Josh Young if you would take the full picture, over the course of a large sample and think, well, this guy's holding us back defensively. But I don't think he's, on the verge of threatening for a Gold Glove either. And that's okay. But I do think defense is going to be an interesting conversation for the Rangers. I think they've got a chance to actually be really good in the outfield. But I'm curious to see what it looks like along the infield, especially with the new rules in place.
Okay. And then, there can always, the Rangers have been known for the last 2 decades. Mark Teixeira was a third baseman at Georgia Tech, became a Gold Glove first baseman, and Chris Davis was a third baseman who moved over to first base too. And obviously, did he win an MVP or did he finish second?
I think he finished
second.
But I could be wrong.
I think, yeah, but those are 2 guys that the Rangers felt like third baseman, and they became everyday players in the major leagues as first baseman. Jared, I have this question on Davis Wenzel. Yes. I don't remember seeing him in spring training. I just, as you're talking Josh Young, I'm like, I know they took the other Big 12 player of the year in that same draft in the second round. What has happened to Davis Wenzel in the Rangers organization?
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of him as a backup, as a just-in-case player this camp, which is, kind of a step back from last year when he was in big league camp. I think a part of that is, the Rangers' strength in their system is along the infield, and a lot of those guys are now older, like Luis Angel Acuna and Jonathan Ornelas, and so those guys got big league camp spots, and there weren't innings for Davis Wenzel. Unfortunately, last year he dealt with injuries. He's kind of dealt with injuries for a lot of his professional career, and he didn't hit well. I don't think anyone ever envisioned his path to the big leagues as a masher, but he really struggled. I think he had I think he barely had over a 200 batting average across his 2 stops. He played, I think, in rookie ball for like a week or so on rehab, and then he spent the year in AAA and just didn't hit well. But he's still really, really good defensively and can still play 4 positions defensively along the infield. Second and third, I'd say, would be his best spots, but he can play short. So I think there's a path for him to the big leagues with a team. Don't think it's the Rangers unless they just see him as like your Hanser Alberto type backup who's going to be really good defensively, and whatever you get offensively is a plus. But it's just tough to envision with all the young infield prospects the Rangers have, him coming up and really have an impact to the Rangers. And unfortunately, I just don't know what the trade value is there at this point because it just hasn't really come together for him offensively. And some of that's probably because he hasn't had consistent playing time due to health reasons.
Now, Jared, I think people know this about you. You're a sports fan across the board, but you do love you some college basketball. Fair to say?
Love it.
Did you watch Arizona State and USC last night?
So I watched the second half this morning. That game tipped pretty late for us here, and the way these days are, I'm usually out by 9:30. So I watched the second half this morning, and not surprised. I actually don't think USC's great. I'm surprised they're going to be in the tournament.
My question is actually about something different,
Oh,
Jared.
sorry. Okay, yeah. I know you probably didn't want my USC Arizona State.
Well, I was just going to say, so you're perhaps not familiar with the controversy from that game now.
What controversy?
Bill Walton used a word that starts with an M to describe little people that is derogatory, and Little People of America, that association, is demanding he apologize for that, just like they did to Jerry Jones when he said that on our show.
Yeah, Bill Walton's heart is in the right place. I don't question the heart, but I'm not a surprise that he's not up to date with political correctness on certain terms.
Yeah, but since you brought up since I brought it up, UCLA took a big hit with their loss of Jalen Clark, and I know a lot of people thought they were one of the best teams in the tournament. What do you think are their prospects now without him?
Yeah, they're going to need Amari Bailey to step up, but if you're looking to fill out your bracket, the thing that they've got going for them, even without Jalen Clark, who's, a wing, I think he's a junior, good player, but, they've got a really good coach. I think Mick Cronin's a really good coach, and they've got guys who have been there. Tiger Campbell and Jaime Jaquez, they've gone, made deep tournament runs. So I don't think, like, pound for pound, they're as talented as some of the other teams that are going to be on a similar seed line, but they've got the experience, and there is such little experience, it seems like, in the top 10 in college basketball these days, because it's so many guys who they're one or two and dones. That could be valuable for them. But guys, the Pac-12 is pretty weak. I could see Arizona making a run, but I don't see UCLA or anyone in the Pac-12 really threatening for a Final Four spot.
Appreciate the insight on all things sports, good sir. Jared Sandler, brought to you by Sonic. Good.
Oh
my God. Good. Thanks, Jared.
See you guys.
By the way, one more.
East Carolina has played 22 and a half minutes of basketball, and they have 21 points.
They're a 9 seed. They're not in the conference tournament. They're not very good.
Also, Houston is like a defensive powerhouse.
And some people will tell you that is their favorite for the NCAA tournament. By the way, as long as we're talking about college basketball, Dick Vitale was offered the ability to call an NCAA tournament game by CBS. He said he appreciated it, turned it down because he only wanted ESPN on his broadcasting resume. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Several more people have asked about it. We will dive back into the restructuring.
Yes!
I now have more solid numbers about what the Cowboys did and what this means for the future of Dak. Some of y'all aren't going to like it. We'll do that and Masterpiece of the Week next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We've got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a little bit, but some people have asked more questions about the restructures for the Dallas Cowboys. Some of them you are not going to like the answers to, and Mike, you will like the answer.
Because I'm going to need $100 from Gavin Dawson.
What year did you say, Dak?
He will still be the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys in 2026.
I think there is a tremendously high opportunity for you to go ahead and cash that bet. All right. So here was the information as we understood it. Multiple sources are saying that the Cowboys restructured the deals of Zach Martin and Dak Prescott, both of which were expected, that it would create about $30 million in cap space for the Cowboys. Although I did see a lot of people think that means now they had a surplus of $30 million. So I crunched the numbers on the fly, and the best I understood, the Cowboys were $7 million under the cap. They restructured. That puts you for $30 million. That puts you plus 23, minus the $10 million for Tony Pollard. That would put you at about plus 13. I know over the cap for the Dallas Cowboys has them at plus 14.7 right now. So I thought it was in the range of 13. They've got it at 14.7. So that is the amount of money, because here's what always happens, and I hate breaking people's hearts. I just don't think this means what you think it means, right? Because as soon as we heard that, you saw people were like, okay, so, and like Adam Thielen got cut, which we talked about yesterday. They're like, okay, so they can get Thielen or Hopkins, or I still think Odell Beckham Jr. is actually more realistic than any of that. But they can go
Bobby
get this.
Wagner?
Yeah, yes, who's now talking with Seattle as well. They can go get all these players. And I thought, I just don't think that means what you think it means, because you have to be under the cap by Wednesday. And so I think and Stephen Jones has told us in the past, Dak's contract was built with these kind of triggers that you flip the switches just for these reasons. And so if they go get, we've talked about it, DeAndre Hopkins, Bobby Wagner, like rock on. I am here for that, and I'm not kidding you about that. I just don't think that's what these moves are for. So I know some people might try to conflate this with big-time moves, but I think it's to try to prepare for if they can do something with CeeDee Lamb right now, or if they can, go get Odell Beckham. I do still think that is a viable target. But here's the thing about how it works for Dak. Remember when we got the changes, is I said, I wonder what they did with Dak, if they just added more voidable years or what. They did not. They let you know. The Dallas Cowboys today let you know through at least the year 2025, Dak Prescott will be their quarterback.
So 23, 24, 25. For 3 years, there's nothing they're going to do at quarterback, which is fine with me.
That is, I'm just telling you my opinion. All right.
Based off of the numbers.
Based off of the numbers. Here's the dead cap hit for Dak Prescott in 2025, $36 million. So what they did was, remember I told you the next 2 years, Dak Prescott was going to have a cap hit of $101 million. His cap hit now for the next 2 years is $87 million.
They'll restructure it again next
year.
Yes,
I guarantee you that's right. You know why? Because the next 2 years, his contracts were $49 and $52 million on the cap. I'm sorry if this is a lot of numbers. I'm trying not to bog people down. But it was $49 and $52 million on the cap. His new cap hit for this year, $27.3 million. Perfectly reasonable. I think we should all feel fine with that. His cap hit for 2024 is $59.4 million. Tell me right now, do you think in the year 2024, the Cowboys are going to take a $59.4 million cap number for Dak Prescott?
No.
Exactly.
I don't know. I mean, Stephen Jones does like non-restructuring these contracts and really riding it out and then putting pressure on the player to perform well.
And I know what you might be wondering, well, where the hell did all this money go? Why don't teams do this all the time? So in the 2 voidable years, if you remember the past, I told you that Dak's 2 voidable years still carried a $25 million hit. Guess what? Now they carry cap hits of $36 and $11 million in years where he's not even under contract. So here's what's going to happen. Next year, they're basically, I feel like the Cowboys are telling you, I'm not renegotiating this deal until next year. We'll see, or giving him a contract extension until next year. But with the numbers the way they are, he is not leaving here until at least through the end of the 2025 season.
So I just have one more year. When they restructure next year, then I'm locked in.
And that might be the case, because then they can restructure going into next year, which will guarantee he'll be here, or they'll give Dak Prescott a contract extension. Whatever the case might be, is Dak was locked here for 2 years. Now I believe Dak is locked here for 3 years. And that's basically what restructuring does, because it's the same thing with Zach Martin. Zach Martin was locked here for 2 years. Now he's locked here essentially through 2025. Now he's been playing really well, so that's not as alarming.
So Reggie, I had this take the other day. I think the next time you have to worry about the Dallas Cowboys quarterback situation, as in Dak might not be the guy, is 2029.
Oh boy, okay. That's pretty, far into this.
I just don't think that Jerry and Steven care at all to mess with good. And I do think that we're going to get to about his age 37 until they start going, maybe we need to start thinking about another quarterback.
Wow. Yeah, that's oof. I don't know that I would go that far, but I understand your logic, and I think that's a fair assessment of this thing.
And I would probably say at least 5 more years. I think 5 more years, because...
So you think at 35 they can start thinking age?
Maybe 34, 35, because I just know, like, an extension, I would assume that the Dax team would want to go a little shorter. And so he's going to be 30 before the season starts. So if you did a 2-year extension, he would be a free agent again by 34, which I know is old for many football positions. Sometimes, though not always, quarterback can give you a few more years. So I wonder if they would do a 2-year extension to kind of give him maybe one more shot at getting paid. But basically, the Cowboys are not going to pay Dak or take a $47 million cap hit after Dak is gone. So what this is telling you is he's going to be here through, I believe, at least 2025. And then the same thing for Zach Martin through at least 2025. Because whenever you restructure these deals, the money doesn't just magically go away. It's almost always an extra year of that player. That's why Zeke is still on this team. Because the last time they restructured him, they gave him 2022. Otherwise, he would have been gone last year. Then again, I think he should be gone going into this season, and the Cowboys are still trying to figure this out. So I think that money was to get under the cap and maybe go after Odell Beckham. If you have higher aspirations, I hope they're right, because I love the Cowboys. I just don't think they are.
All right, I heard everything you said. Can we get to list this?
Let's do Masterpiece of the Week.
I'm already tired
She
of
said
it.
list this. What's happening, gentlemen?
I'm excited for this. I've been waiting for this since 9 a.m.
Fantastic. I have no guarantees. This
you're
is
not
Masterpiece of the
vouching
Week.
for Joey.
I think Joey does a great job. Really, I'm not vouching for y'all necessarily, because again, this segment isn't really made by the person in this seat who plays the clips. The segment is Masterpiece of the Week, in which we revisit some of the audio that you guys say over the course of the last week or two on this program. So it's really about y'all and what y'all bring to the table. So how you feel about that?
Perfect.
I'm nervous.
Cool.
I said everything good this week. It's all Kevin and Corey, baby.
You know what's fair? Mike might not be wrong. There is maybe the least amount of Mike that I remember in doing this over the last, I don't know, few months. So Kevin, you know what that means? Crap. That's right. Kevin with a very impassioned stance here.
Let's not kill Kevin's dream. All right, this is
Are
Kevin's
people
dream
against
here.
me on this?
Nobody's against you.
I'm against it because he's saying an octopus can play more notes than a human can.
Because the octopus has 3 hearts too, Mike.
The heart doesn't help
So
you
it's
play
gonna-
a piano.
it's gonna pour more.
My God. Have you ever heard music before? The heart helps you play an
Tell that
instrument.
to Stevie Wonder right
Yeah.
now.
I stand.
What kind of question is that?
I stand by all of that. You have to have, how many times do you hear somebody go, oh, that musician put their whole heart in it? Octopus has 3 hearts. Like, oh, you're going to hear something you can't even conceive of.
But did you really ask Mike this?
God, have you ever heard music before? Well, sometimes you got to wonder that, right? I feel like Mike has heard some part of a version of every song ever because he'll re-sing it.
That's right. That's why I'm like, how could you possibly? You have sat here and been terribly annoyed at Mike singing all sorts of music.
Or rapping. Like today on G-Bag Nation, you want to be a baller? Wear a shock collar.
That's right. I cannot wait to hear the more specific rules of that. But yeah, round 1 coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Round 2 coming up at the 5 o'clock hour for the shock collar challenge trivia extravaganza. You don't want to miss it.
Mike, what's your favorite song?
Of all time?
Sure.
Sleepwalk.
I don't know. Do you have a favorite song of all time?
No.
Yes.
What's your favorite
There's a
song
lot
of
of
all time?
great songs. There's a lot of bad songs.
Sleepwalk by Santos and Johnny.
It's not a real song.
It is a real song. I guarantee you heard it. You'd know it.
It's probably in some crazy movie that nobody watches. Did you watch
that? Is a fair point.
Did you watch that Megan movie where it was like
that movie is awesome.
I heard that. I need to watch it.
You should watch it. It is tremendous.
That is so scary looking. I do not want to watch any
It's
part
really
of that.
good. It is really good.
Is it like Chucky for girls?
Kind of, but it's a little different because it has like a protective element to it too.
Okay.
It's not just pure chaos.
Scary.
Fantastic.
It's really good.
And you haven't seen Cocaine Bear yet?
No, this weekend. I'm hoping.
Although, if you want to talk about pure chaos, that's how you could describe some segments of this show. And I feel like this might have been one of those.
Like all the little white marshmallows, they were all swimming.
Are those
little
sperm
swimmers.
people?
That might get my vote.
That's
you two working together for a dozen years.
That's because Corey said that Rihanna's halftime show was the reproductive process. And I guess I had not heard that or realized that or wherever the truth lies. And so that was my next. I thought a logical follow-up question. Like that, it sounds bad.
Yeah. I'm glad you hear it. I am glad you hear it.
It does.
But also, in addition to music, this show is specializes in geography. Brazil.
Paraguay, Bogota, Colombia. Not
Uruguay?
from Lima, Peru.
How many Aguais are there?
That is a solid geography question. How many Aguais are there?
There's Mark Aguay.
That's Mark Aguirre. That's not
That is a good
sports.
Count it.
There's Mark Maguire.
Because there's Paraguay, Uruguay. I don't know
There's
the answer.
Bogota, Colombia.
Again,
Peru.
I don't think that's how it's said.
That's nope.
What?
You know it's Bogota, right?
Oh, dang it. That's why I failed Spanish.
because the answer for one of these countries, he goes, well, that's Mark Aguirre right there. Your teacher's like,
I actually failed it by learning a very good life lesson. I cheated off a person who had moved from Mexico and knew Spanish perfectly, and I didn't. And so when they looked at my paper, they're like, this is like a perfect Spanish paper. We're not even learning these things. How do you know this? And I was like, I knew like comer, and I just wanted to put a different thing on the end of it. I didn't really know what I was doing, but it worked out perfectly, didn't it? And they're like, you're lying. And I was like, here's the deal. I am lying. I cheated off the person who just moved here and didn't know that he knew Spanish perfectly, and so I fail.
Yeah, if you're gonna cheat realistically.
That's a great point.
That's the lesson that you should take away.
I don't know if that's the only lesson. Maybe just don't cheat. But I guess the next
I've never
lesson,
cheated again on a paper or class or anything the rest of my life. And I also had to go every Sunday to Spanish tutoring, which it helped out. I mean, it made me pass, which was good.
Okay.
I like that he says made me, like it was not something he wanted to do, but I guess I got to pass. Kevin, what the hell are you talking about?
By the way, the Houston Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, is involved in the bidding process as well. So keep an eye out on that. All right.
Aren't frittatas like some sort of egg or something?
Yeah, to make a frittata.
But it's not Taylor egg. It's that's not
Tillman.
Tillman egg.
Reggie.
It wasn't. I love Reggie being like, Hey, my biggest issue with what you
That's
just
right.
said
Correct.
is Tillman.
You got the wrong name.
Yeah, it's not Tillman Egg. That was accurate.
We all three ganged up on you right there.
Which is pretty much what always happens on this show, I feel like. Except for baseball talk earlier where I finally won.
I like that one the best right now, I think.
I mean, sometimes we gang up on other folks. Sometimes it's like Mike.
Hasn't he been like at a Super Bowl as like a professional photographer
Yes.
there?
Yeah, and he
he's
was
the
actually-
6'11" dude photographing people.
I think he was shooting the Eagles.
What was that word?
He was shooting photographer.
Yeah, photographing.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I would want
Because
that
you're
would
in
be-
the current state. It's not photographist. With a D on the end.
No, I understood.
It might have sounded like an F on the end, but
Your encyclopedic knowledge of the English language never ceases to amaze.
I feel like I should do the dictionary. I think there's Webster's and there should be Bassic's.
Oh my God.
I would read the Mike Bassick dictionary.
Mine would make a lot more sense. Photo. F-O-T-O. Photo. P-H my butt.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
I don't.
P-H is done. P-H does not make the f sound.
Dead in these streets, PH.
It makes p sound.
Are there any words start paha?
No, none. That's why
Okay.
PH is done.
Okay. Okay.
There will be no more PHs.
Tough break for Pharrell.
I'm really.
Yeah, that's with an F.
I'm super excited to hear more about
Pharrell. Are we pronouncing it fur like F-U-R, or do you want to pronounce like fur? Like
I feel like he should have a
F-E-R?
decision in that, right?
Rel. R-A-L.
Oh,
R-A-L.
Interesting.
R-A-I-L.
Ooh.
Rail.
For
Like
rail.
railroad.
For rail. I like
don't
it. No, that's it.
Okay.
We're doing that from now on.
Bassick's Dictionary. Move over, Webster. You had your own show one time. I got mine now.
Wait, how did we end up on the sitcom Webster?
He thinks the guy from Webster made the dictionary.
Is that not right? It's Webster's Dictionary.
That's right.
How would you spell dumb?
D-U-M.
Mm-hmm.
We've never said B on it. You're dumb.
Mm-hmm.
You're dumb. D-U-M. Dum-dums. The sucker.
Yeah.
It's D-U-M, D-U-M. They got it right.
Okay. That makes sense to me, actually.
Right. R-I-T-E.
Mm-hmm.
G-H-T makes it. No, it doesn't. You made that up. We're going to take out all the makeups.
Okay. What's next?
Next.
Okay, fantastic. I was like, look, I'm willing to hear as much of Bassick's dictionary as he's willing to give us.
Thank you.
You almost said something different.
I was very close. It's a Friday. I'm ready to go home. I wonder if that's how Kevin felt when he said this.
You know what? I really need the rest of my pants to get water so I can live.
Not often.
Not often.
Okay, but
you
if it
just in
did.
case. But if you get the opportunity, you better do it.
That was with a Rangers player. Or,
Play
yeah.
that again.
You know what? I really need the rest of my pants to get water so I can live.
Not often.
Not often.
Okay, but
you
if it
just in
did.
case. But if you get the opportunity, you better do it.
Is that John Gray?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we were talking about, like, the arms on their sweatshirts look like they're zip away. That we talked about zip away pants and all that stuff and how that could be helpful out in the wild. That was fascinating.
It sounded like you wanted like anthropomorphic pants that you would then give water.
Is that the Darius Miles who used to knock his head that got indicted on murder charges?
There's no way it's not the same Darius Miles. Now, I don't know if they're related. That's an interesting question.
All right, next.
By the way, from the 214, it's just one person, but I just listened to Sleepwalk. It's brilliant. Thank you. That song is
You
brilliant.
sing it.
It doesn't have any words.
It's not a real song.
It is
Not
a real song. It just doesn't have any words.
Nope. I
Oh,
don't
Darius
believe it.
Miles, Alabama. Okay. I just saw the bottom line. Darius Miles indicted for capital murder. And then I just thought of the
Yeah.
LA Clipper. And I was like, whoa. But it's the Alabama guy who's probably going to prison.
What was the sound that Darius Miles used to make? Dude who used to play for the Clippers?
Oh, did I have one that I did?
I was hoping that you remember. It's okay.
I just remember. Hey! Head! I hit one. Head! Quentin! Where you at? Quentin Richardson. Got my head? Corey Getty. Got my head? Tick, tick, tick.
What the hell was that noise?
We made 3. Tick, tick, tick. They could never win 3 games in a row.
Oh, God.
Are we gonna have to bleep that one?
I think so. I don't know. What? Would you like to vote now?
Yeah.
I say a bad word?
It sounded like you did.
Making a noise.
I am gonna vote for Corey's important geography question of the day.
Paraguay, Bogota, Colombia. Not
Uruguay?
from Lima, Peru.
How many Aguays are there?
It's a fair question.
Wait, the way that Mike says that, he sounds almost like a King of the Hill character. Listen to it one more time.
Paraguay, Bogota, Colombia.
I can't put my finger on it, but he sounds like a cartoon character. Anyways, Mike, you got one you want to vote on?
I feel like it was a tandem of you two guys. Oh, no, is it all three of us ganging up on Kevin, and he decided to go with the frittata egg?
By the way, the Houston Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, is involved in the bidding process as well. So keep an eye out on that. All right.
Aren't frittatas like some sort of egg or something?
Yeah, to make a frittata.
But it's not Taylor egg. It's that's not
Tillman.
Tillman egg.
Reggie.
I feel like I was about to correct myself when you said Tillman. By the way, multiple La Bamba fans weighing in that they also like the song Sleepwalk. Thank you very much.
La 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 bamba.
Okay, but that is not that song.
There's
but
words
yes.
in that.
That is not the song
There are
I'm talking.
Sleepwalk.
There it is, Dale. He does sound like Dale Gribble in that. Thanks.
I don't
I
know
really
what Dale
knew that.
Gribble is.
What? From King of the Hill?
I don't know their names. They're cartoons. I don't like watching cartoons as like
That's why you
humans.
still call it the Bart Simpson show. All right. You vote, Reggie?
Like all the little white marshmallows, they were all swimming.
Are those
little
sperm
swimmers.
people? All right. See if Carter wants to break the tie. We have me, dang it, me again, and then Corey. How did Mike get away scot-free in this?
Because he was not photographing people.
Yep.
That's an outrage. Does
Thank
Carter
you.
have a vote?
Carter's out.
Well, I could see Carter right there.
He doesn't have a vote.
See? Told you.
Dear God.
He's
I
going to
can
listen to
read minds.
Sleepwalk.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Okay, I'll get your feedback. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation about that shot collar. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. They've got Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new road.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for our chit chat with the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is he today?
Doing terrific, Heggie. It is kind of odd hearing Reggie back with you guys. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're just so used to him with the Get Right.
Hey, Reggie.
He's fantastic on the Get Right last night.
Yeah.
Just here to annoy Kevin.
No,
doing a good job, buddy.
That's why we're all here, man. Feel like that's I really do feel like that's the case at times. So we were
Please,
just
that
talking
guy.
about this. It's not a for sure, but y'all have a bet about Dak being the quarterback in 2026. I think the restructure today pretty much locks him in through 25, though I do still think what the Cowboys will do, they're like, all right, now we'll do the extension. And I could see him being here for much longer. The take I had on this was Dak's here through 25, and so is Zach Martin. What were y'all thinking about this restructure? And it's to get you under the cap, not to go get a bunch of players, which is what people are hopeful of.
Just to get you the break-even point there.
Yeah. Although now I think you have 13, 14 million in space.
Very nice. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Unless Zach Martin decides he wants to retire before then, yeah, I would imagine both these guys are going to be on the roster. Mike McCarthy is going to be the quickest and easiest scapegoat if things go haywire with the offense and with the team. And then I would imagine it would just be, okay, boom, we have our Mike McCarthy replacement in Dan Quinn. That's much easier in Jerry's mind than where's our quarterback to follow Dak Prescott. So, yeah, I imagine. And with the way, especially if they just kept it as a restructure and they didn't do an extension, I don't know. I mean, like at some point, his cap number with the cap going up.
For Dak or Zach or Martin?
For Dak.
Okay, so here's the deal for Dak right now. So essentially on the 2 voidable years, you take hits of $36 million, which you can just take that hit straight away. So if you wanted to get out of after 2024, you do the post June 1st, you take an $18 million hit that year, an $18 million hit the year after. That just does not seem like the Cowboys' typical MO. So I think they're going to roll that voidable year into the extension in 25 because now his cap hit in 2024 is $59 million.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell they're going to do that. So I think they might just... That's going to be the reboot point.
I just wonder how long that extension ends up being, right? I think that I could see Dak going with a shorter extension, and I wonder just how annoyed maybe Dak's getting. Like, I kind of could feel Dak behind closed doors being a little bit like,
Whoa! Got him!
Oh, you got shocked!
Wrong!
You got
shocked!
Oh, stop this! Where is it? Oh my God! Mr. Sparky! Oh,
you still going?
Oh no!
Coming up in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour today, Hagee, questions that will shock you. You give the wrong answer, you get shocked. The winner wins immunity for our G-Bag NBA Survivor Challenge.
Oh,
yeah.
You went full 5. That was a full
challenge.
5.
Those
Eric.
are high
That
stakes.
was not nice.
Who do you think's going to take it down?
Who just did that to him?
Chiafalo just did that to him.
Or did I?
Yeah.
I thought it was you, Mike Lee, bro.
I don't think it's long enough for Broadus to have shocked him, but yeah, he shocked the hell out of him. I don't know who's going to win. It's a pretty unique structure of this game. We'll have a question and an answer, or both teammates could wear Mr. Sparky's and go back and forth. So I'm not even sure who my partner's going to be yet. If my partner's Broadus, I guarantee I won't win. He can't give good answers.
I have terrible answers. I'll give terrible answers, and I'm not doing this. I'm not doing the shocky thing.
I don't want to be paired with Brian.
No, I'm not doing the shock thing.
I don't want to be anywhere near
I will
you,
I will let everybody slam eggs on my head. I will do everything. Yeah. No.
So you can wear the shocker thing and win immunity, or you can be the questioner and avoid Uncle Sparky this afternoon.
So you could theoretically just keep getting the questions right. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Or
what did he get wrong?
Go down in flames.
Nothing really. Chief just didn't like his opinion.
I think I just wanted to let the people
he said
know
Dak
what
was
the deal
good.
was.
Yeah. I think that's
There's
what he got
plenty
wrong.
of people around here. Anything else we need to know for the show? Though that's in the 4 o'clock and the 5 o'clock. That's a hell of a tease. Sorry, Wolf.
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Wow.
Get to see how on the game Lucius is, because there's going to be the drop button needed. Absolutely. Or the dump button needed. Absolutely.
Say hi to me at the Dallas Card Show. I'm headed there right now.
Me too.
You going there too?
Out in Allen. I will
Is
be
Brandon
there.
coming?
Overtime.
He's not. He's at a state competition right now.
Overtime.
I'm going to try to sell cards.
We'll see how it goes. All right,
Get
roll
money.
home with the G-Bag Nation. Corey will be back on Monday. KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
The more you listen, Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on an exciting Football Friday. So much news is going on. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup as we got the Friday vibes flowing. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. LA Live 540. Here's Zach Wolchuk. He'll have your top 10 at 420. Eric Chiafalo has the biggest L, biggest dub, and other stuff over the next 5 hours for you. I'm Gavin Dawson. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. He's going to be an MVP of today's show, trying to catch the reactions as Uncle Sparky is back in play. It is an Immunity Challenge Friday here in the nation. Questions that will shock you. Coming up in the 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock segments, we will be competing to get immunity in the NBA Playoff Survivor. Right. That's going to be series to series coming up in the NBA playoffs. You got to pick a winner. You can only pick the same team once all the way through. So there's going to be some great payoffs coming up this spring, but a chance to win immunity if you're willing to answer some questions and hope to dodge Uncle Sparky. Program Director Gavin Spittle is busy preparing some questions here as the 4 o'clock segment approaches, guys. How we doing, Wolchuk? How'd that make you feel?
It definitely woke me up, and I think we went full blast there, Eric. I don't think you went gingerly into that.
That can't be right.
That's kind of why I don't feel good about doing this game.
You don't trust your teammates?
No, I don't trust you.
Oh, just
I don't trust because we
he just makes stuff up.
Oh no, he absolutely makes stuff up, and it's like oh no, here are the instructions. Here's not what to do. Eric just kind of waves it off like, yeah, whatever.
Right in the light, baby.
I don't have time for this. So he's just going to go full power.
Oh, this is getting boring.
Guy falls on the ground. Yeah. Don't care about Zach. No. He's standing right there while
laughing
the guy's
at him
on the ground.
What do you want to do? Pick him up and get the transfer of energy and shock myself?
You were kind of looking like,
I might be a jerk, but I'm not an idiot.
You were looking at that device like, oh, let's see if I can do it a little harder on this. Maybe make it a little worse.
I don't know. My thumb was doing weird stuff. You think I can control that?
Your thumb was doing weird stuff. I'm trying to peel it off of my shoulder blade, and it's shocking my hand.
Yeah.
Still going.
That's Sparky 2.0. We got 2 machines now. I think that one might be more powerful. It's a little tricky to operate. So I might be with you. I don't know if I trust Chiafalo in this.
I'm not.
This one's stronger than the last one.
I can kind of see. I could see like missing a question and then Eric doing the shocking part of it. Right. And but I'm just gonna be real honest. I am not gonna put the thing on.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I have an honest question for you guys, though. How much could we put a cash value on immunity? Like, if one of you wins immunity, could we put it up for auction for the others to bid on it? Because these bet payoffs are getting pretty outrageous, and I'm thinking, maybe would $50 would a dinner?
You
see?
Yeah, money talks. So
little baby dolls cash in your pocket.
My man's got an army of kids over there.
Box of diapers for immunity?
Yeah.
I'm trying to pay rent. Yeah, let's do this.
I'll say this, though. I'd
be surprised what I would do for $20.
Hey, I am all, like I say, the whole thing, just watching everybody get shocked. I'm going to do one of those bad things down the line, whether it's the eggs again, something. Whatever else it is, I am not going to put that thing on my neck.
Well, honestly, your body's been through. You need a bit of a break. You need a
no. I need to answer some questions. Is what I need to do. Yeah. I've had a terrible run.
Well, the pressure's on you. Whoever gets put with Brian as a teammate, I hope you come through here.
If it's like questions from like the 70s and 80s, I have a chance. Modern questions, you're going to get shocked. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to light Wolchuk up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, okay, Dawson, what's going to happen if Cheesh gets a question wrong? You're going to light his ass up too. So, yeah, you're going to have the choice. You can be the questioner and go for no immunity without a Uncle Sparky attached to you and just ask questions. So that's up for Chiafalo to decide. If you want to strap up and go for the immunity, I believe it's 4 questions or 8 questions or something like that. Yeah. And if you're wrong, you get shocked. You could be shocked up to 5 times in your attempt to win immunity, which would be like a double payoff. So yeah, it's up to the participants, and we're going to draw for the teams and the order coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Okay, I got a couple of texts of people saying I can't hear you on Odyssey. Like, I'm not on Odyssey, but I just opened it up on my phone, and Odyssey is working texters. So when I see one of those, I'm like, whatever. But I saw a couple of them, and I wanted to check for myself. So I don't know, maybe.
That's how they troll people on YouTube.
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Okay,
Turn up your volume. Your mic is messed up.
That's right.
The audio's coming through perfectly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how the trolls get to going.
Man, the troll game's evolving.
Yeah, it is.
They just got me again. Okay, so nice job.
Well, I don't know if they're trolling that person.
Yeah.
He could be having a malfunction
That's
of
right.
some sorts, but
Yeah.
I'm just keeping you aware or woke on the, what's going on out there.
Appreciate that. I like
All right.
awakenings of all kinds.
Yeah.
I do. Unless I'm into a good REM sleep, got a good dream going on. Cowboys restructured with Dak and Zach, frees up $30 million. Now they have about 13, 14 under the cap. They can start their league year. You know, they were saying maybe we just wake up and a deal would get done. And I think that's the key thing. They couldn't get an extension done. The Cowboys wanted to get an extension done. We talked with Calvin Watkins a couple of days ago, and I asked him, how confident are you a new contract's coming for Dak? And he laughed at the question. It was like, oh, yeah, this is coming. You know, they need to get it done. They did need to get something done. It was a restructure. I think the interesting thing happening here is Daniel Jones gets 40. They're talking about Joe Burrow getting 55 to 60. And I
By
think
cheap Bengals, right?
I think for Dak and his agency, they're like, what kind of an extension would you like to do? Is this 2 years and $120 million or 2 years and 110? Oh, you want to extend it like 2 and 84, something like that? That's probably what the Cowboys are thinking. There's no way we're going to close this gap on negotiations between now and the start of free agency. 5 days before free agency starts, they're like, oh, hell, we got nothing. We're restructuring. That's the only way we're going to get under this cap.
You're not keeping this thing at $59 million as a cap hit, that's for sure. So
Can't do that. Yeah.
They're making some kind of move. And the thing is, here now you've got about $30 million in cap space, and that can end up being more, with Tyron.
It's probably accounted for already.
Zeke.
They always used to tell me that.
You're right.
Every time you felt like you had cap space, somebody over there would remind me, like, no, Brian, that money's already accounted for something else.
Yeah, to find a way to retain your own, or it's already, they've kind of got, maybe they have a framework that they kind of are a ballpark estimation on what they want to do in terms of a Dak extension. They've just got to find a way to get it agreed upon with him and Todd France.
I just, the thing I worry about is not so much what the Cowboys might do, is what Todd France might do. That's what I worry about. And I don't think particularly, again, this is me, just my 2 cents here. You're starting to hear things, these whispers. How happy is Dak? How happy is he with what he's gone through here recently with the Mike McCarthy stuff, the changing of the play caller and all that, him kind of getting blamed for some things maybe?
Yeah. I think it might be an uncomfortable moment for Dak. I would never want to go away from the Cowboys. I mean, your endorsement platform here, it's worth $50 to $70 million a year. And if you win a Super Bowl,
sleep number,
you can go huge. You could work towards $1 billion of lifetime earnings here. In other places, if it doesn't go well, you might get a couple of years at $40 or $50 million, and that'll be it. Okay, 727, the Odyssey app not working. We're hearing a lady on CBS Sports Radio. Another guy is coming in saying, I'm on Odyssey and I can hear you fine. So it is. It's unfortunate that we're having those issues. You try the Twitch app or the YouTube app if you're struggling with that, and that's a great workaround. But unfortunately, it's a little buggy, and we're like the only station in all of the corporation that has this issue, where some phones just don't interact with our channel on the app as well as others. So I don't know if it's an older phone or a Windows phone or whatever it is.
They don't want us to be great, man.
But yes, the Twitch and YouTube app I think is a tremendous workaround, and those are apps that you can close your phone out to and operate in the background, so you're not killing your battery either. This is a win for Cowboys fans that want Dak's career to be as short as possible here, though, isn't it? If the Cowboys do an extension, that's just going to tack on guaranteed money. Now, like theoretically, after the 2023 or 2024 season, you could get out of this without the monster cap hit against you.
Oh, if they just keep it as a restructure? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But
so do you think they restructure and keep negotiating here?
That's my guess, because I think they genuinely want him to be here, and they're gonna want to lock him in and have everything understood of what it's going to be as they do their projections, for years out, and they can know this is what our quarterback's actually going to be costing us. But I don't know. I was kind of thinking the restructure might be kind of cool to just ride that baby out. And I remember a couple weeks ago, you guys were saying like you wanted him to just keep the $59 million cap hit and just run its course this year and just rock and roll. So I'm sure you guys are a little bit like, dang, I mean, you knew this was coming. It was going to happen. But
yeah, you knew what was about to happen. That but what Zach was talking about though, this might not be a long-term deal. This might be a shorter-term deal.
But that's on Dak's side, right? That's not the Cowboys.
That's exactly on Dak's side. They have not. They've dealt with this guy before. It's never easy, and that's why the guy's a good agent.
Yeah,
it's not. It's not easy. He makes it hard on the teams to have to deal with him, but he's got players that are good players that you have to have. So yeah, the Cowboys are gonna. They're going to look at this and say, all right, fine, we'll play short-term again. They played short-term this time around.
Yeah.
They didn't get a long-term deal with Dak when they signed this contract.
I know it's just too much to ask, and there's no way that Dak could be for sure that they would do right with whatever money he, hypothetically would leave on the table. But you got to think, like, don't you feel like Dak's the kind of dude that wants to win in a way that if he knew that his team was going to add the necessary talent around him, he would be willing to leave a little bit? Like, just because how miserable is it to be him right now? Outside of the money for sure, but every time you turn around, you're getting crushed. You're scoring 12 points in the playoffs. When does that get old? And as the quarterback of the Cowboys, it's nonstop for you.
He's thinking about the 4 years he had to play where he wasn't making any money.
Yeah.
Where he wasn't a first-round pick.
You were a fourth-round draft pick.
You weren't making, $8 to $10 million. You were just a guy that was making, just above, you're making $800,000.
No, I know it's all about the money, and ultimately it's always go get more and go get more. But like just on a human to human level, you look and be like, you're good, right? And like everybody's good. Everything about you and everybody you've ever loved is going to be totally fine here. Don't you want to win? Don't you want to get the city and the narrative off your rear end, or is money really the only thing you care about? And again, this is in the hypothetical that he's getting the assurances that the money left on the table is going to be put into the roster and talent around him, and he can go have the great success, and then only God knows how much money is there and open for you once you win that Super Bowl.
Why is the city on his rear end, right? Because they keep blaming Dak essentially.
Yeah.
Because they now don't have money to go out and spend it.
That's my point.
Why would you have a good feeling towards that front office if you're Dak Prescott then and say, let me do you a solid when you're essentially throwing me under the bus and undercutting me every chance you get?
Well, then why are you Dak saying I want to be here forever? Then get out of here. Then force the issue. You can do that.
And player movement at the quarterback position is more prevalent than ever. To me, this goes to what Tom Brady did to Tampa, what Aaron Rodgers did to Green Bay in 20 and 21, what Russell Wilson did to Seattle and is going to do to Denver. It's like, if you don't destroy the future of your cap to get me all the great players right now, I'm going somewhere else. That's ultimately why Tom Brady left New England. Bill wanted to manage things conservatively and look for his replacement. He's like, we need weapons if I'm going to win another Super Bowl. He goes, hey, I'll play in Tampa if you want to. So for Dak and all quarterbacks, it's like, I want all the money. Then I want you to screw the future of your cap to build me a champion. And if we're not good in 3 years as a result of it, I'll ask out. And that's the evolving quarterback relationship with his team. There are a few QBs, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, when he was in New England, that are willing to do things team friendly, that are like, yeah, I'm going to make $500 million in my career, and if it's not $600 million, I'll be fine because I want to do everything I can to help the team. But the majority of them are like, I'm going to maximize the money and maximize my leverage. LeBron showed that. It's happening in the NBA. I'm a superstar. If you won't do everything to build me the ultimate team right now, I'm going here. I'm going there. I'm back to Cleveland. So I think it's just the next step in even more player movement. It kicked off big time in the 90s with free agency, and now quarterbacks and their agents, NBA superstars and their agents are figuring out how to exercise maximum leverage on these teams that have treated the quarterback position like, we got to marry this guy. And it's up to the teams to make the adjustment themselves and say, if you want to play that game, we'll just team build with rookie quarterbacks. And that has to be the answer. Mm-hmm. We're going to $60 million now for Joe Burrow. That's going to be close to 30% of the cap in APY. It was 14 just 15 years ago. 14% of the cap. Now we're approaching 30. And this model is not sustainable, at least for consistency. And we'll have to see if teams have the cojones to adjust. Okay, when we come back, the best drama of the NBA season so far, Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks, both trading barbs after the game. We have some highlights on that. Then the G-Bag of the day here for you on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. Dawson, please tell Broadus the latest episode of Love of the Star was fire. Love you, boys. Appreciate you, 405. Hey, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Yeah, the NBA is on just about every night, and last night it was cool to watch the Knicks play. The Warriors and Grizzlies were also playing. And yesterday we had the iconic video of Draymond Green going off on Brooks ahead of that matchup last night. And it's just part of what makes March and April so special as teams are starting to really fight for position. And now it's more serious as the playoffs approach. So we have quotes. The media went to both of them post-game. Now, the Grizzlies win 131-110. And Brooks says, I kind of wanted just to see what he was going to play because there was a moment where they came face-to-face and Dillon Brooks was, being the aggressor as he usually is.
Is that when Green had the ball above his head and like had his armpit all on his face and his elbows like,
hey, sniff this.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun interaction, and they've slow-moed it so you get like 15 seconds worth of like just elbow and armpit of Draymond in the face of Dillon Brooks as he's talking smack. It's great.
Who do you guys think would win if they actually went at it? We saw how good of a fighter Draymond Green is with that Superman punch he threw on Jordan Poole. Dillon Brooks is just so strong and young, and it feels like he's scared of nobody. So I don't know. Sometimes that aggression can be misleading. Okay, Draymond says Brooks says he took the media approach with that and didn't say anything, which is cool. I was expecting him to talk a little bit more tonight, but I guess he needs to get all his facts together and talk. Talking about the podcast. Green shrugged off questions about Brooks' postgame other than accusing Brooks of unsuccessfully attempting to bait him into attack, which would have been Green's 16th. He thought he would, bait me, like he gets baited, said Draymond. I get technical fouls when I want to get technical fouls. I don't get baited into techs. So I think that's probably the difference between me and him. I do that to him, it'd be a double tech because he'd respond, but it's not a double tech because I didn't respond. One of us are baitable, and one of us are not. This is on the lopsided loss, Draymond said, anybody can win in March. Anybody can. What's that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's a game in March mean? And that is why I believe strongly this Warriors team is going to be totally different once the playoffs arrive, just like they were last year. I made a huge mistake last year in the playoffs of picking the Mavs to beat the Warriors because I thought the Warriors were running out of gas. They were just building back in the playoffs for, years. In the regular season, the champion or a veteran team, they have really perfected the ability to coast and, just get through the regular season healthy and acquire enough wins to get into the playoffs with a decent seed. And they're good with that because they have full confidence they can go on the road. And if they play like they did last year, none of these teams can play with them in the West, Brian.
Yeah, they're struggling on the road right now, regular season road. Yeah. But in the playoffs,
they're
we'll see.
7-26 on the season.
What's fascinating about Golden State to me is that they have a coach in Steve Kerr that was always with the Bulls. That team was always pedal down.
Yeah.
They were always hardcore, play, grind it out, win all the games. We're going to destroy your will to compete. He's taken that approach, but not really used it with his team. He's used it with them in the playoffs.
Right.
But in the regular season, he has a really good understanding of how to manage his roster with the games. One of the best teams in the league at surviving injury.
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the best in the league. There's teams that have injury and all of a sudden you don't hear about them for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
But the Golden State understands how to play when they're banged up, when they need rest, when they have to put the gas down to it.
Mm-hmm.
I just, that's just the brilliance of what you have with a coach, I think, like Steve Kerr.
Well, and they've got that championship medal, right? And if you're healthy with a healthy Steph and Clay and Draymond and guys like Jordan Poole that stepped up big for you last year in the postseason and some of the young nucleus that they have as well. I mean, now in the NBA with basically, 20 teams getting in with the play-in. I mean, there's only 10 NBA teams that don't make the playoffs. I mean, that's exactly why the time's changed now. You don't have to be pedal to the metal, all the time now. You don't have to be going go to win every single regular season game. It's like, all right, if we get in, we're not too worried about our seeding anymore.
Yeah.
We'll be okay.
Yeah, Phil Jackson, that's interesting. I wonder if that was Jordan driving that like that in the 90s, or the load management philosophy hadn't come into play that much. Maybe they just weren't too old. Maybe they didn't have Shaq or Steph Curry. But once he got to the Lakers, they'd roll into the playoffs with a lower seed, knowing that they could dominate everybody.
Yeah, it might have been with Phil Jackson had figured out, though, that all that took a lot of wear and tear on his team.
Yeah.
And they were great, and they were able to win championships. And there was
But it burnt out both times.
It did. It really, really did. And maybe that, I think the one I remember, maybe if I'm wrong, you guys are much more basketball astute than me. I love the game, though. Gosh, I love it. Pop down there in with the Spurs with his teams. Was he really the first one that kind of was the load management guy?
Yeah.
I remember, it was always seemed like Ginobili or somebody, Duncan would sit a game.
He started it.
And you were kind of like, wait a minute, what's he doing here? He's giving away games. He knew damn good and well it was more important to give away games in order to have his roster fresh for the playoffs.
Yeah, and that was the problem because they ended up winning titles doing it. And so everybody looked at it like, oh, that must be the way.
Yeah,
the formula. Yep.
Brooks insisted that the podcast did not bother him. I know I'm a better player. I can do the same stuff that he does. That's easy. That's just showing up to work. I try to score. I try to figure out plays. I try to call out plays for my team. Just the fact he was trying to pin my teammates against me, that was a low blow. So that's what type of player he is. This is like a good boxing back and forth. He says, these are my guys. We grew it all together. I'm not out there getting in physical altercations with my teammates. I sit there and talk to them, try to not break them down, but build them up. So hopefully these teams meet in the playoffs and Ja Morant's back and we can get a full-on show. Like if these two meet and you get Mavs Suns at the same time, holy cow, it could be amazing. OBJ's workouts for teams in Arizona. Is there buzz on the workout yet, Brian? Are we hearing anything about how that went for OBJ?
I have not. I heard it's 2:30 local time. So it should be going on.
2:30 in Arizona?
2:30. No, it would be
Central Time. 2:30.
2:30 Texas time.
Yeah,
okay.
Texas time. Yeah, I'll try and run that down with anybody of any pro guys I can get a hold of. But I was going to kind of wait for an hour to see how that all was going to play out.
It's huge because we're going to get an idea of what the league thinks about his value now, and I'm hoping that teams want to keep it low. But if he's the Odell Beckham Jr. that was playing for the Rams, what's the market value there? Is that 3 and 45? And would you expect the Cowboys to swim in those waters? Maybe it's 3 and 60.
Man, I don't know.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know if I don't know if they'll swim in that waters. I think they have an idea what it takes. I wonder how many teams are really interested. I wonder seeing how many teams are actually at this workout. That'll give you a really good understanding if people are really interested in this player. That if maybe they have, if this is the only workout he's going to do, and he lets everybody know that, then we'll see the number that shows up for that. But the Cowboys. Clearly, they're a team that were negotiating all that going forward. And by the way, real quick, before we get to the G-Bag of the day, Bassick just texted me, Kerr was part of Pop's staff, too. With Pop. So maybe it goes from pedal down to load management. So,
thanks, Baskey. Time now
Mike. Appreciate
for
that.
the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go for Lucius Alexander.
Yeah.
Buddy, happy Friday.
What's up, fellas? What's up? I'm pretty amped that it's a Friday.
Let's go.
Yeah, staying positive, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You fellas will be all throughout the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a charged show.
Yeah, it's going to be charged. Hey, speaking of charge, it's heating up out here. It's heating up, and I'm talking about the NBA and the 90s vibes.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the 90s vibes are flowing in the studio. We have a Catch-22 Emmitt Smith poster that we got from, who's it from?
Tim and Carthage.
Tim and Carthage.
That's a
Put some
killer poster.
respect on Nolan's name.
That's right.
Yeah, man. He made me feel like the 90s right there. I feel like those posters were all in my childhood.
Yes.
That particular one, too.
The posters and the pennants, it
Yes,
was just
man.
different. We'd
So
plaster the
badass.
walls and make murals. It was
Beautiful.
great.
Yeah, the 90s vibes are flowing in the NBA, too, as well, but we'll get to that in just a second. No, we won't. We can get to it right here.
We were just doing the 80s. Now we're up to the 90s. I like it.
Yeah. Fred Van Fleet. Fred Van Fleet right here talking about the refs. In fact, he's talking about Ben Taylor in particular.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that on most nights, a couple of the, out of the three, there's one or two that just
the game up, you know, and it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bull tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. And, you know, most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit.
Definitely 90s vibes there, but the fine reflected inflation a little bit. $30,000.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
30 seconds or whatever.
Grand. Yeah. 30 grand. Well, he said he was going to pay for it, man.
He said he was going to pay.
Listen, I got that. That's light work. What you talking about? I got that in my shoes, son. Come out to the car with me real quick. I got you.
He lost that in a bouret hand on that.
That's a guy who's gotten a big money contract in the past. You know, Fred's like, oh, no, I can definitely afford this. We're good here.
Did you see the deep fake, the Adam Silver deep fake of that situation right there?
No.
See, I'm telling you, these deep fakes are going to get us in trouble.
No, you're right. You were on that a couple years ago,
man.
Yeah.
We're going to think it's the real thing, but it's not. Check this out.
We do not condone this type of vocal outrage and profanity towards our beautiful referees.
By the way, it sounds just like them, huh? Sounds just like them, bro.
After spending the day discussing potential consequences, we have arrived to a conclusion. Fred VanVleet will have 3 options to choose from. He can get relegated to the Taiwan Basketball League to play with Dwight Howard. He can get sent to Guantanamo Bay to play ball with Sean Kemp, Ja Morant, and Joe Mixon. Or he could get publicly executed at half court of Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
It's getting out of control. It's out of control.
Well, at least if you want to be comedic with it, it's good. But your dead ball's on right. The artificial intelligence wave that's hitting in the tech world right now is insane what it's capable of.
Yep.
I could prepare for this entire show if I wanted to in 30 seconds.
Snap. What was it? Chat GPT.
Chat GPT.
Yep.
It could write a college paper. I could go to college. There's a lot of stuff.
I could do that. I can do it.
I could go to college.
Don't tell me I can't. Yeah, I can go to college.
You think you can go to college? So can I.
Yeah. 90s vibes. NBA got a little heated last night as we were talking previously on this segment. Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks. They're not the G-bags of the day, though. It's Iron Eagle on that is Iron Eagle on the broadcast, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like. I'm just making sure.
Probably is.
I believe it is, man. Him and Reggie Miller.
Okay.
But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Whoever it is.
You're right.
Okay. Whoever it is, they referenced the podcast while it was happening, while the action was happening. Come on.
Brooks by Green puts it up and in. Oh, they're talking. They're discussing the podcast. Green won't have any of it, and Brooks wants to try to light the fire.
Hey, both of them kept their cool.
Jared, he said, I'm not subscribing to your podcast.
2 podcast references in there.
Good work by Harlan.
Yeah. Oh, Kevin Harlan.
Yep.
God.
Guy.
Yeah, iconic announcers.
Really good.
Hall of Fame announcers.
Both are great.
Yeah. I'm going to cut this up in post. They'll never see this.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, I'm the one that edits this thing
We're
at the end of the
good.
day.
We're
This is
safe
live
space.
radio,
All
folks.
good, man.
Yeah.
They're discussing the podcast.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, man, I feel like an idiot, but it's all good.
Happens.
Yeah, it's all good.
They're both friends of the show.
They are.
Yeah,
They
they
are.
kind of sound similar a little
They
bit.
do.
Dear friends.
I like how y'all try to pat me on the back after I mess. Sorry, bro. Don't worry about it. Just get back out there.
We were
Keep shooting.
Keep shooting.
Yeah, we definitely realized where our ratings go.
Stop it, bro.
That's a good look, Lucas. Those are going to start to fall.
Big help in the ratings with that booth in there.
All right, check out. Look, don't get gassed out here. This man sent someone some money. This is what I'm assuming. This man sent someone some money online, and he thought he paid for something, and he got an address and showed up, and it wasn't what he paid for. In fact, he was just trolled or just robbed.
Yeah.
Steven here.
You got the wrong house.
I knew this was a ripoff.
Okay, what are you looking for, Steven?
No, I am Steven. I'm looking for Fifi.
Yeah, you got the wrong house.
So you don't want to have sex tonight?
Sir, my husband's in the living room with the gun.
Huh. Okay.
Have a good
Understood.
Oh man!
Are we doing pranks on Tinder or something?
He got hustled. No, that's how you rob you. Okay, just go ahead and pay for the deposit right here, right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
And here's my address, random address, and you show up and you just got licked. There's nobody here for you, and I just got your money off of Snapchat or whatever I got it from.
Oh no!
Wow. Be careful out there.
PayPal, wherever you send your money.
Huh?
Downfall of all men.
I got stories. Speaking of someone who has stories, Bill Walton. So they're broadcasting this NCAA situation in Vegas, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I feel like he went to Planet 13 out there before the game. If you know, Planet 13 is like this big weed place, like a adult Walmart for weed.
Okay. Is it in Vegas where the Super Bowl is next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It has rides and everything inside of it, though.
harder stuff. My man's over here taking notes.
Yeah, there's like roller coasters and everything in there. Cafe is crazy.
Wow.
I think
I love that place.
I feel like
Tommy Bahama.
I feel like Bill Walton probably swung through before the game.
For sure.
Breaks. He does not need a little chair because he is a giant in a world of shriveling midgets. And speaking of shriveling midgets, what was your name again?
The first half, Arizona State.
I'm guilty of having fun in Las Vegas. Fun with a purpose. In the first half stats, 3-point shooting. Arizona State comes out on fire. That's the first possession of the game. Des Cambridge, time
It's
is
a professional
on his
still.
side. And then Frankie Collins, oh my gosh, not related to Jackie Collins, but close. And Desmond just kept coming.
Yeah.
The challenge, okay, the Audi first half stats.
I don't know what you consumed at halftime. Audi first half stat.
I'm guilty.
It's a mystery
He
bag.
says shriveled up little what?
In a world of shriveling midgets. And speaking of
that the M word?
shriveling midgets,
No, it's not. It's the M. The M.
Okay.
Dawson thought he was
Little people, big world.
M is in midget.
I was wondering how he wasn't canceled yet.
Dawson thought he just got loose. Thought he came Tony Romo in the mic.
Whoa. Is it the champ Fred VanVleet talking about Ben Taylor? Adam Silver deep fake. Is that a combo platter?
If you want it to be.
This is Kevin Harlan. Guy nearly got looking for a booty call.
Fun.
Or is it Bill Walton talking about the little people? I'm gonna go Bill. He brought my only team a championship in 1977. I can't not vote for him.
I'm pretty sure he's going to have to apologize for this if he hasn't, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They just forgive him because they think he's high and he's so likable.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, oh, whatever. It's just Bill being old.
I forgot I said that.
White turd. Chief, who you going with?
Fred and the Van Vliets.
Lucius.
Shoot.
Bang.
Yeah. The rain camera guy.
Yeah, that's a good one, too. We'll check.
Yeah, this is a good group. I'm going with Bill there.
It's 2-1 brought us.
I'm going to go with Bill Walton this one.
By a score of 3-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Bill Walton getting loose in Vegas. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where's that going today, sir?
Guys, we made it to Friday. That means we're doing the sports mix next.
Okay, we're chatting Frankel's right here, though, because if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault this weekend, make sure you call the All right, coming up at 3 o'clock, one of the greatest adventure stories we've ever done. Two college wrestling buddies went on a hunting trip, ended up fighting a grizzly bear, lived to tell the tale. The details on that coming up at 3 o'clock. I think you're going to like it. Clarence Hill with a report, Star Telegram Cowboys writer, long time. Clarence Hill reporting Cowboys did not send anybody out to Arizona to watch Odell Beckham Jr. It doesn't mean they're out, according to his report. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. We'll see if this is the only workout. You know, that'll tell you a lot. If it's the only one, then they're might be some issues here. But I've kind of followed up with some people to see if, in fact, the Cowboys. I trust Clarence. I like Clarence a lot, and
yeah, we want to know what it means, though.
Yeah, I want.
Maybe they feel like we don't want to waste our time going there for something that we don't want.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if that in fact plays out here or not. What are you laughing at?
Man, okay. David Moore just put out an article on the Dallas Morning News about the Cowboys restructures. Quote from the article: "The move is about creating cap space to retain some of their own players more than it is about making a big splash once free agency opens next week."
Nobody wants to tell the truth.
Gosh, man. It's the least surprising thing we've ever heard, right?
It's the Twilight Zone.
Well, it's
we expect it.
Yeah. It's so that's
maybe the Michael Gallup and Tyron Smith restructure will open up the cash for DeAndre Hopkins.
There you go.
Sorry, and it is a premium joke Friday.
Yeah, it is
premium jokes for sure. All right, we're doing the sports mix, and with the sports mix, I always like to ask questions of my guys and see what their thoughts are on the various sports topics. Maybe some things that kind of bother me or that they can give me the answers on. That's why they're so good at their jobs here. Question number one, and Zach, I'll go with you on this one.
Okay.
Are basketball players the most honest when it comes to talking about their sport?
Yes, I think so. And I think some of it is because maybe the commissioner, I think Adam Silver might deserve some credit for this, but they allow their personalities to show maybe more so than any other sport. MLB, I don't think does an excellent job when it comes to showcasing their stars, right? I mean, and maybe it's just like a guy like Mike Trout doesn't have much of a personality, but he's the best player in the sport. And do we know much about him other than the fact that he's an Eagles fan? No. And in the NFL, I mean, these guys are running around wearing a helmet all the time, right? And they get fined as well. So I think, yes, absolutely, the NBA players are. And I love it. I love the open and the honesty. And when Micah Parsons is, people then will crap on him for it.
I think basketball players are pretty honest. The most boring is MLB or NFL quarterbacks. You gotta separate NFL quarterbacks from the rest of the players. But the most honest are actually the international players because their media doesn't crush them. They have more room for nuance. Like, oh, I can see his perspective. He's just being honest. He might want to go play somewhere else. It's more like accepted. So and I think that's why, maybe at times you get a little bit more honesty from Luka, and he's just a shoulder shrug. Like, oh, you don't like it? Well, that's fine. He's not worried about the world coming down on him like I think a lot of American athletes are that have kind of grown up in this culture.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. I mean, of the main sports here, I would say the NBA for sure. I mean, it's a players' league, and it has been for quite some time now. And these guys feel empowered to make decisions and make statements and have their own shows and they feel confident. Fred VanVleet at the microphone, just calling a referee out by name. Like, you never hear that kind of stuff. And the NFL, for example, is all about the shield.
Yeah.
Not about the individuals. So those guys don't feel as, I would imagine, as strong and confident of being able to just come out and say whatever it is that they want to say.
I kind of like the fact, I love these podcasts these guys are doing.
Yeah.
I love what, I love the guys at the JJ Redick's and the Kendrick Perkins. I love watching the NBA show. I think they do a great job with that thing too on TV. I just find like these basketball players are like, they're to the point where they're like, hey, this is bothering me, or this is what's good about our sport, or this is what sucks. I find this refreshing. I think basketball players are fascinating to listen to them talk. Because I think they cover life's experiences too.
I think the other sports could really learn from it. Something
absolutely
you build out the characters a little bit more.
Yeah.
You get genuine, and that's what the Olympics always thrives on: is telling you the backstory, giving you the personality, talking about what the person's background is. And I think the more you get of that, the more fans get invested.
Chief,
yes, sir.
Are you interested in seeing the Mavs without Luka, or is this about to get ugly?
I mean, I think it could be both, but I am interested in seeing what this looks like for sure, because I think it's going to accentuate some of the skill sets of a good amount of the players on this team, from Kyrie, obviously, but THJ, Josh Green, hopefully Hardy gets in the mix here, and you can see them a little bit youthful, getting out and running a little bit more, but ultimately, I still know that this team is only as good as Doncic and Kyrie playing together. And so I don't know. I guess it's How does it play out, and then how does Luka feel like he can work himself into it? Like, that's almost more interesting, is once Luka comes back in to fit in, like what's changed in the interim. And so watching it in real time is going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah, I think this is going to be great. I think they're going to play their best basketball since the trade, just like the couple of games that we saw them without Luka earlier. So you want Luka back, but I think this simplifies the game plan and you get more out of your role players. And hopefully Luka's watching like Dak was watching when Cooper Rush took over and said, oh, okay, I see where this can be simpler and I can trust my teammates more.
I'm interested, but they need him back on the floor, right? But I think there is some stuff to gain, hopefully. It'll be interesting to see if Kyrie's available. Kyrie missed practice for some personal reasons.
Yeah, I got a report on that. Just got an update on that one for you, too.
Perfect. Yeah, so we'll get to that. But the kid said hopefully he can join them in Memphis. But, yeah, I mean, I'm interested in it can hopefully be a learning moment maybe for Luka, to Gavin's point as well.
Yeah, just the update on that. I was curious if Kyrie was okay, and my guys over there said, yeah, he's fine. Just kind of working through something right now. So that's all that about missing practice, but everything seemed to be fine according to them.
Going to be good to go tomorrow?
Should be good to
awesome.
go.
That's great
good to
news.
go. All right, Gavin.
Yeah.
Picking your bracket, all luck or skill?
There is definitely so either or. I got to pick one of the two.
Yeah,
Am I luck or skill?
Yeah, it's picking your bracket either all luck or skill.
Man, I don't want to disrespect the people that are paying attention to college basketball and they know these 12 seeds that are laden with seniors that have been playing together since AAU days, like we see sometimes with these mid-major programs. But I think it's luck. I don't. It's harder than ever. The best players are only there for 1 year. There's nothing consistent. Like, you used to be able to depend on senior guards that were heading to the NBA. Like, that steadying hand would win you games against higher seeds. There's just so little of that stuff these days. I'm going to say luck's the bigger factor.
Yeah, I used to look for, okay, who's got the most veteran backcourt? They got an opportunity to maybe pull an upset. If it's a 12 versus 5, that's going to happen. But I think it's like, I can't tell you how many, brackets I've been in or groups, and it ends up being just, someone's mom that'll win that thing. She doesn't know. She's just guessing, right? So I think maybe there's some skill that goes into picking the champion, but I think it's luck when it comes to just winning your brackets.
Dude, it's 100% luck. We're picking individual one NFL game a weekend. We can't figure this thing out, and we're studying it, looking at it. Like, it is 100% luck for anybody. Maybe there is a select few, maybe 1% of the brackets have like some legit nuance and skill set involved, but it is overwhelmingly luck here.
My whole thing is when I pick my bracket and turn it into like ESPN, I like to see if I can finish ahead of the experts. The guys and gals that
Lenardi and Andy Katz.
Those guys that get paid
Fran
to do
Fraschilla.
this. Yeah, I'm sitting there like, okay, my bracket's better than theirs. So to me, I think it's all luck. I really do. I think that it's just you're catching it on different nights. That's all you're doing. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Appreciate you as well, Broadus. Again, it has been a huge day for the Cowboys already. Dak and Zach restructured. So that's probably the biggest thing going on with the Cowboys right now. Frees up $30 million. They're now about 13-14 under the cap. When we return, it's epic story time. Wrestling bros who took on a grizzly bear protecting her cubs live to tell the tale. It's coming up next here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This story might take 15 minutes to get through. I was reading it on ESPN earlier, and I was just amazed that it kept going on, and I tried to reduce it to only the relevant points, but then when I was done, I looked at it and I said, this might be 20 minutes of a segment. So I'm going to jump right into it. And I'm going to tell you, if you haven't been to the state, Wyoming is the most terrifying state in the union. You just get the feeling when you drive through or sit in a country redneck bar that you could die. You know, that's what I felt as I was traveling through Wyoming in 2010. Wildlife, rednecks, hypothermia, getting stranded and nobody finding you, sliding off the road over a mountain pass. Like, Wyoming is a dangerous place.
I kind of found the opposite.
Really?
I found the opposite because when we were...
You were on a college campus.
I went to...
Okay,
I landed in Laramie, and I drove to Cheyenne.
Okay.
So it was one of the prettiest drives.
No, it is a pretty
I didn't
state.
stop
Yeah.
at a bar or like try and mess with people. I just stayed on the road, and it was like crisp, sunny, bright day.
In spring?
No, it's football
Football
season.
Okay.
Football season, yeah.
Okay,
So
well,
it was early enough the year I didn't have to deal with like flying snow.
What's the scariest state to you?
New Jersey.
Okay, yes, that's a good one. Maybe Pennsylvania. Alaska would terrify me.
One of the 3 states I haven't been to.
I loved
There's
Alaska.
There's only
Yeah.
3 states I haven't been to.
But I could see it being
Montana,
scary.
Idaho, and
Well,
Alaska. Those are the
Blended
3.
in with the polar bears.
I mean,
in
a moose
Alaska.
could kill you. A
I
polar
was
bear
one of
could
the
get you.
bears.
Polar
Grizzly
bear could get
bear.
you, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so here's how the story opens up. This is Ryan Hawkinsmith, ESPN.
Oh.
A good friend never lets his buddy step in bear crap. So when Brady Lowry stumbled upon a fresh pile back in October, deep in the thick brush of the Wyoming wilderness near Yellowstone,
Oh, no.
he turned his head and began to alert Kendall Cummings. Those were almost his last words. They both loved the outdoors, and as wrestling season started up in early October, Brady had talked to Kendall about how much money he makes doing shed hunting. Okay? Shed hunting is where you go into the bush and you find animals with insane racks, you know, on their antlers, and they just died. They didn't get hunted. Maybe they got shot and ran away and
they
died.
shake them off.
Then they get the antlers and they go sell them.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can make like $300
Right.
for a great set, or $500 if you have yourself an amazing day. They both love the outdoors, and they'd gone out with the 2 other Northwest College wrestlers. So they're on the Northwest College wrestling team up there in Wyoming. Gus Harrison and Orrin Jackson along for the ride. They spent the 45-minute drive teasing Gus for wearing a bright red sweatshirt instead of camo or dark clothing. They kept telling him he was going to be a blinking food sign for any aggressive wildlife in the area. So they were aware. You're in a state where the wildlife is going to come get you. They hiked close to 15 miles in 6 hours. That's quite a hike right there. That's a hump. On the Bobcat Houlihan Trail, which sits on the outskirts of Yellowstone. As sunset approached, they split up into pairs and pointed toward a specific rock off in the distance where they could meet in an hour or so. Okay, you guys go this way, we're going to go that way. Up higher on the mountain, Brady and Kendall had waded into a deep brush so dense that it was almost impossible to see the ground. Kendall was about 50 feet away when he heard Brady yell, "Hey, watch out for this big pile of bear bleep." That's when they heard a loud cracking noise, and Brady ended his sentence and was only able to blurt out, "Bear," before a 500-pound grizzly hit him squarely in the chest.
What?
Yeah.
Like just straight up punched him?
Barreled into him.
Oh my
Head
God.
down.
Threw him 30 yards.
I'm good on this.
It's like a bull rush technique as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
The bear rush.
Okay.
Brian Urlacher.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the 2 wrestlers were in the toughest match of their life.
Adewale Gunlier.
Yeah.
Tommy Harris.
Okay, so Brady and Kendall are about 50 feet away from each
Gary
other.
Fensick.
Your buddy gets pushed down by a grizzly. All you see is him go up in the air and come down. Which way are you running? What are you doing at that point? You're 50 feet away. Your buddy's getting attacked by a grizzly bear. You've known bro for 6 weeks, but you hit it off big time. You're wrestling partners. You become roommates. You're best buddies. 50 feet away. How do you handle that?
I think any normal person other than like Khabib, who's the
Nurmagomedov?
Yeah, I think he's the only person that's running to that bear, right? Any other person, just by sheer, I mean, it's a bear. It's like instant reaction is just to run, man. I'm flighting in that fight or flight situation.
I'm getting the hell out of
I'm flighting. I know I hate myself for saying that, but I think I'm flighting.
I'll do this. I think I'm going to try and help you.
Okay. I bet Brian would help.
I'm going to try and make enough noise. I'm going to try and distract. I'm going to throw a rock. I'm going to get close and try and hit it with a rock.
Yeah, but you were more prepared for this. Being in Lambeau all those years, you were kicking the Bears' ass
We were
left and right.
Yeah, I think I lost one time to the Bears. But yeah, I think I would pick up a rock and try and hit him, distract him, do something to maybe drag you out of there.
Okay, attacks are rare. Yellowstone literature says there are about 1 in 2.7 million chance a person in Wyoming will be injured by a grizzly bear. Yellowstone's website says there have been 8 deaths from grizzly attacks in 150 years. One more than the number of deaths from falling trees. So it is rare.
How would you rather go out? Bear? Die by bear?
Tree.
Or death by tree? Tree's more instant, you think?
Yeah.
No, you're
tree sudden.
Tree sudden.
Yeah.
Bear's kind of dragging you around
don't
for
see
a
it
meal.
coming.
Yeah, you're kind of half alive being dragged around.
But threaten a grizzly's habitat, food supply, or a female's cubs and look out. A typical female grizzly weighs around 500 and stands 7 feet tall with a speed that tops out at about 30.
Oh.
And a mouth that can crush a bowling ball, son.
Oh, my dear God.
They crush bowling balls. That's what grizzly bears do with their mouth.
Okay, you're blaming.
They said maybe the grizzly bear is actually the toughest animal, like hippos, tigers. They say the grizzly might be the number 1 seed. So Brady didn't stand a chance. 2-time Utah high school state champ, finished 7th in the country as a freshman, which means he spent his entire life locking horns and trying to leverage strong humans, but he's never felt anything like he did that day. The bear struck him and knocked him 30 yards across the ground. She ran right alongside his tumbling body, clobbering him as he rolled. He still remembers the way his body came to a stop and the bear started pawing at him, almost dribbling him up and down on the ground.
Imagine a one swing 30 yards.
Unreal.
Bear clubs you, and 30 yards later, he's back on top of you.
So Kendall now finds himself 30 yards away. Started 50 feet. Now he's more like 90 feet away, facing the bear's backside as the initial attack unfolds. He watched the indescribable brutality happening to his friend and couldn't believe how fast and vicious it was. He wanted to help, but how? He'd be tossed like a cornhole beanbag, too. And then they'd both be dead. Maybe he could haul ass and get Gus and Orrin and come back and they could try to outflank the bear. Gus had a gun, he remembered.
Okay.
And he knew Gus was an incredible shot. Maybe running was his best chance. But when he watched the bear pushing and pulling Brady, he realized his friend had maybe 30 seconds before he'd be dead. So he couldn't run.
Yeah.
As he watched, he couldn't help but flash to all those moments of him and Brady wrestling, grinding each other's faces to the mat, then pulling each other off the mat and doing it again. You know those families where everybody bickers and fights, but nobody else dares mess with any of them? That's how Kendall felt as the bear attacked. So Kendall started yelling. But no reaction from the bear. Bear, please stop. Yes, that'd be me.
Bear, stop it.
He picked up a stick and threw it, hit the bear. Nothing. Threw a rock.
There you go.
A perfect strike in the middle of the bear's back, still nothing. The bear was in kill mode, and sticks and stones were not going to distract it. Yeah. I couldn't even get her to budge, Kendall says. So he launched the most dangerous takedown attempt he ever had. Kendall ran and threw his body onto the bear's back, yanking on the fur around her neck.
Oh.
It got the Grizzlies' attention, and she swung around just as Kendall released his hold and started sprinting away. Kendall hoped maybe his counterattack would confuse and distract the bear long enough that Brady could scrape himself off the ground and run into the opposite direction. That's the broadest strategy.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, the bear would be content to just let them run off. But there's a reason most bear experts say the only way to survive a grizzly attack is to pretend you're dead. As Kendall took off running, he allowed himself one look over his shoulder to see what the bear was going to do. He watched in horror as she spun from Brady's collapsed body, took 2 giant gallops, and was on top of him. The violence was so gruesome it defies logic that anybody could survive it. She clubbed Kendall to the ground, pounded on top of him. Her mouth drove down toward his head, and he could smell the rancid breath of a creature that spends its life killing and eating raw meat. Ugh. Her slobber flew all over him as he desperately tried to put his hands and arms into her mouth in place of his face. Everybody's thinking about the movie with the bear attack, right? And Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Revenant, yeah.
But her mouth eventually clamped down on his face and head, biting several times until Kendall went limp on the ground. I thought that was it for me, he says. The bear looked at Kendall's still body for a few seconds, slowly lumbered away back toward where Brady had been. Kendall opened his eyes and tried to see if his friend had gotten away, but he had so much blood pouring down his face that he couldn't tell. He just knew that the bear was heading in the opposite direction and maybe he had a shot to get away. Finally, when the bear was out of sight, Kendall pulled himself up off the ground, started trying to find a path down the mountain. He was bleeding badly, and his bicep had been torn off the bone, but he was cognizant and full of adrenaline. He hoped he could find his 3 friends and they could all get the hell out of there. But he wasn't even sure that Brady had survived that initial attack without thinking. Kendall yelled as loud as he could muster, "Brady!" And that's when he heard the crash and crunch of something that was not his friend. The bear was coming back.
Oh, no.
It knew that Kendall was alive.
With a vengeance. Round 2.
Unbeknownst to Kendall, Brady scrambled to his feet as the bear initially turned her attention toward his friend. Brady screamed Kendall's name, but the bear was after him already. He saw Kendall moving faster than he thought was possible, so he hoped his friend could outrun the bear. So the initial kid gets up. He sees Kendall getting his ass kicked by a bear, and then the next thing he knows, Kendall's running down the hill faster than he'd ever imagined a human being able to run.
Adrenaline.
So at that point, Brady pulled out his cell phone to call for help. He made a run into the clearing to alert Gus and Orrin. He had the same thought that Kendall had earlier. Maybe Gus could get up there and shoot the bear. He somehow got a signal and called 911, told the operator what happened and exactly where they were. At about the same time, he spotted Gus and Orrin 200 yards away. The only reason he saw them, Gus's red sweatshirt. With the phone to his ear, Brady screamed help, waved his hand. At the bottom of the hill, the 2 wrestlers couldn't make out what he was saying. Gus actually smiled and waved back, "Hey!" He thought Brady was just being a goofball. But as Brady wobbled down the trail, Gus and Orrin could see that he was carrying his left arm like it was a baby. It became obvious that he hadn't been yelling hello, he needed help. They started sprinting up toward him, and Gus ahead of Orrin. He recognized the words bear, and Kendall and then Gus really hit the gas, and as he streaked up the mountain, he pulled his gun and prepared to engage with the bear.
These kids are badasses, man.
They are, dude. They are badasses.
Oh, my gosh.
These must have been Texas kids or maybe Texas offspring. Orrin got to Brady and took the phone from him. The 911 operator was advising them to not go back into the woods, and that help was on the way, and they should get off the trail and head toward their cars, and that they could not do anything to stop the grizzly themselves. What did Orrin say? "We're not leaving."
Yeah, go bleep yourself. We're taking this grizzly down.
That's exactly what he did, and he hung up the phone. "We're not leaving." This is some Vietnam stuff right here. He grabbed Brady and started up the hill after the red sweatshirt running ahead of him. But Brady was in bad shape physically and emotionally. A bone in his forearm was broken in half, and it was poking out of his arm as he carried it like it wasn't even part of his own body. And even worse, he didn't even think he could look at whatever they were going to find at the top of the hill. "Kendall is dead," he told Orrin. "He's dead." Kendall wasn't dead, but he was barely alive. As Gus closed in on the scene with his gun drawn, the bear got back to Kendall to strike him again. She leaned down and bit into his head, lifting his body completely off the ground. He felt the teeth crunch into his skull. Kendall was powerless. He had puncture wounds in his legs and shoulders by then, and there was something so deflating about the way the bear could manhandle him that he began to concede that he was not going to walk off the Bobcat Houlihan Trail that day. The bear held him there for a moment, dropped him into a heap on the ground. Kendall was so injured at that point that even if he had wanted to keep up the fight, he wouldn't have not been able to. An eerie quiet descended upon the area as the bear just stood beside him. Kendall laid there, eyes closed, a calmness coming over him as he took what he thought would be his final breaths. The only thing he felt was the bear smushing her paw into his side. She was nudging him over and over. Kendall realized his backpack loaded with antlers they had found that day was so bulky she couldn't turn him over. Looking back now, he realizes she wanted to take his back and finish the kill. But the backpack kept him stuck on his side, which saved his life.
Oh, wow.
After 30 seconds of trying to flip him, the bear began to scoop dirt over his body. He hadn't moved. She was presuming him dead. Kendall thinks the dirt was her covering the carcass so she could go back, check on her cubs, and then return to eat him. As the seconds ticked by, though, Kendall began to wonder about his friend. Had Brady made it out? What if he was still alive somewhere and needed help? Kendall reached down toward his stomach, unhooked the latch from his backpack, and rolled it off. He toppled over onto his belly like the bear had been trying to do. His adrenaline had dipped just enough that he began to feel the pain of where his catastrophic injuries were. His head was punctured in multiple spots by the bear's teeth, and he had devastating bite marks up and down his body. He was in pure agony. But he dragged himself off the ground, this time didn't yell, As he headed back down the trail, he kept looking over his shoulder, expecting her to come barreling over the brush again. He wiped the blood out of his eyes, pulled his phone out of his pocket, and was horrified and grateful at what he saw. There were deep bite marks that made the phone unusable, but he also saw a visceral reminder of the attack he'd been trying to escape. At that moment, he could tell the phone had acted like an unintended bulletproof vest for that part of his upper leg, shielding him just enough.
No way.
Where no major arteries were punctured by her teeth. But with no working phone, how would he call his teammate or 911? Turns out that help was coming. Kendall made it 100 yards or so when a streaking red sweatshirt arrived once again. Gus had his gun drawn and was attempting to clear the scene like he'd been learning in his criminal justice classes at Northwest.
Let's go, boys!
The truth is, the bear had chased Kendall out into the clearing, and Gus managed to shoot it. Even multiple times, the gun probably would have just pissed off the bear. Yeah, you need like a .44 Magnum to really hurt a bear, or a big rifle. There was really only one way to survive. As they rested for a few seconds, they saw Orrin and Brady struggling up the mountain. Brady's brain couldn't even handle it. He still was cradling his arm against his body, and as he turned away, he was so happy he couldn't look. His brain couldn't process that Kendall was not dead. Even when they met up and limped down the trail together, looking over their shoulders for the bear, Brady couldn't bring himself to look at the guy who had saved his life. Eventually, they made it a mile away from the attack and reached a spot where an ambulance picked him up. Later that night in the hospital, Brady's dad, Dallas, got to the hospital. That's why I said maybe a Texas offspring. He'd been on a hunting trip himself and rushed from Utah to get to Billings, Montana, which I guess is where they were life-flighted to. He couldn't stop staring at Kendall, marveling at a 21-year-old who risked everything for his son. You saved my son's life, he told Kendall. I would have rather died than have gotten away and known I could have helped, said Kendall. And he said, I'm thirsty, so the dad took his order, ran to the Taco Bell, and got him one of those Arctic Blast thingies.
Unreal.
That he wanted so
Baja
much.
Blast, baby.
Yeah, the Baja Blast thingy. Unbelievable story. It's on ESPN. It was definitely a TRDL candidate, or TLDR. But I love that story, man. And it made me wonder what I would do in that situation. It put me in the feelings of that dad who's arriving at the hospital looking at your son's best friend like, oh, my goodness, how do you ever repay that? Yeah. And could you do that? After hearing the story, would you want to do it? I don't think I would. It's a death sentence.
Yeah, dude.
Kendall and Brady are the luckiest people ever.
Yeah, so many things had to go right. The phone, protecting, the backpack, protecting. So many things just kind of fell into place there to avoid death.
Yeah. But sometimes maybe it's better just to go out than to have to live with that guilt. He's a 21-year-old man. You could be living with that for 60 years.
For sure. Yeah, that would stick with you forever. The what ifs on that kind of thing. But in that moment to have the courage to make a decision like that is insane, dude. That needs to be the Bear movie. Yeah, not the cocaine bear. The movie that they make about this is going to be freaking epic.
It's a great story.
Okay, we're going to set up our bet payoffs coming up in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Questions that will shock you. If you were listening to Crosstalk today, you got a little bit of a hint of that, but we're breaking down Uncle Sparky coming up in the 4 and 5 o'clock segments. We got a rim session coming up next, though. We'll talk about the latest in the association next year on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Buddies, it's Friday. Let's get into Twin Peaks, your home for eats, drinks, and scenic views, now with 10 locations here in DFW. Thanks.
Kyrie that lapped upon their shores his trade demand, and it's like, wow, all of a sudden a giant asset just became available. And whether or not, I mean, there's a scenario where this works where we retain him and we got our duo with Luka for the next 5 years, and there's a scenario where he's off the books in the summer and we do some type of sign and trade, and it was a move that could have ultimately been the move, or at very, worst case, I think it's a good setup move. I think they're in a better place now with the Kyrie trade than they were before when it comes to talent acquisition and having the ability to do different things. I think you have more options now that you have Kyrie. Are you going to run it back, or is there going to be a sign and trade? You can get more for Kyrie than anybody else you had on that roster.
Do you feel like it's going so poorly right now that it's not going to, it's going to turn into sign and trade?
No, I think it's going well enough, and you get max money if you stay with the team. So I think he's going to do the extension, and we'll see what happens next year.
Now, I'm pretty sure if you do the sign and trade, you still get the max money.
You can.
So that's why these guys always wanted to do it. Hey, I can sign, get my money, and then the team that is moving on from me gets something for me.
Yeah.
Like it kind of feels like the win all the way around. I get all my money, and the team I'm leaving in this scenario is going to get something in return for me.
Right.
So I still think that'd be the most likely option. I don't anticipate Kyrie still being here. Not like 100%, but if you had to tell me to bet right now, is Kyrie a Mav next season? No, I would think in the summertime he's going to want to be somewhere else. He's going to probably still get all of his money, and that will allow the Mavericks to get something in return for him. Again, he is an asset.
Now, when it comes to the Mavericks, today we got news from Callie Kaplan. If you missed this earlier, Luka is going to be out tomorrow against the Grizz. They're listing him as day-to-day. You've got Kyrie, who missed practice for personal reasons, but hopefully he can rejoin the team in Memphis, according to Jason Kidd.
Yeah, it didn't sound threatening there.
Reggie Bullock, JaVale McGee, and Maxi Kleber, though, all going to be good to go. So you will have Maxi and Reggie Bullock. That's fantastic news for the Mavericks. Now, Callie Kaplan also writing as we get closer and closer to the postseason, and it's not a foregone conclusion with how just jam-packed the West is and how close everybody is, that the Mavericks are even going to be in the playoffs. They've got to make sure they keep winning games, or else, look, they could slide out of this thing. They're right now sitting at 8, and they're just about a game and a half up on, they're 2.5 games up on Utah, who's the team right now that's the first team out of the play-in.
Yeah, they beat them the other day, though.
So they did, but they got to make sure they keep taking care of their business. But Callie Kaplan wrote an article about the pros and cons for every potential matchup. Is there a team that you guys are like, man, the Mavericks need to avoid this team at all costs in the first round?
Denver and Golden State.
Yeah, that's probably fair. And honestly, I think you could put Phoenix in there too if Kevin Durant was for sure healthy, even though from an entertainment standpoint and the bad blood, I do really want to see it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Denver pros against playing them. Before you split 4 games this year, the Mavs won 2 of 3 regular season contests against the Nuggets in each of the last 3 years since the 2019-2020 campaign. And she mentioned, look, you don't need to worry about Luka being out, and he has been fantastic against the Nuggets defense. He's always played really, really well in his career.
He usually played really well against the Pelicans, too.
Against the Nuggets, sure.
That Pelicans game wasn't very good for him the other day.
Cons, though?
Altitude.
Yeah. Mavs did manage a rare win in Denver on the second night of a back-to-back back in December, but the Nuggets are 30-5 at home this year. They're really good at home, and you've got Nikola Jokic, who is about to win his 3rd consecutive MVP. They're playing like the best team in the West. Is this finally the year things kind of come together for Denver? I'm kind of thinking it might be. So clearly that's a team that you might want to avoid.
Yeah, because that's also a team that's actually like putting truth to blood, sweat, and tears. Like with the amount of blood that Jokic just has pouring out of his elbows and shoulders.
It's weird how
every single game he looks like he just got out of the bear attack that we were just reading about. I don't know what it is about Jokic, but he's got blood dripping from his elbows after every single game, gashes, scratches. I don't know what the deal is, but he's clearly doing the blood, sweat, and tears in a way that I don't know that every team is.
Shaq dealt with that too. You're so big and they can't stop you or really hurt you as you're rumbling towards the lane, but they're giving you hell on your way there, and the big guys do bear a lot of that brunt. I want to rethink the Kings, though. I was watching them against the Knicks last night. Yeah, I'm coming over there with you, Brian. They're legit, and De'Aaron Fox is Very similar to Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
Well,
he just has more hops.
Kings are next up, and the pros to the Kings are at least that's a team that does not have a lot of playoff experience, and
they haven't in like 20 years.
Roster. It's been 16 years since the teams made it, but even players on their roster don't have a lot, and the Mavs core rotation does have that, so that could bode well for them. The Kings also boast the 25th defensive rating in the sport, and we know how good the Mavericks offense is. The con, though, Mavs defense also really bad. And the Kings offense is one of the top-rated units.
They shoot very well.
In all of the NBA. So you got De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis. They're going to cause problems.
I've had a silent bet going on with our G-Bag Nation friend, big-time Tolo Raider Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Who lives in...
he blows me up after every Kings win.
He's always tagging me in Light the Beam things.
Light the Beam.
He's a bandwagon fan for sure. I think he was loving the Warriors last year, and now he's out west, and he's loving the Kings. Shout out to Raider Joe. But we did have a quiet bet that after the All-Star break and after the Kyrie trade that the Mavs would win more games than the Kings. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. And so my payoff for that particular bet, I think I'm going to have to wear like a Light the Beam shirt or something during a show one of these days.
Yeah, okay.
Once the regular season's officially over.
Then there's the Grizz and the Suns. Now, I think both of those would be fantastic series. And recent history shows the Grizzlies might be the most favorable matchup for the Mavs. They've won 4 of their last 5 against Memphis. They got a blowout victory in the home opener, but Memphis right now is also spiraling. They're one of those teams where who knows what happens without Ja, but they are 4-7 without him.
Yeah, but a lot of internal trouble there.
Yeah,
because when you have the player only meetings, then you're starting to get little pockets of guys talking about other little pockets of guys, and that's never a good thing when you're trying to kind of pull things together.
But is the matchup we're kind of all rooting for, even though it might be just a tough one to win, but it's the Suns. Because you've got every fan that's going to be glued in. You've got Kyrie, KD. You've got Devin Booker, Luka. I mean, the game that they just had last week was amazing. The cons, of course, are just that tandem with Devin Booker and KD.
Right.
It's terrifying.
Yeah. It's a bad matchup if you let Kyrie get to the left elbow and just keep knocking down shots, which the Mavs will do.
Oh, KD, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, watching that the other day, it was like, okay. And who knows how this KD injury changes things. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was the most benign basketball move you could ever do. Just go up for a simple, defenseless layup, and you're getting injured, like in Kevin Durant. That's something that could easily his health. His health was the biggest thing keeping anybody from going, yeah, that's for sure. About once the trade went down, it's like, yeah, that is the best, but the health is not always there. And to roll your ankle there is bad.
These dudes are so tall that when they get hurt, they look so awkward doing it.
It's a long fall to the ground.
It's like, it's crazy. Like how those thin ankles and stuff just don't flex very well.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. Thank you, Chiafalo. There is a second Ja Morant teenager assault story coming out of Tennessee this afternoon as well. So we'll hope for the best on that as they're taking a look into it. Apparently, he was watching his sister play a volleyball game, and somebody called her the B word, and things got weird, and maybe somebody got beat up by Ja Morant. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877. Much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It's a fun Friday coming up at 4 o'clock. Questions that will shock you. Uncle Sparky is back in the studio, and he's got a friend that might be more powerful than the original. Chiafalo shocked the hell out of Wolchuk for a Dak opinion in crosstalk.
Bad take.
We're competing for a bet payoff immunity coming up at 4.
I didn't even get to give it.
We'll do it again at 5. Here's Chief with Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? But more importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories, man? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
So I think I'm just going to come out of the gate to the Biggest Dub of the week. I'm going to give it to my guy, the Wooly Bully, man. The dub in Wolchuk stands for Biggest Dub of the week. I've come away very, very impressed with the week that Wolchuk has had, and it's a culmination of almost a year now. Shredding all the weight, but now what is he doing? He's getting in the dang weight room. He's lifting a little bit of weights. After every break, what is he doing?
Walking.
He's trying to get those extra steps in up here. I know he's walking in the morning. He was pulling 2-a-days, a few months ago. I think he's pulling 3-a-days now.
Don't let
he's
this fool
lifting
you.
weights. He's thinking about doing
what
some.
What are you going to say here?
Don't let this fool you. What does my man have coming up next Wednesday?
He's prepping for baby dolls.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
My
That's a good
man
point.
is.
have you been working out?
Yeah, no. He's doing the workout, but he realizes he's going to fall completely off the wagon when he goes to baby doll.
I got you.
Because they got the buffet. The
Tolos
will show up.
I
and
can't eat the buffet.
And you'll look at
Cheat
that.
day.
Yeah, exactly.
Not on a Wednesday, not halfway through the
You're
week.
dialed. You're dialed. I can see it in his eyes.
He's trying to make himself really feel good about the weigh-in this
I am
weekend.
in the home stretch here, Brian. I'm trying to push to the finish line.
Yeah, but you're also trying to get yourself right so you can go make a fool of yourself at baby dolls.
I do think
I always do make a fool of myself at baby dolls.
That is a good point. Something I hadn't considered there, Broadus. But point stands nonetheless. Biggest dub of the week, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Thank you.
I'm
Eric.
saying that's
Congratulations,
an
Wolchuk.
L. That's an L.
Proud of you, sir.
That's a big
No,
L.
he's losing L.
Gosh dang it, Brian.
The L's next week. This is a dub.
He's walking.
I like the way you put that.
Yeah,
Gavin.
don't get ahead of ourselves. The L will come.
The L will be next week.
I took an L last night. They delivered our basketball goal, and I know you shouldn't order heavy stuff from Amazon, but damn it, they have it up there, and I don't want to get it at the store myself. But the box was so busted. Like 3 parts are hanging out the top. It's shredded all along the sides. I'm going into a basketball goal construction not knowing if all the parts are inside the box.
Miserable.
Did you get the mixer, the cement mixer?
I'm about to rent it tomorrow or Sunday at Home Depot.
I will say, though, if you are one of the people that are putting those boxes together, in your mind you're thinking, just leave one little, one little Easter egg that's out of here, just a mind bleed, from a prank standpoint. That would be kind of enticing if I'm boxing crap up all the time. And I just know there's one mystery box, some schmuck is going to be sitting there.
If somebody
with
in
his face
Philly's ordering
buried in
it,
instructions that mean nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dawson is putting together this basketball goal. How many extra pieces do you think you'll have left over?
I was going to put the over-under at 2.5. And
He will have at least 2 wing nuts. There'll be 2 wing nuts, probably a screw that probably needed to be put somewhere.
Oh, that's just extra stuff they send just in case.
Oh, look. You need these extra wing nuts just to kind of secure it.
It'll be a bit half-assed in nature, but it's going to get the job done. I have no doubt about that.
Thank you, Chief.
What's the over-under on time?
Much more supportive than this guy over here, Broadus, going full-on crusty today.
It's going to be your teammate in 11 minutes, by the way.
By the way, I did apologize to Gavin during the break.
For what? For being your teammate?
Being a terrible person?
No, for getting shocked. He's going to get shocked today.
That's true.
Dawson is going to get shocked today. I'm sorry, Dawson.
I totally forgot what the rules are of what we're even doing.
I know, me too, man. But it's always house rules, and this is my house, so we're gonna win.
Fair enough.
Wolchuk, just feel good about that.
Woo! Victory.
Speaking of dubs, I will say I wasn't even gonna give him one, but it just made me think about it. Pat Mahomes, did y'all see the video of him? Sky Moore tweeted out the wide receiver for the Chiefs. Looks like they're all still doing some post Super Bowl celebration team bonding stuff. They're in one of their mansions, and it's Kelsey, it's Mahomes, and Mahomes just goes just in a row, just clears out a beer pong table.
Wow.
He got balls back every time and just completely ended. Yeah. Absolutely.
I've never played beer pong with anybody from Texas Tech that wasn't really good at it. Now, Doug Free's wife was really good at it back in the day. Played with her one time at the Texas Motor Speedway. She has like Doug, she's real tall, so she had that reach. Like she could go, that elbow was crossing. But I've never played beer pong with anybody from Tech that wasn't good at it.
Was she a knee bender like Doug, or more of a waist bender?
She was kind of a knee bender.
Wow,
knee
man.
bender,
Good
but
technique,
long,
athleticism.
and she could clear a table.
There's going to be some good kids.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. Big L to the North Carolina basketball program. My dear God.
Preseason 1, huh?
Yeah, UNC will be the first preseason number 1 team to fail to make the NCAA tournament in the 64, 65, and 68 team era. The single, I guess, worst season ever based on what the expectations were. Coming there number
they were
1,
20 and 14 this year, I think.
Yeah, they were just really not good across the board there. So huge L to North Carolina basketball. 682, biggest L, hit the fishing hole after work on Tuesday. Landed a big old goose egg. Biggest dub though, got a rare 2-day weekend and big river catfish waiting on my bait. So it's redemption time.
Okay.
He took the early week L, but he feels like he's going to come out of the weekend with a giant catfish-sized victory.
Man, going fishing all weekends in L. There's so much better stuff to do. I don't get it why these people love fishing so much. What is it with you, Brian? You're just sitting there.
I'll tell you what, man, there's nothing.
Oh, got a snag. Got to cut the line and rehook it. Get some new weights out.
Hey, that's why you go to the fishing expo over in Fort Worth. You learn about all that stuff.
That's right. That's where you're going to be all weekend.
Got to learn not to get hung up.
Okay. Well, you won't see me close to that event. I hope you guys have a great time.
I want to see highlights of the basketball goal going up.
Okay. You'll see it in all of its glory.
I want to see it.
It'll be like a 24-hour video.
Dawson's sitting on the curb, just all frustrated.
I've gotten really good at following instructions on these things. It's a dad skill I picked up. Like, I used to not be trustable for something like this. I'd get impatient and yell at the sky and just throw it all away. But now I'm good.
That's where I'm at. That's the stage of fatherhood I'm at. I'm just like, bleep this, honey. You're going to have to figure it out. I get home from work and it's done.
You guys aren't old enough to put together models, are you?
Oh, no.
I did a couple of those.
Models?
I was not good at it as a kid.
I tell you what, models, like the little cars.
Airplanes, cars.
Yeah, not me.
I don't think I ever built one with the instructions.
Wow.
I think I just looked at the box and kind of thought, okay, this is what a P-51 Mustang looks like. You know, the airplane. And I would just make it. But I'm like you. I couldn't get the decals. I was too impatient.
It's too tedious.
Yeah, I was like, get the surface wet. And, I just try to peel them off and put them on the
Don't do it right. Just get it together.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with Dawson on this. You learn in life that you have to follow
But then you grow up. Yep. That's right.
You do.
817, a big dub. 8-week-old baby's finally sleeping more than 2 hours at a time.
There you go. Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Baby steps on that one, dude. That's a grind that I know all too well. 214, Mr. Nasty, biggest L. Got to pay $2600 to the government for tax season. That's got to be a rude awakening. I've never had that where I owe them money. I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, you want to always break even if you can.
I'm looking for a giant payday, bro. That's what I'm looking for.
Really? Yeah.
I guess
a lot of jobs, man. You get all these extra jobs and stuff, man.
Yeah, I owed money.
Yeah.
Jeez,
it is what it is.
Oh, that's a huge bummer right there. Let's see. We have 214 took an L this week. Last year, took an added responsibility at work. Manager said this would look good on my yearly merit increase. Merit increase came. And it's the worst it's been in my 19 years with the company.
That is brutal.
We're laughing.
That probably hits your bonus, too.
I'm sorry for laughing, but I could see him or her sitting at her desk just kind of just so depressed.
Upset as hell.
Yeah, like, why do I want to work here anymore?
Oh, the 817. My L is that I'm a nurse, and I got pee thrown at me by a patient. How does that even happen?
Oh no, maybe they were
like bottled up and then they threw it,
just like chunked it,
just like splashing pee in the hands and then like just
could it be the test? Could it be pee in the cup? Could it be the pee in the cup thing?
Yeah,
and
it's
they hand
gotta
it to you and it splashed on you, kind of a thing.
That seems to be my guess. There,
you guys fill that thing up.
No, those people get ornery. Those people get mean.
Hell yeah, I fill that thing up. I want them to know how much I can pee.
Life of a nurse is no joke. So shout out to all you out there. And the 817 bachelor party is tomorrow. Big dub. Congratulations, sir. Let the Wooly Bully know where it's going to be. He will crash that thing.
I will be there.
I guarantee you.
And we will do haircuts.
Be the life of that party.
Damn right. Not all you'll do. Questions that'll shock you. Round 1 coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
We have you covered, stars Cowboys fans with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL. and studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have dueling Uncle Sparkies. It is time now for questions that will shock you. On the line is NBA Survivor Immunity, which we will play during the NBA playoffs. Each one of us is going to answer a series of questions, and the team that has the most right will win immunity. But only the participants that are willing to be shocked. Brian Broaddus was so offended by it last time, he is not going to be shocked. So he's going to be, delivering the questions and the shocks to various participants. Our first two answering G-Bag Nationals will be Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They are currently getting hooked up with the goods, with the Uncle Sparkies.
Okay, but the thing about it is, I'm part of the game.
Yes, you are part of the game.
I'm part of the game, but it's going to be some probably really bad bet payoff. A little bit later, I have to deal with. Maybe have to drink maybe a concoction through a dirty gym sock.
Who knows what it could
or
be.
Something like that. You never know.
Yeah, I like the idea of that.
Well, yeah.
Maybe get one of Luka's old dirty socks. I have to drink through a Luka dirty sock.
Oh, yeah, nothing worse than a fat guy's socks.
We can work on that, yeah.
So the three of us are essentially willing to risk a bet payoff now to have immunity later. Okay,
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting the goods.
How do I turn it off here? How do I turn it off?
Oh, Brian. Oh, Brian.
I think you move the wheel. You move the wheel down to 0, and then when it's time to shock, you send it to 10.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh, boy, we are getting it going, boys.
Can we turn it to 0?
What do you mean by that?
Okay.
Can we? The wheels are up there. They crank
it's
down to
right
0.
Now. It's right 10 right now.
Yeah, we're all right. We're good. It's off now. It's okay.
Okay, so I have to turn it to 12 and then hit the button. Right?
No, I don't. I think the button is on permanently.
Okay,
the button is on. It's on some sort of massage mode where the wire is live. I think you just need to turn it from 0 to 10. It's essentially like potting up a radio board to give him the charge.
Yeah, no, we're good now. We're good now.
Sparky over here, Sparky number 2, 2.0. This one is what you're looking at here. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that worked.
I told you that one. That one's crazy. Think about what you did to me earlier.
Oh, I think I got like some air on my seat there a little bit.
Okay, so this one's similar. I just push it up. All right. Now,
got it.
Gavin Spittle has the questions for us.
Bleep us.
Now,
Hockey Hawk.
4 each going to Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And if these questions are wrong, then you'll be shocked. If they're right, you get a point. And the team with the most points at the end of each round or at the end of both rounds will get immunity for anybody that chose to ride the Lightning. Okay.
Oh, we are the Lightning Riders. I'm not going to get any of these right.
Okay. So the questions Wolchuk has, he's asking to me, and I have to get correct. And the questions I have in front of me, I'm asking to Wolchuk.
Yeah.
And he inevitably gets them wrong.
And do you have the answers on that sheet?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll confirm.
We have questions and answers.
All right.
Oh, man.
And
yeah,
out of
these
the
are
questions
no
that I have for you, Eric, I think I'd get maybe 2 right.
Oh, okay.
So they're not sports questions.
Looks like a triple threat here on Wolchuk's page. And what would you say about your page, Chiafalo? How many would you get right out of those?
I would say, let's see. I think I'd go good old-fashioned, I'd get one of these right.
Great. Okay. So I'm bleeped.
All right, let's
and
start.
It's only because I've seen Shanghai.
And if we get a misanswer, we get shocked, right?
Yeah, you're probably just going to shock me all the time.
All right,
let's start. Wolchuk, have at it.
All right, question number 1, Eric.
Do I have a time limit, by the way?
I don't know.
No time limit.
Okay, cool.
We got to get all the questions
in
before we break.
And I can use Google, so this is going to be
This is fantastic. Can we use Google? What movie?
Or Ask Jeeves, right?
What movie is, quote, "You had me at hello," unquote, from?
You had me at hello. I should know this because this is going to be one of these rom-coms, man.
Yeah, this is right up your alley. I think it's a sports flick, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a hint. My bad, boss.
It's okay. I don't think it's necessarily going to help me. Say the line for me again, Wolchuk.
You
slow it down a little bit, though.
You had me at hello.
Okay. Speed it up a little bit now. Say it again.
You had me at hello.
Okay. Sports movie, love. Sports movie, love. Love and Basketball.
It's not right.
That is not correct, sir. Write it.
No! Settle down.
Okay.
That was
it's back down.
a long time.
It's back down. Okay.
Can I give the answer, or are you guys using these same questions?
And you can give the answer, right? Yeah, you give the answer.
It's Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire.
Oh, sons of guns. I should've
Tom
known
Cruise
that.
and Renee
Yeah,
Zellweger?
You're right.
Yeah.
100%.
When the world was pretending Renee Zellweger was attractive?
Dude, that was what she was, dude. She
was?
Yeah.
Wow, that one's wrong too.
Oh,
Sorry.
one of those
Sorry.
questions.
That's my bad.
Do you think
That's my
these
bad.
are probably very simple questions? When you're sitting in this chair and you have these things hooked up to you, everything goes away. Like the brain just farts.
Everybody turns into Roy White in these situations. The pressure mounts.
I pooped myself.
Oh my gosh. And you haven't even really been hit with the toughies yet. You ready for this one?
No.
Chuck? Is your body ready?
No.
Can we check?
No.
What frontiersman said, quote, "You may all go to hell and I will go to Texas"?
What frontiersman?
Yeah. Do you even know what a frontiersman is?
Sam Houston.
That would be incorrect.
Oh,
right
oh,
line,
boy.
Uncle Sparky.
Okay. Oh, we're giving some extra zinc there, Brian.
You should. That was extra easy, wasn't it? Was that Wyatt Earp?
That's
Was that
Broadus, give me one of your crappy guesses. See if it can be worse than Wyatt Earp and whatever the hell Walchuk
I've definitely
said.
heard that.
Daniel Boone?
Daniel Boone. I was going to say Daniel Boone.
It's Davy Crockett.
Was Davy Crockett even a real person?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
I
fought at the Alamo.
I don't think that was a
Great
crap
stories.
guess.
That's a bunch of crock.
Oh,
I'm just making sure it's there.
yeah, it's there, buddy. It's there. We're good.
I can guarantee you, Walchuk, you ain't getting the next one, homie. But
Okay, great.
It's my turn anyway.
All right. Within 10%, what percentage of the Earth's wildlife is found in the ocean?
So I just got to get within 10% of the number. Okay, that's good.
Well, I'm gonna think you got to nail it. But yeah, within 10%.
I mean, I would think. I mean, the world is mostly water, so I would think there's more wildlife in the water than there is on the land by a healthy margin. Give me 73%. Shout out to Tyler Smith.
It's incorrect.
How do you know? You can't do math. Someone help him with the 10% caveat.
Well, it's 94%.
Ride that line in, Chief.
Okay.
Wow, Sparky number 2 is strong. This is a strong Sparky.
We need to do a little switcheroony on the
now
on the
we need to do a
Uncle
switcheroony?
Sparkies.
Come on, just want to make sure you're there. Yeah.
Brian, this is
Sparky's been using PEDs.
They're going to take this out on me in hour number 2.
I used your bleeping Sparky earlier.
Oh my!
You sparked me.
I don't know. I might have to wear it. I might have to. I don't know. I'm thinking about it here.
Okay.
Are you
sure
thinking
the
about
ticker's
it?
all right? Weren't you at the cardiologist
I
last
was-
week?
I'm getting
That's
a
what I'm
little
worried
zing.
about.
Yeah, your doctor's
Okay,
not
all right,
not gonna
Brian.
recommend
I'm
that
sorry
one.
about making fun of your wide receiver rankings.
I believe I could ask this question to Walchuk and give him millions of years worth of lives.
LeBron James.
And there's no way he'd come back with the correct answer.
Fart.
All-time baseball great and Texan Tris Speaker played in what North Texas city on his way to the majors?
Terrell, Texas.
That's your final answer?
Yeah, I'm just throwing something out there. Let's move on.
Cleburne for the Cleburne Railroaders, a.k.a. not Terrell, Texas. Oh, man. That's the face Walchuk makes when he's on the toilet, not when he's sitting in the office and trying to get work done.
By the way, it was 5 years ago today that I got the keto flu, Eric. You remember that?
When you where'd you go? Whistle britches after not having consumed a carb in like 3 months.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known Cleburne. That's actually a really good one there.
I didn't know
I
they
learned
were
something today.
I thought they were the Yellow Jackets. I guess they morphed from Railroaders to Yellow Jackets.
That was a good one. I like that. Now I know something about baseball that I didn't know. Okay, in 1925, what baseball player did Lou Gehrig replace at first base for the Yankees?
I got this one.
I did too.
I didn't know this one.
Yeah.
You would have known this one. Say it again. You said 1925.
1925.
Oh, we would have got
It's legendary.
This might have won. This might have won the battle for us
Okay,
here.
just don't. Let's let it breathe. In 1925, what baseball player did Lou Gehrig replace at first base for the Yankees? Come on, buddy, you got this.
Oh, I'm just gonna this is one of those where you're gonna just feel stupid. But I'm gonna say
replace at first base for the Yankees.
He replaced him.
Lou Gehrig replaced him at first base for the Yankees.
Babe Ruth.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief.
No!
Okay, it's down. It's down.
Wally Pip.
Wally Pip.
You got Wally Pip.
That's why I tried to replace. You got Wally Pipped.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gosh dang it.
Son of a gun.
These aren't that easy.
No, you're right. I should have known that one.
Are we throwing up a donut right
the
now?
only reason why people
we have a
Zero
donut.
right question.
Yeah.
Wow, I love it.
That's what I'm saying. That one
That's
question.
opportunity knocking.
Yeah, there you go.
So we got 5 down and 3 to go. You guys have 0 answers, correct?
We've got a big bagel on the scoreboard right now.
Should we get hints?
If we put up 1 on the first answer,
That's what I'm saying. This could be
I'm
over.
ripping that thing off.
No, you guys are going forever.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You got to
have
see
go.
this through.
Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, just won the Southland Conference again and is headed to March Madness. What is their team name?
Oh, F me.
Think about this. Just think about it. It's,
Texas
well,
A&M,
I want to give them
Corpus
hints so
Christi.
bad. I do. There's no chance you're going to get it. I feel bad for you.
Bobcats.
Good guess. Cougars?
Yeah, it's a good generic one. But inevitably incorrect.
Is it something? Oh, boy.
It's the Islanders.
Oh, the Islanders.
See, Broadus is taking it nice and easy over there. Old Dawson's cranking this thing up.
No,
0 to
I
100.
No, this thing's
I
up.
get it, and then I take it, and then I go back up.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm rolling
I'm
it.
getting waves
Hitting
and
all
waves.
Yeah.
I can also just handle myself.
Okay, so we have.
This is like a good Saturday night.
Yeah, but where's your Sparky cling to?
The shoulders.
Okay.
I got him on the.
Where do you have yours?
Mine's on the neck. So
Oh.
it's like it like comes into my face. It feels like I lose feeling in my face on the one side.
You want me to move it up?
You can move it wherever you want.
I'll put it all over me.
All right. Well, I guess you have to ask me a question now.
What is the capital of Canada?
See,
Come on, you got to get this one.
I do. I have to get this one.
Get this one, buddy. Come on.
Oh, this is going to be a bummer when I don't get this one. Let's see. It's going to be, let's just guess Vancouver.
Say,
Hold on here. I'm having a little malfunction with Sparky. There we go. Alrighty.
it's not Vancouver.
And
It's
have at it.
Toronto. It's Toronto.
Oh, no. Come on.
It's
Ottawa.
It's Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Yeah, it's
The Ottawa Senators. There he goes.
The games
You like
this
that,
aren't-
Chief?
This isn't good
That one
for
actually
us.
did.
Learn some damn world geography.
He kind of saved me on that one. Thank you, Dawson.
I've moved it to my
Yeah,
neck, by the way.
I brought
so
that
often
down
as
early.
old
I was
age.
feeling bad for you.
No, that's good because I still haven't
Hoping to lay some
regained feeling in
groundwork.
the left side of my face.
This isn't good.
Okay, we're bagel to bagel right now. Oh wait, that means I did officially.
You clean sweep the
Okay.
bagel.
Oh, that's
You've got a good schmear on that sucker.
All right. What is the capital? See, this one's easier. I think this one's easier.
Okay.
I hope you get it wrong.
Ontario.
What is the
Ontario.
What's the capital of Nevada? It's actually a good question.
That is a good question.
Now, if you've seen Shanghai Noon, Walchuk, you'll feel better about this.
Whoa,
is that
whoa,
a hint?
Whoa,
No,
whoa.
that's not a hint.
It's been. I mean, Shanghai Noon is so old.
I mean, did that
It's
help
been-
any of
It's
you?
been decades.
I think I
knew
knew
the
this.
answer.
I knew
Walchuk
the answer.
handled
Yeah.
that in 5th grade.
I saw it. Owen Wilson.
Yeah.
It's not Vegas.
Thank God you said it's not.
I know it's not Vegas.
Could you name a single other city in Nevada? For
That's
half
the
a
problem.
point?
I don't think so. Bishop Gorman.
Somewhere Joey Gallo is smiling right now. And Tate Martell.
What's the answer?
Carson City.
Carson City. They've got.
Jackhole.
You know what? They are frequenting on that show Jail. They got a pretty popular jail there.
The lightning not
Well,
working?
This is going to give you a little feel of
Give me
jail,
something.
or the electric chair.
Oh, we're having some struggles. Here.
I'm waiting for it. It's on the neck.
I bet
too.
it's a user error over there. Broadus has no idea what
Broadus
he's
probably
doing.
broke the machine.
I think I might have broken
We had to
it.
get Spitzy in here to fix
We're
this.
trying to work it here.
I'm so glad.
Is it out of
So
battery?
then we didn't.
I think
we should have a bonus question.
Okay,
There it is.
Yeah. You can really feel it in the tail, boy.
I told you, dude. Your face kind of loses feeling.
It like ruptures the eardrum.
Okay, it's
All
back.
right, we're still humming.
We're back in
We are
action.
still humming.
Turn it. Oh, I turned it down too much, maybe.
Okay. Oh boy.
How about that? Is that okay?
This is
Good?
fun stuff.
Good.
This is
Singing
fun.
like a canary
Can we get
over
like
there.
fresh questions? I mean, like this.
We
is,
get maybe we might need a bonus round
A mulligan?
if Dawson goes over.
Were that
at
all
some
the
point.
questions? 0 for 8
think
from the
so.
nosebleed, guys.
Spitzy.
I feel like we would have gotten at least half of those right.
Yeah, I
Half
should
of
have
them.
known.
Wow.
We had right. Yeah.
Wow, the
I'm
store-
sorry about
Dumb
Wally
we
Pipp.
are.
What are you sorry about? Because I'm sorry about Wally Pipp. I'm not going to apologize for Ottawa. There's no reason.
You
I
both
should've
could have
known
had
that.
immunity right there?
we both got immunity.
You both. No, you did not get any immunity.
We'll see. It depends on what happens with you.
You got shocked.
If you go bagel on it.
Gavin, we're both so damn good looking. We earn the immunity for it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it on that one.
I don't know which one I feel sorry for. Maybe Davy Crockett.
All righty. Round number 2 with Team Krusty is coming up at 5 o'clock. Myself, Gavin Dawson. Not quite a Krusty yet, but I like being on Brian's team that way. So he's deciding as well in the next 45 minutes if he's going to slap on a Sparky. Come back around at 5 o'clock if you got places to be. And we'll see if any of us can handle the questions from the program director, Gavin Spittle. Okay, coming up next, Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, man?
Where the hell are we going with that? It's National Mario Day. Hey, it's me, Mario. So I've got the top 10 classic video games of all time. What was your favorite video game growing up? That's next on the Fan.
But Tolos, it is time. It's time to give yourself permission. Jockey coming up at 5 o'clock. I believe Brian has decided to risk riding the Lightning because immunity almost guaranteed, as the nosebleed guys couldn't get a single correct answer. As coming up at 5 o'clock, we will get strapped up with Mr. Sparky and try to get a couple of right and win immunity for NBA Survivor. Right now, it is time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Take it away, Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. Just embarrassed and really just upset at the performance there from both of us. You know, we should have been better. And we're going to go back to the drawing board and we're going to figure some stuff out. We're going to start reading again. And maybe I'll start taking some online courses.
Do you think you need to have a word with your alma mater?
No, I don't think it has anything to do with them.
Well, both of you from the same place.
I think it's personal issues. I think Eric and I have just done a lot of drinking, done a lot of boozing.
Was there a lot of pressure with knowing that you were going to get shocked? You can't even come up with an answer.
When you're put in I just wanted to get it over with. So it's like, I know I don't know the question. Let me put out an answer, and maybe I'll get it right. And maybe in hindsight, I should have spent more time going through the memory bank. I don't know, but I don't want to give you guys any more that you can latch on to for a competitive advantage. We should have let you old crusties go first, and then we could have laughed at you like you're laughing at us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's definitely advantage to going second.
Yeah.
But we'll see at 5 o'clock. And maybe, I don't know.
Josh Allen, we'll win this thing in overtime for you.
You know what? Don't worry about it. Maybe we can get a double or nothing situation going. I don't know. I'm upset about this.
Oh, what would you set a double or nothing at?
Eric?
2.5?
2.5 correct answers.
I think
three. Over 2.5.
3 correct answers. We get 2 immunities. But if we only get a couple right, then it's 0.
No, I think 2 immunities is big enough to where it's got to be 3.5. You got to get 4 of these bad boys. You got to shoot 50%.
50% of them?
For 2 immunities, bro. That means you can get wrong 2 series in the NBA playoffs.
You're the one that went 0-8.
Right,
not
which is
us.
why I'm begging and pleading.
Yeah. So 2 should be impressive for you. That's like Jeopardy stuff. That's Trivial Pursuit level knowledge.
But it ain't us. If it was us, I'd put it at 2. You guys know what Carson City is, and you've been to Ottawa, and you watch Pitt play because you're a million years old.
What's the counteroffer? Because I'm leaking confidence.
3 leaves it at 1. 4 gets 2.
Fair.
2 or less, it's 0. Immunities.
I say we take it and we
compromise.
Run. Let's do it.
You guys could get out of this with a net 0.
I like this. All right. We're about to get into the top 10, which is going to be the top 10 classic video games of all time because it's National Mario Day, and he's got a movie coming out as well, which is going to be juicy.
Can I just put the pointing finger up real quick and raise my hand in class, Professor?
Yeah.
Did you actually go?
It's a good question.
After that last performance, I'm not sure.
No, it was like a coin flip every day, and it always landed on not go. Sources
it was raining
say
outside.
Ian Rappaport with the holy bleep tweet of the day: Bears officially trading the number 1 overall pick to the Panthers.
There it is.
In exchange for what they describe as big-time compensation, including multiple first-rounders. Chicago loads up and lands at number 9. While Carolina will now draft whatever QB it wants to draft.
There's the general manager there that could lose his job.
Yep.
And he convinced ownership and Frank Reich and all those guys that, this is what we need to go do. Need to go get a quarterback.
It's what Matt Rule should have done when he first got there instead of settling for jobbers.
There's Anthony Richardson going number 1. I could see that being their guy.
Wow, that would be surprising.
Be shocking, but Vegas knows something.
Yeah.
Vegas knows something.
Were they the ones that had the better odds?
Yeah.
They moved that, didn't they?
And as soon as
you're right.
The Anthony Richardson odds were kind of tied to Carolina.
Yeah.
And now that move's been made, it kind of just makes me think that there's something to this.
Why trade all the way to 1 though? That's that's an extra pick in compensation.
Because I think Indy was trying to get up there too.
Man, but
I'll take the third guy and keep my picks.
I just don't know if Indy was going to go that way, to take Richardson. I just don't.
Who knows? I think Bryce Young should be the pick, but we'll see. I also have this before we get into the list. Bobby Wagner's market is heating up.
Cowboys are in on this one, aren't they?
Chargers and Cowboys have called, among others, and don't rule out a return to the Seahawks either for the future first ballot Hall of Famer from reports such as The Score and NBC Sports when it comes to Bobby Wagner. So at least the Cowboys, again, are calling and talking to Bobby.
We're trying.
So we'll see what ends up happening with that. Other NFL news, if you missed it, just very quickly, Adam Thielen was released today. The Dolphins cleared about $44 million in cap space by restructuring contracts like Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb, Taron Armstead. The Rams are still calling about a Matthew Stafford trade despite their general manager saying he's a pillar of our organization. That's something they're looking into. And the Saints are actually working on an extension for wide receiver Michael Thomas.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah,
they
so
believe in him. There's a lot to believe in if you watch the 3 games he played in last year. Michael Thomas still has it.
He does. And the Giants might be a team that gets pretty heavy in the free agent market. They might throw some money around. Their general manager, Joe Shine, said expect them to be aggressive. He said, quote, "We're not shopping for minimum players anymore." So they might open up the checkbook here. So we'll see what
it's
happens.
funny when I just circle back about that trade, to get to the number 1 spot. Think about what Lovie Smith did, how that loss, that the victory that they got in the final week of the season.
Yeah.
That he went for the win.
It was amazing.
Instead of holding for the number 1 pick. The Texans probably don't move out of that spot.
They're going to stay there and get their guy.
They're going to stay there and get that guy. And now the maybe an organizational fate was changed with the Bears through a trade that a coach decided
one
that
one
random win changed the direction of an NFL draft.
That's why we said it at the time. It was the rare double middle finger disguised as a victory.
Yeah.
Gosh, that was an awesome way to go out for Lovey.
Oh, so good for Lovey. Good for him. All right, let's slide into the top 10. National Mario Day. I got the top 10 classic video games of all time. What's your favorite? We got Zelda being texted in, GoldenEye, Pokemon, Metal Gear, and then a lot of people just calling us dumb A's from the previous segment, which, hey, we own that.
I think Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, was better than the original Zelda. I think the Super Mario Brothers, just the original, stands by itself as maybe the single greatest video game of all time, just for how many hours was spent on it. Mario Kart, Punch-Out. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out or the arcade version. Either one of those 2 games outstanding.
All right, Lucius, where are we going?
Let's see. For me, let me get you some vibes first, bro. Let me get you some vibes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Double dribble back in the day.
Oh.
Yeah. When they get to the dunk part and slow it down, it goes in black and white. Oh, man, I just love that. NBA Live 95.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Would you consider Vice City a classic?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay.
20 years old or so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm riding with that. And there was a PC game called Rise of the Triad.
Okay.
Rise of the Triad used to be my game. I used to run home from school to play that joint.
Very nice.
Yeah. Try to get on it before your mama get on it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you couldn't do anything as a kid because there'd be like one TV in the house. So you got to get your vids in before the parents get home. There was none of this running to your bedroom where you have a TV.
Okay, yeah, this was the only opportunity you were allowed to be on the TV.
3:30 till 5:15 or something.
And then it was Dad's after that.
Yeah.
Got some NFL Blitz coming in here, which is a good one. NBA Street, great game.
Dude, NFL Street was sweet.
NFL Street was fun.
NBA Street was
Ken
amazing.
Griffey's Slugfest on the 64. And I do have the compensation for the number 1 overall pick.
Ooh, let me guess.
Okay.
It'll be this year's first round pick plus 3 more.
No.
Okay.
It is this year's first round pick. Next year's first round pick number 61 this year, a second round pick in 2025, and here's a surpriser. DJ Moore going from Carolina to Chicago as well in the deal.
Ooh, nice, dude. That's a solid dang receiver that Justin Fields absolutely needs. Here we go, DJ Moore, Chase Claypool. Now you're 1 and 2.
Yep.
That's how you start it right there. I'm telling you, this is the Bears' opportunity. They just played this portion of it, right? We'll see who they draft and the players that actually are there. But this is exactly how you try and become the Eagles 2.0. Quarterback that can run all over you on a rookie deal. You have all the assets in the world. You put win now players around this dude and try and go get something going while Justin Fields is on the rookie contract.
Pretty wild. So they got the first round pick of Carolina this year. They got their 1 next year. They got pick 61 this year. They got their second rounder for 2025 and DJ Moore as Carolina moves up to number 1 overall in the NFL draft with the Chicago Bears. All right.
That's
the
awesome.
Crusties are in. Oregon Trail was just texted.
Yes.
Oh,
did you guys ever play that game? That was like a 80s computer game.
Oh, yeah. That's when and then like the oxen would die on the way. Something
would.
when they get smallpox or something like that would happen. Yeah.
So some of the honorable mentions, we've got Galaga, Space Invaders.
That was Gallagher.
Pac-Man.
Not you guys.
Pokemon, Red and Blue.
Pac-Man was bad.
Doom and Duck Hunt
Doom,
are the
for
honorable
sure.
mentions that didn't quite
Duck
make
Hunt didn't get much run. You know, it was on the same cartridge as the Super Mario Brothers. You know, you got both games in one cartridge, and
You had to have the gun, didn't you?
Yeah, it just got boring. It was repetitive.
Can we get some love for Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 on the PlayStation 2?
Absolutely.
And SSX. Did you guys ever play SSX, the snowboarding game?
Yes, I did. Yeah, that was great.
That was so phenomenal.
I dabbled in that a little bit.
The first one was great, and the first Left 4 Dead. I just want to show love to that one. I wasn't much of a shooter game, but the first Left 4 Dead was legendary.
Tecmo
Bowl.
Yeah, Tecmo Bowl was
Blades
great.
of Steel.
I also did love Midnight Club on the PS2.
Good game.
That was a
Racing.
fun game. Why are you looking at me like that?
It sounds kind of like weird.
Yeah, well,
Midnight
Like he's
Club.
making stuff up over there or something, bro.
It's a racing game.
Ooh, RBI baseball from the 956. I'll tell you what, Little League baseball on the original Nintendo was amazing. Yeah, and I don't know why, but it flowed the best. Even though it didn't have big leaguers, you're playing with little kids, but it just had the best mechanics of the game.
Was this from GoldenEye? Is this
This
the
was,
GoldenEye
yeah,
intro?
it's a jam.
Yeah, this is so fun. All right, Mortal Kombat is number 10 on the all-time classic video game top 10s on National Mario Day. Donkey Kong at number 9.
Yes, bro, on Super Nintendo for me personally.
Of course. Number 8 is GoldenEye 007, which is I love
It's the
that
daddy
game.
of all the shooters.
It
It was
is.
the first one to do it. Yeah.
It is. Number 7, we've got Street Fighter 2.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, better Mortal Kombat if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
They have it correct.
Number 6 is Sonic the Hedgehog. We just got Sonic texted. Sonic was one of the first games I ever played. First console I got was the Sega Dreamcast as a kid. So I played like NFL 2K with Randy Moss on the cover.
Oh, I love that game.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And
You played
then-
online against opponents.
Yeah. And
so
then I
good.
played Sonic the Hedgehog, which was so much fun as well.
Didn't T.O. get a cover on NFL 2K at one point?
I think he did.
One arm with the Eagles uniform?
Yeah. Yes, he did. And then we've got number 5, Super Smash Bros.
Mm-hmm.
Just got texted as well, the original Super Smash Bros.
817, what up?
Never played it.
Number 4, we got Mario Kart 64.
Yeah. Iconic. Top 5 for me.
Number 3, The Legend of Zelda 2.
Boom! I nailed it. I
You
told
called
you.
that.
The Adventure of Link. Such a great game.
You did.
Wow. I
And
never played that.
It knocked out the first one because the first one's not even in the top 15. So Legend of Zelda 2 definitely
Nice.
was rated higher. Number 2 is Super Mario World.
Okay.
But number 1, the greatest classic game of all time on National Mario Day is Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, it was just stupid because, you know, it was kind of a simple scrolling type game, but there were so many different ways to play it and, you know, tunnels you could take to go forward in levels and hacks you could get for unlimited lives. There was like so many Easter eggs to find in that game. And then it became, how quick can you win it, right? Can you win Super Mario Brothers in under 3 minutes and all these different challenges that made what was a simple game have incredible like longevity, like 7-8 years we kept playing it. 214 says Resident Evil.
Oh, yes. Those were fun
Incredible
games.
game.
Yeah.
Scary. There was a Walking Dead game on Xbox about 10 years ago that played kind of like a role-playing game. There was a little bit of action on it, but it played out like a movie. And there were such dramatic moments. It messed with your emotions, literally, like you were watching a movie playing a video game. I'd highly recommend going back and playing that as well. Okay, we got Rangers today with Wolchuk. Back to backers from the Bully. Are the Rangers one of the 5 teams most likely to improve in 2023? You'll find out next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds Direct, though.
Support the 2023 Tex Gala presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort. Walk the red carpet. Have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/Tex Gala.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. More than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Huge day in the NFL. The Panthers sent 2 2s, 2 1s, and DJ Moore to the Bears for the first overall pick. Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy saying today in an interview, obviously Brett had a good career here. Aaron had a good career here. So talking about it in the past tense is making people one step closer to believing he is for sure done playing in Green Bay. Now it's just a matter of deciding where. Here's Zach Wolchuk for the latest on your Texas Rangers.
Thank you very much. Still hearing good things about Jacob deGrom. We got Rangers taking on the A's right now. You'll be able to hear that later on tonight on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Texas Rangers baseball. Thank you to John Heyman for joining us yesterday. Now, ESPN... and this was David Shunfield who put out this article about the 5 teams that are most likely to improve in the Major League Baseball season. And our Texas Rangers are one of the 5 teams. Now, out of the 5, I wonder where they ranked. You have, at number 5, the Minnesota Twins, according to David. They were 78 and 84 a year ago. Their win projection this year, 87 in 75. Okay. So next up would be the Texas Rangers.
Let's go.
At number 4, 68-94 last year. Here's the question. Does he think they're going to go over under the, 81 wins that Vegas has them at? 81 and a half?
Yeah, 81 and a half. You're going with the over. I was just banking on poor health, putting them at the under, still being able to be a double-digit win improvement team and still not hit that.
You're being a Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
But so is David. 79 and 83 is his win total.
You know, we asked John Heyman yesterday, what's this Rangers team need to do? We asked Eric Nadell that a couple of weeks ago, and it's well, they might need a bullpen and an outfielder. That's not an 80-win team. This team lost so many one-run games. That by itself will take care of the 12-13 games. You got how many new pitchers? No, that's an easy. Try 91 games if you want a win total for these Rangers, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be around an 85-win baseball team, but we will see exactly how the health goes. Now, the write-up from David, the Rangers built a powerhouse team early last decade as they went to back-to-back World Series, and then they made some other postseason appearances, but now they've suffered 6 straight losing seasons. They've got a good wave of prospects, and the organization has put in free agency resources into Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, and this year, as we know, with DeGrom, Eovaldi, Heaney, and they re-signed Martin Perez on top of signing John Gray last year. That's made the Rangers a trendy pick to at least make the playoffs, especially if you factor in that the Pythagorean record last year was 77-85, as they went just 15-35 in one-run games.
There you go.
Talked about a lot.
Yep, old Pythagoras.
Mixed together a stellar high-price middle infield, a new rotation with legit number 1 ace, Jacob DeGrom, a 3-time World Series winning manager, Bruce Bochy, and a better result in one-run games, and you could envision a path to the playoffs. But he doesn't seem to be buying it. As he says, history suggests that it's hardly going to be a sure fix. Just look at DeGrom already facing some health concerns as a first warning sign.
He had 100 miles an hour in batting practice today.
Yeah, he'll pitch 15, 20 games, and you'll be great for it. I'll tell you the number one reason, though, is you have finally exorcised the demons of the Nolan Ryan curse. By capping JD, you have freed yourself from the shackles of running Nolan Ryan off.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's the same type of thing the Cowboys need to do with Jimmy in the Ring of Honor, like just clear the decks a little bit.
I don't know if Jimmy in the Ring of Honor will do it, but I'd give it a shot.
Me too.
I would too. I'd go into that. Now we've got Rangers opening day roster projections.
You like that, Brian? That's his guy. Sorry, Wolchuk.
It is his guy. It is his guy. No, you're good. The starting lineup projection
I felt the blood getting on my face.
Looks like, well, get ready because you're about to get sparked here.
It was like
very soon.
It was like that Ozark episode where they show up with the lawyer lady.
Oh, my gosh.
And then all this kind of standing there. That's what I just felt like.
That is the season finale of, what was it, season 4?
Yeah, the second to last.
You're about to feel like that redneck in season 2 when he came up in the boat with the live wire.
Oh, man, that was wild.
Right.
If you haven't seen Ozark, you should.
Wolchuk, have you decided for sure you want to be the one that's putting the electrocutioner on Broadus, or do you want a little bit of Dawson, or have you decided who you want to?
Kind of like a little bit of both here.
Yeah,
Wolchuk's had it out for me all week. Maybe the last 2 weeks.
He's had that crazy look in his eye.
We just need to go full blast. I
don't
know.
Might be an HR violation.
I think Brian might have surpassed you after what he just did to me at 4 o'clock, though. But it's okay. Starting lineup projection for opening day: Marcus Semien leading off.
Yes.
Corey Seager at shortstop.
Cool.
Nathaniel Lowe at first.
Yep.
Adolis Garcia in right field. Mitch Garber de-aging. Jonah Heim at catcher. How about Robbie Grossman getting the start at left field? Josh Young batting and playing third, but with the injury to Leody Taveras, 8th. With the injury to I had to do math. To Leody Taveras, you have Bubba Thompson now as your projected opening day center fielder. So we're going to have to monitor what's going on with Leody. Right now, we don't have anything. Your bench looking like Josh Smith, Brad Miller, and how about possibly Clint Frazier making this roster as your backup outfielder? And then your third catcher, Sam Huff, still has an opportunity to maybe make that because you don't have Mark Mathias here anymore. And then the starting rotation, we pretty much know DeGrom, Eovaldi, Perez, Gray, Heaney, and Cole Rayans right now is the guy that is kind of clawing his way, is maybe being considered, but I think he might end up being a bullpen guy if he doesn't indeed crack the opening day roster. Your long reliever looking like Jake Odorizzi, multi-inning reliever Taylor Hearn. You've got Brock Burke in there as well. Joe Barlow, our guy, is your middle reliever. Jonathan Hernandez, your setup man. Your lefty setup man, Will Smith, who they signed last week, and not the guy who slapped Chris Rock, but the veteran Will Smith. Closer, Jose Leclerc. And that's kind of how we're looking right now for our Texas Rangers.
I love it. Any other news and notes, Wolchuk?
I don't want to spoil what's happening in the game right now because we're going to be airing it later, but it's been a good day for Josh Young.
Been a good day.
Let me just say that.
Yeah, getting rid of the GM who brought you 2 World Series but deserves to be applauded, Dawson, says the 817. I'll just agree to disagree. You know, he made a couple of nice trades there with Teixeira going to Atlanta, getting 3 good players, and then figuring out a way to get Josh Hamilton. The Cliff Lee trade was great. Like, he's he was kind of like the opposite of the Cowboys. He made great trades, couldn't draft and develop jack squat. And that was ultimately the problem over like 15 years. You could never get the industry of making big league players going, and ultimately that's why JD is gone. I agree. After the World Series, he's on the top of the world, and you let him go through 15 and 16, and you were back in contention. But since then, it has been nothing but a fireable performance, and hopefully this can put the team into a spot where they're actually producing big league players. You see all these other teams, they got young stars on their team. We get young guys that get called up because you don't have any veterans that can do the job. That's pretty much it. Okay, we will update the big Cowboy stories and what I think the Dak news means. Then questions that will shock you, round 2. Wolchuk and Chiafalo hung a donut. Brian and I need one correct answer to get immunity, and we'll find out how that goes down next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. A huge hour is on tap. Of course, What You Drinking, What You Thinking is going to kick off at 5:20. Massive day of NFL and Cowboys news. So Bob Belt is actually going to join us for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, I think for the first time. And he'll give us a 3-minute report or so. Then we're going to be into your phone calls. But right now, actually in just a few minutes, it'll be time for round 2 of questions that will shock you. It'll be Brian and I competing against the Nosebleed guys, trying to get a couple of questions right and earn bet payoff immunity for the upcoming NBA playoff competition right here in the G-Bag Nation. So they hung a donut, and Brian and I made an offer. If we get more than 3, we get double. If we get 2 or less, it will be 0. And if we hit right on 3, it'll be single immunity for us. That'll be the prize. So a little bit of double or nothing. So, the drama is definitely in the air, and we're preparing to ride the lightning right here. Uncle Sparky's, we got 2 of them. And we'll go back and forth asking each other questions here in just a couple of minutes. I did want to set you up, though, since we're at the start here at the 5 o'clock hour with everything happening with the Cowboys. Dak and Zach restructure, $30 million in space opened up, but they only get 13 under. David Moore says the move is about retaining cap space more than going after new players. So maybe further restructurings can open up money for an impact player, but we'll see. It's probably business as usual for the Cowboys. Calvin Watkins said with the expected restructure of Dak and Zach, Cowboys officials continue to have internal discussions about Zeke's deal. Got to find the right number for him that works for everyone. There wouldn't be a number if you ask me.
Agreed.
I'd say, Zeke, thank you for your service so much. And go talk to Jerry Jones about a post-playing career business you could get into, or maybe something like that. He was streaming a couple of years back. Maybe he wants to jump back on Twitch, become a pro gamer. He's pretty good at Call of Duty. The Cowboys can also restructure the contract of Michael Gallup and create about 7.8 in room if they choose. That's the tweet from Todd Archer. It's the design of the 5-year deal signed last year. Team believes Gallup will be much improved in the second year from ACL surgery. I know the Nosebleed guys aren't the biggest Michael Gallup fans, but I would bet on him having a bounce-back year. And if I'm looking for cap space, I would trust that the next 3 years for Michael Gallup will be pretty good. Brian, how about you?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that. He really struggled with his, thinking about the injury early on, and then he got some confidence, and then he had to deal with some stuff that I was hearing that was off the field.
Mm-hmm.
And that might have affected him as he was playing. So hopefully he put all those things behind him, and he can go out and have a season that we all believe that he can.
Okay, and then the Cowboys didn't have anybody at the OBJ workout, right?
No.
Okay, and then Calvin Watkins also tweeted some of the organization weren't sure how serious OBJ was about his return last year. He wasn't healthy, so it's like he was just playing games. But this is a serious attempt now to prove he can play, and it's risky, says Calvin Watkins. I'm feeling good that the Cowboys aren't going to be that in on OBJ. I'm going to go ahead and read those tea leaves.
I kind of feel like this is a Jerry Jones-driven thing right now. Just, I think there's people in the organization. Jerry is the general manager, and you have to do whatever the general manager says. That's his team. He's the owner. He's general manager. And, if he makes a decision that they want to go get this guy, that'll be Jerry Jones's decision. But
it's like it doesn't matter what happens on the field today. If Jerry wants him, we're going to get him. If Jerry doesn't want him, we're not going to get him.
I think that's very, very fair to say.
Okay.
I think it's very
and
fair.
we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that for a while, right? That Jerry's just been, all right, this is a Jerry player. And Jerry just says, you know what? I'm making the call on this, and we're going after him.
Yeah. And that to me means it's a business move. It's a celebrity move. I don't want to hear from you football guys. I'm Jerry Jones being owner man over here, and this guy is going to create TV ratings for us. This guy's going to create buzz for us. And I'm just like, come on, dude. Just back off. Okay. You always want to say, well, this is all a group decision. It's not just Jerry deciding what's going to be and what's not going to be. We all got to, get in the same room and agree to this. Well, sometimes, and I don't know if the Jalen Smith or the Zeke deal or this deal, it's significant money. We're restructuring deals and cutting good players so you can improve the marketing of the team by adding OBJ. I think that's exactly what that is. And if this plays out and we had confirmed that this was a Jerry call, I never want to hear that from Jerry Jones again. Oh, I don't make all the decisions. I listen to everybody. Clearly, this is an example. And if it's 7-8% of the cap That will be a huge mistake made by your GM once again, and I will be all over his butt. It is time now for round 2 of questions that will shock you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Program director Gavin Spittle delivering the questions. The nosebleed guys have the Sparkies in their hands. Yeah. We dealt electrical current into their bodies in the 4 o'clock segment as they unsuccessfully answered questions in the most definite way possible. They were 0 for 8, Brian.
They were 0 for 8, and, that's unfortunate, but,
I'm getting ready.
I know you are. Gavin, let's end this thing right off the bat. What do you say?
I'm down. Should we want to start with the questioning?
I'll start the questioning.
No, we don't need a test. We make sure we test it at the break. We know these things work.
No, we're good. We're good.
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Oh, I got to turn the text away from me because these guys are going to start answering the questions. I don't want to cheat.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
And I
didn't help integrity.
All right, here we go for the win. Gavin.
Yeah.
What year did the NBA grant an expansion team to Dallas?
1980.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
1980's answer.
Let's go. Let's go. That's how it's done, guys.
Okay. I see. We're feeding Dawson the NBA questions. He's covered the NBA since 1975.
95,
of course he
sir.
knew that question.
Gavin, let's go for this double immunity. What do you say?
I think we're looking good.
So what do we
buddy.
need for double immunity?
We got to get
3.
4.
We got to get 4 for double. 3 for single. 2 correct answers would be a 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your double enough. You guys are looking for
yourselves.
Brian, are you a hunt and pet guy, or do you do the QWERTY keyboard skills?
Oh, geez, I don't. I'm a hunt and pet kind of guy.
You're a hunt and pet kind of guy. Okay. Mm-hmm. Did you ever take a keyboarding in class?
Yeah, but it was in high school, and that was 40-something years ago.
Do you happen to know how many letters are on a computer keyboard? That's your official question.
You have to close your eyes, too. Can't be looking at your keyboards. Close them.
How many official letters?
How many letters are on a computer keyboard?
This is actually a good. I like this this is a good trick question. Go ahead and close your eyes. Don't be counting at your...
I got my sheet over the top of my keyboard.
Yeah.
I have my sheet over the top.
It's a bunch of... That excuse is a bunch of sheet to me.
Let's go. This is just a pure guess. Let's go 23.
Oh, close, but no cigar. The correct answer is 26.
Is that getting you? Is that getting you?
No, stop. Oh.
Turn it up higher. Turn it up higher.
Higher?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Brian thinks he's tough.
Oh, no.
There you go. Yeah, that's wherever that went. That's good.
Oh, my eyes.
Can you see?
Okay, I'm okay now.
How's the
Stop.
ticker?
Did I get it off all the way?
Dude, I hope your doctor's not a Tolo, by the way.
Usually
because
they
he's
say
going
I
to be
do.
uncomfortable right now.
What are you encouraging him for getting the answer wrong?
You've been trolling the hell out of us for 3 straight days, Brian.
Wait, can we just ask a follow-up here? Broadus, how many letters are in the alphabet?
26, I guess. Is that right?
So how many letters would be on a keyboard?
You think
26.
26.
Yeah.
I'd have gotten that one right.
I didn't know. I really didn't know how many letters. Seriously,
I might have guessed 24 myself.
I thought it
think
was
I would've guessed
24 is what I
now.
thought. I was just, All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Gavin,
Yeah,
let's bury him here.
let's go.
Let's bury him.
Oh, wait. I'm having residual effects.
Whoa,
here.
Yeah, the aftershock. That's the underrated portion of this, is the aftershock.
Yeah,
Those
the tingles.
currents stay
All right.
flowing through the blood.
Let's go one eye here. Okay. Gavin, what is the capital of New Mexico?
Sorry.
Chief?
It was a quick trigger, but that was
You were just testing to make sure, right? Are you capital of Missouri?
No, capital of New Mexico.
Yeah, Missouri.
New Mexico State University.
Gotta be Santa Fe.
Santa Fe's right.
Let's go. Gun, man.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I do like the...
Woolchuck didn't know the capital of Nevada back there in the... Missouri might have shooken me up, though, a little bit. What is the capital of Missouri?
Well, Nevada's not easy.
Columbia?
Springfield?
Columbia? Oh, I would have got that one, too.
Columbia?
Yeah.
Springfield's Missouri? I thought Springfield, Missouri. Okay, go
I
ahead.
know the capital of Peru.
Next question here for Brian Broadus. Question
26.
2 of 4. We all know Dirk has a statue in Dallas, but which baseball Hall of Famer also has a statue in Dallas?
He's thinking hard.
Nolan Ryan?
In Dallas.
Oh,
that's the wrong answer.
That's it. You shot, and
Okay.
now you get electrocuted.
All right.
It's in
Where's
Arlington out
Uncle
there.
Sparky?
Oh,
There's Uncle Sparky.
Oh, I stood by the Nolan Ryan one.
Is Ernie Banks. Nolan's in Arlington.
Okay,
Your guy
it's a
Ernie
city.
Banks.
I got it. Stop.
I know. I was trying to stress it.
Dallas, I'm sorry. Ernie Banks. Where's the statue?
In Dallas.
I know where in Dallas.
I don't know
awful,
if he's even
Chuck.
getting him.
I have no
Gosh.
idea.
Oh, why am I? We won, right? We won this match, right? But we got
we're sitting at 2. We're sitting at 2. We still have nothing.
You've accomplished nothing to this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was testing.
Where's Ernie Banks' statue located? Anyway, I just want to know that.
Ernie Banks?
There's one in Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
There's also one that the ISD unveiled in front of Booker T on Floor Street.
Okay. Ernie Banks, great player. Let's play 2.
Great player.
Shout out to Ernie and the entire Banks family.
Is that one getting you?
A little bit.
Where's it? Is it still
Go
going?
ahead. We're good.
No, I think you owe me a question.
I owe
now.
you a question. I'm sorry, Gavin. Here we go.
You're good.
All right. The number 26 is retired by the Texas Rangers. Who wore that number?
Oh, I know this one.
Oh, it's about time Wolchuk knows one. I still haven't known one yet.
Jefferson City, Missouri, by the way. That's not my answer.
No, I know. It's okay.
The number 26 is retired by the Texas Rangers.
I'm not great at my Rangers history.
26. Are we? Wait, what are we doing with our fingers right now? What are you doing with your fingers, sir?
Yeah, I knew it.
I only have one guess. I'm gonna say Adrian Beltre.
No.
Dang it.
Oh my goodness! What is that? No.
Johnny Oates.
This Uncle Sparky is insane.
I'm telling you, this one is a different breed. Thank God we didn't give it to Broadus.
No,
we would have had cardiac
intense.
arrest.
I cannot see out of my right eye right now.
The cross-eyed. He's literally cross-eyed.
Somebody texted in and said this is elderly abuse.
That's a fair point.
That's Johnny Oates. Man. Johnny Oates. I would have got that one right. I
have a headache now. Okay.
Dude, did you feel it in your face a little bit too?
Yeah, up in my head, tingling, and down my torso. Baseball legends Babe Ruth, Jackie Robinson, and Mike Bassick played at this legendary Fort Worth Field.
Oh. Cats Field?
No, it's LeGray Field. They did play for the Cats.
Oh! Oh! Stop!
So we have 2 questions remaining. We need to get one right to win.
Yes, stop!
It's a brain freeze on steroids.
Well, Chuck, there's like a 4-second limit on this.
I'm loving this.
Yeah, but for every 1 second that old
but
Uncle
Cats
Sparky
Field,
gets
LaGrange,
clicked.
But that's where Cats Field is, right?
Yeah, LeGray Field. It's maybe Cat Stadium. I don't know.
You
LeGray
guys
Field.
might need to not do.
I didn't know Babe Ruth played out there. That's
Says
awesome.
Yeah.
Jackie Robinson.
Oh,
historic spot.
All right, here we go.
Brian.
Broadus is shaking up over there, man.
The first layer of our atmosphere is named
the stratosphere. Let's go. All right,
Stratosphere.
this okay. So we got one immunity, buddy. Nice job.
Yep.
Okay, nice job.
Yep.
Now is that one
Is that not
immunity?
the answer?
It's not the troposphere.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
no!
Yes!
You guys bleeped yourselves. You celebrated too quickly.
I was looking at it. And I went, no, it's the tropic. I couldn't. I'm still like,
I never heard about the troposphere.
I'm still struggling.
What is the damn troposphere?
Oh,
have you ever heard of that?
Spittle.
It's the first.
Lucius even gave me a bomb.
I was gonna call BS on Broadus over there, but his eyes are so cross-eyed. He actually saw
I can't even
stratosphere when he
focus
read
on
that.
the questions here.
Do you need help reading?
The lower lows.
Yeah, I would have got lit up on that one, bro. I thought you had it right.
Yeah.
I had the same confidence you did, bro.
I was trying to read it, and you said, "Is that right?" I'm like, I just couldn't even see it.
Some would say you charged right in there.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess so. I guess the troposphere is from the ground up through the clouds. And then once you get to the clouds and up there.
First layer of our atmosphere is named. That's what it says.
Is it still going, Brian?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we only have one question remaining to get this right.
It's up to me?
Yeah.
You guys are
The questions do get a
bleeped.
little bit harder. Let me see.
Woo! This is great.
We only have one
Good
left.
work here, Spitzy.
So
Job well done.
we're about to get double or nothing. Or no, single or nothing. The double's out of play now. Brian Broadus for the dub here in questions that will shock you. I'm going to get these things off.
I'm not feeling good right now. I'm really not.
Dang it, Eric. You should have got him one
I
more
know. I should have got his fingers a little bit.
How many inches is an NBA basketball rim?
We go around the rim every day.
From the
I feel like
ground.
Broadus should know this.
31.
That's incorrect, sir.
Well, that's what THJ thinks it is every time.
Oh! What is it?
18.
Oh.
Well done. Good effort,
Wait,
guys.
So we're all losers?
Nice wagering. We got 2 out of the first 3, and then 0 for the final 5. And there you have it. Questions that shocked us. Well, we beat you. No, we destroyed you 2-0. You guys couldn't answer jack squat. We wanted to make it interesting and got greedy, and therefore.
Did you know it was 16? Oh, I thought it was half. I was thinking it was
18.
18.
I don't know if I would have got that one right. I think I would have guessed 15,
No,
maybe, which would have been wrong because a basketball is damn near 10 inches and you can fit 2 of them down there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
My
what
bad.
are you so happy about?
I don't know. I thought that was a blast.
Honestly,
guys. Okay.
I was made happy just the moment Broadus went 23 on the alphabet question. That was victory in itself for me.
Yeah, I agree with 817. The old guys got off easy with the shocks.
PAC president saying Rodgers' return is not the top option. St. John's is targeting Patino. Spieth made the cut at the Players' Championship barely with a lucky break late in the round. We're going to have to do another immunity challenge next Friday is what that means. We have no immunities granted with the NBA playoffs approaching. Maybe we'll do an NCAA tournament one as well.
I'm going to crush these Sparky things. I'm going to take a bat to them.
They're going back in safekeeping.
Yeah, dude.
Along with Lil Nitro.
I was going to say, I want to do away with these the same way we did away with Lil Nitro. Like, just get it out of my sight.
Well, I need a cold beer after that, I'll tell you what, and it's very convenient because it is now time for the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. My voice, I got a shake voice. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking on The Fan.
More G-Bang